Chapter 80. Zhang Dali's Path of Struggle. The vast sound fell into a complete silence, marking a temporary conclusion to today's trials. Lin Meng wasted no time and swiftly kindled a bonfire. Soon, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing Yi Xinran to glance at the dry, compressed biscuit in her hand, suddenly losing her appetite. Would you care to try? Lin Meng tilted his chin, gesturing towards the sizzling beast meat on the fire. Yi Xinran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the roasted meat. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, she exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed full. With such culinary skills, it would be a shame not to open a barbecue stall. I'm just famished. Everything smells divine. Lin Meng replied with a smile, tearing off a piece of meat for himself. As night deepened, the spiritual flame meerkat stood alert nearby, its small form providing a sense of reassurance in the glow of the fire. Lin Meng closed his eyes, preparing to rest, with a watchful companion. He could afford to relax for a while. As dawn broke, the two awakened from their slumber, groggy-eyed. They consumed some leftover biscuits from the previous evening as a makeshift breakfast before setting off towards the central arena. Ahead, the mountains suddenly steepened, and the air was thick with the potent aura of magical beasts, echoing with the distant, chilling roars of beasts and the occasional bursts of energy waves from formidable practitioners. It seems we are approaching the true battlefield, Lin Meng observed, his gaze penetrating the shadowed area ahead. Yi Xinran's previously carefree demeanor faded, replaced by a grave expression. She sensed that the dangers lurking ahead were far beyond those of the outer regions. A subtle sound of skirmishes drifted on the evening breeze from the core area, mingled with human shouts and beastly roars. The king's arena was finally within sight, and it seemed the spectacle had already commenced. The valley opened up, revealing a vast basin at the end of Lin Meng and Yi Xinran's line of sight. But to the center of the basin, an enormous stone arena rose majestically, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes, emitting a faint glow as if it had existed since time immemorial. Surrounding the arena was a sea of people, their clamor soaring into the sky that a casual glance revealed nearly 200 trial participants gathered. Some were huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves. Others sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, emanating an indistinct yet sharp aura, while many others fixated intently on the fierce clashes taking place on the arena at that moment. Several pairs of trial participants were engaged in intense combat on the stage, flashes of spiritual light illuminating their movements, the sounds of clashing, weapons ringing out incessantly, and powerful winds swirling as each collision unleashed astonishing waves of energy. Many people. Yi Xinran couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Her little fire spirit peeked out, its amethyst-like eyes darting around, captivated by the vibrant scene. Lin Meng remained calm, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He noted that most of those currently battling on the arena were either low-ranking on the scoreboards or had just barely crossed the 200-point threshold. The formidable participants at the top of the leaderboard, however, seemed to be tacitly choosing to observe rather than rush into the fray. It appears everyone is adhering to the unspoken rules of previous years, Lin Meng remarked casually. The first half of the day is reserved for those beyond the top 100 to vie for the last qualifying spots. Yi Xinran, sharp-witted and perceptive, immediately grasped Lin Meng's meaning. Though the king's arena had been opened, the real pinnacle confrontations were evidently still in the works. The two found a relatively secluded corner to watch with keen interest. From time to time, Lin Meng's gaze flickered to several familiar figures, students from the Second Martial Academy, currently pouring their sweat on the arena, striving for that coveted spot in the top 100. Some students engaged with their opponents using intricate martial techniques, while others relied on their formidable professional abilities to dominate their adversaries. The battles exceedingly fierce that moment. A somewhat clumsy voice called out from behind, Linge? Is that really you? Lin Meng turned around to see a burly young man with dark skin, his face a mix of surprise and delight. It was Zhang Dali. At this moment, Zhang Dali appeared somewhat fatigued, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. Dali, you've done well. It seems you've gained quite a bit, Lin Meng remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Zhang Dali scratched the back of his head, chuckling shyly. Lingo, I was fortunate. I didn't encounter anyone too strong while racking up points, and I'm currently ranked 90. But the competition on the arena is fierce. Many are eyeing the top 100, and I feel a bit anxious that a flicker of concern crossed his face. Lin Meng's gaze shifted back to the arena, where a muscular man wielding a heavy axe was forcing a student from the Second Martial Academy into retreat. The man's attacks were powerful and sweeping, each chop creating gusts of wind, clearly a strength-focused warrior. That axe wielder is Zhao Taizhu from Lin Meng Martial Academy, an early C-class berserker, who has already won 2 matches, Zhang Dali quietly informed, a hint of apprehension in his tone. My next opponent might very well be him. Lin Meng's eyes scrutinized Zhao Taizhu as if through the lens of the most precise instrument. After a moment, he spoke calmly. This man has overwhelming offense but lacks agility. Pay attention to the brief pause after his third strike. That is when his old strength has waned and new strength has yet to arise. Feign an attack to his upper body, but strike at his lower half. It will surely be effective. Zhang Dali's eyes brightened at this insight, as if a revelation had struck him, and he nodded vigorously. I understand, Ling Ge. Yi Xinran listened quietly, her gaze flickering between Lin Meng and Zhang Dali, sensing the admiration and trust Zhang Dali held for Lin Meng. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his stance, and, as Zhao Taizhu dispatched his opponent and the referee announced the beginning, he leapt onto the arena. As the battle commenced, Zhang Dali did not engage Zhao Taizhu head-on as he usually would, but instead, employing Lin Meng's guidance, he skillfully evaded and maneuvered. Zhao Taizhu's heavy axe repeatedly struck air, causing him to grow increasingly impatient. Now's the time. Zhang Dali silently urged himself, and as Zhao Taizhu swung his axe for the third time, leaving him momentarily vulnerable, Zhang Dali executed a feint, prompting Zhao Taizhu to instinctively raise his hand to block his face. However, Zhang Dali's true attack, swift as a striking serpent, was a precise sweep aimed at Zhao Taizhu's ankle. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. Zhao Taizhu cried out in pain, losing his balance as his massive frame crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dali unleashed a flurry of punches that rained down upon Zhao Taizhu's vital points, successfully securing the victory. I won! I won! Zhang Dali jubilantly raised his fists, while the students from the Second Martial Academy erupted into cheers from below. Chapter 81. Zhang Dali advances to the next round. Subsequently, Zhang Dali replicated his previous success, defeating two formidable adversaries under Lin Meng's precise guidance. Lin Meng possessed an astute eye, capable of discerning the minutest flaws in his opponent's techniques, even those that appeared impeccable to the untrained eye. Observing from the sidelines, Yi Xinran was captivated, realizing that Lin Meng's prowess was not only profound, but his tactical insight and guidance were also extraordinary, further deepening her understanding of him. However, during the fourth bout, although Zhang Dali maintained a slight advantage due to Lin Meng's counsel, the relentless intensity of the battles had significantly depleted his original energy and vitality. Ultimately, a minor misstep allowed his opponent to seize the opportunity, leading to a regrettable defeat. Nevertheless, there was little sign of disappointment on Zhang Dali's face. Instead, it was filled with gratitude. Stepping down from the arena, he bowed deeply to Lin Meng, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, thank you so much. Without you, I would never have reached this point." Lin Meng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary. As time flowed gently by, noon approached. With an increasing number of competitors with lower scores being eliminated, the battles on the arena grew increasingly fierce. Those top-tier competitors who had previously remained dormant began to emerge, showcasing their overwhelming strength far beyond that of ordinary challengers. Each of their attacks was accompanied by astonishing energy fluctuations, with sword and blade energies intertwining spectacularly, and elemental magic dazzling the onlookers. The atmosphere of the King's Arena reached a new crescendo. Finally, as the midday sun bathed the entire basin, the instructor responsible for tallying points announced loudly, "The first half of the arena competition has concluded. The top 100 students in the current rankings will qualify for the next round." A massive luminous screen materialized above the arena, clearly displaying the latest rankings. Zhang Dali's gaze was fixated on the screen, and when he saw his name securely settled in the 98th position, he was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. "Wonderful! I made it into the top 100. He exclaimed to Lin Meng, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Lin Meng nodded slightly, yet his gaze drifted towards the names at the pinnacle of the screen, as well as the powerful figures who had just showcased their prowess in the arena. Familiar names such as Luo Jun, Qin Wushuang, and Leisure remained firmly entrenched at the forefront. Meanwhile, Yi Xinran, having garnered substantial points from her previous hunt alongside Lin Meng, found herself unexpectedly and delightfully positioned at the 10th place with 279 points, casting a glance at Lin Meng that carried an indescribable depth of meaning. A subtle smile graced Lin Meng's lips. The warm-up of the first half had concluded. What lay ahead was a stage reserved for true champions. His eyes, like those of a dormant beast, swept over the silhouettes of the top competitors, while the calm depths of his gaze harbored a fervent battle intent, quietly igniting. The true spectacle was only just beginning. The midday sun poured over the vast stone arena like molten gold, illuminating the ancient runes etched upon its surface with a brilliant glow. With the initial dust of the top 100 rankings settling, the previously somewhat chaotic atmosphere transformed into one of solemn anticipation and fervor. The instructor's resounding voice echoed once more throughout the basin. "The first half of the arena competition has concluded. A 1-hour break will commence. And at the hour of the sheep, the second half of the arena competition will officially begin. During this time, a free challenge mode will be adopted. Victors will accumulate points, while losers will also have the opportunity to challenge again after a half-hour interval. with a maximum of 3 voluntary challenges allowed per person, and no limit on the number of times one can be challenged. The final ranking will be determined by the total points accumulated before the secret realm closes today. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically once more. Free challenges. This signified that true confrontations among the strongest would erupt without any buffer, ready to ignite at any moment. Lin Meng maintained a tranquil demeanor, as calm as a still pond. He noted that the top-tier experts, who had previously remained aloof, now exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in their eyes. Luo Jun retained his proud countenance, while the imposing Lei Jia, clad in silver-black exoskeleton armor, reflected a chilling sheen under the sunlight, resembling a steel behemoth poised for action. Yi Xinran watched Lin Meng, his composure suggesting that no worldly turmoil could disturb his inner peace, stirring a ripple of admiration within her. This man seemed perpetually confident. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Boom! A resonant and weighty chime reverberated through the valley, announcing the commencement of the second half of the arena competition. Almost instantaneously, a robust figure shot towards one of the platforms like a cannonball. First-ranked Shirley, mid-level C-class strength enhancer, with 320 points, challenges the 15th-ranked Sheng Hua Wu Gao, Shangguan Yin. The battle erupted in an instant, with Shirley launching a ferocious assault, evidently aiming for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Lei Jia, with his thunderous presence, ascended another platform amidst murmurs of astonishment. Making no verbal challenge, but simply standing there, his silver-black armor reflecting a metallic coldness, with the lightning insignia on his shoulder seemingly crackling with energy. The invisible pressure compelled many eager challengers to instinctively take a step back. Lei Jia, a pinnacle C-class, A-grade gifted profession Thunder Armor Warrior, currently ranked 4th with 361 points, donned the Thunder God MK3 exoskeleton armor, a quintessential representation of mechanized power, excelling in both offense and defense with terrifying performance. Moments later, a challenger from the elite joint school, ranked outside the top 70, stepped onto the platform with determination, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by Lei Jia's precise transitions of attack and defense, lasting less than 3 minutes before being struck off the platform by an electromagnetic punch that overloaded and shattered the energy shield of his armor. Lei Jia stood resolutely in the center of the platform, his gaze behind the mask of his armor unperturbed, as if he had merely completed a trivial warm-up. This guy is incredibly strong. Zhang Dali marveled from the sidelines. That armor is something else. Yi Xinran furrowed her brow slightly. Lei Jia's strength was indeed as impeccable as rumored. Just as everyone presumed, Lei Jia would continue to wait for the next unsuspecting challenger. A clear voice shattered the tranquility like a stone cast into a calm lake. Second-ranked Lin Meng, with 388 points, seeks guidance from classmate Lei Jia. In an instant, hundreds of gazes converged upon the tall figure striding towards Lei Jia's platform. Lin Meng. This name had become a resounding echo during the recent trials in the secret realm. From an initial dark horse to a steadfast presence within the top 3, every move he made was shrouded in mystery and power. Yet, he had chosen to challenge Lei Jia. Was he out of his mind? Though Lin Meng was strong, Lei Jia's Thunder God armor was notoriously challenging to contend with. Indeed, Lei Jia seemed to possess no weaknesses, excelling in both offense and defense, coupled with extensive combat experience. Speculation surged like a tide, as all present were taken aback by Lin Meng's sudden choice. Chapter 82, Lin Meng vs. Lei Jia. The strength of Lei Jia was evident to all, his armored form and data-driven combat style, instilling a sense of despair in many formidable opponents. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Xinran's beautiful eyes, which quickly transformed into deep anticipation. She knew Lin Meng never acted without preparation. His daring challenge was undoubtedly backed by a solid strategy. Upon the arena, Lei Jia's head, encased in battle armor, turned slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. His calm gaze, filtered through the tactical visor, settled upon Lin Meng. The system within his armor hummed softly, analyzing the target's profession. Soul Master, suspected to possess spatial abilities. Energy fluctuation, Class C. Mid-level danger assessment ongoing. Lin Meng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lei Jia's voice resonated through the armor's amplification system, imbued with a metallic timbre, yet retaining an air of composure. Your prowess warrants my utmost effort. No sooner had the words left his lips than, crack, boom, the Thor MK3 exoskeleton armor erupted with blinding arcs of electricity. Ethereal blue lightning snakes danced across its surface, the energy core at his chest glowing fiercely, sending forth powerful energy waves that whipped up fierce winds. Thor MK3, combat mode activated, maximizing energy barrier, unlocking weapon systems. In an instant, Lei Jia's presence surged to its zenith, the silver-black armor seemingly coming to life, each component emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent coupled with exquisite technological elegance. He bent his legs slightly, activating the magnetic levitation module, lifting his form mere inches off the ground, showcasing astonishing mobility. Come forth, Lei Jia stated succinctly, as the electromagnetic cannon on his right arm completed its charge, gleaming with ominous blue light. Unfazed, Lin Meng's right hand formed an ethereal grip, and the reverse scale sword materialized silently. Open gate, he intoned, releasing a deep, liberating incantation. In an instant, black and white radiance flickered, revealing the twin swords, which hovered quietly beside Lin Meng. Initial release. Yet again, those dual swords. A gasp arose from the audience. Their memories vivid of Lin Meng's enigmatic black and white blades displayed in the demon beast forest. The battle was poised to ignite. Almost simultaneously as Lin Meng completed his initial release, Leisha surged into action. Zing! The magnetic levitation engine beneath him unleashed a tremendous thrust, his massive form transforming into a silver-black streak of lightning, hurtling towards Lin Meng. The charged electromagnetic punch, shrieking as it tore through the air, aimed for Lin Meng's face. So swift. Yet, Lin Meng's figure, at the instant of the punch's approach, blurred like a mirage, and then vanished. Instantaneous displacement. Leisha's heavy blow struck empty air, the resulting shockwave fracturing the ground beneath him. He paused momentarily, the armor's targeting system losing its mark. In the next heartbeat, Lin Meng's silhouette appeared spectrally to Leisha's left. His right hand wielded the black sword, carving a silent, pitch-black trajectory as ripples traversed the fabric of space. Spatial severance. A minuscule rift in space flickered at Leisha's left shoulder joint, as if aiming to cleave the sturdy connection of his armor. Clang. Sparks erupted. Leisha reacted swiftly, his left shoulder dropping suddenly, while the energy barrier was instantaneously reinforced at that point, absorbing the bizarre strike. Despite this, the armor's surface bore a faint scratch, with tendrils of strange energy attempting to infiltrate. What a peculiar attack. Leisha's heart raced. Undeterred by the failure of his initial strike, Lin Meng flickered once more. Dimensional piercing. The tip of the black sword lightly grazed the perimeter of an energy node on Leisha's abdomen, its blade seemingly melding into the void. In the next heartbeat, a faint glimmer erupted from within the energy node, striving to disrupt its internal structure. This was not true penetration. Rather, the blade had traversed dimensions over an exceedingly short distance. Zap! The energy node erupted in a burst of electric sparks, its glow dimming slightly. What an opportunity! Yi Shinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though Leisha's armor boasted formidable defenses, Lin Meng's approach was astoundingly unconventional, defying all logic. The black sword's domain slash, paired with the dimensional piercing, targeted the armor's energy nodes, connection seams, and ventilation points, its relative weak spots. In that moment, on the arena, Lin Meng's form darted around Leisha like a butterfly flitting among flowers, the black sword striking from various impossible angles, each assault landing precisely on the armor's critical sections. Meanwhile, Leisha, despite leveraging the powerful capabilities of his armor and his vast combat experience to continuously block and evade, found himself increasingly beleaguered by Lin Meng's relentless rhythm. Akin to a gazelle caught in a snare, his targeting system rendered nearly useless against Lin Meng's elusive instantaneous displacements. This fellow's speed and method of attack have utterly surpassed the predictive model. Leisha's mind raced, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. I can no longer afford to allow this to continue. A fierce glint flickered in Leisha's eyes, the light from the energy core in his chest surging dramatically. Lightning engine, engage. Boom. A torrent of energy far surpassing before erupted from within Leisha. The Thor Mk3 armor emitted a deafening hum of strain. Countless fine electric serpents coiling around him, transforming him into a veritable god of thunder. Speed, power, reflexes, each experienced an explosive enhancement in an instant. Stop! Leisha bellowed. His arms flung wide as a multitude of high-voltage arcs, akin to a rampaging serpent, spiraled outward, forming an impenetrable net of lightning, attempting to force Lin Meng into the open. Faced with this onslaught of frenetic energy, Lin Meng's gaze sharpened, his left hand guiding the white sword, Soul's Rest. In a delicate arc gate of the door, in an instant, several miniature portals, radiating a soft white light, materialized before Lin Meng and the surging electric arcs. Upon contact with these portals, were silently devoured, dispersed, and redirected into the unknown void, leaving Lin Meng untouched. What? Leisha's pupils contracted sharply. His prideful area attack had been so easily neutralized. Not only that, but as Lin Meng countered the assault, his left hand wielded the white sword once more. This time, the portals created by Gate of the Door did not appear before him, but rather flashed unexpectedly near critical energy conduits of Leisha's armor. As these portals emerged, a curious force manifested, not to absorb energy, but to precisely channel Lin Meng's unleashed energy through these portals into the weaker points of those conduits. Zazup! Suddenly, Leisha felt the energy flow within his armor come to a staggering halt, several auxiliary systems blaring alarms, even the electromagnetic cannon on his right arm flickering erratically, its glow becoming unstable. His abilities can be wielded in such a manner. Leisha was both astonished and furious. Lin Meng's Gate of the Door not only dispersed his energy attacks, but also allowed his strikes to impact the armor's energy supply system directly. Chapter 83, Lin Meng Victorious. In the contest of masters, victory often hinges upon a singular moment. Just as Leija's armor experienced a momentary malfunction, Lin Meng astutely seized upon this opening. Now, his form shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a phantom in his wake, closing the distance to the briefly incapacitated Leija. The right hand wielded the black sword, its domain slash aimed with deadly precision at the energy core of Leija's armor. Meanwhile, the left hand, brandishing the white sword, targeted the tactical visor at Leija's forehead. With the harmonious convergence of both swords, all avenues of retreat and counterattack for Leija were effectively sealed. A warning blared in Leija's mind as he desperately forced the remaining energy to evade, but Lin Meng's assault was simply too swift, too precise. Clang! The tip of the black sword sparked against the outer defenses of the energy core, failing to penetrate entirely, but thoroughly disrupting its energy output. Meanwhile, the tip of the white sword gently touched the surface of Leija's tactical visor. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped him, plunging Leija into darkness. As the operating system of his battle armor succumbed to a chaotic flurry akin to falling snowflakes, the outcome was decided. Lin Meng slowly sheathed his sword, the black and white blades once again hovering gracefully by his side. On the arena, the electric aura of Leija's imposing Thunder God Mk3 armor rapidly dimmed, the energy core in his chest flickering a few times before extinguishing completely. He stood motionless, resembling a steel statue devoid of soul. After a brief, breathless silence, a thunderous roar erupted from the entire arena, a cacophony of cheers and astonishment. He has won. Lin Meng has triumphed. Good heavens, he has indeed defeated Leija. So formidable. That spatial ability is simply elusive and uncanny. Zhang Dali waved his fists in excitement, while Yi Xinran's eyes sparkled with wonder, her lips parted in shock. Clearly astounded by the breathtaking duel, on the holographic screen, Lin Meng's points surged instantaneously. Third place, Lin Meng, second martial height, 403 points. The visor of Leija's armor slowly retracted, revealing a somewhat pale but still composed visage. He gazed at Lin Meng, his eyes devoid of despair, instead reflecting a hint of relief and genuine admiration. I have been bested. Leija's voice, though hoarse, resonated with gravitas. Your abilities are unique and formidable. I yield with respect. Lin Meng nodded slightly. Thank you for your guidance. Without further exchange, Leija activated the backup power of his armor and stumbled down from the arena. Although defeated, his honor remained intact. This battle allowed all to reassess the prowess of this Thunder martial height prodigy. Meanwhile, Lin Meng stood calmly upon the platform, his gaze sweeping over the elite contenders below, whose expressions varied in reaction to this victory, particularly fixating on Luo Jun and Qin Wushuang from the first martial height, their eyes deep and inscrutable. As if conveying a silent message, this is merely the beginning. Leija's defeat sent ripples through the arena like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Initially, a deathly silence blanketed the area, soon followed by an uproar of discussions and astonishment. Am I seeing things? Leija, the prodigy of Thunder martial height, has actually fallen? Lin Meng. Once again Lin Meng. What manner of monster is he? His spatial capability is utterly unfathomable. Those black and white blades are simply spectral. Leija's Thunder God armor appears to be rendered powerless before him. The murmurs mingled with disbelief and profound trepidation. In the first martial height section, Luo Jun's perpetually aloof demeanor showed an unusual flicker of intrigue, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the composed figure at the center of the arena. Beside him, Qin Wushuang, with her fiery red hair more pronounced, wore a playful smile. How intriguing. It seems this trial is far from mundane. Shang Wanyan from the Holy Hua martial height, clad in pristine white, displayed a rare seriousness on her beautiful face. Her starlit staff flickered subtly, clearly indicating that Lin Meng's displayed strength had instilled a sense of pressure within her. On the arena, Lin Meng remained unperturbed by the surrounding clamor, calmly retracting the black and white blades to hover once more by his side. He scanned the faces of those who had previously been eager to showcase their prowess, many now instinctively avoiding his gaze. Does anyone wish to challenge me? Lin Meng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. After a brief silence, a young man wielding a long spear, athletic and determined, took a deep breath and leaped onto the stage. He was a C-rank late-stage gunman from the Elite Alliance School, ranked 12th on the leaderboard, his strength not to be underestimated. From the Elite Alliance School, I am Zhou Yi. Please, enlighten me. The young man flicked his spear, conjuring a flurry of lethal trajectories, his presence indeed formidable. Lin Meng inclined his head slightly, offering no further words. As the battle commenced, Zhou Yi, aware of the peculiar nature of Lin Meng's spatial abilities, launched a tempestuous offensive right from the outset, attempting to overwhelm Lin Meng with a relentless barrage, denying him any opportunity to utilize his spatial powers. Yet, before Lin Meng, such efforts appeared futile. He swayed slightly, like a leaf in the wind, effortlessly navigating through the dense spear strikes. With a subtle flick of the black sword, a minuscule spatial rift appeared, diverting the forceful thrust of the spear into the void or directly altering its trajectory. Doorway of guidance. With a sweep of the white sword, Ethereal portals manifested along Zhou Yi's attack path, resembling invisible whirlpools that silently absorbed and nullified his fierce spear strikes. The more Zhou Yi pressed on, the more alarmed he became, feeling as though his strikes were landing upon cotton, his strength rendered impotent. Meanwhile, Lin Meng toyed with him as a cat would with its prey, entirely at ease. There are too many openings, Lin Meng's voice resonated coolly. Before the words could fully settle, his figure vanished in an instant. With a sudden shift, Lin Meng materialized behind Zhou Yi, the black sword shimmering with an ominous glow, lightly resting against the back of Zhou Yi's neck. Dimensional piercing. The icy edge emanated a chill that raised the hair on Zhou Yi's neck. He could feel as though the blade had breached the very fabric of space, poised against a vital point beneath his skin. I concede, Zhou Yi managed to utter, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Meng withdrew his sword, and the points surged again. Second place, Lin Meng, second martial height, 418 points. In the subsequent half hour, two more challengers ranked between 15th and 20th, undeterred, ascended the stage to confront Lin Meng. Predictably, both faced resounding defeats. One was swiftly overwhelmed by Lin Meng's spatial disruption combined with dimensional piercing, succumbing to defeat within 3 moves, the black sword poised at his throat. The other met a more dismal fate, as Lin Meng harnessed the doorway of guidance to concentrate his spiritual pressure, then unleashed it through a micro-spatial door from an exceedingly cunning angle, sending a concentrated wave of spiritual force crashing him down from the arena. Lin Meng's points steadily climbed to 448, securing him second place, as Luo Jun and Qin Wushuang had yet to engage in combat. With 3 consecutive, exhilarating victories, Lin Meng firmly established his unassailable status among the elite. At this juncture, no one dared to challenge him lightly. Those who had previously entertained notions of challenging him extinguished such thoughts entirely. Observing this, Lin Meng chose not to linger, nodding to the recording mentor before gracefully descending from the arena. His points were sufficiently high to guarantee a place in the top 10. Further exertion was unnecessary. Moreover, he wished to observe the combat styles of other top-tier contenders. Chapter 84, Yi Xinran's Duel. Lin Meng, you are truly incredible. Yi Xinran rushed forward, her bright eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and excitement. Her little fire companion chirped enthusiastically, nudging Lin Meng's pant leg with its tiny head, as if cheering for him. This was merely a warm-up, Lin Meng replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze back to the arena. Xinran, you should also give it a try. Lin Meng encouraged her. As an S-rank professional, while you may not yet have fully harnessed your vocational traits, acquiring practical experience is immensely beneficial. Real combat is the finest teacher for both you and your little fire. Yi Xinran, upon hearing Lin Meng's words, felt a surge of eagerness ignite within her. She tilted her head, mischievously blinking her eyes. All right, since the esteemed Lin Meng has spoken, how could I possibly decline? Her voice trailed playfully, infused with a sprightly energy. And she then revealed her little foxtail. But, since we are now good friends, surely you could grant me a little favor and offer some guidance, perhaps? She leaned in closer, lowering her voice, yet her tone brimmed with playful teasing. Otherwise, I would be swiftly knocked out in just a few moments, and I would return to immediately tell my grandfather that he had not provided me with guidance during the trial. Rest assured, I shall offer my counsel regarding your opponent. With that, his gaze swept across the arena, where a mid-level C-class defensive practitioner, wielding a shield and exhibiting a steady fighting style, had just vanquished his opponent and was preparing for the next challenge. The one with the shield hails from the Stone Martial Academy, known as Shirtai, a mid-level C-class tank with remarkable defensive capabilities, yet his offensive tactics are rather singular, and his speed is a notable shortcoming. Lin Meng swiftly analyzed. Your little fire's foxfire illusion can effectively disrupt his line of sight and perception. You should then employ binding spells to restrict his movements, allowing little fire to focus its attacks on his lower limbs and joints, which are his weak points in defense. There lies a significant chance of victory. Listening to Lin Meng's astute analysis, Yi Xinran nodded affirmatively. All right, I shall give it a try. With that, she embraced little fire, took a deep breath, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaped onto the arena, facing the victorious, shield-wielding giant, Shirtai. Army Martial Academy. Yi Xinran, I seek your guidance. Yi Xinran's voice rang clear and melodious, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance, yet her gaze bore a hint of resoluteness. Upon seeing the seemingly fragile young girl approach, clutching a pet meerkat, Shirtai's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain. Yet his commendable combat discipline compelled him to respond in a deep tone. Stone Martial Academy, Shirtai. Let the battle commence. With a commanding shout, Shirtai slammed his massive tower shield before him, anchoring himself firmly to the arena in a standard defensive posture. Little fire, employ the foxfire illusion. Yi Xinran commanded decisively. With a swift chirp, the spirit flame meerkat understood, transforming into a streak of fiery red lightning, darting around Shirtai at high speed while exhaling bursts of ethereal blue foxfire. These flames did not directly assault, but swiftly enveloped Shirtai, creating a swirling fog that obscured his vision and disrupted his sensory perception. Merely a trivial technique. Shirtai scoffed, brandishing his tower shield in an attempt to dispel the mist, but the foxfire illusion eluded his grasp like a wisp of smoke. Just as Shirtai was momentarily hindered by the fog, Yishinran swiftly cast several shimmering binding runes, which silently adhered to the joints of Shirtai's legs. Shirtai felt a sudden heaviness in his legs, akin to being ensnared by invisible chains, rendering his movements increasingly laborious. A prime opportunity. Little fire, target his ankles. Yishinran called out. The spirit flame meerkat's eyes glimmered with cunning as it surged forward, its claws unsheathed, striking at Shirtai's ankle just as he struggled to maintain his balance due to the bindings. Sparks flew as Shirtai's leg armor, though sturdy, succumbed to the claws empowered by the spirit flame meerkat's S-class talent, leaving deep gashes, with scorching flames seeping into the wounds. Damn it! Shirtai roared in pain, slamming his tower shield against the ground in a bid to create a shockwave to push Little Fire back. However, the spirit flame meerkat, possessing extraordinary agility, leaped high at the moment of impact, evading the shockwave. The ensuing battle fell entirely into the rhythm set by Yishinran and Little Fire. Utilizing the heightened agility and formidable fire abilities conferred by the S-class talent, Little Fire persistently leveraged the foxfire illusion and fiery assaults to harass Shirtai, occasionally landing powerful strikes at his vulnerable points. Meanwhile, Yishinran calmly observed the battle, intermittently unleashing various binding, slowing, and disruptive runes. Though their individual power was modest, they proved remarkably effective at critical moments, leaving Shirtai frustrated and powerless. The spectators were left in awe. This little girl is impressive. That meerkat is formidable too. Their coordination is impeccable. That shield warrior is being toyed with. Lin Meng nodded slightly from the sidelines. Yishinran's combat talent was indeed commendable, and her sense of timing was sharp, albeit lacking in experience. The spirit flame meerkat, despite being at the early sea level in raw power, exhibited a crushing advantage in combat. Ultimately, through a masterful collaboration, Yishinran temporarily diminished Shirtai's chest defense with a piercing rune, allowing Little Fire to seize the moment and unleash a devastating fiery assault that sent Shirtai crashing off the arena. I won! Yishinran exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her chest rising and falling with exhilaration. She had succeeded. This was her inaugural victory in such a formal arena contest. Following this, with Lin Meng's occasional guidance, Yishinran grew increasingly emboldened, triumphing over 3 more formidable opponents in succession. Her combat style became widely recognized, an exceptionally talented and incisive spirit beast, synergizing with her master's ever-evolving array of supportive runes, exhibiting a flexible and cunning approach. However, during the 5th duel, Yishinran encountered a late-stage C-class wind elementalist from an elite academy. The opponent's speed was astonishing, and the expansive range of his attacks posed a significant threat to Little Fire. Despite Yishinran and Little Fire exerting their utmost efforts and employing all their strategies, they ultimately succumbed to the disparity in raw strength, resulting in a regrettable defeat. For victories and 1 defeat, this outcome was quite remarkable for Yishinran, participating in such a high-level arena for the first time. As she descended from the arena, slightly breathless, yet wearing a beaming smile, her points had increased considerably. However, due to the fluctuating scores of other strong contenders, her ranking fell to 12th place, just outside the top 10. Yet Yishinran seemed unconcerned. Her focus lay on the experience gained from battle and the increasingly harmonious synergy with Little Fire. She turned to Lin Meng, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Meng. It is a result of your own efforts, Lin Meng replied with a slight smile. At that moment, the impression of Yishinran among the crowd coalesced into that of an A-class talent beast master, endowed with an S-class spirit pet. After all, her contract runes did not possess particularly astounding power. They primarily served supportive and controlling roles, with the bulk of her offensive output relying on the spirit flame meerkat. Chapter 85, Conclusion of the First Round and Seeking a Mentor. The remaining half-day passed swiftly, and to everyone's surprise, Luo Jun and Qin Wushuang refrained from further challenges in the arena. However, the top 10 rankings did undergo some changes. The final trial rankings were announced. First place, Luo Jun, 1st Martial Academy, 452 points. Second place, Lin Meng, 2nd Martial Academy, 448 points. Third place, Qin Wushuang, 1st Martial Academy, 405 points. Fourth place, Lei Zhe, Thunder Martial Academy, 401 points. Fifth place, Chen Feng, 1st Martial Academy, 377 points. Sixth place, Shengwan Yin, Holy Blossom Martial Academy, 360 points. Seventh place, Sherpa Tian, Army Martial Academy, 334 points. Eighth place, Han Li, Thunder Martial Academy, 358 points. Ninth place, Bai Lu, Elite Alliance Academy, 356 points. 10th place, Chu Yunlong, Army Martial Academy, 355 points. Following this were 11th place, Xiao Feng, Holy Blossom Martial Academy, 351 points. 12th place, Yishinran, Army Martial Academy, 334 points. 13th place, Wang Teng, 1st Martial Academy, 310 points. The Army Martial Academy's participants surged into the top 10, buoyed by the high-point rewards from the arena, while Wang Teng, seemingly affected by injuries, ultimately failed to secure a top 10 score. As the rankings of the 10,000 Beasts Secret Realm solidified, the declaration of conclusion resonated, and a venomous glare fixated on Lin Meng, that of Wang Teng. The look in his eyes seemed as if he wished to consume him whole. Lin Meng could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Having traversed so many worlds, he had grown accustomed to such levels of resentment. It was nothing worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the teacher leading the second martial high school team gazed at the luminous image of Lin Meng securing second place on the screen. Upon noticing that 5 of his own students had successfully entered the top 100, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he spoke incoherently. Excellent. Truly splendid. Lin Meng, you all did wonderfully. This achievement was nothing short of exhilarating for the second martial high school. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding the first martial high school was rather somber. The teacher's face was ashen, almost dripping with despair. Although Luo Jun still held the first position, Lin Meng south second place, and the unexpected fall of his own student Wang Teng from the top 10 felt like an invisible slap, stinging sharply upon their faces. The exit gate of the 10,000 Beasts Secret Realm shimmered slightly, and one by one, figures stepped out. As soon as they emerged from the secret realm, a venomous gaze was fixed intently on Lin Meng. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Meng caught a glimpse of Wang Teng's distorted face, twisted with malice, and a barely perceptible smirk tugged at his lips. The lamentations of such a level of failure were something he had long since become desensitized to, even disinclined to spare a second glance. Ha! Wonderful. Truly marvelous. Lin Meng, thank you for your hard work. The team leader, Lei Hong, quickly approached. His gaze filled with admiration as it rested upon Lin Meng. I shall arrange for your safe return to school immediately. Yi Xinran, upon hearing this, turned her clear eyes toward Lin Meng. With the first round of trials concluded, she too wished to return as swiftly as possible. Lin Meng discerned her thoughts and nodded slightly. Teacher Lei, Xinran wishes to visit her elder, and it happens that we are headed in the same direction. Oh, how fortuitous. Let us go together. Lei Hong readily agreed. Not far away, from the side of the Lu Jun Martial High, Shi Patian and Chu Yunlong approached, cheerfully greeting Lin Meng. Lin Meng, please escort Yi Xinran. In the next round, we shall have our sparring session. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the teams from various schools departed under the guidance of their respective teachers. Lei Hong personally drove a specially designed off-road vehicle, carrying Lin Meng and Yi Xinran toward the direction of the second martial high school. As for the original school bus, it had already transported most of the other students back to the school by noon. Inside the vehicle, Yi Xinran appeared somewhat giddy, and Xiaohua poked its head out from her arms, curiously surveying the swiftly passing scenery. Lin Meng, I truly cannot thank you enough for this. Had it not been for you, I might not have even made it into the top 20, let alone coordinate more seamlessly with Xiaohua, she said earnestly. Lin Meng smiled nonchalantly. It is your talent, and that of Xiaohua that shines. I merely assisted where I could. It could only be said that Yi Xinran possessed considerable potential, though it had yet to be fully realized in its current stage. However, it was foreseeable that once her profession truly took shape, she would undoubtedly be formidable. His gaze drifted out the window, contemplating the upcoming arena elimination matches. Luo Jun, the true S-rank talent, was an unparalleled genius whose strength was not to be compared with Lei Jia. Regrettably, he had not witnessed Luo Jun's prowess firsthand. Silence enveloped them as the hover vehicle swiftly entered the campus of the second martial high school. Upon disembarking, the two made their way directly toward the back mountain. Deep within the bamboo grove of the back mountain stood an elegant and tranquil courtyard. Gu Xian sat leisurely at a stone table, savoring tea. It seemed he had been aware of their arrival, for as they stepped through the gate, he set down his teacup and gazed upon them with warmth. Grandfather! Yi Xinran exclaimed joyfully, sprinting to Gu Xian's side, with Xiaohua affectionately nuzzling against Gu Xian's trousers. Ah, you have returned. Gu Xian's gaze lingered on Yi Xinran for a moment, filled with affection, before it shifted to Lin Meng. A subtle glimmer of appreciation flickered in his deep-set eyes. Young friend Lin Meng, your performance during this secret realm expedition has truly impressed me. Lin Meng inclined his body slightly. You overrate me, Senior Gu. Overrate you? Gu Xian stroked his sparse beard and smiled gently. To break through the encirclement of thousands and defeat that rascal Lei Jia, not to mention surpassing Qin Wushuang to claim second place. This is no mere overstatement. This girl Xinran has also greatly benefited from your guidance. Yi Xinran stuck out her tongue. Grandfather, it seems you were right all along. Lin Meng is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he has imparted many combat techniques to me. Gu Xian nodded with a smile, his expression shifting to a more solemn demeanor. Lin Meng, I observe that your temperament is steady, and your talent is exceptional. Your future accomplishments are boundless. I had previously considered taking you as my disciple and made a promise to you. Now, with your evident strength, I am confident that you will secure a place among the top 3 in the next round. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. Therefore, would you be willing to formally become my disciple? These words took Yi Xinran by surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment. Lin Meng felt a stirring within his heart. Gu Xian's strength was unfathomable, and his S-rank profession, the all-seeing Prism Master, was exceedingly profound. To receive his guidance would undoubtedly be a monumental boon on his path ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he respectfully bowed. Disciple Lin Meng pays respects to Master. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gu Xian exclaimed thrice, a look of gratification spreading across his face. With a flourish of his hand, a jade slip shimmering with a faint azure glow appeared in his palm, which he extended toward Lin Meng. This is the all-seeing rune codex, a core secret technique I created by integrating my profession's characteristics, comprehending the path of runes, and perceiving the very essence of all things. Gu Xian's voice held a note of pride. It is not merely a method of attack or defense, but a novel understanding and application of the laws governing the universe. If you can comprehend even a fraction, it will greatly aid your understanding of the essence of power, and even help you break through your own limitations to elevate your talent level. Lin Meng accepted the jade slip. It felt cool to the touch, and an aura of profound vastness enveloped him, as if it contained the truths of the universe's creation and destruction. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique. Gu Xian nodded slightly. The all-seeing rune codex is vast and profound, not something to be grasped overnight. However, with your comprehension, if you can catch a glimpse of its essence within 7 days, you will have a better chance in the upcoming arena elimination matches, even against Luo Jun. Suddenly, Gu Xian picked up his phone to check a message he had received. Before continuing, the principal just informed me that in order to complete the secret realm trial results for all grades in one go, the second round of arena elimination matches will be held 7 days from now. Further information will be communicated to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng understood. 7 days? Yi Xinran, listening from the side, blinked her large eyes in excitement for Lin Meng, a hint of surprise in her voice. Grandfather has previously taught me about the rune codex. Lin Meng, you must delve into it. You can still consult me on the earlier parts. Just call me senior sister then, alright? You have both traveled far and must be weary. Xinran, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Meng, return to your dormitory and study the all-seeing rune codex well. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to come find me here, Gu Xian instructed. Yes, Master. Lin Meng bid farewell to Gu Xian and Yi Xinran, clutching the jade slip of profound significance as he returned to his dormitory. Inside, the space remained simple and unadorned. Lin Meng sat cross-legged on his bed, placing the azure jade slip against his forehead. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the all-seeing rune codex. In an instant, it was as if an endless torrent of runes surged into his mind, each rune appearing to encapsulate a fragment of the fundamental laws of the universe. They combined, evolved, and constructed enigmatic structures, only to disintegrate and reassemble in an ephemeral dance, manifesting myriad phenomena, vast, profound, and mysterious. The moment Lin Meng made his initial contact, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of awe. The compendium of cosmic runes was far more intricate and powerful than he had ever imagined. Grounded in runes, it offered profound insights into the universe, reshaping perceptions. Lin Meng murmured to himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This bore a mysterious connection to his identity as a soul master, both pursuits delving into and mastering the essence of existence. In the span of 7 days, Lin Meng grasped the jade slip tightly, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. A mere glimpse into the path? No. Lin Meng aspired to achieve a notable accomplishment, for the cooldown period of 1 month had elapsed, allowing him to once again utilize the dimensional gate. The esteemed elder Gu Xian had anticipated that within 7 days, a mere glimpse would enhance his chances in the arena. Yet, for Lin Meng, a mere glimpse was far from sufficient. His ambitions had never been limited to just a few odds of success. Luo Jun, the true S-class prodigy, was in a league entirely beyond Leisha. To claim victory in the upcoming elimination rounds of the arena, he needed to amplify his strength. A mere glimpse into the path? No, what I seek is a substantial achievement. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened suddenly, an intangible edge radiating from him as if to cleave through the very air. His greatest reliance, apart from his innate talent and perseverance, was the now recharged dimensional gate. The 1 month cooldown had already elapsed. Lin Meng silently recited in his heart, a familiar thrill emanating from the depths of his soul. With a determined thought, he hesitated no longer. Dimensional gate, activate. Destination, the world of Qin's moonlight. A deep hum resonated as a profound rift silently unfurled in the void before him. The dimensional gate was summoned, tendrils of temporal and spatial energy spilling forth, infused with a heart-stopping resonance. Lin Meng rose, his gaze steady as he regarded the portal to another realm. This was not his first journey to the world of Qin's moonlight. On his previous visits, he had instigated subtle changes in that war-torn era and gleaned invaluable insights from that ancient land. Fortunately, these experiences had laid a solid foundation for his future endeavors. This time, his goals were more defined. Firstly, he intended to leverage the 20-fold difference in the flow of time between the world of Qin's moonlight and the primary world to secure ample time for contemplation. 7 days in the outer world equated to a full 140 days in the Qin world. Such abundant time would allow him to delve deeply into the compendium of cosmic ruins. Secondly, the wisdom of the various schools of thought was vast and profound, each with its strengths. The Taoist insights into the natural order, Confucian constructs of ethics, Mozi's studies on mechanisms, the legalist application of rules, and the Yin-Yang school's understanding of the 5 elements. Each would significantly aid his comprehension of the runes within the compendium, which encapsulated the laws of the universe. He planned to transcribe portions of the compendium and engage in discussions with these ancient sages, fostering a collaborative exchange that might spark unexpected revelations. Thirdly, he aimed to provide a new wave of support to the Qin state. This time, he prepared to introduce simple methods for papermaking, printing, cement, and efficient fertilizer, along with advanced agricultural technologies such as the curved plow. These materials had been meticulously prepared since his return from the realm of death. Such technical knowledge would undoubtedly bolster the Qin's national strength, improve the lives of its people, and unify thought, an invaluable contribution that could transform the very fabric of society. A flourishing Qin would also furnish him with a more stable base of operations, alleviating his concerns about returning to a landscape rife with feudal strife, allowing him to more confidently draw nourishment from various worlds. Taking a deep breath, Lin Meng stepped forward without hesitation, his figure vanishing from the dormitory. Chapter 87, Arrival in Qin's Moonlight. In the world of Qin's Moonlight, the secret stronghold of the Luo network in Xianyang lay shrouded in darkness. The dim corridor resembled the gaping maw of a beast, with flickering oil lamps casting a feeble glow from the bronze beast heads adorning the walls, projecting grotesque shadows onto the cold stone surface, heightening the eerie atmosphere. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent mingled with the stench of blood, creating a stifling heaviness. Suddenly, amidst the suffocating silence, a barely perceptible ripple of spatial distortion quietly spread, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil ink pool. Lin Meng emerged from the void, gathering the lingering temporal and spatial energies within himself. He surveyed his surroundings, raising an eyebrow slightly. Beneath his feet lay cold, hard bluestone slabs, flanked by a corridor stretching into the depths of darkness, its walls adorned with menacing beast totems exuding a palpable aura of bloodshed and slaughter. However, his uninvited arrival had evidently triggered the local defenses. Almost simultaneously with his emergence, 3 hidden presences in the shadows turned sharply aggressive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark blades, akin to venomous serpents striking, shot toward Lin Meng's vital points from 3 exceedingly cunning angles. Their speed, precision, and coordination unmistakably marked the assailants as top-tier assassins seasoned in the art of killing. The air remained eerily silent, save for the deadly trajectories traced by the 3 short blades, their ghostly blue venom glinting ominously in the dim light. A mere parlor trick. Lin Meng did not even flinch, as an invisible force field seemingly enveloped him. Under the influence of his power, the 3 lethal blades, poised to instantly slay a master, found themselves ensnared mere inches from his body, as if caught in a viscous mire, their speed dramatically reduced until they hung helplessly in the air, their tips trembling in a futile protest. Then, an overwhelming force surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 specially crafted steel blades shattered into fragments, propelled backward with greater velocity than they had approached. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled groans echoed simultaneously from the shadows, accompanied by the sound of heavy bodies collapsing. The rich scent of blood instantly filled the corridor. The entire sequence transpired in a heartbeat. Lin Meng had not even twitched a finger, and the 3 assassins of the Luo network lay lifeless before him. This was the crushing might that Lin Meng now possessed. Deep within the corridor, an eerie silence reigned. Moments later, a voice, slightly shrill yet imbued with a sinister magnetism, emerged from the deeper shadows, shattering the oppressive quiet. Hee. Why did the Grand Tutor not announce his return in advance, so we might send someone to welcome him at the city gates? A middle-aged man, clad in an opulent dark robe, with a pale complexion and piercing eyes, stepped forth, flanked by several black-clad swordsmen. He wielded a feather fan, his face adorned with a practiced smile, though the depths of his elongated eyes glinted with a serpent-like coldness. This was none other than Zhao Gao, the master of the Luo network. Zhao Gao's gaze swept over the 3 twitching corpses on the ground, his pupils narrowing imperceptibly, yet his smile became even more genial. These brazen fools dared to disturb the Grand Tutor. Their deaths are well-deserved. I bear responsibility for their lack of discipline. I hope the Grand Tutor can forgive my oversight. Lin Meng's expression remained indifferent, having grown accustomed to Zhao Gao's theatricality. You are too gracious, Lord Zhao. I have returned to attend to certain matters and fortuitously found myself here, thus imposing upon you. The Grand Tutor speaks too highly. The Luo network stands ready to serve at any time, Zhao Gao replied, bowing slightly, his demeanor humble, yet his words concealed a probing nature. I wonder, Grand Tutor, during your half-year of travels, have you encountered any remarkable tales to share? It would certainly broaden our horizons. What transpired was merely a glimpse into the affairs of those distanced from the court, unworthy of mention. Lin Meng, wishing to refrain from further discourse, deftly shifted the topic, inquiring instead about any noteworthy developments within our great chain. Zhao Gao's eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight, and he replied with a smile, "Since the Grand Tutor has inquired, I shall speak candidly. In the past half-year, the tides of the world have been tumultuous. The northern Xiongnu have repeatedly battered our borders. Although General Meng Tian is valiant, he grows weary from his relentless endeavors. Even with the widespread cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes, remnants of the 6 states stir restlessly, and rebellions sporadically erupt across various regions, though not yet formidable. They are akin to a festering sore, causing considerable unrest." He paused, gauging Lin Meng's expression before continuing. "However, His Majesty, with his exceptional foresight and grand vision, has commanded the fortification of the Great Wall to guard against the Xiongnu. Simultaneously, he has accelerated the construction of thoroughfares to enable rapid troop mobilization and quell insurrections." Zhao Gao eloquently elaborated on matters mostly known or anticipated by Lin Meng. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng nodded slightly. His Majesty's far-reaching vision indeed brings blessings to the populace. I wish to have an audience with His Majesty, and I kindly request your assistance in facilitating this meeting. It is only fitting for the Grand Tutor to seek an audience with His Majesty, Zhao Gao replied with an unwavering smile. I shall arrange it forthwith. Though I must say, your prolonged inquiry carries a certain gravity. Upon your return, I presume you possess grand strategies to present to His Majesty? A modicum of insight, perhaps, could bolster the empire. Lin Meng chose not to affirm or deny. Zhao Gao scrutinized Lin Meng for a moment longer, then gestured, "Please, Grand Tutor. I have prepared the carriage for you." In the hall of Qilin at the palace of Xianyang, the flickering candlelight illuminated the chamber, where a massive bronze tripod burned fine incense, filling the air with an atmosphere of solemnity and majesty. Ying Zheng, clad in a dark dragon robe, sat imperiously upon the throne, exuding authority without raising his voice. His deep-set eyes were now fixed upon a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar figure in the hall. "Grand Tutor, after a separation of over half a year, you remain as distinguished as ever." Ying Zheng's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the vast space. "Your servant, Lin Meng, pays his respects to your Majesty." Lin Meng bowed slightly, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. "Rise, and take a seat," Ying Zheng commanded, raising his hand for an attendant to bring forth a brocade stool. "Thank you, your Majesty." Once Lin Meng settled down, Ying Zheng spoke again. "Upon your return from your travels, I trust you have amassed considerable insights?" "I have gleaned some knowledge," Lin Meng replied. "And I come with a request, as well as a gift for your Majesty and the Great Qin." "Oh," Ying Zheng's brow arched with intrigue. "Pray, speak freely, Grand Tutor." Lin Meng composed his thoughts and spoke earnestly. "During my travels, I chanced upon several techniques beneficial to the state and its people. Firstly, this would allow the classics to no longer be the privilege of the nobility, facilitating your Majesty's implementation of a unified script to educate the populace and eliminate barriers." At these words, a sudden brilliance sparked in Ying Zheng's previously inscrutable eyes. "Moreover, I have heard of your Majesty's plans to construct thoroughfares. I possess another technique that may assist you." Ying Zheng's breath grew slightly heavier, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Meng as he inquired, "Is every word you utter true?" "A sovereign does not jest, and I would not dare deceive my emperor," Lin Meng replied with a calm demeanor. "However, these techniques require a multitude of skilled artisans well-versed in mechanisms and materials for experimentation. Thus, I humbly request your Majesty's permission to mobilize craftsmen from the Mo family, the Gongshu family, and others to establish a ministry of works dedicated to this endeavor. This is my plea. I grant it," Ying Zheng declared emphatically. "Not only the Mo family and the Gongshu family, but I shall permit you to summon all skilled artisans across the realm." Taking a deep breath to suppress his tumultuous emotions, he proclaimed, "Excellent. The replication of these 2 techniques shall be wholly entrusted to you, Grand Tutor. We shall establish a new Ministry of Works. Wherever you require assistance, I will command the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of the Interior to cooperate fully. Should anyone dare to obstruct this, I shall show no mercy." An invisible imperial pressure enveloped the chamber, showcasing the resolve and might of this timeless emperor. Chapter 88. Establishment of the Ministry of Works. The edict from the palace of Xianyang spread like a bird taking flight, reaching the Guangzhou region with unprecedented swiftness. The Ministry of Works, a novel title, swiftly transitioned from mere words into reality under Ying Zheng's formidable will. Lin Meng, the young Grand Tutor, found himself thrust once more into the limelight, becoming the de facto leader of this burgeoning department. In a fleeting moment, artisans from the Mo family's mechanical city, craftsmen from the Gongshu lineage, and skilled laborers scattered throughout the populace heeded the summons. The ministry's offices were temporarily established in a former royal villa, adorned with pavilions and towers, exuding elegance. Yet, within the spacious courtyard, dozens of artisans of varied temperaments gathered. Leading them was Master Ban, the current head of the Mo family. His hair and beard were white, yet his eyes shone with vigor, accompanied by several disciples of the Mo family, all bearing solemn expressions and a hint of scrutiny. Master Ban, It has been a while. You remain as distinguished as ever. May I inquire when you arrived in the Qin? Lin Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he regarded the master of mechanisms. Master Ban offered a slight bow, his tone courteous yet tinged with an undercurrent of complexity. Grand Tutor Lin, you flatter me. After our last parting, we gathered some information and confirmed doubts regarding the death of the Great One. Following your persuasion, we resolved to reconsider the path of the Mo family. Eventually, with the support of the Great King, we unearthed the truth that Yin Dan was not a filial son. Thereafter, in accordance with our agreement with the Great King, we entered Qin to serve the Qin dynasty. Yet I wonder, Grand Tutor, why have you summoned us, old man? Is it possible that you have found a new improvement for that miraculous yield of 100 stones? His words were laced with a mix of resentment and reflection towards Yin Dan. Beside him, Gongshu Qiu scoffed softly, his voice low yet audible. I have heard that the Grand Tutor intends to establish the Ministry of Works. Does that mean we must abandon our decades-long pursuit of mechanical arts to dabble in earthen affairs? Such matters are the domain of farmers. Have you perhaps mistaken us for the wrong practitioners? Lin Meng remained unfazed, scanning the crowd whose faces bore varying degrees of skepticism and reluctance. These were masters in their respective fields, each harboring their own pride. Earthen affairs. Lin Meng chuckled lightly, producing an object from his sleeve. It was a sheet as thin as a cicada's wing, as pure as freshly fallen snow. Gentlemen, please observe this. He extended the paper to Master Ban. Master Ban accepted it, feeling its delicate yet surprisingly resilient texture. Upon closer inspection, he noted the surface was smooth and refined, far surpassing ordinary hemp or bark paper. Attempting to tear it gently, he was astonished by its remarkable toughness. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Master Ban's eyes. Gongshu Qiu leaned in to examine it, initially displaying skepticism, but his expression shifted upon perceiving the paper's quality. This is called paper, an excellent medium for writing. Its cost is substantially lower than silk, and its convenience far exceeds that of bamboo slips. Lin Meng's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. He then retrieved from another brocade box a dull, unassuming stone-like object. This is called cement. When combined with sand and stone, it hardens upon contact with water, surpassing even metal in strength. At this revelation, the artisans in the courtyard began to stir. While the notion of paper was comprehensible, cement sounded rather fantastical. Stronger than metal? Such boasts are hardly credible, Gongshu Qiu scoffed. Lin Meng chose not to engage in debate, merely motioning for his attendants to bring forth a wooden bucket and sand. He took the initiative, breaking the piece of cement and mixing it with sand and stone in a precise ratio, adding water to stir. Moments later, a bucket of gray slurry appeared before the gathering. Gentlemen, please be patient for a moment. The artisans exchanged glances, a mixture of doubt and curiosity evident. Master Ban pondered aloud. Grand Tutor Lin, I dare to ask, what connection do these two items have with the mechanical arts and construction techniques we have mastered? A profound one indeed. Lin Meng smiled faintly and said, Master Ban, imagine if there existed a material that could fortify the walls of a mechanized city, allow bridges to span the widest rivers, and enable roadways to withstand the ravages of time without faltering. Would such a substance not be invaluable to the Mo family and to the Qin dynasty? Master Ban's pupils narrowed suddenly. Lin Meng then turned to Gongshu Qiu and asked, if the formidable mechanized techniques of the Gongshu clan were to be complemented by this cement, could we not construct even more intricate and covert mechanisms, thereby enhancing their efficacy? And if such paper existed, would not the schematics of the Gongshu clan be more widely disseminated and preserved for posterity? The arrogance on Gongshu Qiu's face diminished slightly, and a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. As thoughts swirled among the onlookers, Lin Meng approached the wooden mold containing the cement and gently tapped it. The sound resonated with a deep thud. He gestured for the servants to dismantle the mold. Before the gathered crowd lay a gray solid, perfectly shaped like the mold. Its surface was rough, yet it emanated a chilling hardness. An artisan from the Gongshu clan could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward and extracted a finely crafted iron chisel, striking the cement block with it. A resounding clang echoed. Sparks flew. The artisan felt a numbing sensation in his hand as the chisel was deflected, leaving merely a faint white mark on the cement block. A collective gasp arose in the courtyard. All the artisans stared in disbelief. Could this truly be mere sand transformed into such formidable hardness? Master Ban rushed forward, personally examining a shattered fragment of the cement block, feeling its unique texture with his fingers. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Incredible. Truly incredible. If this material can be mass-produced, it would be a tremendous boon for the nation and its people. Gongshu Qiu, utterly astonished, gazed at the hard cement block and then at the thin, flexible paper in Lin Meng's hand. The previous arrogance had evaporated, replaced by an almost fervent thirst for knowledge. Your Excellency, how are these two items created? He inquired, his tone urgent and devoid of the earlier haughtiness. The other artisans quickly gathered around, clamoring with questions. Silence. Lin Meng raised his hand, and though his voice was soft, it instantly quelled the bustling courtyard. He surveyed the crowd and began. The art of papermaking involves extracting the fibrous bark of plants, removing impurities, mashing it into pulp, then using a fine mesh to scoop and air-dry it flat. The method of cement making entails taking limestone and clay, calcining them at high temperatures, and grinding them finely. It may sound simple, yet every step is laden with intricate details and techniques. From today forward, the principal task of the Ministry of Works is to successfully produce these two materials. With a pause, a glint of sharpness entered his gaze. The Mo family excels in structure and utility, while the Gongshu clan is adept in instruments and intricacies. I hope both families can set aside past grievances and collaborate wholeheartedly. Within a month, I expect to see qualified paper and cement. Master Ban and Gongshu Chiu exchanged glances, each perceiving a fierce competitive spirit in the other, yet also a hint of mutual respect. Rest assured, the Mo family will not disappoint, declared the former. Humph, the Gongshu clan shall not lag behind either. Chapter 89. The Birth of Papermaking, Printing, and Cement. In the ensuing days, the entire Ministry of Works was engulfed in a frenzy of activity. Lin Meng had brought critical schematics regarding papermaking and cement from the primary world, duplicating several copies to hand to Master Ban and Gongshu Chiu. This avant-garde knowledge opened a gateway to a new world, enchanting the top artisans. The extraction of plant fibers, the formulation of alkaline solutions, the concentration of pulp, and the technique of papermaking, the ratios of limestone and clay, the control of calcination temperatures, and the fineness of the ground materials. All these challenges were laid before them. The artisans of the Mo family and the Gongshu clan unleashed astonishing creativity and perseverance. They labored day and night, conducting repeated experiments, debating, collaborating, and refining their methods. Lin Meng did not remain idle. By day, he frequently inspected various workshops, utilizing his far superior knowledge of the era to guide key aspects. Occasionally, he would discreetly employ a subtle force to catalyze certain material reactions or accelerate drying processes. To the artisans, these seemingly miraculous techniques rendered them in awe of the young Grand Tutor, significantly shortening the research and development timeframe. As night fell, Lin Meng intensified his practice of original force and his study of the foundational aspects of the myriad symbols. Time flew, and soon over 20 days had passed. On one particular day, a thunderous cheer erupted within the Ministry of Works. The first batch of high-quality paper had been successfully produced. It was pristine, delicate, remarkably flexible, and allowed for smooth writing, far surpassing the bamboo slips used by people at present. Merely 3 days later, a breakthrough was achieved in the production of cement. Tests confirmed that its solidified strength fully met Lin Meng's specifications. Master Ban held a newly crafted sheet of white paper, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Gongshu Chiu caressed a piece of cement brick, excitement flickering in his gaze. With the month's deadline not yet reached, 2 technologies capable of transforming the era had already been successfully replicated. Lin Meng surveyed the fruits of their labor, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yet he did not rest on his laurels. With paper now created, he sought to maximize its utility. He summoned all core artisans from the Ministry of Works and brought in a group of skilled carvers from the Imperial Workshop. His objective was to develop the printing press. When Lin Meng introduced the concept of movable type printing, demonstrating how to lay out, ink, and swiftly reproduce text, all present were astonished by the unfathomable efficiency. Carving the movable type templates was no challenge for these master artisans. In just a few days, hundreds of commonly used Qin script movable types were produced. Lin Meng personally selected the Qin laws as the first content for printing. As sheets of clear small seal script Qin laws emerged from the rudimentary printing press, and hundreds of volumes piled high, the visual impact sent shivers down the spines of all present. This was not merely a technological innovation. It represented a terrifying power capable of transforming the way ideas were disseminated. In the Qilin Hall, Yingzheng gazed at the gifts before him, momentarily speechless. A stack of pristine paper, inscribed with the clear and orderly small seal script of the Qin laws, which he had personally commanded to be organized, lay before him. Beside it were several bricks of cement as hard as iron. Your Majesty, this is the work of the Ministry of Works over the past month, Lin Meng stated calmly. Standing at attention, Yingzheng picked up a printed copy of the Qin laws, gently tracing his fingers over the smooth paper surface, feeling the clarity of the characters. He then lifted a cement brick, weighing it thoughtfully in his hands. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Lin Meng, exclaiming joyfully, with these 2 items, the Grand Tutor has truly brought great fortune to our Qin. This achievement is comparable to the grain surplus of yesteryears. The paper can carry thoughts, unify teachings, and ensure that decrees reach every corner of the land. The cement can build strong cities, repair roads, benefit the populace, and solidify our vast lands. Together, these 2 can lay the foundation for the enduring stability of the Qin Empire. The Grand Tutor's contributions must be rewarded. Speak. What reward do you desire? Wealth? Titles? Beauties? Whatever I possess, I shall grant. Yingzheng's countenance radiated unprecedented exuberance, his tone filled with a newfound grandeur. Lin Meng smiled gently, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, I seek neither wealth nor titles, nor the company of beautiful maidens. During my travels, I chanced upon a tattered ancient tome, its text cryptic, seemingly containing the profound truths of heaven and earth. I, being dull-witted, find it difficult to comprehend. He produced from his sleeve a scroll wrapped in exquisite fabric, the imprinted version of the myriad symbols, albeit merely the foundational portion. I humbly beseech your majesty to convene the esteemed scholars and intellectuals from across the realm to join me in deciphering this ancient text. Zheng took the parchment, his gaze falling upon the unfamiliar characters inscribed upon it, an enigmatic aura subtly emanating from the script, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Excellent. I grant this request. Zheng declared in a deep tone. I shall issue an edict inviting the talents of the realm to collaborate with the Grand Tutor in the study of this ancient manuscript. Beyond the Grand Hall, the court attendant responsible for recording the proceedings discreetly retreated, prepared to report the events within to Zhao Gao, the Chancellor of the Central Chariot Bureau. In the dimly lit residence, Zhao Gao, upon receiving the report, allowed a flicker of chilling insight to flash across his cold, calculating gaze. Papermaking, Lin Meng. What further secrets do you conceal? He murmured quietly, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface of the table, with a royal decree emanating from Xianyang. Imbued with the undeniable authority of the first emperor, it reverberated like thunder across every corner of the Qin Empire. The decree read, Grand Tutor Lin Meng has fortuitously obtained an ancient tome from beyond the heavens, which harbors the profound secrets of the cosmos. A vital treasure for the nation. I hereby summon the scholars of all schools. Any learned individual is welcome to enter Xianyang and engage in this endeavor. Thus decreed. This proclamation stirred a tempest throughout the land. In the Confucian Academy of the Minor Saints, the venerable scholar Fu Nian held the decree in hand, his brow furrowed, while beside him, Zhang Liang and Yin Lu wore expressions of concern. An ancient tome from beyond the heavens? How utterly absurd. Yet, none dared to defy the emperor's command. On Mount Tai, the Taoist Xian Yaozi stood atop, gazing at the surging sea of clouds, his whisk gently swaying. He sensed an unprecedented energy converging towards Xianyang. The Moists, led by Master Ban, had long since entered Qin, and upon receiving the edict, they found themselves in an advantageous position. The Yinyang school also received direct orders from the Qin monarch, whether prominent or hidden within the mountains. Every school with a name within the empire's borders received this irresistible summons. In an instant, the winds of fate gathered in Xianyang. In the city of Xianyang, within a newly established academy for this grand assembly, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Dozens of elites from various schools convened, ranging from venerable elders with flowing white beards to dignified middle-aged scholars, each a paragon of their respective sections. A dignified elder, stroking his long beard, whispered to a woman clad in the attire of the Yinyang school, My Lady Moon, do you have any insight into what scheme Lin the Grand Tutor is plotting? This so-called ancient tome seems excessively sensational. The representative from the Yinyang school, Lady Moon, with her deep, starry eyes and a cool demeanor, replied, We have come in obedience to the emperor's edict. The truth shall reveal itself in time. Yet, the aura of Xianyang grows increasingly inscrutable. Meanwhile, a representative from the legalist school, with a stern expression and concise speech, asserted, all matters must adhere to the law and be grounded in fact. If the Grand Tutor's claims are false, it would be treason against the emperor. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, rife with skepticism and caution. They represented the pinnacle of wisdom in this era, each possessing their own pride and system of understanding. At that moment, Lin Meng ascended to the main seat of the academy. Without superfluous pleasantries, he calmly surveyed the assembly, recognizing them as his colleagues who would tackle the forthcoming challenges alongside him over the next 100 days. Esteemed guests, I welcome you from afar. Despite the toil of your journey, Lin Meng's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. With a wave of his hand, dozens of attendants filed in, distributing scrolls inscribed on pristine white paper to each representative present. This is the ancient tome I spoke of. The assembly, filled with doubt, unfurled the scrolls. In the next moment, a collective gasp echoed through the hall. The printed characters bore no resemblance to any known script, seal, clerical, or cursive, but instead comprised an array of peculiar symbols formed by countless straight lines, curves, and arcs. Individually, these symbols appeared meaningless, yet together they seemed to weave an extraordinary rhythm, as if encapsulating the most fundamental principles of the universe. Gazing at them for too long could induce dizziness and disorientation. What is this? A demonic script? Exclaimed a fiery-tempered representative from the agricultural school. The Confucian elder frowned deeply, remarking, the strokes are chaotic, the structure lacks order. It contravenes propriety and is unworthy of a sage's words. The Taoist representative fell into contemplation as he perceived a hint of natural law within the symbols, though it remained elusive and intangible. Observing the bewilderment, disdain, and gravity etched upon the faces of the assembly, Lin Meng had anticipated this reaction. He smiled, offering no explanation, for no words could rival the impact of first-hand experience. Extending a finger, He lightly touched the air before him. A resonant hum filled the space. Everyone distinctly felt the primordial energies of the universe gathering, as if drawn by an invisible force, converging toward Lin Meng's fingertip. A symbol identical to one from the scroll materialized at his fingertip, emanating a faint azure glow that cast an air of mystery over his youthful visage. What is this? Is he harnessing the energies of the cosmos? This is not merely a manifestation of the Grand Tutor's internal strength. Could it be a celestial technique? The academy erupted in astonishment. Among those present were many adept practitioners, yet their powers were cultivated through rigorous training. The notion of directly extracting energy from the cosmos for personal use was utterly unprecedented. But that was not all. Lin Meng flicked his finger, and the luminous symbol dissipated. He then casually picked up a Qin half-tael coin, cradling it in his palm. Once more, he inscribed a more intricate symbol upon the coin's surface. In the blink of an eye, to the astonished gazes of all, the coin defied all known laws of nature, wobbling and floating into the air. It hovered there, as if cradled by an unseen hand. How is this possible? A craftsman from the Gonshu family leapt to his feet, his eyes fixated on the coin. His lifetime of study in mechanics and machinery shattered by the sight before him. This is neither a mechanism nor a thread. Could this be sorcery? The academy fell into an eerie silence. The breaths of all grew heavier as they regarded Lin Meng, their expressions shifting from initial skepticism to sheer astonishment, and then to fervent admiration. Esteemed scholars, you may experiment with the contents of the scrolls as you wish. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the various schools eagerly began their practices, and soon, several individuals achieved success. The Yin-Yang and Taoist practitioners, who were accustomed to the art of sorcery, were the first to triumph. As the saying goes, what one hears may be false, but what one sees is real, especially when it comes to personal experience. Grand Tutor Lin, the dignified elder from the Ming school, now stripped of any arrogance, deeply bowed to Lin Meng, his voice trembling. I had eyes but failed to recognize the mountain. I implore you, Grand Tutor, to impart this knowledge unto us. Please, Grand Tutor, teach us. All representatives, regardless of their schools or positions, simultaneously bowed in reverence, their eyes brimming with a thirst for the unknown and a deep respect for the newfound power. This was precisely the effect Lin Meng sought. He nodded slightly. This path, I shall call the Way of Runes. My intention in gathering you all today is to combine our collective wisdom to comprehend and elevate this knowledge. At that moment, the elite scholars felt as if they had discovered a treasure, eagerly taking the scrolls Lin Meng had provided back to their respective lodgings for further study. Simultaneously, urgent missives were dispatched through the swiftest channels to their respective sections. Quickly summon the masters. This is a monumental shift that has not occurred in a millennium. It pertains to the future of our sect's legacy. Of course, Lin Meng's initial offering was a condensed version. Such a precious technique could not be easily disseminated. An unprecedented fervor, gathering the pinnacle of wisdom from an entire era, has commenced with a fervent exploration of the compendium of universal runes. Lin Meng, seizing the invaluable temporal disparity between the main world and the Qin dynasty, guided a multitude of scholars in a brainstorming endeavor, racing against time to delve deeper into comprehension. As time swiftly passed, a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the scholarly halls, the lights burned brightly. Yet the atmosphere had transformed from its initial fervor to a heavy solemnity tinged with anxiety. Throughout this month, through the collision of countless brilliant minds, they indeed unraveled some of the mysteries surrounding the foundational runes, managing to achieve a few rudimentary effects. However, their progress appeared to stagnate at this juncture. Chapter 91. Predicament and the Arrival of the Masters. The deeper they probed, the more they sensed the vastness and profundity of the compendium of universal runes. The combinations and variations of those runes seemed endless, each transformation entangled in rules beyond their comprehension. They resembled a group of children standing beneath a starry sky, having barely learned to identify a few of the brightest stars, only to realize that above them lay an infinite expanse of galaxies. The unfathomable darkness and complexity leaving them feeling unprecedentedly powerless. It could be said that, unless one diligently studies the path of runes, their vision remains limited. Viewing this compendium is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. Yet, once they embark on the practice of runes, their understanding of this compendium becomes akin to a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Even Lin Meng found himself ensnared in a bottleneck. Despite having the original force as a foundation and insights far surpassing those of this era, the compendium of universal runes constituted a complete, self-contained system of laws. Without systematic instruction and higher-level guidance, relying solely on reverse engineering and deduction resulted in progress excruciatingly slow. Such a trajectory was unsustainable. Not only was achieving even modest success a daunting task, but advancing further seemed as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Lin Meng sat cross-legged in his quiet chamber, gazing at a complex rune structure suspended before him. After his 10th failed attempt at combination, it slowly disintegrated and dissipated, causing him to furrow his brow tightly. The collision of wisdom appeared to have reached its limit. To break this deadlock, a completely new opportunity was required. The Academy of Scholars, once invigorated by the emergence of the Path of Runes, now exuded a suffocating heaviness. The lights remained bright, illuminating faces etched with bloodshot eyes and furrowed brows. In the courtyard, there were no longer grand discussions, only suppressed sighs and the occasional sound of restless pacing, born from the exhaustion of mental fatigue. A month had passed, an entire month. For those standing at the pinnacle of wisdom in this era, it was nothing short of torment. They resembled master locksmiths confronted with a door devoid of a keyhole. They could sense the boundless treasures concealed behind that door, yet found no point of leverage. Those peculiar symbols seemed like divine graffiti, imbued with a chaotic beauty and unfathomable logic. They could barely replicate the few simple runes Lin Meng had demonstrated. Yet any attempt to combine or delve deeper into more intricate structures would immediately plunge them into chaos. Conflicts of energy and structural collapse had become commonplace. The Grand Tutor, Master Ban of the Mo family, and an elder from the Confucian school approached Lin Meng, their expressions tinged with a hint of shame and helplessness. "We are indeed dull-witted." Master Ban spoke first, his voice somewhat hoarse. "The profundity of this compendium far exceeds what we have learned in our lifetimes. Each rune appears as an independent stream. We can observe its flow but remain unaware of its source, let alone gather them into a mighty river. If we continue to toil in isolation, it may take a century to make any progress at all." Their candidness further darkened the already oppressive atmosphere within the academy. However, the moon goddess interjected at this moment. "We have merely begun to engage with this path. Surely, if we immerse ourselves for several more years, we will glean insight." Lin Meng regarded them with no sense of reproach, only a shared bitterness. It was precisely because he had the advantage of 7 days in the main world, allowing him 140 days to return and contemplate, that he had managed to achieve any understanding. Moreover, he had leveraged the wisdom of the various schools. Regrettably, the exposure to such methodologies among the myriad schools was limited, the starting point far too low, making it seemingly impossible to yield results in a short time. In truth, Lin Meng's advantage over the other scholars lay in his understanding that beneath it all were laws, physics, chemistry, and the foundational code that constituted the world. Furthermore, he had encountered numerous systems of power, enabling him to draw parallels and garner insights. He attempted to forcibly activate the rune combinations with the original force, only to find the energy spiraling out of control, nearly sending him skyward. He also endeavored to utilize mathematical models for deduction, yet discovered that the logic of these runes seemed to rest upon a higher dimensional mathematical framework, rendering his knowledge insufficient. The collision of wisdom had now morphed into a predicament of intellectual entrapment. Just as Lin Meng began to doubt whether he had overreached, pulling at threads too delicate, and contemplated the inadequacy of his insights, a palace attendant rushed in, visibly agitated, yet filled with profound reverence. "Your Excellency." Outside the palace, 3 elders seek an audience, accompanied by a white-haired maiden. "Refuse them," Lin Meng replied, already burdened with vexation. But the attendant, claiming to be an inner court servant, swallowed hard, his voice trembling. They proclaimed themselves as Confucian, Xuanzi, Taoist, Bei Mingzi, and the enigmatic Giguzi. "What did you say?" Lin Meng leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. The turmoil within him suddenly replaced by a tidal wave of exhilaration. Xuanzi, Bei Mingzi, Giguzi, they had summoned the grandmasters of each sect. Before Lin Meng could step out to welcome them, 3 figures had already entered the academy in unison, with the maiden following close behind. They lacked an overwhelming aura. Yet the entire academy fell into an immediate silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. Leading the procession was an elder clad in Confucian robes, gaunt of face, yet with eyes as deep as an ancient well, none other than Lin Meng's revered mentor, Xuanzi. Each step he took was measured and unhurried, as if he were measuring the very laws of the cosmos. Beside him was Bei Mingzi, garbed in Taoist robes, exuding an ethereal presence akin to drifting clouds. His gaze seemed to flit across all things without resting, yet it appeared as though he comprehended the entirety of existence. Following closely was the maiden, Xiaomeng, cradling a renowned sword, her countenance as serene as the moon. Despite her youth, she possessed a high status, radiating an aura that suggested she was not of this world. And walking last, yet impossible to overlook, was a man clad in black robes, whose unremarkable visage belied an inscrutable depth. Simply standing there, he seemed to be the convergence point of all worldly schemes and intrigues, none other than the progenitor of strategists, Giguzi. "Master." Lin Meng hastened forward, bowing respectfully to Xuanzi. "Esteemed masters." All representatives from the various schools within the academy rose spontaneously, paying their utmost respects to these 3 legendary figures who seemed to embody living myths. Xuanzi nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon Lin Meng. "My dear child, you have acquired remarkable treasures yet neglected to present them to me first, relying instead on your peers to convey your messages." His attention then shifted to the opened compendium of runes laid upon the table. With a mere glance, the tranquil depths of his eyes stirred with a ripple. Xiaomeng, Bei Mingzi, and Giguzi were simultaneously captivated. "This," said Bei Mingzi, waving his whisk lightly, is not a creation of human hands. It contains the very patterns of the cosmos, the embryonic forms of the great Tao. A rare flicker of intrigue appeared in Xiao Meng's icy gaze as she turned to Bei Mingzi and murmured, "The Tao follows nature, master. My intuition tells me that this book is the essence of nature itself." Fascinating, Giguzi remarked with a cryptic smile, "To use the universe as a chessboard and rules as pawns, what a grand endeavor." In that brief encounter, these three masterful figures gleaned insights into the essence of the compendium from a perspective far beyond ordinary comprehension. Chapter 92, The Master's Realization. Xuanzi slowly stepped forward, grasping a piece of tracing paper. Rather than delving into the intricate symbols, he intoned solemnly, "Lin Meng. The levitation technique you previously demonstrated, does it originate from this text?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Then it is as I suspected." Turning to the assembly, Xuanzi proclaimed, "The predicament you find yourselves in arises from losing sight of the essence while pursuing the trivial. You observe only the text, neglecting the underlying principles. In our Confucian classic, The Book of Rites, it is stated that in order to comprehend the truth, one must first investigate the essence." He then addressed Lin Meng, "It appears your studies require further diligence." Casually, he picked up a copper coin from the table. "Why is it capable of floating?" "It is the power of the symbols, which invoke a certain principle that counteracts the force of gravity acting upon it. What you must do is not to conjure fanciful combinations of symbols from thin air, but to thoroughly investigate all phenomena, discern the corresponding principles within them, and then return to validate these symbols." His words jolted the scholars from their stupor, igniting a spark of enlightenment in their eyes. Bei Mingzi, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and added, "What Master Xuanzi articulates is indeed profound. In Taoism, we speak of the unity of heaven and humanity. The human body is a microcosm of the universe. Wind possesses its own symbols, fire has its own symbols. Why not begin by observing the internal flow of your own breath and contemplate the natural elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Align with their rhythms rather than forcibly bending them to your will. To follow the natural order leads to prosperity. To oppose it invites ruin. This principle holds true across all realms." His remarks opened yet another door for the assembly. The previously silent Giguzi suddenly extended two fingers, as if grasping an invisible object in the air. Symbols can also be likened to chess pieces. A single symbol is a piece, while combinations form formations, evolving into strategies. This compendium contains life and death, rectitude and anomaly. Why must we start from scratch? Seek the pivotal nexus, employing the art of strategy, whether to unite, to divide, to mount a vigorous assault, or to leverage strength. Would this not yield greater efficiency? In that instant, Lin Meng felt the dense fog surrounding the voluminous compendium of symbols dissipate at an astonishing rate. Countless previously opaque symbol structures now appeared to him with clarity and logical coherence. Xuanzi's principle of investigation was akin to fundamental physics. Bei Mingzi's natural philosophy reflected the application of energy. Giguzi's strategic insights embodied structural and systems engineering. All of this resonated in Lin Meng's mind like a series of celestial thunderclaps, awakening him to profound realizations. The three masters, from their distinct perspectives, infused the stagnant waters with three continuous streams of vital energy. The knowledge he had acquired in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and programming from modern civilization finally found its philosophical counterpart and methodology in this era. Was not the principle of investigation akin to the scientific method of observation, hypothesis, and verification? Did not the Tao reflect the adherence to the conservation of energy and the indestructibility of matter, fundamental laws of the universe? Was not the art of strategy synonymous with algorithmic logic, seeking optimal solutions and constructing efficient, stable systems? One could only marvel at the masters, for their unparalleled status in this world surely stemmed from their unique insights and top-tier capabilities. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented brilliance. He approached the hall and picked up a fragment of charcoal that had shattered during a previous experiment. What my teacher refers to as investigation is embodied in this substance, which I name carbon. Its nature is brittle, yet should its principle be transformed, it could become the hardest substance in existence. No sooner had he spoken than he directed his energy with a flick of his fingertip, inscribing a new and beautifully intricate symbol onto the charcoal. With a hum, without any violent sound or light, the once black charcoal began to shimmer and transmute from within under the gaze of all present, ultimately morphing into a fist-sized diamond radiating with brilliant luminescence. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. This was not merely the transmutation of base materials into gold. This was a genuine transformation at the most fundamental level of matter. It was the power of creation. In Lin Meng's eyes flickered the flame of enlightenment. He gazed deeper into the compendium, where a complex divine script, representing space and composed of thousands of foundational symbols, seemed to extend an earnest invitation from the darkness. In the past, he had regarded it as an inscrutable tome. Now, a singular thought consumed him: to decipher it, and then to master it. The arrival of Xuanzi, Bei Mingzi, and other masters transformed the atmosphere of scholarly inquiry within the academy from one of arduous contemplation and insular creation to a mode of exploration characterized by clarity and rapid advancement. Lin Meng thrived in this environment. The knowledge systems he had inherited from modern civilization finally found fertile ground to take root and flourish in this era. In the quiet chamber, Lin Meng closed his eyes, his fingertips swirling with energy as foundational symbols danced before him like tamed spirits, gracefully leaping and combining. His movements flowed seamlessly, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. With a final gesture, a complex structure composed of 36 foundational symbols materialized in an instant, hovering steadily in the air. It was a pale blue hexagonal shield, its surface shimmering with light, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder, exuding an aura of invincibility. The triad of wind's lightness, earth's solidity, and metal's sharpness coalesced into a formidable shield. Lin Meng opened his eyes, gazing at his creation with a nod of satisfaction. Over the past month, his progress had been nothing short of miraculous. He had become adept at utilizing over 100 foundational symbols and could effortlessly combine them to create entirely new effects. With a mere thought, the symbol shield dissipated silently. He then extended his fingers like a sword and made a swift motion forward. With a whoosh, a stream of energy, refined to its utmost essence, was forcefully compressed into a line, akin to an invisible spear, instantly penetrating the iron target set at the opposite end of the quiet chamber. The bullseye bore a smooth, mirror-like, unfathomably deep hole, devoid of any signs of high-temperature melting. The penetrating attack symbol had also reached a minor level of proficiency. Yet, Lin Meng's expression bore little joy. He lifted his head as if he could pierce through the roof to glimpse the distant primary world. According to the flow of time, only 2 months remained before the second round of elimination matches in the primary world commenced, while Lin Meng and the elite scholars raced against time. Immersed in the ocean of symbols, a chilling undercurrent began to stir quietly within the shadows of Xianying City. In the central carriage bureau, Zhao Gao sat quietly in the dimly lit hall, listening to reports from his informants. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on his clean-shaven face, rendering him particularly sinister. Chapter 93, Zhao Gao Takes Action. The masters of the 100 schools convened to explore the path of symbols. Grand Tutor Lin Meng, capable of conjuring creations from thin air and transforming decay into the miraculous, has garnered increasing renown, earning the respect of all schools. As he listened, Zhao Gao's eyes, shrouded in shadow, gradually narrowed. He ceased tapping his fingers on the table, sensing a threat, a monumental and unprecedented threat. Zhao Gao, leveraging the authority of the net and the Central Carriage Bureau, occupied one of the most pivotal nodes within the vast web of the empire. He relished the thrill of manipulating human hearts and playing the intricate game of power. Yet, Lin Meng's emergence felt like a sword descending from the heavens, threatening to sever the meticulously woven net he had crafted. The so-called path of symbols represented a system capable of fundamentally altering the dynamics of power. Once the 100 schools mastered this force, the deterrent strength of his network would diminish significantly. Should Ying become a fervent believer in this arcane art, the position of his closest servant would become perilously tenuous. Who exactly is Lin Meng? Could he truly be a reincarnated celestial being? Zhao Gao murmured, his voice rasping like a serpent slithering through sand. Convey my orders. Spread the word throughout the city, declaring that what Lin Meng disseminates is sorcery, an ancient form of witchcraft that confounds the hearts of men. If this continues, it will surely shake the foundations of the state and invite divine retribution. Meanwhile, he paused, his tone growing increasingly frigid, instructing the 6 sword slaves to prepare. Tonight, I shall acquire that so-called ancient tome from beyond the heavens. And the life of Lin Meng as well. The night was as deep as ink. In the city of Xi'an, silence reigned supreme. Save for the flickering lights within the 100 schools of thought, countless scholars, their hair white with age, were fervently gathered around various imprint scrolls, embroiled in heated debates, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Within the stillness of the meditation chamber, Lin Meng felt a sudden jolt. An icy, bone-chilling aura of murder seeped in from all directions, like an invisible serpent poised to strike. This murderous intent was distilled to its essence, devoid of any emotion, pure, frigid, as if it existed solely to harvest lives. It has come. Lin Meng was instantly jolted from his meditative state, his eyes betraying no hint of panic, but rather a glint of sharpness. He had anticipated that his considerable actions would inevitably disturb certain vested interests. Without making a fuss, he subtly raised his hand, sending forth several nearly imperceptible strands of primal energy from his fingertips, which silently integrated into the beams and floor of the academy. In the next moment, 6 phantasmal figures, almost indistinguishable from the night, appeared soundlessly upon the rooftops of the academy. In the distance, numerous lower-tier assassins were also poised to assist. Their movements were synchronized, their breaths entirely contained. These were the 6 sword slaves, the most formidable weapons of the net. Without uttering a single word, the 6 figures blurred into motion, like 6 bolts of black lightning, hurtling towards the brightly lit main hall of the academy and the meditation chamber where Lin Meng resided. Their objectives were clear, one group to steal the tome, the other to claim a life. However, just as they were about to land, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The ground and beams of the 100 schools of thought lit up simultaneously with hundreds of foundational runes etched by Lin Meng. The intertwining radiance instantaneously formed a colossal, composite rune array that enveloped the entire academy. "Array Windbind," Lin Meng shouted coldly. To test his recent insights into the path of runes, he had deliberately refrained from employing other skills, engaging solely with runes in battle. Simultaneously, he was confident that he had reached the pinnacle of power within the world of Qin's moon. The air thickened to a viscous state, and countless invisible currents of energy materialized, transforming into myriad ropes that ensnared the 6 sword slaves. Suspended in midair, the 6 sword slaves exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They sensed a tremendous pulling force that drastically reduced their speed. Yet, as elite assassins, they remained calm. Zhengang roared, his long sword erupting with a resounding sword energy that instantly severed the surrounding currents. With a dual strike of the Zhengang and the soul-extinguishing sword, the sword light formed a net, shredding the invisible ropes to pieces. But that brief moment of delay was already sufficient. "Monster, die!" A thunderous roar erupted as Zhengang broke free from his restraints, merging with his sword, transforming into a dazzling streak of light, hurtling towards Lin Meng's chest. Lin Meng stood his ground, unflinching and unyielding, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clang! A thunderous clash resounded. The sword tip, capable of piercing through city walls, was abruptly halted just 3 inches from Lin Meng's chest by a pale azure hexagonal shield that had materialized out of thin air. It was none other than the Triad composite shield. The immense impact caused the shield to flicker with brilliance, yet it remained as unyielding as a rock. Simultaneously, the commotion within the main hall alerted the masters present. "Rodents, how dare you be so audacious here?" An elderly voice thundered as Confucian Master Xuanzi stepped forth from the main hall. He did not take action, yet a surge of righteous energy soared into the sky, like a resplendent sun, instantly enveloping the entire academy. The 6 sword slaves felt their spirits tremble. The pure murderous intent was nearly dissipated by this grand, righteous aura. The Tao follows nature. All things are weapons. Beimingzi floated forth, sweeping his whisk, causing the fallen leaves and stones in the courtyard to come alive, transforming into a torrential rain of arrows, piercing towards the other 5 assassins with a sharp whoosh. Several unsuspecting scholars, caught in the crossfire of a stray sword energy, were struck down, blood splattering 3 feet in a gruesome display. Seeking death. A flicker of rage ignited in Beimingzi's eyes as he waved his whisk again, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into invisible chains that ensnared the remaining assassins in place. Most peculiarly, Giguzi, having appeared behind the chaos of spirits and phantoms, casually extended 2 fingers, seemingly with little effort, and flicked them against the backs of the 2 men. Puff! The 2 collapsed as if struck by lightning, their protective sword energy shattered, simultaneously spewing forth blood, their formation thrown into disarray. The combined assault of the 6 sword slaves crumbled instantly under the collaborative might of the 3 masters. Zhengang, realizing the dire situation, attempted to retreat after his failed strike. "Want to flee?" Lin Meng's eyes glinted with cold light. "Did you consult me?" With his fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed a primal energy spike compressed to its utmost, surging forward with a razor-sharp edge, instantly closing in on Zhengang's retreating figure. Puff! Blood erupted. Zhengang emitted a muffled groan as a bloody hole was pierced through his back, staggering to the ground, disbelief written across his face. Seeing this, the remaining 5 were filled with despair. Without hesitation, they activated their secret techniques, forcibly breaking free from their bindings, transforming into wisps of black smoke, fleeing into the night without a backward glance. The battle transpired in mere moments, yet the academy lay in disarray. Regrettably, several scholars had perished, their blood staining the precious scrolls they cherished, appearing particularly jarring. Xuanzi gazed at the corpses on the ground, an unprecedented fury emerging upon his aged visage. Beimingzi and Giguzi similarly wore expressions as dark as the abyss. "This is a desecration of knowledge, a provocation against all of us." Zhao Gao and Lin Meng slowly uttered 2 words, their tone icy and devoid of warmth. He crossed the line. He turned to face the 3 enraged masters, his gaze sharp as a blade. "The 6 sword slaves operate with impunity, and if they survive today, they shall return tomorrow. Rather than passively defend, let us take the initiative. Let us set a trap to send him on his way, shall we?" Chapter 94, Elixirs? Meanwhile, Lin Meng was invited by his senior brother Li Si for a visit, during which Li Si spoke of how Ing Zheng had begun consuming the elixirs presented by the alchemists. Lin Meng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Li Si, having benefited from his contributions, had also received one of the elixirs. Li Si carefully extracted a pill from a brocade box and handed it to Lin Meng. Lin Meng took it, feeling its weight in his palm, its texture warm and smooth, unlike any mundane item. He placed the quail egg-sized pill in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. The pill was a vibrant red, its surface shimmering subtly, as if imbued with vitality. A peculiar, gentle fragrance wafted from it, not overpowering, yet possessing a captivating allure. Seeing Lin Meng examine the pill intently, Li Si's face revealed a hint of pride as he lowered his voice. Junior brother, this is no ordinary item. It was crafted by the Emperor's favored alchemist, Lu Sheng, and is said to have consumed countless rare materials. The Emperor was greatly pleased and rewarded his ministers with a few of these. I was fortunate to receive one. Lin Meng delicately rolled the pill between his fingers, its exquisite texture akin to the finest warm jade. The terms alchemist, elixir, and Ing Zheng combined in his mind, sparking a flicker of unusual intrigue. It does appear impressive. He nodded slightly, his tone revealing little emotion. Has your senior brother also consumed it? Indeed, replied Li Si, stroking his beard with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. After taking it, I felt completely at ease. The fatigue from handling state affairs vanished, and my mind became far clearer. He gazed intently at Lin Meng. Junior brother, your talent is extraordinary. With this elixir's assistance, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Meng silently chuckled within. Clearer mind? Surely, that must be a psychological effect. To him, this so-called elixir resembled more of a stimulant or perhaps a hazardous concoction of heavy metals. Ing Zheng, being young and strong, might withstand it for now, but prolonged use, a look of perfectly calibrated astonishment and gratitude spread across his face. Could such miraculous efficacy truly exist? The junior disciple, however, did not hesitate to accept it. As he spoke, he made a show of bringing the elixir to his lips. Li Si quickly waved his hand. Ah, junior brother. Such celestial elixirs cannot be treated so carelessly. He leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. It would be prudent to seek a tranquil place, to cleanse oneself and meditate before consuming it. Only then can one fully absorb its medicinal powers, lest this divine opportunity be squandered. Lin Meng, eager to comply, delicately tucked the elixir away, as if handling a rare treasure. You speak wisely, brother. I am indeed rash. He thought to himself, choose a day to consume it? Even feeding it to the dogs would be more reliable than this. Nonetheless, he appreciated Li Si's goodwill. At least this elder brother was sincerely treating him well for the moment. After a brief exchange of idle conversation, Lin Meng took his leave. Li Si personally escorted him to the door, watching as his figure faded into the twilight before slowly returning to his study, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. As Lin Meng exited Li Si's residence, the smile on his face gradually faded. He retrieved the elixir from his sleeve, tossing it lightly between his fingers, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Currently, he was in a symbiotic relationship with Ing Zheng. Should these charlatans succeed in poisoning him with their metallic elixirs, it would bring him no benefit. However, this concoction might still possess some other utility. Upon returning to the 100 schools of thought, Lin Meng convened 3 masters for a discussion. The following day, he directly sought out Ing Zheng. At this moment, Ing Zheng had just consumed an elixir, feeling a warm current spreading through his body, invigorating his spirit, and he found himself more inclined to believe the alchemist's claims. Your Majesty, I have heard you have recently been consuming celestial elixirs? Lin Meng approached directly. Ing Zheng, in a good mood, nodded slightly. Indeed, Lin Qing. This elixir is wondrous. I feel much more vigorous. The alchemist standing nearby wore a proud expression, bowing deeply. Your Majesty is truly blessed. This elixir is a gift from the heavens. Lin Meng cast a sidelong glance at the alchemist, neither affirming nor denying his words. Your Majesty, while such elixirs are rare, caution is still warranted. Perhaps we ought to test the properties on some fowl or livestock. Ing Zheng's expression darkened slightly. Does Lin Qing doubt me, or the celestial master? Not at all. However, if such a divine object could be validated, would it not further demonstrate its extraordinary nature? It would instill confidence in the populace that your Majesty is favored by heaven. Lin Meng's tone remained calm. The alchemist grew agitated. The elixir is crafted specifically for the true Dragon Emperor. How could mere livestock endure it? Such an act may well desecrate this divine medicine. Lin Meng smiled. Oh, does the elixir have such fastidious tastes? If it cannot withstand even the commonest of chickens or dogs, how can it possibly grant your Majesty immortality? Ing Zheng pondered for a moment, finding merit in Lin Meng's reasoning. If the elixir truly held miraculous effects, publicly validating it would only enhance his stature. His gaze turned cold as he glanced at the alchemist. Granted. Go, fetch some robust palace dogs and a few plump chickens. Before long, several eunuchs entered the hall, leading 2 panting dogs and carrying 2 clucking chickens. The alchemist's forehead glistened with sweat upon seeing them, wanting to voice a protest, but was silenced by Ing Zheng's piercing gaze. Lin Meng took the vial of elixir from the alchemist, poured out 2 pills, and addressed Ing Zheng. Your Majesty, please observe. He stepped forward, forcing one of the pills into the mouth of a dog, holding its jaw shut to ensure it swallowed. He repeated the process with a chicken. Initially, neither animal displayed any signs of distress. The dog wagged its tail, while the chicken curiously stretched its neck and looked around. The alchemist breathed a sigh of relief. his expression brightening as he prepared to claim credit. Lin Meng interjected, "Your Majesty, the elixir is indeed marvelous, yet its full effects may not be immediately apparent. It would be wise to wait a few hours. In the meantime, may I suggest the eunuchs provide these animals with fresh water to observe whether the elixir interacts poorly with common creatures? After all, even if your Majesty were to attain longevity, you would still require water, I presume?" Ing Zheng's expression softened slightly, appreciating Lin Meng's thorough considerations, and nodded, "Very well. Provide them water. We mustn't let them suffer from thirst." The alchemist opened his mouth to argue that the elixir necessitated tranquility post-consumption, but upon meeting Ing Zheng's unyielding gaze, he swallowed his words, inwardly cursing Lin Meng for his meddling. Time trickled away. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. The eunuchs cautiously provided the dog and chicken with water before retreating, holding their breaths. Ing Zheng sat composed on the throne, continuing to review memorials. It must be noted that the paper Lin Meng had devised had significantly alleviated Ing Zheng's workload, sparing him the burden of heavy bamboo slips. Lin Meng remained calm and collected, standing quietly. The alchemist, however, felt as if sitting on pins and needles, beads of sweat forming on his brow, which he discreetly wiped away, his gaze darting between the animals and Ing Zheng's expression, his heart racing. Chapter 95, Poison. An hour passed, and the animals remained lively. The dog even wagged its tail at Lin Meng, as if seeking his favor. The alchemist, seeing this, felt somewhat reassured, forcing a strained smile, ready to proclaim the elixir's initial effects, insisting they merely needed to wait for the medicinal properties to manifest. However, Lin Meng preempted him, "Your Majesty, it appears the elixir's potency is indeed mild. We cannot discern anything just yet. We might as well wait a bit longer." Ing Zheng acknowledged with a slight grunt, then patiently resumed his review of the memorials. Another hour slipped by. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. The first signs of distress appeared in the dog that had been administered the elixir. Previously full of energy, it now tucked its tail between its legs, emitting low whimpers. Its eyes dimming, collapsing onto the ground, motionless except for occasional convulsions. The eunuch offering water approached with the bowl, but the dog merely weakly lifted its eyelids. The other dog, which had been brought along, remained by its side, pacing back and forth, sniffing and licking its companion while whimpering softly. Next, the chicken that had been fed the elixir, once spirited and stretching its neck, now appeared disheveled, its head drooping, wings hanging limply, its clucks reduced to feeble whispers. In stark contrast, the other chicken, which had not received the elixir, remained lively, clucking energetically. Ing Zheng's expression darkened, his gaze slicing through the alchemist like a knife. The alchemist fell to his knees, cold sweat pouring down his face, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, this must be due to the livestock's impure essence clashing with the elixir's spirit. The elixir was crafted for a true dragon emperor, such as yourself. How could mere beasts endure it? I beg your Majesty's forgiveness for my oversight." Lin Meng approached the faltering animals, crouching down to observe them closely before standing slowly, clasping his hands before Ing Zheng. "Your Majesty, it seems the elixir's miraculous effects are indeed extraordinary. Yet, this efficacy appears to diverge somewhat from what the celestial master indicated." He paused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he turned to the ashen-faced alchemist. "Celestial master, I propose we administer another pill to each of them. Perhaps their transformation is hindered by insufficient potency? Or might it be that a dose of poison could counteract itself, allowing for rebirth and ascension?" To the alchemist, this suggestion was akin to a death knell. He shook his head vigorously. "No, no, no, Lord Lin, absolutely not. This would be sacrilege against the divine medicine." Lin Meng ignored him, pouring out 2 more pills from the vial, and looked to Ing Zheng. "Your Majesty?" Ing Zheng's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the alchemist for a moment before slowly uttering a single word, "Administer." Lin Meng complied, once again forcing the elixirs into the mouths of the ailing dog and chicken. Moments later, the dog that had swallowed the elixir let out a mournful cry, its limbs beginning to convulse, white foam spilling from its mouth, and after a few futile struggles, it lay limp on the ground, lifeless. Soon after, the chicken also screamed, flapping its wings a few times before collapsing, its legs kicking weakly, and then falling silent. Another thin dog and a chicken, seemingly frightened, began to bark and cluck at the lifeless body of their companion. The atmosphere within the hall became instantly tense. Ing Zheng's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, and then to a sickly green. He abruptly rose to his feet, pointing at the deceased chicken and dog on the ground. His voice laced with suppressed fury. "What is the meaning of this?" The alchemist suddenly collapsed to the floor, trembling as if shaken by a sieve. "Your Majesty, please spare me. This must be due to the foul condition of the chicken and dog's intestines, unable to withstand the spiritual potency of the elixir, which led to their untimely demise. It is certainly not the fault of the medicine." Lin Meng leisurely strolled before the alchemist, kicking at the feathers of the dead chicken. "Oh, a sudden demise? To me, it appears more akin to death by poisoning." Lin Meng regarded the alchemist with a cold gaze. "Master Alchemist, your elixir's effects are truly astonishing. Within the confines of Xianying Palace, The atmosphere in the side hall was so thick with tension it felt as though one could wring water from it. Ying sat, his face ashen, fixated on the robust hunting dog that lay lifeless beside the food trough, its chest heaving violently. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his once vibrant beloved pet convulse and fall after consuming the alchemist's elixir, frothing at the mouth in a most tragic manner. Lin Taifu, is this the splendid performance you wished me to behold? Ying Zhang's voice was hoarse, stifled beneath a tempest of emotion. Lin Meng stood calmly at his side. Your Majesty, the herbs themselves bear no fault. The blame lies with the alchemist, and even more so with the intentions behind his recommendation. He did not glance at the deceased dog, but instead held up an identical elixir between his fingers, presenting it before Ying Zhang. The elixir was a vivid red, exuding an unusual medicinal aroma, indistinguishable from the previous one. Your Majesty, this elixir contains several primary ingredients that, while lacking the power to grant immortality, do indeed possess the capacity to strengthen the body. However, it also contains a measure of cinnabar, which, when subjected to fire, transforms into a potent toxin. This is a chronic poison. Should your Majesty consume it daily, within a year, your organs will fail, and even the immortals will be unable to save you. Ying Zhang's pupils constricted suddenly, a chill racing up his spine. He recalled having consumed it for several days, and now felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Cold sweat instantly soaking his inner garments. Summon Zhao Gao. Ying Zhang's roar echoed throughout the hall. Soon, Zhao Gao entered, stepping lightly with his head bowed and body bent, while the alchemist, already pale, was restrained by the guards. Your servant greets your Majesty. Zhao Gao? Ying Zhang swept all the documents from the table to the ground in a fit of rage. You have the audacity. This elixir was procured by your people. Do you seek to murder your sovereign? At these words, Zhao Gao's body trembled, and he immediately dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the cold stone floor heavily. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Your servant is wholly devoted to you, as heaven bears witness. This alchemist is a master sought after from the foreign mountains. I acted solely with your health in mind. He spoke with tears and fervor, as though he had suffered a grave injustice. Oh, the Minister of Chariots has your unwavering loyalty? Lin Meng scoffed. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to summon Master Bei Mingzi of the Taoist Celestial Sect for inquiry. At this moment, Ying Zhang felt like a startled bird, and upon hearing this, he immediately issued the command. Before long, the ethereal Bei Mingzi arrived, accompanied by Xuanzi and Giguzi. Having plotted with Lin Meng the night prior, they seamlessly executed their roles. Bei Mingzi merely glanced at the elixir and then knelt to inspect the dog's corpse before shaking his head. Your Majesty, this elixir's poison is insidious and concealed. Its methodology is cruel, certainly not the work of a righteous practitioner. He then shifted his gaze to Zhao Gao. Minister of Chariots, my Taoist sect has indeed a branch by the Eastern Sea, and not long ago. An individual claiming to be from the net sought to acquire the formula for a false death revival elixir for a hefty sum. My disciples firmly rejected their request. Yet now those disciples have seemingly vanished. Might this be connected to today as poison elixir? Chapter 96, The Death of Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's heart sank, his face turning ashen. He had not anticipated that Bei Mingzi would abandon his dignified facade to publicly testify against Lin Meng. The adage rings true. Those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. Nonsense. You conspire with Lin Meng to slander me. Impudence. Xuanzi stepped forward, a wave of righteous energy emanating from him. Zhao Gao, last night, you dispatched 6 sword slaves to ambush the 100 Schools Academy, attempting to assassinate the Grand Tutor and steal ancient texts. How do you intend to explain this? Giguzi leisurely interjected. The assassins of the net are skilled in their lethal arts. Alas, we captured 2 of them last night. Though they have taken poison and perished, their bodies bore the unmistakable tattoos of the net. The 3 masters presented their testimonies, each a mountain of evidence pressing down upon Zhao Gao. Each act was a capital offense warranting the extermination of 9 familial generations. Ying Zhang's gaze transformed from fury to an icy coldness. He regarded the prostrate Zhao Gao, his once trusted servant, now resembling a venomous serpent. Zhao Gao, what further words do you have? Zhao Gao trembled, realizing he was ensnared in a trap of his own making. All attempts at defense fell flat against the undeniable stature of the 3 masters and Lin Meng's sorcery. He suddenly raised his head, devoid of any reverence. His eyes filled only with frenzied malice. Ying Zhang, do you believe he is an immortal? He is the true monster. I eradicate evil for the sake of the great Qin, and for you. What crime is there in that? Ha! Do you wish for eternal life? Dream on. He raged, his voice hoarse with madness. Take him away. Dismember him. Ying Zhang closed his eyes, his voice devoid of any emotion. As you command. 2 fierce guards stepped forward, ready to drag Zhao Gao away. You wish to kill me? It won't be so easy. Zhao Gao's eyes flashed with malice. He twisted his body and, like an eel, slipped from their grasp, simultaneously producing a smoke bomb that enveloped the hall in a thick cloud of black smoke. He transformed into a shadow, darting towards the side door of the hall at an astonishing speed. Humph! Lin Meng merely snorted softly. The runes etched into the threshold of the hall ignited instantly. Bind. That shadow collided with an invisible barrier, immobilized in midair, unable to move. Zhao Gao's expression of horror solidified in that moment. The next instant, a concentrated spike of primal energy shot forth, silently piercing through his back. Uft! A soft sound echoed as the light in Zhao Gao's eyes rapidly dimmed, his body collapsing limply to the ground. A once mighty power broker met his end. As the smoke dissipated within the hall, tranquility was restored, leaving behind only the heavy scent of blood. Yingzheng opened his eyes anew, regarding Lin Meng with a complex expression, a mixture of gratitude and wariness. The emperor had transformed into a different entity altogether. The Grand Tutor has contributed greatly to the protection of the realm. Lin Meng, however, bowed deeply to Yingzheng. Your Majesty, with Zhao Gao eliminated, I have also concluded my earthly entanglements. The immortal conveyed in a dream that I have made progress in the art of runes, and shall soon ascend to the heavens. I humbly request to resign from my position as Grand Tutor. What? Yingzheng abruptly sprang to his feet. The calm he had just regained now erupting into a tempest. Ascend. He had only just been stirred by thoughts of immortality himself, only to have Lin Meng expose it as a ruse. Yet now, he was confronted with the hope of everlasting life, and Lin Meng was preparing to leave? Would that not shatter his dreams of immortality once more? No, absolutely not. Yingzheng hurriedly descended the steps of the throne, grasping Lin Meng's arm. His tone tinged with desperation. National Teacher, I wish to appoint you as the National Teacher, a position above the Chancellor. I implore you to remain a while longer. Beside them, Xuanzi, Beimingzi, and Giguzi displayed expressions of astonishment and yearning. Ascend? Young Lin, is this true? Beimingzi stroked his beard, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yingzheng continued. Might I witness the miracle of ascension with mine own eyes? Lin Meng chuckled inwardly, for this was precisely the reaction he had desired. He turned around, facing the three masters as well as Yingzheng, his demeanor inscrutable. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. The three masters and His Majesty shall have their chance to observe in due time. Upon hearing this, Yingzheng grasped Lin Meng's arm tightly, his regal bearing forgotten, akin to a drowning man seizing his last lifeline. National Master, Yingzheng exclaimed, invoking this newfound title to bind Lin Meng irrevocably to the chariot of the Great Qin. I shall immediately issue an edict, elevating you to the position of National Master of Great Qin, ranking above the Chancellor. Fearing that Lin Meng might vanish in the next moment, he hastily laid down his stakes. I hereby command that the utmost efforts of the nation be mobilized to construct the highest and most magnificent ascension platform outside Xianyang City for the National Master. Come forth. Summon the Yin-Yang Master, the Moon Goddess. Order her to fully cooperate with the National Master in divining an auspicious date, with no room for error. A series of commands erupted from the lips of the Emperor. I have but one request. I implore the National Master to impart authentic celestial techniques to Great Qin before the Ascension. In the month leading up to the Ascension, at Yingzheng's behest, Lin Meng found himself extraordinarily busy, even more so than when he first arrived, orchestrating the 100 schools of thought and inviting various scholars to decipher the illustrations. The first to seek him out were Beimingzi and Xiaoming. Deep within the tranquil bamboo grove, the master and disciple set a cup of tea before Lin Meng, inviting him to join them. Taoist friend Lin, I perceive the harmonious flow of your aura, faintly indicating a convergence with the cosmos. Are you truly destined to transcend and become an immortal? Beimingzi's gaze was profound, as if he sought to peer into Lin Meng's very essence. He was not averse to the supernatural. Taoism inherently pursues longevity. Yet Lin Meng's claim of ascension came as a startling revelation. Xiaoming sat beside him, her cool eyes reflecting a rare curiosity. Possessing extraordinary talent, she was already recognized as the next leader of the heavenly sect at a young age, and her interest in worldly matters had dwindled, with Lin Meng being a notable exception, particularly the matter of ascension, which stirred her spirit. Lin Meng lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip, the fragrant aroma enveloping him. The Tao is natural. When the conditions are right, everything follows suit. He did not respond directly, yet his tone bore an undeniable tranquility. May I inquire? What is the Tao? What constitutes the extremities of heaven and earth? Beimingzi continued to probe, their discourse resembling a philosophical debate. Lin Meng set down his teacup and gazed toward the boundless sky beyond the bamboo grove, speaking leisurely. The Tao can be the path beneath our feet, the stars above, the minutiae of dust, or the vast universe. The heavens have limits, yet the human heart knows no bounds. What I seek in the Tao is merely to exhaust the unknown and explore the infinite. These words resonated within Beimingzi and Xiaoming, akin to the sound of a morning bell or evening drum. Their understanding of the Tao was often confined within the realms of heaven and earth, the yin and yang, while Lin Meng's discourse seemed to transcend these worldly cognitions. Is the universe truly infinite? Xiaoming murmured, her eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. Beimingzi sighed deeply. What you have imparted is worth a century of cultivation. Then, what constitutes an immortal? Lin Meng smiled gently. You are too modest, esteemed master. The paths of the Tao are myriad, each with its own opportunities. The heavens are vigorous. One must continually strive. Immortals are those who ascend to the heavens. Yet mortals can triumph over fate. Thus, breaking the norms is the essence of becoming an immortal. He shifted his gaze to the ever-silent but profoundly present Giguzi. Today, I intrude upon you, esteemed master, with a request. This progenitor of strategists had resided at the 100 schools of thought since the incident with Zhao Gao. Continuing his study of the illustrations. Master Gigu, I have long been fascinated by the dual techniques of strategy. Might I request your guidance? A flicker of surprise crossed Giguzi's calm eyes. He had presumed Lin Meng, destined for ascension, would hold little regard for mundane martial arts. For a genius like the national master, what need is there for an old man's instruction? One can never have too many skills, Lin Meng replied with a smile. Your swordsmanship, oscillating between yin and yang, opening and closing, resonates with the profound truths of the universe. I, lacking in talent, also practice the dual swords of black and white. If I could grasp the essence of your technique, it might lead to further enlightenment. Giguzi pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, in recent days, I have greatly benefited from the National Master's teachings on runes. Since you expressed this intent, I shall oblige. However, may I request to view the complete version of the illustrations after our exchange? Indeed, masters of such caliber were not simple individuals. Within a mere month, he had discerned that some content had been omitted from the foundational runes. That is only natural. Lin Meng rose and bowed respectfully to Giguzi. In the following days, Lin Meng engaged in closed-door sparring with Giguzi at the martial arts arena of the academy. There were no earth-shattering sword energies nor cataclysmic powers. Rather, they clashed with wooden swords, engaging in a battle of wits. Giguzi's swordplay was at times elusive as a gazelle's horns, striking with lethal precision from the most improbable angles. At other times, it bore down with the weight of Mount Tai, compelling one to reveal their vulnerabilities. Lin Meng's black and white dual swords, in their exchanges with Giguzi, underwent subtle transformations. His original sword technique, having fused the precision of modern combat, the grand ethos of Confucianism, and the fierce dominance of the Shinigami's final release, now incorporated an additional layer of strategic fluidity and cunning. Clang. In the final bout, Lin Meng's wooden sword deftly rested upon Giguzi's wrist. A glint of brilliance flashed in Giguzi's eyes, quickly subdued, as he applauded. The National Master's comprehension is unparalleled in my lifetime. The dominance of the vertical sword and the cunning of the horizontal sword. You have grasped all three essences. Given time, you will surely elevate this path to greater heights. Lin Meng sheathed his sword, smiling. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed master. This dual strategy is indeed exquisite, akin to the finishing touch on a dragon painting. His current swordplay, infused with the principles of duality, had become more harmonious and unhindered, enhancing its potency by no less than 30%. Particularly, Giguzi imparted to him the unparalleled technique of the 100 steps flying sword, a long rainbow, piercing the sun, traversing all directions, as well as the ultimate combined technique of dual strategy, known as Hezhong Lianheng. After mastering the dual strategy, Lin Meng left behind a complete foundational treatise on runes, and then bid farewell to Giguzi. He proceeded directly to Xuanzi's study. The Confucian master was engrossed in a tome when he heard footsteps and slowly set it down. Lin Meng, you have arrived, he said, his voice calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Lin Meng bowed deeply. I come to bid farewell to my esteemed teacher. Xuanzi raised his head, his tone unwavering. From the day you entered my small sage estate, I knew you were not of this realm. Lin Meng straightened, showing no sign of surprise, instead offering a wry smile. Your insight is commendable. Your attire, your manner of speech. The peculiar injury that marks you is out of time. It is all too strange. More importantly, the knowledge you possess is boundless, yet it pointedly aims towards the great Tao. You claim to hail from Huaxia, yet how can this world possess Huaxia? He turned to face Lin Meng directly. I took you in, partly out of a desire to nurture talent, unwilling to let such a gem be buried amidst chaos, partly to forge a bond, betting that your brilliance would not bring calamity to this world. It appears my gamble was well placed. I have come to leave behind a unique legacy for my teacher and for Confucianism, Lin Meng said respectfully. He produced a stack of papers he had meticulously prepared, covered in clearly inscribed characters and annotations. Please take a look, esteemed teacher. Xuanzi, puzzled, accepted the papers and scrutinized them closely. What he saw was a fragment of the Confucian classic The Analects, but each sentence bore additional small circles or dots at the end. Beside each character, there were annotations resembling letters. What is the meaning of this? Xuanzi inquired, perplexed. This is the method of punctuation, also known as segmentation. It assists future generations in reciting and comprehending the profound teachings, preventing ambiguities arising from unclear segmentation. Lin Meng elucidated that the symbols adjacent to the characters, referred to by students as pinyin, serve as a phonetic notation method. Once mastered, even those unfamiliar with the characters can pronounce them accordingly. Who is Xuanzi? A great Confucian of his era, endowed with unparalleled wisdom. Lin Meng offered a brief explanation, and in that instant, he grasped the epic-making significance of these two elements. Punctuation will ensure that the classics are passed down accurately, while the method of pinyin will significantly lower the barriers to literacy. This endeavor will undoubtedly elevate the prestige of Confucianism. The hand of Xuanzi, clutching the papers, trembled slightly, and within his murky old eyes, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. Lin Meng. These two items are, for our Confucian school, nay, for all the people of the world, the most supreme treasures. He inhaled deeply and solemnly bowed to Lin Meng. As an elder, I represent the students of the world in expressing my gratitude to the national teacher. Lin Meng accepted this gesture with composure. I too hope that Confucianism in the future will embody more steadfastness and less sycophancy. He was entrusting the lineage of Xuanzi with the ultimate authority to interpret and preserve the classics. Having addressed matters concerning the various schools of thought, Lin Meng then turned his gaze toward the future of the empire. Chapter 98, Farewell. On a moonlit night with sparse stars, Lin Meng visited the residence of Prince Fusu for a discussion. Fusu bowed before the national teacher, showing utmost respect. Since Zhao Gao's downfall and Lin Meng's announcement of impending ascension, his status in Ying Zheng's heart had already solidified his title as national teacher. Prince Fusu, please take a seat. Lin Meng gestured for him to sit. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you today. Please speak, national teacher. I am all ears, replied Fusu. Lin Meng, observing this refined yet spirited young man, began slowly. Your Majesty is in the prime of life, yet burdened with the affairs of state. As the eldest son, you must soon share the concerns of the emperor. Fusu's expression grew serious. I understand. Understanding is one thing. Executing is another. Lin Meng spoke earnestly. Benevolence is fundamental for a ruler, yet merely possessing benevolence is insufficient to govern. You require resolve, skill, the ability to assert authority, and above all, foresight. He paused, retrieving a thick scroll from his sleeve and handing it to Fusu. Within this document lies my humble insights regarding the future of the Qin Empire. It includes methods for promoting the printing techniques I previously mentioned to advance education, utilizing cement for extensive construction to improve living standards, and various improvements concerning agriculture, irrigation, and military equipment. Fusu received the scroll with both hands, feeling its weight. As he unfolded a corner, merely reading a few lines sent shockwaves through him. The contents were unprecedented, yet seemed to strike at the core of pressing issues with wise strategies. Why did Fusu not grasp the brilliance of Lin Meng, who possessed such wisdom, yet chose to depart? Each person has their aspirations. Lin Meng smiled faintly. My path does not lie here. However, if these insights can benefit the Qin Empire and its people, it would count as a mark left by me, Lin Meng, in this world. He gazed at Fusu, his eyes profound. Remember, water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. The people's hearts are the most solid foundation of the empire. Technology is the wheel that propels the advancement of the era. Your task is to skillfully steer this great vessel toward broader oceans. Fusu tightly grasped the scroll and solemnly bowed deeply to Lin Meng. I shall heed the teachings of the national teacher. I will not fail the trust placed in me, nor the expectations of my father, nor the hopes of the common people. After outlining these overt strategies, Lin Meng still had some covert plans to arrange. He summoned several officials from the Ministry of Works who were responsible for promoting paper and assisting in establishing the 100 schools of thought. These individuals, now core members of the ministry, revered Lin Meng as a deity. I am about to embark on a journey, and I shall entrust some matters to you, Lin Meng said, handing them several blueprints. This is a curved plow that can greatly reduce the labor of farming. This outlines a simple method for preparing efficient fertilizers to increase crop yields. And here are improvements for hydraulic hammers and blast furnaces. Each blueprint left the officials astounded, as if they had discovered a treasure. These technologies must be gradually promoted. Do not rush, lest you provoke unnecessary upheaval. The operational mechanisms of the ministry must also be continuously refined, transforming it into the wellspring of technological innovation for the Qin Empire. Lin Meng carefully admonished, remember, knowledge is power, and you are the sowers of these seeds of power. We vow to fulfill the national teacher's entrusted tasks. The officials, tears brimming in their eyes, knelt in reverence. With all arrangements in place, Lin Meng stood atop the highest point of the 100 schools of thought, overlooking the twinkling lights of Xianyang City. The night breeze rustled his robes, creating a haunting sound. He understood that the legacies he left behind were sufficient to propel this world forward by several centuries, even millennia, into a new direction, and he must now prepare for his grand farewell performance. A subtle smile graced Lin Meng's lips. Everything was within his control. In this month, he had not only been an immortal but also a sower, a guide. Now, he awaited the much-anticipated ascension ceremony to conclude his journey in the Qin era with a brilliant flourish. After all, upon his next return, he would be ready to seize control of the Qin timeline. A month had passed in the blink of an eye, fleeting as a white horse passing a crevice. Lin Meng calculated, since his unexpected arrival in this Qin world, it had been precisely 120 days. On the main world side, he had deliberately left a day as a buffer for rest and adaptation. During these 100 days, he had transitioned from cautious planning upon his arrival to now preparing for a spectacular ascension that would astonish the world, each step taken with both trepidation and assurance. This day had been designated by Ying Zheng, as calculated by the lunar astrologer, as an auspicious day for ascension and beneficial for long journeys. Before dawn, the entire Xianyang city had already awakened. It was not the usual crowing of roosters or barking of dogs that roused the populace, but rather an intangible, immense anticipation and restlessness that enveloped the air. In the streets and alleys, throngs of people gathered, countless eyes collectively gazing toward the southern outskirts of the city. There, a soaring platform, constructed entirely of massive stones and reaching a height of 9 zhang and 9 qi, revealed its majestic and mysterious outline in the faint morning light. This platform had been commissioned by Ying Zheng, mobilizing the empire's finest craftsmen, expending countless resources, and constructed day and night according to the simplified diagrams provided by Lin Meng. The surface bore intricate patterns, resembling bird and insect scripts, yet also aligning with the trajectories of celestial bodies, filled with mysteries unfathomable to mere mortals. Within the Xianyang Palace, Ying Zheng had not slept a wink all night. He stood upon the terrace, gazing in the direction of the ascension platform, his fingers trembling slightly beneath the dragon robe. The desire for eternal life had planted a malignant seed within his heart, nurtured by Lu Shang's toxic elixir and uprooted by Lin Meng's own hand. Now, Lin Meng's ascension undoubtedly injected the most vigorous life into this dying seed. National teacher, he murmured, his gaze filled with complexity. There was an infinite yearning for the immortal arts, a profound sense of loss at Lin Meng's imminent departure, and an undercurrent of fear he himself had yet to acknowledge. If an immortal could ascend and depart, then what would become of him, a mortal emperor? The auspicious hour approached. Beneath the ascension platform, a sea of people had already gathered. In the foremost ranks stood officials in ceremonial attire, including Li Si, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and other prominent ministers of the empire, all with solemn expressions. Behind them were representatives from the various schools of thought. Xuanzi, stroking his beard in silence, wore a profound gaze. Geguzi maintained his usual calm demeanor. Though a hint of curiosity flickered within, Bei Mingzi stood alongside his disciple, their cool eyes reflecting an ultimate quest for the Tao. Further back were the shadowy ranks of the imperial guards, and beyond them, the common folk of Xianyang had gathered spontaneously, their necks craned, faces etched with awe and fervor. Boom, boom, boom. 9 deep tolls of a bell resonated from the direction of the Xianyang palace, reverberating through heaven and earth. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, approached leisurely from afar. Chapter 99, The Ascension Ceremony. It was Lin Meng. His pace was unhurried. Yet each step seemed to tread upon an enigmatic node, his aura harmoniously balanced, devoid of any earthly smoke and fire. As if he were poised to ride the winds and depart, the crowd instinctively parted to form a pathway, all eyes converging on him. The cacophony of voices eerily subsided at that moment, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the banners and the heavy breaths of the people. Ascending the high platform, Lin Meng surveyed the throng below. The sea of faces, some filled with reverence, others with curiosity, and many with fervor, was laid bare before him. He smiled gently, his voice resonant and clear, yet distinctly penetrating the ears of every individual present. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Lin, have received a dream from the celestial beings and have cultivated in this world for several years. During this time, I was fortunate to earn the trust of His Majesty and to witness the rise of the Great Qin alongside esteemed colleagues, which is indeed a privilege of a lifetime. I proclaim that technology is the wheel that propels the advancement of our era. Therefore, the methods I have left behind, papermaking, printing, cement, agriculture, and the study of nature, are all practical applications for the mortal realm. I hope future generations will utilize them wisely to benefit the populace and strengthen the empire. Today, my earthly ties have come to an end, and the time for my ascension to the celestial realm has arrived. With that, he ceased further words, his hands slowly forming a seal before his chest. The motion flowed with a grace that was difficult to articulate, imbued with an ineffable rhythm and beauty. As his hand gestures transformed, the numerous runes on the ascension platform suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. A hum resonated. An invisible force field, centered upon the platform, surged outward violently. The gathered multitude felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, compelling the weaker cultivators to instinctively kneel. Rise, Lin Meng commanded softly. Before him, the high platform, adorned with radiant runes, seemed to come alive, morphing into dazzling beams of light that entwined around his form. Under the watchful gaze of countless wide-eyed spectators, Lin Meng's body gradually and astonishingly levitated off the ground. This was the culmination of the floating rune formation he had studied for a month. To outsiders, he appeared to ascend step by step, treading upon the void. A celestial being. Truly a celestial being. The national master. No, the immortal has ascended. A tumultuous wave of awe and reverence erupted from the crowd, as countless individuals knelt before the earth, their foreheads pressed to the cold ground, murmuring incantations and beseeching blessings from the immortal. Ying Zheng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood oozing, yet he remained oblivious. He fixated on the ethereal figure ascending gracefully, flames of fervor igniting in his eyes. Masters such as Beimingzi, Guiguzi, and Xuanzi displayed expressions of astonishment at this moment. As Lin Meng ascended higher, his garments billowing like those of a banished celestial, the city of Xianyang gradually diminished beneath him. He glanced down one last time at the land upon which he had left such a profound mark. Casting a final look at the excited Yingzheng seated upon his throne, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The time had come, he murmured softly to himself. In an instant, the void before Lin Meng contorted abruptly. A portal, indescribable by mere words, manifested out of thin air. That portal was profound and distant, as if countless stars were swirling within, exuding an ancient and vast aura that stirred the very soul. Merely gazing upon it suggested that one's spirit might be drawn into its depths. What is that? The heavenly gate. The heavenly gate has opened. Whether they were emperors or commoners, all stood dumbstruck, their minds shattered. This scene, transcending their limits of understanding, would forever be etched in the depths of their souls. Lin Meng turned back, acknowledging the multitude of devoted gazes with a slight nod. Then he pivoted, stepping into the portal that led to the unknown and the infinite. The figure clad in white vanished amidst the resplendent stars. In the next moment, that colossal, interdimensional gate, as suddenly as it had appeared, silently folded in upon itself, dissipating as if it had never existed. In the realm of heaven and earth, only the solitary ascension platform remained, along with a crowd plunged into silence from overwhelming shock. After a considerable time, Yingzheng emerged from his profound astonishment, taking a deep breath, his voice trembling with excitement, yet resonating with undeniable authority. Echoing through the skies, National Master Lin Meng, whose merits rival the creation of the universe, and whose virtues match the heavens, has today transcended to become an immortal. This is a blessing for our great Qin and for the world. I decree, bestow upon National Master Lin Meng the title of the transcendent guardian of the nation and protector of the people. Establish a temple for worship, to be honored for generations. The methods he has imparted are the profound teachings of the immortals, and a Fuan court shall be established, collaboratively researched by the Yinyang masters and Taoists, to seek the benefit of all beings. The site of the National Master's ascension shall be transformed into an ascension temple to commemorate this unprecedented event. Moreover, the various methods left by the National Master for the benefit of the nation and its people are to be implemented immediately by Prime Minister Li Si and Young Master Fu Su, in collaboration with the Ministry of Works, without error. The Emperor's decree resonated like thunder, awakening the dazed crowd. Your Majesty is wise. The true Lord manifests. Long live the great Qin. A resounding chorus erupted, reverberating through the heavens once more. From that moment on, Lin Meng's name transcended from that of a national master to that of the true Lord of spiritual resonance, a living embodiment of ascension before the eyes of the multitude. Within the halls of the 100 schools, Xuanzi gazed at the empty horizon, letting out a long sigh. The divide between the celestial and the mortal is akin to a chasm. Young Lin, no, true Lord of spiritual resonance, his path is far-reaching. Guiguzi's eyes flickered as he murmured, the power of runes may connect heaven and earth. Perhaps there truly exists another path to the heavens. Beimingzi's gaze turned distant as he spoke softly. The way of the Tao follows nature. When the time is right, the water will flow naturally. What he has said may indeed hold truth. In Xiao Ming's cold eyes, a flicker of unprecedented brilliance passed, as if a seed had been quietly sown within her heart. Regardless of how the world speculated or revered, Lin Meng had already become an immortal legend within this Qin era realm. The name of the Sage of Runes, alongside the cataclysmic ascension ceremony, would be etched deeply as an indelible mark upon the monument of this era, heralding the dawn of a new epoch defined by runes. On the ascension platform outside Xianyang City, a faint, elusive aura of mystery lingered, as if silently recounting that the white-clad immortal had indeed graced this world, departing in a manner unfathomable to mortals, leaving behind an enigma spanning millennia and a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 100, Late Stage C. As the interdimensional gate, crafted by Lin Meng, with its magnificent imagery of swirling stars, collapsed like a bubble, the world before him instantaneously transitioned from ancient gravitas to modern technology. The vertigo of temporal dislocation flashed briefly. Standing at the center of his dormitory, Lin Meng felt the surging primal energy within him. The concentration of primal energy in the main world was incomparable to that of the Qin era. Upon his return, his pores seemed to thirstily absorb the ambient energy, akin to a parched sponge. The meticulously refined spiritual power and rune comprehension he had honed over his 100 days of arduous cultivation in the Qin realm now acted as a catalyst, igniting a vigorous chemical reaction with the immense primal energy flooding into his being. Boom! An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him, sending nearby books fluttering. The primal energy within him surged forth like a river breaking its dam, shattering an invisible barrier, advancing with fervor until, just before reaching the next threshold, it gradually calmed. Late Stage C. Moreover, it had already reached its pinnacle, standing merely a step away from Stage B. The passage of 120 days had not been in vain. Lin Meng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his palm. A slight smile gracing his lips. The greatest gain from this journey to the Qin era was not the esoteric celestial arts perceived as miraculous by Ying Zheng and others, but rather the refinement and consolidation of his own power system, especially in the realm of runes, starting from scratch to ultimately orchestrating that earth-shattering ascension spectacle. His understanding and application of power had evolved beyond compare. At that moment, the personal terminal on Lin Meng's wrist emitted a series of urgent vibrations and alert tones. He glanced at the screen, where a familiar avatar was flashing frantically. It was his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Below it, a string of missed communication requests from Lei Hong appeared, the earliest of which dated back 3 days in the main world. Lin Meng chuckled softly and answered Mr. Wang's call. The holographic screen flickered to life, revealing Mr. Wang's face, which was etched with a mixture of anxiety and relief. Lin Meng, you finally picked up. Where have you been? Director Lei has been bombarding me with calls these past few days. Mr. Wang spoke rapidly, clearly eager to vent his pent-up words. Apologies, Mr. Wang. I was engrossed in my cultivation and had a bit of an epiphany, so I went into seclusion for a while, Lin Meng casually offered as an excuse. Seclusion? Mr. Wang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. Well, the timing of your retreat was certainly interesting. But as long as you're safe, that's what matters. Director Lei has been nearly frantic looking for you. The National College Freshman Competition's elimination rounds are set to commence tomorrow, and he insisted I relay the rules to you. Is it finally about to begin? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Meng's eyes. Listen carefully. The rules this time are rather intricate. Mr. Wang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. In the first round, the top 100 contestants from all subregions will be randomly matched to compete, from which 50 will advance. Losers will be eliminated. In the second round, the 50 will be matched randomly again to determine the top 25, with the same elimination for the losers. The crucial aspect lies in the third round, Mr. Wang emphasized, which will feature a revival mechanism. Among the 25 eliminated in the second round, the one with the highest score will be selected to join the 25 who advanced, creating a group of 26, who will then face off in pairs to determine the top 13. Lin Meng stroked his chin, intrigued by the rules, which provided an opportunity for those who, by misfortune, face strong opponents early on. In the fourth round, one contender among the top 13 will receive a bye and advance directly. The remaining 12 will duel in pairs to determine 6 winners. The bye will be allocated based on the total points from the first 3 rounds. Thus, the bye recipient, along with the 6 victors, will secure 7 spots in the top 10. And what of the remaining 3 spots in the top 10? Lin Meng inquired. Mr. Wang regarded him with approval. That would be determined by the victors among the remaining 6. This leads us to the 5th round, where the 6 eliminated in the 4th will engage in a free-for-all or a supplementary match to finalize the top 10 roster. Following that, the 6th round will see the top 10 compete for the top 5, and the 7th round will pit the top 5 against each other, with the highest scorer receiving a bye once more. The final round will be a ranking battle among the top 3 to determine the champions. Mr. Wang finished explaining in one breath and took a sip of water before continuing. Do you grasp the rules? This format will not only test strength, but also endurance. And it even incorporates an element of luck. Particularly, the revival and supplementary mechanisms provide a glimmer of hope for everyone, amplifying the intensity and unpredictability of the competition far beyond previous years. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Wang, Lin Meng nodded. This system posed little significant impact on him. In the face of absolute strength, any rule merely served as a signpost guiding the way to the finish line. That's good to hear. Director Lei's intent is for you to aim for swift victories in the early rounds to accumulate points, striving to secure buys in the 4th and 7th rounds to conserve energy for the tougher battles ahead, Mr. Wang advised. This year, there are quite a few prodigies, particularly among the students from the Army Wu High School. Don't be deceived by their unremarkable scores in the first round. Each of them is formidable. Yes, I will. Lin Meng replied calmly. All right, take some time to rest and adjust your state. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we will gather at the Central Sports Arena. We are all looking forward to your performance. Mr. Wang's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Ending the communication, Lin Meng walked over to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze brushed against his face, carrying the unique essence of the main world. In the distance, the city's neon lights flowed like radiant ribbons against the night sky, outlining the contours of a forest forged from steel and concrete. Compared to the ancient and desolate world of the Qin dynasty, this was where his true battle would unfold. Ah, the true essence of the immortal lord. Lin Meng chuckled to himself, recalling the legend he left behind in the Qin dynasty world. This was a boon for him. Next time, he would strike with the stature of an immortal, commanding the realm of Qin. There, he stood exalted and revered, orchestrating the world, while here, he was merely a student on the cusp of participating in the freshman competition. This stark contrast in identity not only failed to dishearten him, but ignited an unprecedented fervor for battle. Just right, he thought. He would seize the opportunity to challenge Luo Jun, the rune master from the first martial high school, during the competition and see if he could unravel his rune skills. Chapter 101. The arena opens. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, at the entrance of H-City's second martial high, a sleek, black floating school bus emblazoned with the school emblem awaited in serene silence. Lei Hong stood by the door, his expression solemn, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the 5 students gathering for the ride. Aside from Lin Meng, the other 4 were distinguished contenders who had emerged from the beast's secret realm. Among them, the most striking was Zhang Dali, still sporting his endearing demeanor, yet his physique was now a formidable mass of muscle. His presence far more robust than just 7 days prior, having evidently crossed into the mid-level of C grade. Upon spotting Lin Meng, he broke into a broad grin and slapped Lin Meng's shoulder with a hand as large as a paddle. Lin Meng, you finally showed up. I came looking for you several times only to find you in seclusion. Your retreat seems to have paid off. Your aura feels even more unfathomable now. Zhang Dali's boisterous voice drew the attention of the other 3 elite classmates. They were not as boisterous as Zhang Dali, yet the awe in their eyes was unmistakable. To them, Lin Meng now resembled an ancient well, calm on the surface while harboring turbulent undercurrents beneath. Just a stroke of luck, Lin Meng replied with a nonchalant smile. Refraining from elaborating further, a tall female classmate, a windwalker archer, could not contain her curiosity. Lin Meng, have you already reached the late C grade? At her words, the other 2 gasped in astonishment. Just 7 days ago, Lin Meng had displayed extraordinary prowess in the secret realm, but he was still at the mid-level of C grade. To leap from mid to late grade in such a short span? What kind of cultivation speed was that? It was faster than riding a rocket. This match will hinge on your performance, remarked another male student, a member of the assassin class, his tone respectful. Whether our second high can surpass those arrogant folks from the first high depends on whether you can take Luo Jun down a notch. Yes, Lin Meng. Show them what you can do. Ideally, bring home the championship. The atmosphere grew fervent as they exchanged words of encouragement. Watching this scene, Lei Hong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He clapped the side of the bus and said solemnly, enough with the banter. Everyone get on board. Remember, once you step onto that arena, you represent the face of second high. Keep your spirits high. The floating school bus silently ascended, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the colossal dome-shaped structure of H-City Central Sports Arena. Within the central arena, the atmosphere was already electric, packed to capacity. The cacophony of tens of thousands of spectators gathered to watch surged into a resounding roar, nearly threatening to lift the dome from its foundations. At the center stood a vast arena crafted from special alloys, and above it, enormous holographic screens displayed the basic profiles of the top contenders. Of course, the profiles only revealed the contestants' names, appearances, occupations, and their respective martial high schools. As the members of the first martial high made their entrance through the contestant tunnel, the cheers from the audience reached a fever pitch. Look, it's the team from First Martial High. Qin Wushuang and Luo Jun are both here. The Second Martial Arts Academy has also arrived. That dark horse currently leading the leaderboard, the soul enchanter named Lin Meng. A soul enchanter in second place? In this day and age, is there truly someone capable of wielding a soul enchanter's abilities with such finesse that they surpass those with A-level talents? Surely. It must be mere luck from the first round of the Secret Realm competition. The arena battles are a test of true strength. And I can't wait to see how he meets his demise. It's hard to say. I reviewed his previous battle footage, and there's something rather uncanny about him. Amidst the murmurs, the match officially commenced. The holographic display flickered rapidly, each shift accompanied by the random appearance of 2 avatars and names, which then froze at the center of the screen. In the first round, the top 100 would be narrowed down to 50. Lin Meng's opponent was a shield warrior from the Third Martial Arts Academy, with mid-level C-class strength, clad in heavy armor, and boasting remarkable defenses. The moment the referee announced the start, the shield warrior let out a ferocious roar, his primal energy surging as runes on his colossal shield, towering above him, illuminated, transforming him into a moving fortress, charging towards Lin Meng. However, under the gaze of thousands, Lin Meng's figure merely left a faint afterimage in his wake. Bang! The shield warrior's charge missed its mark, the overwhelming force causing him to momentarily lose his balance. In that fleeting moment of staggering, a cold blade tip had silently pressed against his throat. A hush fell over the arena. The shield warrior stood rigid, cold sweat soaking through his back. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Lin Meng moved. I concede, from the moment he stepped onto the stage to his departure, Lin Meng didn't allow his heartbeat to betray even the slightest tremor. In the subsequent second and third rounds, the scene played out almost identically. Whether facing elementally adept mages or elusive assassins, none could last beyond 3 exchanges against Lin Meng. He didn't even resort to any flashy skills. Wielding only a standard longsword, he effortlessly crushed all his opponents with the purest and most refined swordsmanship. The elegance and composure he exhibited made it seem less like a life-and-death struggle and more akin to a leisurely stroll through a garden. Wow, this guy is something else. His swordsmanship is truly a return to simplicity. Is he genuinely just a soul enchanter? I can't shake the feeling that he resembles a sword practitioner more. Could it be that his soul is bound to the sword? His talent in the way of the sword is exceptionally high. In the audience, the mood began to shift. The initial skepticism had morphed into profound astonishment and curiosity. Soon, the top 26 were determined, and the fourth round, which would decide the top 10 spots, was about to begin. The holographic display flickered once more, and everyone's hearts raced. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, two names finally crystallized. H-City 2nd Martial Arts Academy, Lin Meng, versus H-City 1st Martial Arts Academy, Qin Wushuang. Boom. The entire arena erupted into a frenzy the moment they saw this matchup. My goodness, is this an early semifinal? Qin Wushuang, a fierce competitor from the 1st Martial Arts Academy, second only to Luo Jun. The dark horse named Lin Meng has finally met his match. His streak of good fortune has come to an end. In the VIP section, the principal of the 1st Martial Arts Academy wore a confident smile, while Lei Hong's brow furrowed, his palms clenching involuntarily. On the arena, Lin Meng and Qin Wushuang faced each other from a distance. Qin Wushuang, towering and robust, sported flamboyant crimson hair, with piercing eyes sharp as a hawk, exuding an aura of wild and fiery intimidation, akin to a primal beast poised to pounce. You are formidable. Qin Wushuang spoke, his voice low and resonant, carrying a metallic edge. You've concealed your strength within the secret realm. Likewise, Lin Meng replied, his demeanor tranquil, as calm as a still pond. It is my duty, as a member of the 1st Martial Arts Academy, to clear the path for Luo Jun. Qin Wushuang grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. And so, this is where your journey ends. No sooner had the words left his lips than the referee's whistle pierced the air. Chapter 102, Lin Meng versus Qin Wushuang, Part 1. Boom. The metallic arena beneath Qin Wushuang trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading instantaneously. He propelled himself like a cannonball, engulfed by a visible crimson energy wave, closing the distance with Lin Meng in mere moments, aiming a powerful punch towards his face. Even before the punch landed, the ferocious winds generated by it caused the air to resonate with a sharp crack. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Lin Meng's expression finally shifted. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, wielding both long swords, tracing a trajectory as intricate as a gazelle's horns, rising from below. There was no cataclysmic explosion of primal energy, nor were there dazzling skill effects. Only the flashing sword light, melding honed technique with the ruthless essence of slaughter. Clang. A sound as crisp as a bell resonated throughout the arena. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the eyes of the astonished spectators, Qin Wushuang's fist, capable of shattering armored vehicles, was firmly held at bay by the slender sword blade. At the point of contact between the sword's tip and the fist, a circle of white energy erupted. Qin Wushuang's crimson pupils suddenly constricted, an indescribable horror washing over him. He sensed that his strength seemed to plunge into an unfathomable quagmire. The seemingly delicate sword body transmitted a ceaseless, cyclical force that stripped away his violent energy layer by layer. How is this possible? Qin Wushuang roared internally. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. 7 days prior, while observing Lin Meng's battles, he had concluded that this individual needed to rely on some peculiar transformation to contend with him. Yet now, merely through swordsmanship, he could match him blow for blow? What on earth had transpired in those 7 days? With this level of skill, he couldn't clear the obstacle. Lin Meng's voice drifted through the air unperturbed. No sooner had he spoken than his wrist flicked, the long sword darting forth like a serpent striking, instantly conjuring a flurry of sword shadows, turning the tide to target Qin Wushuang's vital points. The sword light was piercing and formidable. Qin Wushuang's complexion changed drastically. He was forced to withdraw his fist, struggling to fend off the relentless sword assault that flowed like mercury. The pride belonging to a top-tier genius shattered in that instant. He suddenly realized he had erred profoundly. Lin Meng before him was not an obstacle to be eliminated for Luo Jun. He was, in fact, the greatest opponent in the competition for Luo Jun or the 1st Martial Arts Academy. No longer could he afford to wait. A frenzied thought took root in Qin Wushuang's mind. Even if he were to lose today, he would force out all of Lin Meng's hidden cards to pave the final path for Luo Jun. With this thought, a determined madness flickered in Qin Wushuang's eyes, and he threw his head back, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed like the ancient cries of dragons. Roar. A surge of crimson primal energy, tenfold more violent than before, erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. The air around him distorted from the intense heat, and beneath his skin, it felt as though magma coursed through his veins, while fine crimson dragon scales emerged along his arms and neck. On the holographic display, the values representing his primal energy fluctuations skyrocketed, instantly shattering the limits of C-class peak, flashing wildly at a critical B-class threshold. Dragonblood ignite. Qin Wushuang's voice had turned hoarse and deep, imbued with an almost inhuman quality. He lifted his head, his red pupils locking onto Lin Meng with an unwavering gaze. filled with reckless determination and a resolve to incinerate all in his path. In the VIP section, the principal of the First Martial Arts Academy, who had previously worn a confident grin, now bore an even brighter smile, as he could almost envision Lin Meng reduced to cinders under the assault of this B-class threshold attack. Meanwhile, Lei Hong's clenched fists were turning white from the pressure, his heart racing in his throat. Yet, amid the storm's eye, Lin Meng's expression remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Confronted with a terrifying pressure capable of altering the very landscape, he merely gazed calmly at Qin Wushuang, who appeared as if transformed into a malevolent dragon. Not even the slightest ripple stirred in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that the formidable technique unleashed by Qin Wushuang was not a forbidden strike potent enough to threaten a B-rank powerhouse, but rather a mere display of somewhat extravagant fireworks. Just as the cataclysmic crimson torrent was about to erupt, Lin Meng moved. He neither retreated nor adopted any defensive posture. Instead, he softly chanted, "Open, Gate of Realms." A whisper, barely audible, akin to a lover's murmur. Buzz. In an instant, the two long swords in his hands, amidst a distortion of light, suddenly disassembled and reformed. One sword, entirely obsidian, seemed capable of devouring all light, appeared in his right hand. The other, pure white as jade, radiated a soothing and gentle aura, materialized in his left hand. The twin swords, now unleashed. The audience, including those who had been fervently cheering for Qin Wushuang, found their voices strangled by an invisible hand, abruptly silenced. Dual swords? His weapons transformed? Wasn't he channeling a gate? How could the swords change form? No. Look at his demeanor. It has completely altered. If just moments ago he was a blade sheathed in its scabbard, now he embodied the abyss itself. Amidst this brief astonishment, Qin Wushuang's ultimate technique was already set in motion. Roar. He opened his mouth, unleashing the dragon's blood essence capable of incinerating cities, which transcended mere energy shock and transformed into an overwhelming crimson flame storm. Within the storm, the dragon's shadow roared, magma surged, as if an infernal sea had been forcibly transported to this confined arena. The searing heat caused the massive energy shield to ripple violently, emitting a resonant hum of unbearable strain. Chapter 103. Lin Meng vs. Qin Wushuang, Part 2. It's over. The principal of the First Martial Academy abruptly rose to his feet, his face alight with victorious ecstasy. Yet, in the next moment, his expression, along with that of the tens of thousands present, became frozen in disbelief. Lin Meng, facing the oncoming flame storm, simply raised his right hand, wielding the black sword, Realm Slash, and gently swept it through the air before him. There was no sound, no flash of light, just an unremarkable stroke. Then, at the precipice of being engulfed by the flame storm, it vanished. Yes, it disappeared, silently and mysteriously, as if an invisible black hole had swallowed the entire destructive sea of flames in one gulp. On the arena, Lin Meng remained unperturbed, his clothing not even fluttering. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Everyone's mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, their minds blank. What had transpired? Where had that cataclysmic strike gone? Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the opposite side of the arena, answering all their queries. The vanished flame storm cascaded entirely from the air above the arena's far end, crashing violently into an unoccupied area. The indestructible special alloy floor melted rapidly under that terrifying force, forming a massive, glowing lava pit, emitting acrid smoke. Silence. The entire auditorium could hear a pin drop. Then, like a landslide or tsunami, a wave of uproar erupted. What the hell? Spatial ability. He redirected the attack. This is a soul master? I'd believe you if you told me he was an A-rank spatial walker. Heavens, where did the second high school unearth such a monster? In the VIP section, the principal of the First Martial Academy wore a frozen smile, as if cursed by a petrification spell, absurd and laughable. He fixated on the figure on the arena, holding twin swords with an air of tranquility, a singular thought echoing madly in his mind. Spatial ability. This student, whom they had dissuaded from attending due to his ordinary talent, possessed an ability rarer and more peculiar than that of an A-rank professional. In an instant, his cheeks burned as if he had been struck repeatedly across the face. Good, good, good. Lei Hong, flushed with excitement, slammed his palm down, shattering the armrest of the luxurious VIP seat beneath him. He knew Lin Meng was formidable, but he never dreamed it could reach such unfathomable heights. This had completely transcended the realm of C-rank battles. On the arena, Qin Wushuang's crimson pupils constricted to their utmost. He could not comprehend. His dragon blood, which had ignited the city, was triggered by locking onto his opponent's aura. How could it have missed? How could it be redirected? The sensation was akin to throwing a punch with all one's might, only to strike against cotton. No, more bizarre still. Your fist passed through the cotton and struck out from your own back. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Qin Wushuang roared in fury, unable to accept that such an unfathomable ability could exist. He again summoned his dragon blood, but this time he refrained from employing a wide area attack. instead compressing the furious dragon blood essence to its utmost. The crimson energy surged wildly before him, ultimately coalescing into a vividly lifelike, snarling dragon head. Within that dragon head resided a destructive energy capable of piercing through all. Dragon head cannon. Whoosh. A thick crimson beam, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, tore through the atmosphere at supersonic speed, once more hurtling toward Lin Meng. However, in the face of this meticulously condensed single-point explosion, Lin Meng maintained the same unruffled demeanor. His right hand, holding the black sword, again gently swept through the void. Spatial interception. That devastating dragon head beam once more plunged into the invisible spatial gate, vanishing without a trace. Yet this time, a faint smile graced Lin Meng's lips. He did not simply discard this power elsewhere. Behind Qin Wuxuang, an equally invisible rift quietly opened. In the midst of channeling his attack with all his might, Qin Wuxuang suddenly felt the dragon scales across his body bristle with alarm. A lethal sense of crisis, born from the instincts of a dragon blood warrior, surged through him like electricity. Not good. He had no time to think. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, twisting and rolling to the side. Sizzle. The dragon head beam he had launched, capable of vaporizing steel, barely grazed past him. The terrifying heat instantly ignited his combat uniform, while the scorching energy storm stripped away patches of the crimson dragon scales on his left arm, melting them and leaving a deep, charred wound visible to the bone. Qin Wuxuang emitted a pained grunt, crashing heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain in his left arm contorting his features. He lifted his gaze, incredulous as he examined the wound on his arm, then glanced at the distant figure. Untouched and unscathed, his eyes betraying the first glimmers of fear. Meanwhile, the audience had gone completely wild, using his own methods against him. My heavens! How can one even fight like this? Not only can his attacks be neutralized, but they can also be turned back against him. This guy must be cheating. What divine strategy is this? Such psychological fortitude, such combat intellect, it's simply overwhelming. Qin Wuxuang had faltered. His strongest attack had instead become his greatest vulnerability. Whispers of astonishment, gasps of realization, and exclamations of disbelief coalesced into an unprecedented uproar. Today, all who had come to witness the match in H City had borne witness to a confrontation that would forever alter their understanding of combat. As the smoke gradually dissipated from the arena, the spectacle continued to unfold. Lin Meng gazed calmly at the struggling Qin Wuxuang, who was attempting to rise with his left arm drenched in blood and his breath feeble. Slowly, he raised the dual swords of black and white in his hands, speaking in a detached tone that, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the silent arena. Your flames are ineffective against me. Reveal your true abilities, or else. He paused momentarily, a chilling glint flashing in his obsidian eyes. This ends here. His words struck Qin Wuxuang's proud heart like a heavy hammer, shattering the last remnants of his dignity. Instead of being crushed by Lin Meng's indifferent declaration, Qin Wuxuang's arrogance ignited like a spark thrown into boiling oil, exploding into a fiercer battle spirit. And here, he chuckled darkly, a hint of madness in his laughter, blood spilling from his lips and evaporating into white smoke upon the scorching arena floor. You are correct. My flames are indeed ineffective against you. Gradually, he straightened his posture, and with the activation of dragon blood origin power, the horrific, gory wound on his left arm began to visibly writhe and heal at an astonishing pace. Since your bizarre ability can devour energy attacks, I shall use the purest and most primal force to obliterate you. Before his words could fade, he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar that transcended mere anger. It resonated with the ancient, vast, and violent essence of a dragon's song. With a thunderous boom, his body swelled as if inflated like a balloon. The once superficial crimson dragon scales now stood erect and burgeoned, becoming thicker and more menacing, shimmering with a metallic and molten glow, enveloping him entirely as a humanoid beast. His height surged to nearly 3 meters, his muscles coiling like serpents, and a storm of blood-colored energy erupted from him, violently sweeping outward. In the VIP section, the principal of the First Martial Arts Academy's pupils constricted in shock as he gasped. Forbidden secret technique, dragon soul possession. Has Qin Wuxuang gone mad? Leong's heart tightened as well. This was a life-risking method employed by dragon blood warriors, burning their life potential to temporarily ascend to a higher realm. The aftermath could lead to a regression in cultivation or, in severe cases, complete destruction of their foundation. Qin Wuxuang was wagering his future, clearing the final obstacle for Luo Jun. In a voice hoarse as if from the depths of hell, Qin Wuxuang locked his blood-red gaze onto Lin Meng. In the next instant, the alloy arena beneath him erupted. Boom! He transformed into a streak of blood-red light, too swift for the naked eye to follow, eschewing all flashy techniques and abandoning distant attacks, propelling speed and power to their utmost limits. This was not a charge, it was teleportation. His furious fist, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, appeared before Lin Meng in an unreasonable posture in an instant. For the first time, Lin Meng's previously calm expression flickered with gravity. How swift! This oppressive force had transcended the boundaries of early B rank. At the moment the punch was about to graze his nose, Lin Meng's figure abruptly vanished from sight, as though he had never existed. However, Qin Wushuang's assault showed no signs of abating. Without a glance, relying solely on his instinct forged from the dragon's soul, he seemed to predict Lin Meng's landing spot. His body twisted sharply, and his other claw, adorned with fearsome bone spikes, swept towards the empty space beside him. Boom! The air exploded on impact. Emitting a series of thunderous sound blasts, Lin Meng's silhouette flickered into existence for a fraction of a second at that precise location, only to vanish again as the claw struck. An unfathomable scene unfolded on the arena. A blood-red afterimage, akin to a raging thunderstorm, twisted and collided within a confined space. With every punch and kick leaving terrifying dents and claw marks upon the hardened arena, creating a symphony of sound blasts that reverberated through the protective barrier. Meanwhile, a black figure flickered like a specter amidst the tempestuous barrage, dodging with remarkable agility. Each appearance narrowly evaded lethal strikes, leaving behind fading afterimages. The audience could no longer discern the actions of the two combatants. To them, the arena had morphed into a chaotic tapestry of red and black, with each thunderous sound blast causing their hearts to convulse. Was this truly a C-rank battle? Insanity. Qin Wushuang's momentum was utterly frenzied. Yet, was Lin Meng's movement being anticipated? It seemed he struggled to keep pace with the rhythm of defense. In the VIP section, Luo Jun, who had remained aloof as if detached from the chaos, finally adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Beneath the lens, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his deep-set eyes. It is not anticipation, he murmured softly, barely audible to himself. It is the dragon soul possession that has unleashed a violent dragon's might, creating a localized force field that subtly interferes with and suppresses space. Though the effect is minimal, it is sufficient to reduce Lin Meng's spatial mobility efficiency, preventing him from establishing a safe distance in time. His voice remained calm, yet it unveiled the crux of the battle. On the arena, Lin Meng also recognized this. With each use of instant displacement, he sensed an intangible stickiness, as if mired in a quagmire, slowing his initiation just slightly. It was this minor delay that placed him in an unprecedented passive state. In a series of perilous evasions, Qin Wushuang's fists ultimately found their mark just a hair's breadth faster. Searing pain erupted as the vicious wind tore through Lin Meng's left shoulder, shredding his clothing and skin, leaving a crimson line in its wake. Yet, the pain only intensified the coldness in Lin Meng's gaze. He realized he could no longer evade. Qin Wushuang was sacrificing his life for time, trading life potential for this fleeting mid-B rank power. If this continued, it was undoubtedly Qin Wushuang who would falter first. But could Lin Meng's initial release state withstand the onslaught until that moment? Simple evasion would not secure victory. A frenzied thought surged within Lin Meng. In the moment of his next displacement, he chose not to dodge, but instead stood firm against the oncoming tide of blood. The dual swords of black and white crossed suddenly before his chest, adopting a defensive stance. He intends to take it head-on. There was no escape left. He had reached his limit. Seeing this, a cruel delight flashed through Qin Wushuang's blood-red eyes, filled with frenzied battle intent. He believed Lin Meng had exhausted his options. Break for me. He channeled all his life potential, all the power from the dragon soul possession, into his right fist. Dragon King star-shattering strike. As this fist was unleashed, the space before him warped under the tremendous force, rippling as if unable to withstand the onslaught. It seemed this punch could indeed shatter the very stars. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering attack, Lin Meng's eyes reflected not fear, but rather a glint of cunning triumph. He advanced rather than retreating, bringing forth his left hand's white sword to meet the world-destroying fist. Simultaneously, his right hand wielded the black sword, Domain Slash, striking from an unexpectedly shrewd angle, not toward the fist but toward Qin Wushuang's incoming arm. In the blink of an eye, the white sword collided with the fist. However, the anticipated cataclysmic clash did not occur. The pure white sword, akin to jade, upon the moment of contact with the fist, not only remained unshattered but instead emanated an incredibly gentle yet unyielding guiding force. It was as if a tender hand had deftly altered the course of a raging flood. Qin Wushuang's terrifying fist, capable of shattering stars, had its core explosion point remarkably diverted by this subtle strength, grazing Lin Meng's body and crashing powerfully into the ground. Boom! The entire arena trembled violently. A massive pit exploded beside Lin Meng, sending debris flying. Simultaneously, a sharp sound pierced the air. Chapter 105. The fourth round concludes. At the instant the guiding force dissipated the direct pressure of the fist, the tip of the black sword precisely penetrated Qin Wushuang's protective dragon blood original force, silently piercing into his iron-like arm. An unprecedented agony and sense of helplessness surged through Qin Wushuang's entire being in an instant. What? He attempted to retract his arm, but was horrified to find that Lin Meng's black sword seemed to have fused with his very bones, firmly anchoring him in place. Meanwhile, the white sword exuded a terrifying siphoning power, causing the original force within him to surge outwards like a flood unleashed from its dam. A standoff ensued. In less than 5 seconds of this deadlock, Qin Wushuang's time for a maximum burst was rapidly consumed by the bizarre coordination of the dual swords. Under the horrified gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, the imposing figure, akin to a demonic beast descending upon the earth, began to visibly lose its crimson dragon scales, which flaked away at an alarming rate. His once inflated 3-meter frame shrank rapidly, akin to a deflating balloon, wilting before their eyes. In mere seconds, he transformed from a frenzied dragon soul warrior, capable of rivaling a B-class powerhouse, back to a C-class pinnacle, his aura diminished to its nadir. His complexion as pale as paper, his body swaying perilously. Upon witnessing his state deteriorate, Lin Meng retracted his dual swords, dispelling his initial release. Meanwhile, the medical team from the first martial high school rushed to the scene to administer preliminary treatment before escorting Qin Wushuang away. The 4th round, 7th match, Victor. The referee's astonished voice shattered the arena's silence. H-City's second martial high, Lin Meng. As the referee's voice, imbued with profound astonishment, echoed throughout. The tumult of H-City Sports Complex seemed to be abruptly stifled by an invisible hand. An absolute silence lingered for a full 3 seconds. Then, it erupted like a volcano, surged like a tsunami, and cracked like thunder. Lin Meng. Incredible. He has truly triumphed. He has directly shattered the dragon's soul manifestation of Qin Wushuang. A prodigy. Where did this celestial being emerge from in the second high? I declare, from this day forth, I shall be an ardent fan of Lin Meng. No one shall deter me. The cheers cascaded like a tidal wave, nearly uprooting the very dome of the stadium. Countless spectators leapt to their feet, waving their arms, releasing their astonishment and fervor with the most primal of roars. In the corner of the contestant area, the members of the second martial high were in a frenzy. We won. We won. Ha ha. Zhang Dali, his face flushed with excitement, clapped his teammate on the back with such force that the latter stumbled. I knew it. I always knew Brother Lin was the strongest. What first martial high? What dragon blood warrior? Before my brother Lin, they are mere chickens and dogs. The principal, whose stern and serious demeanor had transformed into a beaming smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, had his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. His tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. His palms slick with sweat, his back drenched in cold perspiration. Thrilling. Utterly thrilling. In stark contrast to the jubilant sea at second martial high. The first martial high seats were shrouded in a deathly silence. Each student bore expressions etched with disbelief and humiliation. Their undefeated war god, the almost divine Qin Wushuang, had fallen so completely, so bizarrely, that even the opponent's trump cards had not been fully revealed. The black sword's ability was spatial transference. But what of the white sword? What was that terrifying siphoning power? Did he possess any other abilities? The unknown is the most terrifying of all. All gazes instinctively converged upon the figure who had remained unperturbed throughout. Luo Jun. He continued to sit there quietly, as if the external clamor had no bearing on him. He did not glance at Lin Meng, the center of attention on the arena, nor at the barely conscious Qin Wushuang being urgently carried away by the medical team. He simply observed calmly the holographic screen, where Lin Meng's name shone with a bright red victory, alongside the enigmatic wave value of his original force. Now restored to the C-class pinnacle, yet still unfathomable. After a long while, he slowly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the radiant light of the arena, obscuring all emotions lurking in his eyes. It appears that this year's competition among the Soul Fixers is indeed fiercely competitive. One could discern that Luo Jun remained confident in his own prowess. Lin Meng's victory was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, thoroughly disrupting the entire competitive landscape. The subsequent matches in the 4th round, while equally thrilling, seemed to lack the groundbreaking shock that had characterized the earlier duel. Han Li from Thunderous Martial High faced off against an MT skilled in earth-based defense. The contestant's defenses were akin to an impenetrable fortress. Yet once Han Li activated, indestructible, he relentlessly shattered all defenses with his heavy alloy staff, ultimately sending both man and shield out of the arena. Sherpatian from Army Martial High epitomized the saying that firepower equates to justice. His opponent was a lightning-fast assassin, yet Sherpatian offered no opportunity to approach. The moment the match commenced, he unleashed saturation bombardment, showering the entire arena with high-explosive ordnance, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that lasted a full minute. When the smoke cleared, only a massive charred pit remained, along with his incapacitated opponent lying at the bottom. Additionally, Xiao Feng from Holy Hua Martial High played with his adversary using the elusive Echo of the Wind, ultimately concluding the battle with a swift, instant slash. Bai Lu from the Elite Union School showcased the seemingly hopeless endurance of the Holy Radiant Knight. Her opponent, an explosively powerful berserker, executed a combination attack against her Holy Shield, failing to breach it. Subsequently, Bai Lu, utilizing her rapid recovery from the Holy Light and steady swordsmanship, managed to exhaust her opponent's stamina, claiming victory. As the 4th round concluded, The massive holographic screen illuminated the names of the 7 fighters who advanced to the top 10, shining with golden brilliance. H City, 2nd Martial High, Lin Meng. 1st Martial High, Luo Jun. Thunderous Martial High, Hanli. Army Martial High, Shirpatian. 1st Martial High, Chinfeng. Thunderous Martial High, Leisha. Holy Hua Martial High, Shengwanyan. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th round has now concluded. 7 formidable contenders have secured their spots in the top 10. Next, we shall enter the more brutal 5th round of the Loser S bracket. Chapter 106. The 5th round concludes, top 10 emerge. The 6 contestants regrettably defeated in the 4th round will receive one last chance. They will be paired off in duels, with the 3 victors claiming the remaining 3 slots in the top 10. Who will rise from the ashes to seize this final opportunity? Let us await the outcome. With the host's impassioned voice igniting the atmosphere once more, all eyes turned in unison towards the medical area of the 1st Martial High. In that moment, Qin Wushuang was undergoing intensive treatment administered by a seasoned A-class healer clad in a white robe. A gentle aura of life energy enveloped him. As the chard wound on his left arm, deep enough to reveal bone, gradually began to regenerate, sprouting new flesh before the naked eye. Though his complexion remained pallid, his breath had stabilized. Under the gaze of all, Qin Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, offering a slight nod of gratitude to the healer. He then struggled to rise, grasping the crimson heavy sword beside him, and began his determined march back to the contestants' preparation area. His steps were somewhat unsteady, yet each stride radiated unwavering resolve. The crushing defeat he had suffered had not shattered his spirit. Instead, it ignited a more fervent flame within his crimson pupils. A profound sense of respect and admiration blossomed in the hearts of many spectators. Soon, the grouping list for the supplementary matches appeared on the grand screen. Qin Wushuang's opponent was a mid-tier C-class elemental mage. Meanwhile, on another platform, Lin Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized 2 familiar names. 1st Martial High, Wang Teng versus Army Martial High, Yixinran. Yixinran's duel? Lin Meng immediately began to watch intently. The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. Qin Wushuang's battle unfolded with little suspense. However, his fighting style this time left everyone astounded. Faced with a mage who consistently attempted to bombard him with elemental magic from a distance, Qin Wushuang refrained from his previous reckless charges. Instead, he harnessed the power of dragon blood, moving steadily and deliberately across the arena, absorbing the insignificant magical attacks with his formidable physique and unparalleled recovery ability. He was engaging in a war of attrition. He aimed to wear down his opponent using his greatest strengths, his incomparable resilience and endurance. The mage's countenance grew increasingly grim as his energy rapidly depleted, while Qin Wushuang appeared unfazed, even as the minor injuries he sustained gradually healed under the nurturing of dragon blood. This was a tactical domination. Ultimately, in the throes of despair as his energy ran out, the mage fell victim to Qin Wushuang's opportunistic strike, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling off the stage. Qin Wushuang secured the first advancement spot in the supplementary matches with a markedly different and astute approach. On the other side, Lin Meng's brow furrowed tightly. On the stage, Yixinran, clad in traditional attire with her flowing black hair, called out, "Go, little fire." At her feet, a petite and exquisite spirit flame meerkat engaged fiercely with a shadowy figure. Simultaneously, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, invoking basic rune formations on the ground in an attempt to restrain her opponent's movements with the binding rune web. However, Wang Teng's figure moved like a specter, deftly evading each rune just before they activated. His profession as a shadow assassin was inherently designed to counter such fragile spellcasting classes requiring preparation time. Though the spirit flame meerkat was exceptionally gifted and tenacious in battle, launching continuous flame impact and fire kick assaults, Wang Teng's speed was simply too overwhelming. The afterimages he left behind rendered the little creature's attacks futile. "Hey, little beauty, your pet is adorable, but alas, its speed is still too slow, hindered by its energy level. After all, it's only in the early C class, while I am already in the late C class." A flippant voice rang from behind Yixinran. Her pupils constricted in shock, a chill racing up her spine. She had failed to notice when her opponent had circled behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded the spirit flame meerkat to unleash its innate ability, Foxfire Obscuration. A flurry of blue foxfire erupted around her, creating a disorienting mist. However, the protective array surrounding her was swiftly breached by Wang Teng's piercing skill, and simultaneously, a cold dagger was silently pressed against her pale neck. "Don't move, or my shadow strike will draw blood." Wang Teng's figure emerged from the mist, a smug grin gracing his face. The inherent weakness of her contractability, which required a sufficient number of contracted partners, was laid bare in that moment. Yixinran bit her lip, watching as another of Wang Teng's illusory clones ensnared her frantic spirit flame meerkat, its desperate squeaks echoing in the air. Eyes glimmering with reluctance, she finally whispered, "I concede." Only then did Wang Teng retract his dagger, whistling as he melded back into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Lin Meng observed Yixinran, who descended the stage dejectedly. Deep in thought, her profession was formidable, and her meerkat harbored immense potential. Regrettably, she still required time and space to grow. At present, she was too thoroughly countered by a specialized assassin like Wang Tong. Defeat? The term flitted through Lin Meng's mind before he shook his head. This could hardly be deemed a failure. Instead, it was merely a lesson learned, an invaluable insight gained through what amounted to a minor setback in her journey. Had that icy dagger not pressed against her throat, she would never have grasped just how perilous her shortcomings truly were. At that moment, a figure approached. Wafting a fragrant breeze, Yi Xinran. Lin Meng, her voice trembled, fingers gripping the hem of her clothing turning pale from the pressure. It's all right. A temporary loss is inconsequential. Sometimes, one must stumble once to better chart the path ahead. After all, you still have several contract slots available. You could reserve one for situations like this. Lin Meng offered her consolation and advice, his myriad life and death experiences having honed his mental fortitude. Yet, as someone who had traversed similar trials, he understood that the first truly visceral encounter with life and death would evoke a uniquely profound experience. As the final match concluded, the composed and refined chief of the command department, battlefield analyst, Chu Yunlong, through meticulous tactical simulations, led his opponent step by step into a trap, ultimately emerging victorious with his comprehensive capabilities that could be described as devoid of weaknesses. Thus, the last 3 spots for the supplementary matches were finally decided. First Martial High, Qin Wushuang. First Martial High, Wang Tong, and Army Martial High, Chu Yunlong. With this, the 5th round of the H-City High School Grand Tournament came to an end, and the list of the top 10 was officially confirmed. Chapter 107, the 6th round. Upon the massive holographic screen, 10 illustrious names shone like newly risen stars, suspended beneath the dome of the H-City Sports Center. Overlooking the throngs of fervent spectators below, Lin Meng, Luo Jun, Han Li, Shirpatian, Chen Feng, Lei Jia, Shangguan Yin, Qin Wushuang, Wang Tong, and Chu Yunlong. Each name represented an insurmountable peak, embodying the zenith achievable by the first-year martial arts students of H-City. The uproar within the venue reached a crescendo at that moment, only to be eerily engulfed by an even more profound silence, one that was charged with a palpable sense of anticipation akin to an impending volcanic eruption. All understood that from this point forward, every duel would be a climactic battle of titanic proportions. Lin Meng's gaze calmly swept across the array of names, ultimately settling on the topmost name, one that stood beside his own, Luo Jun. As if by some unseen connection, the figure seated in the first martial high section, perpetually unruffled like a tranquil well, slowly lifted his head at that instant. 2 gazes traversed the distance of several hundred meters, crossing the cacophony of voices, silently converging in the air. There were no flashes of lightning, no palpable intent to kill. There exists a singular kind of serene tension, an absolute stillness that pervades the air when 2 formidable opponents meet, each recognizing the other's prowess to the highest degree. This silent exchange, however, renders the surrounding atmosphere seemingly frozen, contracting with palpable intensity. Some astute observers among the strong even sense an invisible pressure that momentarily halts their breaths. At this moment, the ambience of the entire arena reaches a pinnacle of acute tension. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The announcer's voice, amplified through the sound array, resounded like thunder in every ear, igniting the stagnant air. The grand competition among the universities of H-City, the 6th round of the top 10 elimination matches, is about to commence. The rules are both simple and ruthless. 10 exceptional talents will engage in one-on-one elimination bouts through random pairing. The victor shall step into the esteemed realm of the top 5, while the vanquished shall be halted in their tracks. Now, let us witness the fateful decisions unfold. A low hum reverberated through the arena as the immense light screen above began to whirl, displaying the 10 golden names in a frenzied dance, shimmering like flickering stars. Almost impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Every heart thrummed in sync with the rapidly shifting lights, rising to a crescendo of anticipation. Among the competitors, Zhang Dali nervously rubbed his hands together, muttering fervently, "Please, not Luo Jun, not that perverse Luo, and definitely not that cannonball user." As the pace of the swirling lights gradually decelerated, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, 2 names finally came to rest. Thunderous Martial Academy, Lei Jia, versus First Martial Academy, Chen Feng. The first match. At the moment the referee declared the match to commence, the atmosphere on the arena transformed abruptly. Chen Feng remained silent, merely raising his hand, as shadows around him seemed to animate, twisting and separating into several translucent wraiths that emitted a silent, piercing wail. These apparitions, grotesque in form and imbued with a malevolence that gnawed at the mind, disregarded physical barriers and lunged directly at Lei Jia. In the audience, many felt an inexplicable chill, as if a cold wind had swept through their necks. This was the terror of the soul manipulator, his attacks often aimed directly at the soul. Yet, Lei Jia stood unmoving, his silver-black thunder god 3 battle armor shimmering as a faint blue electric arc shield quietly ignited. Zzz. A shrill crackle erupted. Yet it did not emanate from the wraith's wails. The fierce apparitions collided with the thunderous barrier, akin to a damp cloth meeting a searing iron. Instantaneously vaporized by the terrifying energy of the electric arcs, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. With thunder, he shattered the darkness. What in the world? A natural counter? Zhang Dali, seated among the competitors, felt his eyes nearly bulge with disbelief. Could this be a defense against spirits? For the first time, a slight ripple of concern crossed Chen Feng's pale visage. He had not anticipated that his core summon would prove so utterly ineffective before his opponent. The technological energy barrier wielded formidable lethality against spiritual entities. Unwilling to concede, he formed a complex seal with his hands. Chains of the soul, several dark chains, composed purely of mental energy, emerged from the void, coiling towards Lei Jia like venomous serpents. However, upon contact with the thunderous shield, these chains were violently repelled, their tips even beginning to dissolve under the fierce current. Chen Feng stifled a groan as the backlash from his mental exertion rendered his countenance even graver. Mental intrusion detection. A dispassionate electronic synthesized voice resonated from the helmet encasing Lei Jia's head, initiating an A-class mental defense matrix. Threat level, low. Recommendation, transition to physical suppression. The sound was soft yet resonated clearly through the arena's sound system, igniting a wave of astonishment among the spectators. What is this? Real-time combat AI analysis? The expressions of the First Martial Academy's supporters turned grim. Their once proud Mystic Side champion appeared as a primitive human challenging a tank with a mere stick before the armored behemoth. Physical suppression protocol confirmed. As the electronic voice faded, Lei Jia sprang into action. The magnetic levitation module beneath him erupted with dazzling electric light, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Effortlessly bypassing the layers of defenses, Chen Feng hastily erected, and instantly traversing several dozen meters to stand before him. Chen Feng's pupils dilated in shock. He barely had time to register the rapidly enlarging image of a mechanical fist flickering with violent lightning in his line of sight. Electromagnetic punch. Boom. Chen Feng was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the protective barrier before crumpling to the ground, utterly unconscious. Lei Jia slowly retracted his fist, arcs of electricity still crackling at its tip. He turned and calmly descended from the arena, as though he had merely completed a straightforward performance test. The disheartening outcome of the first match transformed the previously brimming confidence and boisterousness of the First Martial Academy into an immediate, chilling silence. The leading instructor's face turned ashen. Lips pressed into a thin line as he fixed his gaze on the stretcher bearing Chen Feng, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fury mingled with a hint of alarm. How could Chen Feng's wraith attack be so completely countered? One student murmured in disbelief, his voice trembling. How could the technological energy shield possess such lethal efficacy against spiritual entities? This is illogical. Another student protested, though it felt more like an attempt to salvage a shred of dignity. Silence. The instructor snapped, turning sharply, his voice low yet fierce. Defeat is simply a matter of skill. Within the rules, nothing is unreasonable. Complaining here will only bring further disgrace. Chapter 108. Defeated yet honorable. The students fell silent at his admonition, heads bowed, too intimidated to speak further. Yet the atmosphere of humiliation and resentment thickened, almost tangible. Their once esteemed Mystic Side champion appeared so primitive and absurd before the cold, metallic armor of Thunderous Martial Academy. The First Martial Academy's embarrassment became a source of joy for the Second Martial Academy. Goodness gracious! Zhang Dali slapped his thigh with a resounding crack, exclaiming, "This is what it means for science to triumph over superstition. Brother Lin, did you see that? In the future, when faced with such mystical nonsense, we should get ourselves a set of this technology and deliver a physical exorcism." Principal Qin Jinshan, nearby, could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Yet he too wore a grin. Witnessing the misfortunes of his adversaries was undeniably delightful and gratifying. Soon, the names for the second match emerged, reigniting the electrifying atmosphere in the arena. Thunderous Martial Academy, Hanli, versus First Martial Academy, Qin Wushuang. Oh ho, a battle of the titans. Shouts of excitement erupted from the audience. After all, one was a monk whose physical form had been honed to perfection, renowned for his indestructibility, while the other was a dragon blood warrior capable of igniting dragon blood, boasting immense explosive power. Boom. The bell marking the start of the match had barely rung when the two collided in the center of the arena like two meteors on a collision course. There was no probing, no technique, only the purest, most primal confrontation of strength. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, centered around the two, fracturing the hard alloy surface of the arena beneath their feet into a spiderweb of cracks. Hanli shimmered with a dark golden glow, activating his indestructible to its utmost. Each punch accompanied by a dull whoosh, powerful as a battering ram. Conversely, Qin Wushuang, having endured a harrowing defeat and subsequent recovery, exhibited a more tempered demeanor. His gaze now steadier and less arrogant. He no longer sought merely explosive power but instead distributed the dragon blood energy evenly throughout his body, balancing offense and defense, with each movement exuding an aesthetic of strength. As fists came, he blocked. As weapons approached, he parried. On the arena, golden light and crimson radiance intertwined wildly, each clash resonating with deafening booms that reverberated through the protective barrier. Yet, the tide of battle began to clarify in the end. Qin Wuxuang resorted to the forbidden technique of dragon soul possession. Although he received treatment from an A-level healer, the depletion of his life essence could not be replenished in a short span of time. His aura began to show subtle signs of decline amidst the fierce confrontation. In contrast, Han Li exuded a long-lasting vitality. The more he fought, the stronger he became, as if his indomitable body had no limits. Ultimately, after a cataclysmic exchange of blows, Qin Wuxuang let out a muffled groan, staggering back 7 or 8 steps, with visible cracks appearing on the dragon scales of his arm. He was defeated. You are formidable. Had you not been injured in your previous duel with Lin Meng, the outcome might have been uncertain. Han Li retracted his offensive, clasped his hands together, and offered a slight bow to Qin Wuxuang as the golden light slowly faded. You too, Qin Wuxuang replied, showing no trace of despondency, but instead revealing a serene smile. He cupped his fist in salute towards Han Li, then turned, shouldered his heavy sword, and gracefully descended from the arena. Though he had lost, he retained his honor. The audience spontaneously rose to their feet, bestowing the most fervent applause upon this dragon-blooded warrior who, despite defeat, remained undaunted. Now, only 6 contenders remained in the top 10: Lin Meng, Luo Jun, Sherpa Tian, Sheng Wanyan, Wang Teng, and Chu Yunlong. All breaths were held, and every gaze was fixated on the glowing screen that began to roll once more. This time, regardless of who faced whom, it would be a confrontation worthy of being inscribed in the annals of H City's grand competition. The light flickered, slowing down increasingly. A name, familiar to all, first crystallized. H City's second martial high, Lin Meng. Instantly, it felt as if the air in the entire arena had been siphoned away. All eyes converged upon the figure calmly seated in the corner. It was he. Who would be his opponent? Could it be the inscrutable Luo Jun, who had yet to unleash his full power? Or perhaps the formidable Sherpa Tian, whose firepower could transform the arena into a crater? Under the multitude of tense, expectant, and excited gazes, another name slowly emerged alongside Lin Meng's. H City first martial high, Wang Teng. The crowd first fell into stunned silence, then erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Wang Teng. This is intriguing. The first martial high's top contenders, Qin Wuxuang and Chen Feng, had just been eliminated. And now Wang Teng was set to face Lin Meng. The first martial high would be furious. The expressions of everyone seated in the first martial high section turned grim. As for Wang Teng, upon seeing the matchup on the screen, his face momentarily displayed shock, which quickly transformed into a bitter self-mockery. Again, it was him. Memories of the terror he felt when dominated by that elusive spatial ability in the beast's secret realm surged forth unbidden. He had believed that after this period of arduous training, his strength had advanced enough to catch up with his opponent. Yet, after witnessing Lin Meng's battle against Qin Wuxuang in a state of dragon soul possession, he despairingly realized that the gap between them had not only failed to close, but had widened into an insurmountable chasm. His proud abilities as a shadow assassin, stealth, speed, and backstabbing, paled in comparison to an opponent who could effortlessly manipulate space and perform instantaneous displacements. There was no way to win. This thought crystallized clearly in his mind. But could he concede? No. Qin Wuxuang had just fought a battle that, despite his loss, defended the dignity of the first martial high. As another A-level talent from the first martial high, how could Wang Teng surrender without a fight? He might lose, but he could not tarnish the pride of the first martial high. Wang Teng slowly stood, gripping his poisoned dagger tightly. His gaze, once flippant and arrogant during the previous rounds, was now imbued with an unprecedented gravity and determination. Even if it meant striking a stone with an egg, he would make you lose a few teeth. Even if defeat was inevitable, he would use his blade to gauge your true depths. For Luo Jun, he would clear the final haze. He strode resolutely towards the spotlight of the arena. On the other side, Lin Meng also rose, calmly observing Wang Teng approaching him, his expression as placid as a still lake. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 109, The Final Five. As Wang Teng's figure stepped onto the arena, the uproar of the entire gymnasium seemed to diminish. All eyes were fixed on the A-level genius from the first martial high, filled with a medley of emotions, anticipation, sympathy, and schadenfreude. They were eager to witness how this shadow assassin, renowned for his bizarre footwork and lethal backstabs, would perform against Lin Meng, who had decisively vanquished even Qin Wuxuang in a state of dragon soul possession. For Luo Jun, for the glory of the first martial high, Wang Teng silently recited, the determination quelling all fears, as the poisoned dagger in his hand glimmered with a cold light. The match began. At the sound of the bell, Wang Teng's figure abruptly blurred, resembling ink dispersing in clear water, vanishing without a trace. This was shadow shifting. He melded into the shadows, moving at high speed across the arena floor, his trajectory imperceptible to the naked eye. Gasps erupted from the audience. Such elusive abilities were enough to send shivers down the spine of any mage or marksman. Yet, in the center of the arena, Lin Meng did not alter his stance even slightly. He merely stood quietly, as if utterly oblivious to the deadly serpent poised to strike from the shadows. The hearts of the teachers and students seated in the first martial high surged to their throats. Now was the moment. Wang Tung's figure materialized without warning in the shadows 3 meters behind Lin Meng, his dagger transformed into a streak of dark light. Aimed directly at Lin Meng's back. Deadly backstab, shadow strike. 2 core assassination skills activated simultaneously. With this strike, he infused all his original power and conviction. However, just as the poison dagger was about to graze Lin Meng's clothing, Lin Meng moved. He did not turn, did not evade, nor even glance back. He simply, calmly, slashed the air before him with the black sword held in his right hand. Buzz, a ripple in space, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, emanated outward. In the next instant, a pitch-black sword tip abruptly appeared, inexplicably, just 1 centimeter from Wang Tung's throat. The sharp aura emanating from the sword's tip made Wang Tung's hair stand on end. His deadly backstab had not yet reached its target. Yet his opponent's sword had already claimed the first position at his throat. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Wang Tung maintained his thrusting posture, his body rigid as a statue. He could distinctly feel that if the black sword advanced even a fraction further, it would effortlessly pierce his throat. The speed and stealth he prided himself on had become a complete joke in the face of his opponent. He had circled around to the back. Yet the attack had emerged directly from in front of him. This was not combat. This was a dimensional strike. After a prolonged silence, Wang Tung bitterly smiled, slowly lowering his dagger. I concede. The 3 words seemed to drain all the strength from his body. Lin Meng retracted the black sword, and the previously materialized sword tip vanished into thin air, as though it had never existed. The entire arena fell into silence. If the previous defeat of Qin Wushuang could still be described with words like strange and restrained, now, all that lingered in the minds of the spectators was one phrase: unsolvable. Following this, the screen for the 4th match illuminated. First martial high, Luo Jun vs. Saint Hua martial high, Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yan, clad in white garments as pure as snow, wielded a celestial staff, her beauty unparalleled and her demeanor imbued with an ethereal chill. Upon her entrance, she captivated countless astonished gazes. As the competition commenced, she exhibited no hesitation. Raising her staff high, she began to chant an arcane incantation. Stars, heed my command. Starfall cascade. In an instant, the arena's sky transformed into a resplendent river of stars. Countless celestial bodies, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, coalesced into a magnificent waterfall, descending with annihilating force upon Luo Jun. The terrifying area of effect lethality of the A-rank profession, Astral Mage, was laid bare in that moment. Yet, in the face of this spectacle capable of obliterating a small town, Luo Jun merely adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with calm composure. He raised his right hand, his slender index finger gracefully tracing the air before him. A complex golden rune materialized instantaneously. Absolute binding. The golden rune expanded abruptly, transforming into an immense net of golden light that soared skyward. Boom. The starfall rained down upon the golden net, failing to penetrate it. Instead, the stars were ensnared, immobilized in midair as if drawn by a magnet. In the next heartbeat, Luo Jun's fingers gently clenched. Shatter. With a single utterance, the spell followed suit. Crack, crack, crack. The gigantic golden net suddenly contracted, crushing the celestial bodies and the entire astral phenomenon conjured by Shangguan Yin into a myriad of golden specks that drifted away like dust. Shangguan Yin let out a muffled groan, her spell so brutally countered that her mental energy recoiled, leaving her fair face pallid. She lost with even greater decisiveness than Wang Tung. The final match of the top 10 commenced between 2 prodigies of the army martial high, Shirpatian versus Chu Yunlong. This was a contest of spear against shield, a clash of brute force versus intellect. Chu Yunlong, as a battlefield analyst, had honed his tactics to perfection, continuously employing the terrain and skills to create traps, attempting to lure Shirpatian into missteps. However, Sure Potion's response was straightforward and forceful. Faced with Chu Yunlong's meticulously arranged chain of traps, capable of ensnaring a peak C-rank warrior, he simply grinned, aiming his formidable multi-barrel rocket launcher at the area. No matter your schemes, I shall obliterate them with a single shot. Saturated bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless high-explosive projectiles, trailing fiery tails, poured forth as if unhindered by cost, transforming half the arena into a blazing inferno. The thunderous explosions reverberated, causing the entire gymnasium to tremble slightly. When the smoke cleared, all that remained on the arena was a vast, charred crater and Chu Yunlong, dazed by the shockwave in a corner. Shirpatian, with his still-smoking cannon, whistled. In the face of overwhelming firepower, all tactics seemed mere frivolities. Thus concluded the 6th round of the competition. On the luminous screen above, 5 golden names heralded the emergence of the new generation's strongest contenders. H-City 2nd Martial High, Lin Meng. H-City 1st Martial High, Luo Jun. Army Martial High, Sherpatian. Thunder Martial High, Hanli. Thunder Martial High, Leisha. Ladies and gentlemen, let us offer the most fervent applause to congratulate these 5 competitors for successfully advancing to the top 5 of the H-City University Tournament. Chapter 110, 7th Round. The host's voice resonated with fervor. Next, we shall witness the exhilarating 7th round for the 3 championship slots. The rules are as follows. Among the top 5, the individual scores from the Beast Secret Realm will determine the rankings. The first place will automatically advance to the top 3. At this announcement, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? Such a twist? Secret Realm scores? It seems the battle is between Lin Meng and Luo Jun. I bet on Luo Jun. The first Martial High's depth of resources surely surpasses that of the second. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the screen flickered, ultimately magnifying one name for all to see. Bypass slot recipient. First Martial High Luo Jun. Luo Jun sat calmly in his seat, as though this outcome had been anticipated. Thus, the remaining 4 prodigies would draw lots to determine the other 2 slots for the top 3. The screen scrolled anew. Soon, the first matchup was revealed. Thunder Martial High, Hanli versus Thunder Martial High, Leisha. An internal conflict of Thunder Martial High, the indomitable Iron Monk against the technological Thunder God. This was an arduous and grueling battle. Han Li's, indestructible, remained unyielding. Yet the toll from his earlier clash with Qin Wushuang inevitably affected his condition. In contrast, Leisha, throughout the fight, had only depleted the energy of his battle armor. During the intervals, he leisurely retrieved a new energy cell from his storage space, clicking it into place. In this ebb and flow, despite Han Li's valiant efforts, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, falling from the arena after a devastating electromagnetic punch from Leisha, leaving him regretfully defeated. Now, the audience held its breath. There would be no drawing required. Among the top 5, Luo Jun had bypassed, and Leisha advanced. Only 2 remained, vying for the last slot in the top 3. All eyes, like searchlights, fixated on the 2 figures. The host's voice trembled with excitement. The final match of the 7th round. Presented by. The screen displayed 2 names side by side with a thunderous roar. H-City 2nd Martial High, Lin Meng versus Army Martial High, Sherpatian. Boom. The entire gymnasium erupted in fervor. One, a master of spatial manipulation, elusive and enigmatic. The other, a war machine that upheld the doctrine that artillery is truth, capable of flattening the arena. The sharpest spear against the most mysterious shield? No, this was a duel of 2 distinctly different spears, each reaching its zenith. Amidst the roar of cheers, Sherpatian strode onto the arena, shouldering his towering multi-barrel rocket launcher. The hardened alloy floor resonated underfoot. He positioned himself opposite Lin Meng, grinning broadly, his eyes radiating unmasked battle intent. Lin Meng. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing throughout the venue. I have long wished to witness your prowess. Today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Lin Meng merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The referee's arm rose high, then came crashing down. The match began. No sooner had the words left his lips than a jarring metallic screech filled the air. Sherpotian's fearsome multi-barrel rocket launcher began to spin rapidly. With a throaty hum, the ammunition bay behind the cannon opened, revealing a barrage of miniature missiles flashing with ominous red light, locking onto their target. Boom, 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 boom. There was no testing the waters, no circumnavigation. The opening move was a nuclear strike. Dozens of tracking missiles, trailing fiery tails, ascended like a swarm of enraged metal wasps, weaving an impenetrable net of death that sealed off all of Lin Meng's potential escape routes. My heavens, is this the explosive heavy artillery? How on earth can one evade this? Even teleportation would be futile. No matter where you appear, the missiles will pursue you relentlessly. Sherpotian's strategy was unmistakable. Employ indiscriminate, overwhelming firepower to render Lin Meng's spatial abilities a mere farce. The audience's gasps were drowned out by the continuous explosions. The missile swarm roared toward Lin Meng, the piercing sound of their flight almost tearing through eardrums. Amidst the fiery net, Lin Meng's figure appeared particularly diminutive. At last, he moved. The black and white twin swords materialized in his hands with a silent flourish. Confronted with the overwhelming tide of destruction, he merely raised his right hand, gripping the black sword, and casually waved it through the air before him, slicing through the void. There was no gust of wind, no sound to accompany his actions. A series of pitch-black, almost imperceptible micro-fissures continuously opened and closed in front of him. A missile, poised to collide with his face, plunged into one of these fissures, vanishing without a trace. Another missile, launched from behind, met a similar fate as it was devoured by yet another fissure that materialized out of thin air. An extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded upon the arena. Dozens of missiles, akin to projectiles colliding with an invisible wall riddled with holes, surged into those fleeting dark crevices, all without a single explosion reverberating through the air. Spatial interruption. However, Sure Potion's onslaught was far from over. The moment the first wave of missiles was consumed, the second and third waves followed in relentless succession. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Meng's temple. Each time a fissure was created, it drained his original power and mental focus. This sheer war of attrition was exceedingly disadvantageous to him. At the first martial high seat, Luo Jun adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the distant flames. So it is, by employing an overwhelming density of firepower, he forcibly raises the threshold of spatial ability consumption. Though crude, it is undeniably effective. On the arena, Sure Potion grinned widely, his smile imbued with the wildness and confidence unique to a soldier. The warm-up had concluded. He ceased the torrential barrage of ammunition and retrieved an extraordinary, uniquely shaped massive shell from behind, forcefully inserting it into the cannon's chamber. Let's see how you handle this. Map editor. Boom. A deep, resonant sound echoed. The shell did not fly toward Lin Meng. Instead, it was propelled high into the air above the arena. At the pinnacle of its ascent, the shell's casing abruptly split apart, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of silver, spinning mini-devices. These devices descended in a spiral, precisely embedding themselves into every corner of the alloy arena. In the next instant, the entire auditorium trembled. Thud, 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 thud. The flat, hard alloy surface began to violently heave and distort. Massive metal walls surged upward as profound trenches tore through the ground, transforming the once open arena into a complex urban warfare map teeming with towering walls, fortifications, and blind spots in mere seconds. Chapter 111. The Three Powers Emerge. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All present stared in astonishment at this miraculous spectacle. Is this the warfare engineering of the Army Marshal High? Is this the true power of Sure Potion? He is not merely an artilleryman. He is an environmental engineer capable of crafting the most advantageous battlefield at will. Sure Potion's towering figure vanished into the steel jungle with a few agile leaps, leaving no trace behind. Lin Meng stood his ground, vigilant of his surroundings. Whoosh! A rocket, akin to a cold arrow, suddenly shot forth from behind a tall wall to his left, grazing his cheek before exploding on the ground behind him. The shockwave from the explosion caused him to stagger slightly. How does it taste? Sure Potion's voice echoed from all directions, reverberating between the metal walls, making it impossible to discern his exact location. Your spatial abilities are formidable, but can you find me in this environment? Whoosh! Another cold round came at him from an unexpected angle. Lin Meng sidestepped, realizing he had fallen into his opponent's rhythm. Standing passively would only lead to his gradual depletion, ultimately exposing him to endless harassment. He could no longer afford to wait. Lin Meng took a deep breath and thrust the white sword, Soul Requiem, into the alloy ground beneath him. He did not seek Sure Potion's whereabouts. Instead, he closed his eyes and activated another ability of Soul Requiem. In an instant, an invisible force radiated from the sword, expanding across the entire battlefield. The violent, explosive energy particles lingering from the prior saturation bombardment, the searing heat currents, seemed to respond to some divine summons. The temperature of the arena began to plummet at a visibly rapid pace. The acrid scent of gunpowder dissipated swiftly from the air. The still glowing red of the metal walls gradually faded. Countless minute energy points, exuding a scorching essence, rose from every corner of the battlefield like rivers flowing back to the sea, converging into Lin Meng's white sword, transforming through the hilt into the purest original power, replenishing his nearly depleted reserves. His exhaustion was momentarily alleviated. In a section of the steel labyrinth, Sure Potion quickly sensed something amiss. The energy readings on his tactical panel indicated an extraordinarily rapid decrease across the battlefield. Is it absorbing the energy from my attacks? How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Sure Potion's robust figure emerged from behind a tall wall, hoisting a cannon, his face brimming with excitement. You're treating my artillery fire like a power bank? You're the first. He recognized that his guerrilla tactics had failed. His opponent had unraveled his strategy. Thus, he resolved to deliver the strongest blow to determine the victor. Since you can absorb so much, brace yourself for my final shot. Sure Potion aimed the rocket launcher at Lin Meng in the distance. He activated the weapon's ultimate mode, overload mode. Buzz. The entire weapon system illuminated with blinding red light, the cannon barrel turning crimson from unbearable energy overload, while the surrounding air warped under the intense heat. A cataclysmic aura began to coalesce. He poured every remaining ounce of energy into this strike. He was confident that under such terrifying, concentrated energy impact, any spatial maneuver would be instantaneously torn apart. Lin Meng also raised his head. He unsheathed the white sword embedded in the ground and lifted his right hand, brandishing the black sword. He chose not to flee. Come, Sure Potion roared, pulling the trigger. Boom! A massive beam of destructive energy, capable of flattening a small hill, erupted from the cannon. Wherever the beam passed, the alloy ground was vaporized instantly, leaving behind a bottomless molten trench. The hearts of the audience collectively halted in their chests at that moment. However, just as the world-ending beam was about to engulf Lin Meng, he swung the black sword. Domain slash. He did not create a vast portal to shift the entire attack. Doing so would deplete him in an instant. Instead, he opened a minuscule entry point. No larger than a needle's tip, yet perfectly stable. When the catastrophic beam made contact with this tiny entry, an astonishing scene unfolded, shattering all comprehension. The immense energy mass resembled a super balloon punctured by a needle. A small portion of the energy at the forefront was instantly drawn into that inconsequential entry point. More critically, Lin Meng positioned the exit less than a centimeter away from the entry. The absorbed energy was immediately expelled, only to be reabsorbed through the adjacent entry. Thus, a perfect energy self-consumption cycle at a microscopic scale was established. To the eyes of all present, that world-ending beam appeared to pause mid-flight as it reached the center of the arena. Its forefront began to collapse, disintegrate, and vanish from within. Ultimately, just 10 meters away from Lin Meng, this ultimate strike, infused with all of Potion's power, quietly transformed into a myriad of dazzling light points, dissipating without a trace. Potion stood, dumbfounded, gazing at his empty cannon barrel, still emitting wisps of smoke. Once more, he beheld the astonishing spectacle before him. He stood in stunned silence for a moment, before erupting into a hearty, infectious laughter. Ha! With a decisive flourish, he cast the heavy cannon to the ground with a resounding crash. I concede. Lin Meng gradually sheathed his dual swords, securing his place among the top three. With his admission of defeat, the final spot in the triumphant trio was firmly established. On the luminous screen above, 3 names gleamed side by side, radiating a brilliance that rendered all contemporaries pale in comparison. H-City's First Martial Arts Academy, Luo Jun. Thunderous Martial Arts Academy, Leisha. H-City's Second Martial Arts Academy, Lin Meng. The triumvirate had emerged. My heavens, these 3 individuals are nothing short of monsters. One advanced by default, remaining a mystery as no one has managed to draw forth his full strength. Another, a technological juggernaut, left all opponents utterly defenseless. And then there's that Lin Meng. His abilities remain an enigma even to this moment. The atmosphere in the venue reached an unprecedented climax at that instant. The hostess' voice burst forth, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, the final showdown is imminent. The top 3 competitors will engage in a round-robin contest. The first to accumulate 2 victories will advance directly to the championship battle. Meanwhile, the participant with the most wins will become his opponent. Now, let us unveil the first match of the ultimate showdown. Chapter 112, Lin Meng vs. Luo Jun, Part 1. The screen whirled frantically, as the hearts of all present raced to their throats. Finally, 2 names thunderously solidified. H-City's Second Martial Arts Academy, Lin Meng vs. H-City's First Martial Arts Academy, Luo Jun. The crowd erupted in fervor. The most anticipated and suspenseful clash unfolded right from the very first match. On the platform reserved for the Second Martial Arts Academy, Principal Qin Jinshan's rugged visage was marked by an unusual tension. He glanced across to his counterpart, Principal Wang Li of the First Martial Arts Academy, who was also observing him with a cold, piercing gaze. The eyes of these 2 old rivals clashed in the air, an invisible tension nearly igniting the atmosphere. To welcome this highly anticipated pinnacle duel, the host announced loudly, "We shall pause the competition for half an hour to reinforce and replenish the arena with the highest level of energy, ensuring it can withstand the majority of attacks from A-class combatants." The half-hour wait did not diminish the fervor within the venue. Rather, it served to provide even greater build-up time for the impending eruption. When the newly fortified arena reappeared before the spectators, Lin Meng and Luo Jun stepped forth from their respective passages, advancing with measured determination. The 2 stood at the center of the arena, facing each other from a distance. Luo Jun, clad in a long, dark robe adorned with faintly shimmering runes, calmly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. For the first time, he initiated the conversation. "I am quite curious." His voice, though soft, resonated through the array, reaching every corner of the venue with clarity. As one whose records in the Fate Altar document an awakened object as Gate, you wield a sword in battle. There was a pause in Luo Jun's speech, each word landing like a stone cast into water, sending ripples through the hearts of the multitude. It is common knowledge that an affinity master is bound to a single object for life. How have you managed to change your binding item? Boom. This question struck like thunder, reverberating in the minds of the eminent figures observing the match. In the VIP section, representatives from various factions and corporations, who had originally come to spectate casually, suddenly wore expressions of intense scrutiny. Their gazes toward Lin Meng had entirely shifted. No longer did they see a gifted junior. Rather, they regarded him as a treasure that had shattered the rules of the world, replete with unknowns and secrets, or perhaps, as an exceedingly dangerous anomaly. Affinity masters cannot change their bound objects. This is an ironclad rule. Should Lin Meng have defied this law, the value and threat he represents would multiply exponentially. In the seats of the First Martial Arts Academy, Principal Wang Li's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. This was a heart-stabbing tactic. Regardless of Lin Meng's response, the seeds of doubt had already been sown. Principal Qin Jinshan of the Second Martial Arts Academy suddenly rose, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound, his complexion ashen. Wang Li, you despicable old scoundrel. He seethed inwardly, yet felt utterly powerless. This was an open scheme. On the arena, Lin Meng felt the penetrating gazes filled with inquiry and avarice directed toward him from all sides. He finally understood that Luo Jun's question was not born of mere curiosity, but served as a blade that struck without bloodshed, thrusting him from the pedestal of genius into the spotlight of an anomaly. The primal energy within Lin Meng surged forth, causing the stable bottleneck he had maintained at the late C class to tremble under the pressure. He lifted his gaze, meeting Luo Jun's calm, unyielding eyes. Defeat me, and I shall tell you. There was no anger, no justification, only the most straightforward of responses. Luo Jun seemed unsurprised by this answer. He chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he slowly spread his arms wide. An overwhelming surge of primal energy, far surpassing the peak of C class, erupted from him without reservation. B class initial. In the air, countless minuscule golden runes materialized out of thin air, as if summoned spirits, swirling rapidly around him, coalescing. A sacred, imposing, and undeniable aura began to permeate the space. The referee, witnessing this, immediately announced with a booming voice, "The match begins." At the instant the whistle blew, Luo Jun did not launch any attack. The golden runes surrounding him proliferated at a terrifying speed, spreading like a golden tide, instantly enveloping the ground, walls, and even the protective shield above the arena. A complex, three-dimensional rune domain was thus formed. Lin Meng instantly felt as though the surrounding space was suffused with mercury, rendering it viscous and heavy. Each breath and heartbeat felt like a struggle against an invisible shackle. Luo Jun stood at the center of the golden runes, like the sole deity of this domain. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of a decree. Within my domain of Prologue of Truth, your spatial movement is prohibited. Observing the unfolding battle on the arena, an elderly figure with snow-white hair, clad in the attire of H-City's Practitioner Guild, suddenly leapt from his seat, his murky eyes now ablaze with intensity. Fixated on Luo Jun at the center of the arena. Could this be a domain? It was an incomplete domain, or one might say, an embryonic form of a domain. Yet, even in its nascent state, it was something that many A-class practitioners could scarcely master, let alone someone at the B-class initial stage. Beside him, another high-ranking military officer shook his head in disbelief, his voice tinged with astonishment. The power of a domain, which can only be accessed by A-class strongholds, and yet he can grasp it at the B-class initial stage? What a monster! The first martial arts academy has birthed a true prodigy. No wonder he advanced by default. This power likely surpasses that of most seasoned B-class practitioners. Principal Wang Li of the First Martial Arts Academy finally wore a triumphant smile upon his face. This was precisely the effect he sought. Not only did he aim to win, but he also intended to utterly crush Lin Meng, utilizing the very spatial abilities he prided himself on, delivering a dimensional strike that would declare the unassailable dominance of the First Martial Arts Academy. In the arena, Lin Meng immediately sensed the malevolence emanating from the entirety of the world directed at him. The alloy floor beneath his feet. Every particle in the air seemed to reject and surveil him. It felt akin to a free hacker abruptly ensnared within a tightly controlled local network governed by a super administrator. He attempted to mobilize his spiritual pressure, intending to execute instant displacement. However, the once effortless act of spatial leap that could be achieved with merely a thought has now become an arduous endeavor. He could sense that the close-knit connection he shared with the fabric of space was forcefully severed by countless intricate, invisible threads of runes. What was once an instantaneous skill now necessitated a minimum of 1 second of preparation to break through this layer of confinement. Even more perilous was the fact that, despite expending his mental energy to establish his location, the anticipated landing point had become obscured and fraught with uncertainty. It resembled a GPS signal severely disrupted, capable of transporting him onto a trajectory of lethal assault at any moment. In combat at the same level, a mere second of delay could determine life or death. Chapter 113. Lin Meng vs. Luo Jun, Part 2. Luo Jun stood at the center of the golden sea of runes, his expression as impassive as a priest pronouncing a judgment. He slowly raised both hands, gently bringing them together before his chest. The entire domain of Prologue of Truth seemed to activate like a finely tuned machine, rumbling to life. Countless golden runes abruptly illuminated the ground, walls, and protective shields, as if animated, detaching from their carriers and swiftly traversing the air, coalescing into dozens of chains of runes ablaze with golden flames. Clang! The chains pierced through the air with an ear-piercing metallic screech, hurtling toward Lin Meng from every conceivable angle, sealing off all potential escape routes and forming an absolute, all-encompassing prison. Abandon the movement. Lin Meng decisively resolved. Since evasion was impossible, he would sever the chains. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, his black sword, Domain Slash, traced a pitch-black arc toward the 3 oncoming chains. Spatial interruption. Yet, Just as the blade capable of slicing through space was about to make contact with the chains, the myriad runes upon them flared with radiant intensity. An overwhelming force of repulsion, powerful enough to induce suffocation, erupted. Lin Meng felt as though his sword had struck an impossibly smooth, rapidly spinning gyroscope. As all his strength was instantaneously nullified, the spatial rifts he had relied upon to gain fame could not even carve a minuscule gap in the face of this repulsion rooted in the laws of the realm. His sword could not sever chains forged from the very essence of rules. Futile. Luo Jun's voice came, devoid of emotion. I do not combat your spatial abilities with strength. I have merely temporarily amended the rules of this place. In this domain, space cannot be easily severed. This is the first truth I have established. Boom. A rune chain grazed Lin Meng's shoulder, crashing into the ground behind him and erupting into a storm of golden runes. The violent shockwave caused Lin Meng to stagger, a sharp pain radiating through his arm. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. His speed was nullified, his peculiar footwork rendered ineffective. And even his core offensive technique, spatial interruption, had been fundamentally restricted by his opponent. He resembled a tiger stripped of its fangs and claws, relying solely on the purest swordsmanship and combat instincts to clumsily block and evade in this world inscribed by his adversary. Clang, clang, clang. The black sword clashed incessantly with the rune chains. With each parry, a surge of runic power imbued with concepts of prohibition, repulsion, and suppression coursed through the blade, numbing his grip and rapidly depleting his spiritual energy. In the audience, all were rendered speechless. This was no longer a battle, it was a demonstration. Luo Jun was showcasing to everyone what absolute suppression entailed. Victory is assured. Senior Luo Jun is invincible. Ha. Doesn't that Lin Meng from the second high look like a monkey trapped in a cage now? This is the foundation of our first martial high. A genius? Before a true monster, utterly insignificant. Cheers erupted from the seats of the first martial high, and Principal Wang Li's smile grew increasingly smug. Meanwhile, the area designated for the second martial high was engulfed in a profound silence. Principal Qin Jinshan's muscular arms bulged with veins as he gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles whitening from exertion. Behind him, Lei Hong was in a state of frantic anxiety, muttering incessantly, how could this happen? How could he be so thoroughly countered? Lin Meng, think of something. Yet, amidst the relentless storm of rune assaults, no one noticed that Lin Meng's gaze had shifted. After the initial shock and passivity, his dark eyes bore no trace of panic or despair. As he wielded the black sword, executing minimal movements to block the attacks from all directions, his body maneuvered with precision. Though his posture appeared disheveled, his steps remained impeccably organized. His focus had entirely shifted from the wildly dancing chains to the more fundamental elements that constituted this domain. His eyes functioned like a high-precision scanner, fervently capturing, recording, and analyzing the flow patterns of the golden runes, their combinations, and the energy trajectories resulting from their interactions. These runes, seemingly complex and infinite, were swiftly being deconstructed and categorized in Lin Meng's perception, like an ornate essay of 10,000 words, although adorned with splendid language and grand structure. Its essence was still comprised of the most basic components, arranged according to specific grammatical logic, and Lin Meng had precisely studied this language. Deep within his mind, an ethereal compendium, composed of countless points of light, began to unfurl. It was the comprehensive treatise on runes, imprinted deep within his soul by his mentor, the S-rank powerhouse, the Prism Master Gu Xian, an encapsulation of Gu Xian's lifelong insights into the foundational runes of the world. All things possess their principles, and runes are the embodiment of those principles. Little one, do not be deceived by appearances. Regardless of how complex a spell or how powerful a domain may be, its foundation lies within those primordial, fundamental source runes. Learn to see through the essence, and you shall find the key to unraveling all. Gu Xian's ancient and sagacious voice seemed to transcend time, resonating within his mind. Lin Meng's gaze pierced through the swirling chains of runes, through the golden veil, ultimately settling upon an inconspicuous, minuscule node composed of 3 fundamental runes on the ground beneath him. That node was but one of countless energy circuits within the entire prologue of truth domain. It was minute, concealed, akin to a single line of base code within a supercomputer amidst the expanse of the grand domain. Yet, that line of code was flawed. Perhaps Luo Jun's overconfidence or the sheer size of constructing such a domain rendered it imperfect. That minuscule rune node harbored an almost negligible paradox in the logic of energy flow, one that could instantaneously collapse the entire program. I have found it. After enduring the tempest of suppression for several minutes, Lin Meng did not crumble, but rather, a chilling smile gradually emerged at the corner of his mouth, instilling dread in all who beheld it. His trump card against Luo Jun had never merely been the power of the Grim Reaper. It was his understanding of the fundamental rules of the world from a higher dimension. Your truth has a flaw. Lin Meng lifted his head to meet Luo Jun's placid gaze, softly uttering those words. Chapter 114, Lin Meng vs. Luo Jun, Part 3. In that moment, Luo Jun's pupils constricted slightly, An inexplicable sense of foreboding coursed down his spine like an electric current. Impossible. Prologue of Truth was his most prized ability. The prototype of his domain, the source of his confidence to dominate all contemporary mages. How could there be a flaw, let alone one perceived by Lin Meng? A mere C-rank? A mere spectacle, utterly absurd. Luo Jun let out a cold snort, forcefully suppressing the flicker of unease in his heart, transforming it into an even more ferocious intent to kill. He intensified the output of his original force, and the golden radiance of the entire domain surged once more. Suppress them. In an instant, the number of runic chains doubled out of thin air, the howling sound of the rupturing air merging into a singular cacophony, almost tearing the very fabric of the atmosphere. However, this time, Lin Meng did not passively defend. He released the white sword from his left hand, allowing it to dissipate into specks of light, while raising his vacant left hand before him, fingers slightly splayed. The original force within him surged forth like a torrential river, converging at the palm of his hand. Strangely, this immense power did not manifest as any form of attack. Instead, it coalesced into strands of shimmering silver threads, as brilliant as starlight, deftly weaving, intertwining, and delineating at his fingertips. 1, 2, 3. One after another, silver runes, starkly different from Luo Jun's golden ones, more archaic, more profound, rapidly took shape in his palm. This spectacle left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What was he doing? Condensing runes? A spatial swordsman condensing runes? Was he mad? Was this not akin to wielding a grand blade before Guan Yu, or handling a great axe in front of Liu Ban? Luo Jun also witnessed this scene, initially taken aback, then a sneer of undisguised derision crept upon his lips. Have you abandoned your sword to compete with me, an S-rank rune master? In the understanding of runes? His voice brimmed with absurdity and disdain, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the year. Lin Meng offered no reply. His entire focus was immersed in the miniature array composed of 3 fundamental silver runes. It was completed. He flicked his finger. Buzz. That diminutive silver rune array, like a shooting star piercing the night, did not aim at Luo Jun, nor did it attempt to block the incoming chains. Rather, it precisely imprinted at the minuscule node on the ground that he had previously locked onto from an unexpected angle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. In fact, there was hardly a sound, just a faint yet remarkably clear pop, akin to the bursting of a bubble. In the next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Luo Jun's eyes. Centered around the struck node, a pitch-black fissure spread wildly across his golden domain like a spider's web. He could distinctly feel that the unbreakable connection between himself and the domain had been forcibly torn open. It was as if a flawless program, meticulously crafted by his own hands, had been abruptly infected with a lethal virus code through a higher authority's command. How could this be possible? Luo Jun's complexion changed drastically. The composure and calm he had always maintained evaporating entirely. He immediately comprehended what Lin Meng had accomplished, rather than confronting him with brute force. The opponent had utilized a syntax far beyond his comprehension, yet undoubtedly superior, to logically and locally rewrite the rules of his domain. Not a chance. Luo Jun roared, abandoning all thoughts of attack, his hands moving frantically as torrents of original force surged forth, transforming into countless golden runes of restoration, rushing towards the fissure in an attempt to seal the breach. A silent war erupted in a dimension that no one could comprehend. On the arena, the sea of golden runes clashed fiercely with the resplendent silver starlight. Lin Meng's gaze was sharp, his hands moving before him with such rapidity that they nearly left behind afterimages, continuously conjuring silver rune arrays imbued with the essence of unraveling, reversing, and collapsing, slicing towards the other vulnerable nodes of the prologue of truth with the precision of the finest scalpel. Meanwhile, Luo Jun appeared frantic, desperately channeling original force to construct layers of defensive, covering, and stabilizing golden rune barriers, struggling to block and repair the damage. In the audience, everyone held their breath. They could not grasp the principles at play, but they could see that the once sacred and awe-inspiring golden domain was now flickering, distorting, and tearing apart like a faulty projection with an unstable signal. The original forces of both combatants were visibly depleting at a frenzied pace. Luo Jun's face turned increasingly pale. Maintaining such an expansive domain was already a tremendous burden, and now he had to divide his focus and vast reserves of original force to engage in this high-intensity offensive and defensive battle, leading to a geometric rate of consumption. Lin Meng was equally affected. The original force within him had already been significantly drained from his previous confrontation with Sherpatian, and now it surged downward like a flood released from a dam. Finally, crack! A crisp sound, akin to the shattering of glass, reverberated throughout the entire stadium. The prologue of truth domain that Luo Jun had constructed, enveloping the entire arena, collapsed with a final flicker. Golden light scattered like dandelion fluff blown away by a fierce wind, vanishing without a trace. Gasp! Luo Jun tasted blood in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood as he knelt on one knee, supporting himself on the ground, breathing heavily, beads of sweat soaking his hair at the forehead. his body trembling slightly beneath the dark robe. On the other side, Lin Meng's complexion also appeared a bit pale, yet he stood tall, merely breathing a touch more rapidly. The initial clash concluded with the collapse of the domain. It seemed evenly matched. But everyone understood that having one's most cherished domain shattered by the same means indicated that Luo Jun had already lost half the battle. Wang Li, the principal of the first martial high, wore a frozen smile that had long since withered. He abruptly stood up, fixating on the arena with an expression filled with disbelief. This scene had utterly surpassed his realm of understanding. Luo Jun gradually straightened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Lin Meng transformed entirely. No longer did it hold contempt or arrogance. Instead, it was replaced by a gravity never before felt, accompanied by a hint of trepidation that even he himself had yet to recognize. Though he was unaware of where this individual had acquired such knowledge, it was evident that his understanding of runes was likely on par with his own. He could no longer afford to delay. A swift resolution was imperative. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was equally drained, he resolved to overwhelm him with his deeper reservoir of original force and faster recovery. With this thought, the intent to kill surged in Luo Jun's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands before his chest, forming a seal. Buzz! Beneath his feet, a circular green magic array composed of countless restorative runes, known as the energy-gathering magic pattern array, quietly unfolded, greedily siphoning the ambient energy from the air to replenish his depletion. Simultaneously, his other hand was already aimed at the distant Lin Meng. With the constraints of the domain lifted, his casting speed reached its zenith. Elemental rune arrows. In an instant, 3 arrows of runes, ablaze with flames, entwined with frost, and crackling with electricity, formed a character king shape, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling towards Lin Meng. An attack and defense, executed in an instant. Luo Jun finally revealed the most terrifying combat instinct befitting an S-rank genius. And this was merely the beginning. Behind him, the second and third waves of elemental rune arrows began to coalesce. An unending barrage was poised to inundate Lin Meng, who was on the brink of exhausting his original force like a torrential downpour. Chapter 115, Lin Meng vs. Luo Jun 4. In the VIP section, a colonel from the military shook his head slightly. It's over, Lin Meng's original force has run dry. Facing this level of relentless assault, he lacked even the strength to evade. Wang Li, the principal of the first martial high, finally revealed a cruel delight on his rigid face. This was the outcome he desired. To vanquish you with your own strengths, then crush you with my might. However, on the arena, faced with the potentially lethal 3 arrows, Lin Meng's expression bore no trace of panic. His original force was indeed nearly depleted, and his body was fatigued from the earlier confrontation. Yet, he still possessed another force. One that had never truly been revealed in this world. A force not of this world. He understood that he must finally reveal his true trump card. Confronted by the 3 incoming streams of lethal light, Lin Meng chose not to withstand their onslaught, nor to attempt to sever the fabric of space with his dwindling primordial energy. Instead, he gently raised his hands, and the ethereal images of the black and white twin swords gradually materialized in his palms. Closing his eyes, he appeared to surrender to the inevitable. At that very moment, his deep, resonant chant, imbued with a sacred cadence, echoed clearly in the ears of all present. My body is the realm. All phenomena return to the void. The sound was soft yet seemed to carry an enchantment, rendering the once cacophonous stadium eerily silent. Luo Jun's pupils constricted sharply, and the ominous premonition within him surged anew. What is this? A transcendent spell requiring an incantation? Too late, he roared, hastening the elemental arrows, urging them to accelerate by a third. Yet at that very instant, Lin Meng's chant reached its final line. The gate of the abyss, open. Boom. A force that transcended the early B rank, carrying an essence of boundless void and finality, awakened as though an ancient beast, dormant for eons, had stirred. Centered around Lin Meng's form, a visible black shockwave erupted. The elemental rune arrows, capable of severely injuring B-rank warriors, disintegrated instantaneously upon contact with this black shockwave, akin to ice plunging into lava, without emitting a single lament. They were obliterated, dissolving into the most primal particles of energy. The entire dome of the stadium seemed to be devoured, plunging into darkness. All observers, regardless of their strength, felt a shudder of terror emanating from the depths of their souls, as if witnessing the ultimate scene of annihilation where heaven and earth ceased to exist, and all things returned to the void. What kind of power is this? In the VIP section, an elder from the Adventurers Guild rose in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. This is not the power of a soulbinder. Absolutely not. In the eyes of all who were horrified, Lin Meng, at the eye of the storm, underwent a transformation of cataclysmic proportions. The ethereal images of the black and white twin swords shattered into countless points of light, only to be reconstituted in a manner more profound than before. One sword, entirely black, embodied the purest darkness of the cosmos, from which even light could not escape. The space surrounding its blade twisted subtly, resembling a miniature black hole that incessantly devoured all. The other sword glimmered with an unprecedented brilliance, pure and sacred, as if it contained the vitality of a world and the ultimate resting place of souls. His combat attire also transformed quietly under the surge of spiritual pressure, morphing into a simple yet imposing black robe, from which an unusual circular emblem connecting the black and white hues gradually emerged, akin to the aura of a deity. Bankai, the void of all things. For the first time in this world, it revealed its fearsome yet sacred visage. The primordial energy fluctuation surged from late C rank to mid B rank. Jun felt the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Lin Meng, steadily climbing and finally stabilizing at mid B rank, draining the color from his face as incredulity filled his eyes. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? No, this was not merely a breakthrough. This was a liberation of form, an elevation of essence. What terrified him further was that although Lin Meng's exhibited power was quantitatively mid B rank, qualitatively it far surpassed his own primordial energy. It was an existence of higher dimensions, imbued with the power of regulation. Before Jun could regain his composure from the shock, Lin Meng moved. In his Bankai state, he simply directed the white sword in his left hand toward the ground with a gentle pull. The void of all things. In an instant, an irresistible, terrifying gravitational force erupted from the tip of the white sword. Across the arena, the abandoned golden rune energies scattered by Jun's shattered domain, along with the elemental particles still lingering in the air, seemed to respond to a supreme command, transforming into torrents of gold, forcibly stripped from the fabric of space, and surged ravenously into the white sword. Within the span of a heartbeat, Lin Meng's previously dwindling spiritual pressure was restored by more than half in an unreasonably overwhelming manner. My energy. Jun was horrified to discover that even the energy-gathering magic circle he was operating beneath his feet was severely disrupted, with vast amounts of free-floating energy being forcibly siphoned away. This monster, not only can he dismantle my domain, but he can also plunder my energy. An unprecedented sense of crisis jolted Jun awake. He could no longer afford to maintain his composure, frantically casting spells as layers of defensive rune arrays illuminated before him, forming an immensely thick golden barrier. Simultaneously, he pointed at Lin Meng. Binding rune network. A colossal net woven from countless golden runes, enveloping half the arena, descended upon Lin Meng, aiming to confine him once more and restrict his uncanny mobility. However, what he faced was no longer Lin Meng in his initial release state. Naive. Lin Meng uttered softly, and with a casual swipe of the black sword in his right hand, he executed Spatial Severance. The same move, now augmented by Bankai, possessed a power that was incomparably greater. A pitch-black, unfathomable fissure in space cleaved through the resilient rune net as easily as a paper cutter slices through thin paper, effortlessly splitting it in two. Jun's pupils trembled. Chapter 116, Champion. Before he could react, Lin Meng's figure had already vanished from sight. Dimensional transit. In the next moment, dozens of dark, pupil-like miniature doorways materialized from all directions around Jun. Multidimensional assault. A black fist entwined with the essence of the void emerged unexpectedly from the doorway to Jun's left, striking him fiercely beneath the ribs. Thud. A sharp sword light descended from the doorway above his head, instantly shredding his protective runes. Boom. A pure surge of spiritual pressure erupted from the doorway behind him, propelling him forward in a staggering motion. Jun was utterly dazed. His once proud combat rhythm, his meticulously calculated spell sequences, felt as fragile as paper before Lin Meng's utterly unreasonable assault. He could not discern where the next strike would come from, nor could he predict the ever-changing forms of the attacks. Get away from me. Jun, driven to madness, unleashed his primordial energy without reservation, creating a circular golden shockwave that temporarily thrust him into a safe space. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. His hands once again clasped in prayer as he began to chant a more powerful defensive spell. However, Lin Meng's assault showed no signs of granting him that opportunity. While launching his multidimensional attack, Lin Meng's other hand was rapidly sketching silver runes. He was not only employing the power of Bankai for physical domination, but was also delivering a dimensional blow using Jun's most cherished method against him. Each silver rune, imbued with the power to unravel and disintegrate, struck the hastily erected defensive barrier above Jun with pinpoint precision, systematically dismantling its energy nodes. Physical attacks and rune dismantling proceeded simultaneously. A dual-pronged assault. No, this is impossible. Jun watched in horror as his once mighty rune barrier melted away under the assault of those silver runes, like snow under a blazing sun. His resolve finally began to shatter. And then, the final straw arrived. Lin Meng appeared merely 10 meters in front of Jun, slowly raising the black sword in his right hand. Void Devourer, a colossal gateway, exuding an aura of finality and the void, thunderously opened before Jun. That was not a portal leading to anywhere. It was a gaping rift into the void. Light, sound, matter, energy, and even the very concept of existence itself were being frantically drawn and devoured by that door. The protective force surrounding Luo Jun surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, uncontrollably pulled towards the portal, while his body and soul emitted a mournful wail, as if on the brink of obliteration. In that moment, he caught a whiff of death. I admit it. Before the final word of surrender could escape his lips, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Lin Meng gazed at the fallen Luo Jun, battered and unconscious on the ground, and slowly retracted the gate of return. The dual swords of black and white dissipated, the Bankai state was lifted, and his imposing black robe returned to its original form. A profound silence engulfed the arena. Above, on the dome's luminous screen, the visage representing Luo Jun faded into obscurity. Meanwhile, having witnessed Lin Meng's terrifying prowess, Lei Jia, who had previously been defeated by Lin Meng's initial form, chose to concede outright, abandoning any further contest. With Luo Jun's defeat and Lei Jia's surrender, only one name remained among the three strongest contenders, suspended in the heavens. The referee's hand, poised with the gong hammer, lingered in midair for a full 3 seconds. On the arena floor, the S-rank genius had now collapsed like a puddle of mud, while one had already surrendered, and the last remaining youth simply stood quietly, suppressing all his extraordinary aura. At last, he struck the gong representing finality with all his might, bellowing the result to the world. The ultimate champion of this year's H-City Martial Arts High School first-year competition is Lin Meng from the 2nd Martial Arts High School. The announcement echoed through the loudspeaker, yet it failed to incite the anticipated cheers. The entire venue, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, students, instructors, and representatives of various factions, seemed to be choked into silence. A second of stillness followed by another. Did I not see correctly? He won. That Soul Weaver triumphed? A student in the front row murmured, his voice trembling. A Soul Weaver? You call that a Soul Weaver? Your Soul Weaver can open doors, unleash sword energy, and finally create a black hole to swallow people whole. The person beside him slapped his thigh, as if trying to expel the shock from his body. This appeared to be a signal. The suffocating silence erupted like a landslide, turning into a tsunami of sound. Lin Meng. Lin Meng. A monster. This is truly a monster. The 1st Martial Arts High School has lost. Luo Jun was defeated in an instant after Lin Meng transformed. Heaven above. Cheers, screams, and incredulous discussions converged into a seething torrent, nearly toppling the dome. They were not merely witnesses to a victory. They were witnesses to the birth of a new legend. In the VIP area, the principal of the 1st Martial Arts High School, Wang Li, wore a grim expression, unconsciously crushing the energy crystal teacup in his hand into dust. Meanwhile, his neighbor, Qin Jinshan, trembled violently, not out of fear, but from sheer ecstasy. Gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turned white. For years, they had been suppressed. All the finest resources and accolades had been seized by the 1st Martial Arts High School. The humiliation and frustration swelled into a torrent, threatening to overflow from his eyes. He did not weep openly. Instead, he tilted his head back and let out a primal roar that straddled the line between laughter and tears. A figure capable of suppressing an entire era had finally emerged from their 2nd Martial Arts High School. In the center of the venue, Lin Meng remained indifferent to the surrounding uproar. As his Bankai state was lifted, the all-consuming spiritual pressure dissipated, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation of fatigue. He stretched his neck, producing a satisfying crack. Chapter 117. The Contract of Coexistence with the Source. The clamor of the venue resembled boiling magma. Every inch of air filled with heated astonishment and discourse. The name Lin Meng had become an intangible brand, deeply etched into the minds of the tens of thousands present. Yet, in the highest tier of the VIP area, cloaked by soundproof runes in a secluded box, the atmosphere was starkly different. Yishinran's clear, autumn water-like eyes remained fixed on the solitary figure standing in the arena, unable to look away. She had witnessed that groundbreaking battle firsthand. From the unraveling of the runic domain to the reappearance of the godlike Bankai form that had once saved her from peril, each scene detonated like thunder, creating monumental waves in her tranquil heart. Shinran. Beside her, Gu Xian's aged yet gentle voice interrupted her reverie. He did not glance at the revelry below but instead observed his granddaughter's complex expression, a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and an indescribable emotion. What do you think of Lin Meng? Yi Shinran snapped back to attention, her delicate chin tightening slightly as she pondered her words. He is extraordinarily strong, with an unreasonable level of comprehension. Not merely unreasonable. Gu Xian chuckled lightly, his murky eyes sparkling with a wisdom that seemed to perceive all. Ordinary geniuses operate within established rules, maximizing their power to the utmost. Yet he creates his own rules. That is the vista beyond S rank. He is merely at the late stage of C rank, yet he has already grazed the threshold. The elder picked up a nearby cup of tea, gently dispersing the swirling steam, then abruptly shifted his tone to one of utmost severity. Shinran, regarding your once-in-a-lifetime contract of coexistence with the Source, you might consider him. Of course, once you have contemplated it thoroughly, you can converse with him at length. From my perspective, you can confidently reveal the effects of your source coexistence contract to him. Even if it does not come to fruition, he would not disclose it. Cough, cough. Yi Shinran had just lifted her teacup to take a sip when she nearly choked at his words, her fair, delicate face flushing crimson as she coughed repeatedly. She stared incredulously at her grandfather with wide, beautiful eyes. Grandpa, what are you saying? The contract of coexistence with the source. That is the most core, sacred, and significant ritual for the sole sovereign profession, sharing one's innate talents entirely with another, forming a profound connection of soul and life. Such a decision could determine the course of her entire life. Gu Xian, however, paid no heed to her alarm and continued his analysis. He awakened as a soul weaver, but can harness powers far exceeding those of the soul weaver system. This indicates he harbors tremendous secrets. The opportunity itself is invaluable. Even more frightening is his comprehension. That compendium of all runic principles encapsulates the essence of my life's work, and its complexity is such that an ordinary A-rank genius might spend years without grasping its essence. Yet he, in a mere 7 days, not only did he comprehend it, but he also identified and precisely exploited the minuscule flaws in Luo Jun's domain during the ever-changing battle. Gu Xian set down his teacup, his voice laced with a hint of unintentional awe. Such comprehension cannot merely be described as genius. Provided he does not fall midway, he is destined to become a legendary extraordinary figure, should fortune favor him further. Breaking through to the S-rank Void Realm and achieving the SS-rank Immortal Realm may not be beyond hope. SS-rank Immortal Realm? Yi Shinran was utterly stunned. The SS-rank Immortal Realm is a domain where one can traverse the void, commanding reality with a mere thought, a legendary existence capable of altering continental plates. In the entirety of Blue Star, only one such figure stands guard, while many others have already immersed themselves in the myriad battles of various races. For Grandpa to suggest he has the potential to reach such heights? Does this imply that his future achievements could even surpass those of Grandpa, an S-rank powerhouse? Watching his granddaughter's adorably bewildered expression, Gu Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Yi Shinran regained her senses, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately as she suddenly leaned closer to Gu Xian, extending her slender, jade-like hand to gently shake his arm, her tone imbued with a rare hint of endearing innocence. Grandpa, are you teasing me again? I don't want that. Having you and Grandpa to protect me is more than enough. I want to seek out others to sign such a contract. With a clever display of charm, she deftly brushed aside the weighty topic, yet her heart, racing fiercely in response to Gu Xian's words, could not find tranquility. Gu Xian chuckled and shook his head, choosing to remain silent. He understood that the seed had already been sown, and whether it would take root and flourish in the future depended on their own fate. As the dust settled on the championship, the competition did not conclude immediately. After a brief intermission, the subsequent challenge rounds commenced at a brisk pace. This represented a final opportunity for the lower-ranking students to prove themselves. The first batch consisted of the last 50 from the top 100, who could choose whether to challenge the ones above them. Contestant 51 challenged Contestant 42, and lost. Contestant 83 challenged Contestant 49, and triumphed. Advancing, shadows and lights danced on the stage as cheers mingled with the clashing of weapons. However, the successful challengers remained few. After over an hour of fierce battles, only 7 out of 20 challenges achieved victory, reaffirming the ironclad rule that the higher one ranks, the greater the disparity in strength. Next, the 50 strongest faced off against the top 25. This time, the atmosphere was even more intense. Those standing here were all elite students cultivated by the prominent martial arts institutions, each possessing their own trump cards. The ferocity of the battles far surpassed those before. Yet the outcomes were even more brutal. A total of 9 challengers arose, yet only one emerged victorious, having exhausted all his cards and nearly dragging his opponent down with him. The remaining challengers all faced defeat. When the 25 contenders faced the top 10, the atmosphere in the venue turned somewhat peculiar. Each of the top 10 seed competitors was a standout from each city, with a clear divide in strength from the lower-ranking contestants. Ultimately, after a prolonged silence, only a heavy-armored warrior from the military's martial arts academy mustered the courage to challenge the 10th-ranked competitor. However, within less than 3 minutes of the battle commencing, his prized alloy shield was cleaved in two by a fierce sword aura, leading to his disheartening defeat. From that moment on, no one dared to challenge again. The status of the top 10 remained as solid as a mountain. As for the top 3, they were determined after 8 rounds, and the other top 10 competitors could not challenge them. Seeing the situation, the referee did not delay any longer. His resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. All challenge matches have concluded. Final rankings are now established. Next, we shall hold the award ceremony for this year's first-year martial arts competition at H City. All top 100 competitors, please come to the stage. As his voice fell, the lighting in the entire venue shifted once more. Above, countless beams of light converged, and in the center of the arena, a magnificent award platform constructed of light and shadow slowly rose. The platform was tiered, with 3 parallel seats at its pinnacle, symbolizing the zenith of glory. Lin Meng stood among the crowd, feeling the multitude of gazes cast upon him, filled with awe, envy, jealousy, and curiosity. He took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering fatigue from his earlier trials, and stepped forward, gradually approaching the pedestal that was the focus of everyone's attention. He had earned the title of champion. Yet he was acutely aware that from the moment the referee rang the bell, countless scrutinizing, greedy, and apprehensive eyes had fixed upon him like invisible probes. The storm had begun. He knew that the true tempest was just commencing at that very moment. Chapter 118, Champion's Reward. Accompanied by the referee's thunderous announcement, the light across the dome suddenly dimmed, followed by thousands of soft yet dazzling beams converging from all directions, intertwining, outlining, and ascending at the very center of the venue. A podium entirely constructed of light and shadow rose amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The platform was tiered, resembling a staircase leading to the divine realm, with 3 parallel thrones at the very top, symbolizing the utmost glory of this competition. Lin Meng stood among the crowd below, sensing the complex gazes directed at him, filled with reverence, envy, jealousy, curiosity, and, lurking deeper, a greed and scrutiny reminiscent of a venomous serpent in an abyss. He stepped forward, walking towards the glorious staircase formed by light and shadow. Each step felt as though he were treading upon the dignity of all martial arts students in H City, heavy yet unwavering. As Lin Meng, Lei Jia, and Luo Jun, who appeared pale as a ghost after emergency treatment, took their respective places, the referee's impassioned voice resounded once more. Now, we announce the rewards for the top 3. Third place, First Martial Arts Academy, Luo Jun. Reward, 2 A-grade universal skill books, 1 million in training resources. Luo Jun stood expressionless, devoid of any ripple in his gaze towards this reward that would have sent countless into frenzy in previous years. Only a profound stillness remained. Second place, Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Lei Jia. Reward, 3 A-grade universal skill books, 2 million in training resources. Lei Jia accepted the Medal of Honor, bowing deeply to the audience. Though he had voluntarily conceded, standing at this position was a testament to his strength. Finally, the referee's voice soared, each word striking like a hammer against the hearts of all present. The champion of this year's first-year martial arts competition at H City is Second Martial Arts Academy, Lin Meng. Reward 1, a direct entry to the National War God Training Camp. Reward 2, 3 A-grade universal skill books. Reward 3, 2 million in training resources. The referee paused momentarily, as if even he felt parched, before casting his gaze skyward. A luminous box composed of energy descended slowly into his hands. He carefully opened it to reveal a fist-sized crystal, seemingly containing a dazzling galaxy within, quietly resting inside and emitting an essence that sent shivers down the spine of all professionals present. Reward 4, 1 Origin Crystal. It can unconditionally enhance the talent level of S-grade and below professionals by 1 tier. Boom. If the previous uproar had been akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami, the astonished uproar erupting from the entire venue now felt like a planetary collision. The Origin Crystal. My goodness. I can't believe I am witnessing this legendary object in my lifetime. An S-grade talent can be elevated by another tier? What does that even mean? This is a living legend. Madness. Second Martial Arts Academy is truly destined for greatness. Countless greedy, fiery gazes were fixated on the crystal, and then on Lin Meng. Lin Meng grasped the heavy champion trophy, along with a black crystal card symbolizing 2 million resources. Finally, he held the smooth yet explosively energetic Origin Crystal in his hand. The moment he grasped it, it felt as though he were holding a pulsating heart, and the primal force within him surged uncontrollably, emanating the most fundamental desire. Meanwhile, in the highest standard medical room beneath the venue, crack, the expensive energy healing device was shattered by a surge of violent primal force. Luo Jun, bare-chested and covered in newly healed scars, slammed his fist against the alloy wall, producing a deafening sound. Soul Enchanter? Iron Gate. Is this the waste you confirmed for his transfer? His eyes were blood-red, resembling a madman, as he glared fiercely at a middle-aged man in a suit, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This man was none other than the director of the First Martial Arts Academy, Lin Meng. Luo Jun, calm down. This was an accident. Lin Meng's voice trembled slightly, as he dared not meet Luo Jun's gaze, which seemed to devour him whole. Surprised? Luo Jun abruptly turned around, seizing Lin Meng by the collar and forcefully slamming him against the wall. My S-rank talent's confinement rune network could not even delay his movements by a fraction. My powerfully formidable energy magic array was instantaneously unraveled by a method I could not comprehend. That final black hole, that all-consuming abyss. Is this what you call a soul master? Are you jesting with me? Lin Meng felt suffocated under the S-rank pressure emanating from Luo Jun, struggling to articulate. The video indeed depicted it that way. No one could have anticipated he concealed himself so deeply. He must possess other secrets. Of course, it was evident to everyone that he harbored profound secrets. Otherwise, how could his combat prowess be so elevated? Luo Jun released his grip, kicking over a nearby medical bed, and howled in a frenzy. The source crystal is gone. The quota for the God of War training camp has vanished. I cannot elevate my talent to S rank within the stipulated time. If I fail to complete the mission, I shall see how you all explain this to the master. The mere mention of master drained the color from Lin Meng's face, his fear overwhelming all else. He hurriedly bowed, nearly pleading, "Please calm down, young Master Luo. This is all the fault of that old fool Wang Li. He controls the school, and there are many tactics we cannot dare to employ openly. Otherwise, Lin Meng would have long." He did not dare to finish his sentence, but the malice behind his words was unmistakable. Luo Jun's chest heaved violently. The madness in his eyes gradually replaced by a chilling coldness. He slowly smoothed out his wrinkled clothing. His voice hoarse and low, informed the master that the plan has encountered setbacks. However, as an S-rank genius, I still have the opportunity to enter the God of War training camp. I will personally reclaim all that belongs to me. As for that Lin Meng, a cruel smile graced his lips. I will make him understand that being a genius is not an easy feat. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. On the other hand, as the tumultuous clamor of the gymnasium was completely severed by the heavy metal doors behind him, the world fell silent. Lin Meng walked alone down the empty corridor, each step echoing as if reverberating through time. The fervor of victory was fading, replaced by an indescribable weariness that surged from the depths of his soul. It was the price paid for forcibly activating his Bankai, elevating his existence to another dimension. Every muscle, every bone, groaned with the aching aftereffects of being drained. Yet, he paid no heed to this fatigue, for within his pocket, the warm source crystal pulsed rhythmically, as if it were alive, resonating with the primal force within him, conveying the most fundamental and purest desire. It was the key to a higher realm, the hope of breaking free from his shackles. Lin Meng followed a staff member to the independent VIP box located on the highest floor. Chapter 119, The God of War Training Camp and Skill Book Selection. Upon opening the door, Gu Xian and Yi Xinran were quietly seated inside, savoring tea, as though oblivious to the outside world. "Please, take a seat." Gu Xian gestured toward the opposite position, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Teacher, classmate Yi." Lin Meng nodded and sat down. "I plan to escort Xinran back to Beijing." Gu Xian stated directly, "Before we leave, there are some matters I need to discuss with you. My family is in Beijing." Yi Xinran picked up the thread, her clear gaze fixed on Lin Meng, accompanied by a hint of a smile. "Lin Meng, the God of War training camp, is also in Beijing. We shall meet there next year." Lin Meng was momentarily taken aback. Yi Xinran blinked and explained, "My grandfather previously secured a quota for me at the God of War training camp, so I am merely here for the excitement during this competition." Gu Xian interjected, "It is not easy to take shortcuts. The basic requirement is that your talent must reach S rank. The God of War training camp is aimed at the nation's most exceptional geniuses, with approximately 3 to 5 quotas per city based on comprehensive strength. Naturally, there are exceptions. If a city cannot produce an S-rank genius, the training camp may accept one exceptionally promising A-rank candidate, utilizing resources to forcibly elevate their talent to S rank. The entire training camp accommodates a total of 100 individuals. Lin Meng's heart stirred. This was truly the core cultivation plan for humanity. Gu Xian continued, "Given the immense resources expended, it is clear that this is not merely a vacation for you. All students must fulfill their responsibilities and missions upon reaching A-rank graduation. In today's Blue Star, with the environment relatively peaceful, your most common tasks will involve training on battlefields like the Fishman Border or exploring newly discovered unclaimed secret realms, retrieving and submitting the core of those realms. Furthermore," Gu Xian's tone grew grave, "some secret realms may still harbor ancient races sealed from the last epoch, requiring you to reinforce those seals or supervise them." His words unveiled a glimpse into a world fraught with genuine danger. "Enough of that for now. Since you have secured a quota for the training camp, someone will inform you when the time comes." Gu Xian shifted his focus to Lin Meng. "Have you decided on the 3 A-rank skill books you wish to choose?" Lin Meng shook his head, his understanding of the skill system still superficial. Gu Xian smiled knowingly. "Your combat style is bold and unpredictable, pursuing ultimate aggression. Yet, the more you embody this, the more you require special abilities to compensate for your shortcomings." With a gentle gesture, he conjured 3 shimmering spectral books before Lin Meng. The first, Shadow Kill, an A-rank agility skill that allows the user to leave multiple afterimages within a limited area, each possessing a degree of deception and slight offensive capability, enhancing your eerie presence and oppressive aura under your multidimensional attacks to the utmost. The second, Force Tide, an A-rank passive skill. It does not directly enhance your attack power, but significantly accelerates your force recovery speed, allowing your force to become more condensed and substantial. That transformation state of yours requires immense consumption. With this, your endurance will be greatly improved. As for the third, Gu Xian's gaze took on a hint of amusement. "I recommend you choose this one, Absolute Barrier." Lin Meng scrutinized the skill description, his brow furrowing. This was purely a defensive skill that converges force to form an indestructible shield. Does this not seem rather incompatible with me? On the contrary, this is precisely what suits you best. Gu Xian elucidated, Do you think your opponents will foolishly engage you in close combat in the future? They will exhaust every means to decimate you from afar before you can unleash that terrifying transformation. This absolute barrier is your assurance of creating the time and space necessary to activate your transformation. Moreover, it is a semi-active skill. Even if you do not use it, it will enhance your physical strength. In an instant, Lin Meng experienced a moment of enlightenment, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Gu Xian's insight into people's potential was indeed astute. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. It is but a trivial matter. Gu Xian waved his hand, rising from his seat. Then, we shall meet again at the God of War training camp. I hope by that time, you will bring me new surprises. Yi Xinran also stood, her flowing ancient-style dress swaying as if caught in a breeze. She turned and playfully winked at Lin Meng. Lin Meng, we will be waiting for you in Beijing. With that, she and Yi Xinran shimmered like rippling water and vanished from the box. The title of champion represents more than mere glory. It stands as a beacon lit in the endless night, attracting not only lost ships, but also lurking, bloodthirsty beasts from the depths of the sea. Upon returning to the independent dormitory of the Second Martial High, Lin Meng closed the door, thoroughly isolating himself from the tumultuous world outside. He sat cross-legged at the center of the training room, methodically unpacking the spoils of his recent expedition. 3 A-grade skill tomes, composed of radiant light and a primordial crystal that seemed to encapsulate an entire resplendent galaxy. He did not rush to absorb the power of the crystal. The guidance of Gu Xian still echoed in his mind. Only by addressing his shortcomings could he unleash the full potential of his formidable offensive capabilities. His fingertips first brushed against the tome titled Shadow Kill. As the brilliance dissipated, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. It revealed an exquisite method for manipulating shadows and phantoms. Lin Meng rose and began to pace slowly within the spacious training room. In the next instant, his form abruptly became indistinct, and a series of identical afterimages, 1, 2, 3, split from his true self, scattering across the corners of the room. These afterimages were not mere optical illusions. They bore faint yet genuine fluctuations of primordial energy and could even execute simple offensive maneuvers. Intrigued, he willed forth the instant displacement in its initial release state. At the moment his form vanished, the afterimage left behind did not dissipate. Instead, it enacted a sword-drawing slash, while his true body appeared behind it. The interplay of reality and illusion. The coexistence of the tangible and the ethereal. What a spectacle it would be to integrate such a technique into the multidimensional attack of his Bankai. Countless afterimages, imbued with genuine lethality, bursting forth from myriad portals, while his true self lay hidden among them, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Merely envisioning it was enough to send shivers down the spine of any adversary. Next, he turned to the second skill tome, Force Tides. This was a passive ability that required no active invocation. The moment he grasped it, it transformed into an enigmatic rune, deeply imprinted within his core of primordial energy. Lin Meng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensations within. He perceived clearly that the primordial energy within him no longer flowed like a tranquil river. It began to rise and fall with a specific rhythm, reminiscent of the tides. With each ebb, impurities within the energy were washed away. With each flow, stray particles of energy from the cosmos were drawn in, rendering it more refined and potent. Through this cyclical refinement, the speed of his energy recovery had increased by over 30%. More importantly, the quality of the energy was steadily enhancing. This signified that the duration for which he could maintain his Bankai would extend significantly. Finally, he approached the tome he had initially resisted, Absolute Barrier. Extending his hand, he gathered primordial energy in his palm, and amidst a flicker of light, a semi-transparent energy shield, adorned with tortoiseshell patterns, materialized before him. He could sense the astounding defensive power contained within this shield and the wondrous connection it established with his body. Even in a non-activated state, this energy subtly fortified his physical form. Chapter 120, Talent Elevated to S-Class. The words of Gu Xian resonated in his mind once more. Did you think your opponents would continue to engage you in close combat foolishly? This was the assurance of securing those critical seconds to summon his Bankai amidst the chaos of battle. Once he had seamlessly integrated the 3 A-grade skills, Lin Meng's gaze finally settled upon the primordial crystal. He grasped it in his palm, feeling the pulsation of life's essence grow increasingly vivid. Without hesitation, he guided his primordial energy, slowly probing into its depths. Buzz, an indescribable, utterly pure primordial force surged into his limbs, akin to the first light of creation bursting forth. It transcended ordinary energy, directly affecting the fundamental logic of his life's innate abilities. Lin Meng sensed that an invisible shackle, which had long bound him, was beginning to crack under the strain. His soulbinder talent was gradually but resolutely pushing beyond the confines of A-class towards S-class. This process endured for a full 3 days. When Lin Meng finally opened his eyes again, the primordial crystal had transformed into ashes, leaving no trace behind. Within the depths of his gaze, It seemed as though stars flickered in and out of existence. His aura had become more reserved, more unfathomable, and his energy level had ascended to the pinnacle of C-class, poised to break into B-class at any moment. Firstly, the speed of his energy cultivation had reached S-class standards. Additionally, 2 blank portals awaited him to imbue them with new abilities. Undoubtedly, his most significant transformation was as a soulbinder. The S-class talent enabled him to manipulate the flow of time between the primary world and the traversed realms, yielding a tenfold difference in flow rates. In simpler terms, if his previous flow rate to the world of Qin Shi Ming Yu was 1 to 20, under the new talent's effect, he could adjust it to 1 to 2, or even 1 to 200. The same applied to the primary world, granting him ample time for development without the need to fret over calculating his return precisely. Moreover, he would no longer have to worry that, should he venture into a realm of even greater energy levels, the primary world might undergo cataclysmic changes unbeknownst to him. His lifespan and appearance would also align with the passage of time in the primary world. Of course, once practitioners reached the legendary tier, their lifespans would significantly increase, and their appearances would stabilize. At that moment, a gilded enrollment notice from the capital city arrived as expected, the War God training camp. Lin Meng packed his belongings succinctly, leaving without bidding farewell to anyone. He stood before the window, casting a final glance at the city he had called home for 16 years, before turning away and embarking on his journey to the core of Huaxiao province, Jing City. He felt no sorrow of parting, only an insatiable anticipation for the vastness that lay ahead. As Lin Meng boarded the train, far beyond the human domain, in the depths of the ocean, where light itself was forbidden, and life was a desolate wasteland, a realm governed by terrifying water pressure capable of pulverizing tons of steel in an instant, silence reigned supreme. Yet, amidst this absolute darkness, where even the divine would be forgotten, a majestic palace, too grand for words to convey, hovered silently. It was not constructed from stone or gold, but rather sculpted from the bones of an ancient sea beast that had fallen through countless epochs. The skeletal structure, reminiscent of mountain ranges, served as the palace's beams and domes, while myriad bizarre deep-sea flora, akin to living veins, entwined every inch of the bones, emitting a ghostly blue-violet phosphorescence. This was the royal court of the Fishman clan. At the heart of the court, within a grand hall entirely composed of black crystal that absorbed all light, the atmosphere felt as though the very seawater had solidified. Several exceptionally tall Fishman leaders, adorned with menacing coral crowns, stood like ancient statues. Their pallid, bloodless skin was covered in fine deep-sea scales, and their pitch-black eyes held no emotion, only an abyssal coldness. In the center of the hall, there was no throne. Instead, a larger, more grotesque statue loomed. Its form was grotesque and indescribable, seemingly the final product of countless beings fused in excruciating agony, its surface adorned with strange patterns symbolizing decay and demise. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint dark red light flickered to life at the core of the statue, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. With each pulse, the entire black crystal hall resonated, and an ancient, soul-chilling aura of corrosion filled every inch of space. The master had awakened completely. An elder of the fishmen spoke slowly, his voice resonating not through the vibrations of air, but manifesting as a profound echo within the water, directly resonating within the minds of those present. Before him floated a dynamic map composed of flowing water and shifting light, depicting a dark whirlpool known as the corrupted abyss, perpetually rotating and distorting, exuding an aura of endless foreboding. The pawn positioned within the human ranks had relayed the final message. The elder continued his report, revealing that the supreme leader of the Annihilation clan had, through the agency of that human boy, successfully broken free from the last seal of the corrupted abyss. Humph. Those fools inhaling the polluted air of the land. Another elder snorted coldly, his webbed hand, resembling a claw, tightening into a fist. Did they truly believe that they could indefinitely imprison the king of corruption with the remnants of a bygone epic? The crux of the matter lay with Luo Jun. The elder who had first spoken reflected the pulsing red light of a statue in his pure black pupils. The leader had not erred in his judgment. Luo Jun's ambition and thirst for power served as the most fertile ground for corruption. The leader had bestowed upon him a threat of origin, elevating his A-grade talent into the realm of S-grade. In exchange, his soul bore the brand of annihilation. Upon the utterance of these words, the once stony faces of the fishmen's upper echelon finally displayed a flicker of emotion. Had others overheard this conversation, they would have grasped the truth. This elucidated why Luo Jun had reacted so hysterically after his defeat in the H-City competition. It was not the humiliation of a genius's pride, but rather the dread of a servant who had failed to complete his master's task. The leader's schemes have always been far-reaching. One elder marveled at the strategy, noting how, using the bait of S-grade talent, a perfect seed had been sown within the very core of the human educational system. That seed had begun to sprout. The reporting elder continued, stating that at the behest of the leader, Luo Jun, utilizing his status at the first martial high, had commenced secretly weaving a web of corruption. Those among the human youth with wavering resolve or grotesque desires for power were his targets. For instance, the lad named Wang Tong. The corner of a fishman elder's mouth twisted into a cruel arc, recalling how he too had once been heralded as a so-called genius, an elusive shadow assassin, a laughable title. In the presence of the anomaly known as Lin Meng, his meager pride had been utterly shattered, and through half threats and half lures, Luo Jun had eagerly knelt at the feet of the leader. The leader was generous. A flicker of fervor shone in the eyes of the reporter. For as a reward for his loyalty, his talent had been elevated to A. Moreover, the leader had promised that should he accomplish the forthcoming tasks, S grade would be within his grasp. To corrupt another generation of humans using the potential of their future. What a magnificent art it is. Chapter 121. The Conspiracy of the Fishmen and the Annihilation Clan. However, not all were so astute to the times. The reporting elder shifted the focus, mentioning the dragon-blooded warrior named Qin Wushuang, whose will was as stubborn and foul as the dragon coursing through his veins. Luo Jun had attempted to corrupt him, but that dragon blood bore an innate resistance to the power of decay. Any forced corruption would only expose their intentions. No matter. The oldest and most profound fishman in the hall slowly raised his head, his voice crackling like metal against metal. Those who cannot be corrupted will be utilized. Luo Jun had performed admirably, maintaining a facade of mutual respect with Qin Wushuang, rather than fostering enmity. A fierce tiger devoid of cunning is far easier to lead into a trap than a venomous serpent. All the elders nodded in silent accord. The entire framework of the plan was becoming vividly clear. Then, what was the ultimate objective? One elder inquired. The aged fishman pointed his gnarled claw towards the opposite side of the luminescent map. There lay a reduced depiction of the human realm of Huaxia. A flickering red dot precisely marked the location of the capital city. The leader's complete revival would require a substantial amount of sacrifices, fresh, vibrant souls brimming with immense primal energy, the finest nourishment. And the humans, in their folly, had gathered their most delectable next generation together. His claw descended heavily upon the locations marked by human script, War God Training Camp. Luo Jun had secured his entry into the training camp. He would serve as our eyes, our hands, the most crucial piece we had placed within the heart of humanity. He would await the opportune moment, the day when humans would congregate all their talents for a grand trial. At that time, he would serve as the coordinates, stealthily laying down the summoning and sealing array within the training camp, preparing for the leader's descent. Boom! An invisible thunderclap erupted in the minds of all the fishmen elders. Their breaths grew heavy for the first time, their gills rapidly expanding, and within their pure black pupils, uncontainable greed and excitement erupted. To summon the leader of the Annihilation Clan directly into the War God Training Camp of humanity? What a spectacle that would be. The top 100 human geniuses, ensnared within an absolute barrier, facing a king of corruption returned from the ancient abyss. It would not be a battle. It would be a grand feast. Slaughter, enslavement, transformation. The most radiant stars of this generation of humanity would all fall on the same day. This would be akin to cutting the very foundation from under them, directly severing the backbone of humanity for centuries to come. In this ebb and flow, they would gain an unprecedented advantage on the battlefield of the myriad races. The aged fishman observed the reactions of the assembly, letting out a deep, satisfied chuckle. Let the web of corruption begin to spread from the heart of humanity. Their greatest pride. Our allies have awakened, and the spearhead of our fishmen shall shatter that laughable boundary, allowing the briny sea breeze to sweep across every inch of the continent. His voice resonated throughout the grand hall. The indescribable statue pulsated with an increasingly fervent red light at its core, as if silently rejoicing for the impending banquet. Meanwhile, aboard a magnetically levitated train speeding through the air, Lin Meng leaned against the window, observing the rapidly retreating scenery outside. On the distant horizon, the outline of a colossal city, so grand it seemed to stretch into infinity, slowly emerged. The capital city had arrived. Little did he know, a vast net woven of deep sea and abyss had quietly spread, targeting him and all human geniuses. And he was plunging headlong into the heart of this trap. This super metropolis, standing at the heart of Huaxia, was less a city and more a magnificent spectacle forged from steel, glass, and runic technology. The magnetic levitation train glided silently along its airborne track, weaving between towering skyscrapers that pierced the clouds. Sunlight was sliced into countless beams by these edifices, casting dazzling patterns upon the ceaseless throngs below and the myriad of vehicles, a kaleidoscope of the future's science fiction and mythical fantasy. As Lin Meng gazed through the train window at this city, the pinnacle of human civilization, his heart stirred not with tumult. Beneath the surface of prosperity lay surging undercurrents. He knew better than anyone that the watchful eyes of the myriad races had never ceased. This brightly lit city was the most conspicuous target in the darkness. The train's final stop was the outer reception area of the War God Training Camp. No sooner had he stepped off the platform than waves of powerful, concentrated, and diverse primal energy surged toward him like a tsunami. Scanning his surroundings, he beheld the platform and plaza crowded with top-tier geniuses from various human states. each one an S-grade existence. They congregated in groups, their expressions haughty, or stood alone, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss. A robust youth, as stout as a small giant, bore a colossal axe wider than a door. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, a testament to the sheer physical prowess he possessed. On the other side stood a young girl clad in intricate technological battle armor, surrounded by several humming metallic spheres. Blue arcs of electricity dancing between them, exuding an aesthetically devastating beauty. Ah, this year indeed boasts a plethora of prodigies. That is the Goliath war general from Beichuan province, endowed with innate strength, said to be capable of punching through 30 meters of alloy. And over there is the prize gem from Donghai University of Science and Technology, the heart of the firmament, masterfully wielding electromagnetic control. The crowd buzzed with hushed discussions, each individual sizing up their potential competitors. Lin Meng's gaze swept across the scene, ultimately resting upon a shadowy figure in the corner, draped in a long robe of dark runes, standing there in tranquil solitude. An invisible barrier seemed to envelop him, isolating him from the cacophony and prying eyes, embodying an aura of aloofness and indifference. Luo Jun. It was unexpected to see him here, though perhaps not, for he too was S-rank and possessed the qualification to attend. Lin Meng noticed that Luo Jun's presence exuded an even deeper intensity than during the H-City tournament, casting an inexplicable weight upon the surrounding talents. As if sensing Lin Meng's scrutiny, Luo Jun slowly turned his head, their gazes meeting in the air. A barely perceptible smile, tinged with a hint of pity, curved the corner of Luo Jun's lips before he withdrew his gaze, as if regarding an inconsequential passerby. He undoubtedly held the right to do so. Merely half an hour prior, he had successfully passed the entrance examination for the God of War training camp. Chapter 122, The Crisis in H-City. Luo Jun's assessment for joining the God of War training camp involved traversing an illusory array known as the Corridor of Inner Demons. This array materialized the most feared, obsessed, and loathed illusions in accordance with the test-taker's innermost thoughts, while other prodigies struggled within the illusion, grappling with their inner demons. Luo Jun moved through it, as if strolling leisurely. The deepest secrets of his heart had long been surrendered to that supreme master. His soul bore the mark of the corrupted, rendering him impervious to the trivial illusions that could not shake his already eroded resolve. Moreover, the corrupted soul amulet bestowed by his master emanated a faint glow from the depths of his soul, devouring any spiritual attacks in an instant. The instructor overseeing the assessment marveled at Luo Jun's seemingly unwavering mental monitoring data, awarding him the highest rating of S, deeming his fortitude unparalleled. A herd of domesticated livestock, still believing themselves to be destined for greatness, thought Luo Jun with a cold sneer, awaiting the day of the feast when their wails would compose the most melodious symphony upon his master's return. He had successfully embedded himself within the heart of humanity, becoming the most pivotal piece on the chessboard. And another piece had also taken its position. H-City, the first martial arts high school. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Jing City, H-City was currently shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and foreboding. The first citywide monthly examination of the new academic year was officially underway. The examination venue was a vast simulated testing area located on the city's outskirts, bordering the Beast Forest. Wang Tung stood atop a hill outside the testing area, gazing down at the spirited juniors preparing to enter the exam hall. His eyes dark and menacing, as if they could drip with malice. The words God of War training camp rolled off his tongue with bitter resentment. Due to his talent stagnating at A rank, he had not even qualified to participate in the assessment, being barred from entry. The humiliation of being cast aside by the world, coupled with an uncontrollable jealousy towards Lin Meng, Luo Jun, and others, gnawed at his insides like a venomous serpent. Worthless beings should have their uses, a hoarse, chilling voice abruptly echoed behind him. Wang Tung whipped around, discovering a figure cloaked in black, having appeared behind him like a specter. Where is it? Wang Tung's voice bore a tinge of impatience. The master's generosity is beyond your imagination. The figure in black extended a gnarled hand, cradling a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal resembling an eye, adorned with eerie crimson patterns. The crystal appeared almost alive, its pupils subtly shifting, exuding a disquieting aura of decay. The Eye of Corruption, a one-time use item. Upon activation, it could create a corruption barrier that isolated the inside from the outside, eroding all within. Any life form below B rank would have its vitality instantly drained, turned into offerings. Even those above B rank would be significantly weakened, ripe for slaughter. The cloaked figure cackled ominously, enough for you to accomplish your task. Remember, the master desires not corpses, but living souls filled with fear and despair. Wang Tung snatched the Eye of Corruption, feeling the terrifying power contained within, as the malevolence on his face gradually transformed into a sickly fervor. Inform the master that I will present a grand gift from H-City. What about your forces, the fishmen? Wang Tung inquired further. Haha, rest assured. The figure in black gestured towards the distant Beast Forest. Once the barrier rises, severing the inside from the outside, the human race's distress signals will be rendered inaudible. At that time, Allies already lurking deep within the forest will assist you in completing the final tasks. Wang Teng said nothing more, transforming into a wisp of shadow, vanishing into the woods. He intended to capture those so-called prodigies, using their lives as bargaining chips for negotiations between the fishmen and humanity, tearing open a new rift on the battlefield of Blue Star. This was the new mission bestowed upon him by his master, and the only opportunity for him to prove his worth. If he could not become the most radiant genius, then he would become the nightmare that ends all geniuses. Meanwhile, at the God of War training camp in Jing City, Luo Jun entered the luxuriously appointed single training room designated for S-rank students. As his specially crafted communicator emitted a subtle vibration, an encrypted message appeared. The net is cast, awaiting the whale's fall. A genuine, icy smile finally graced Luo Jun's lips. The plan was perfectly synchronized. The master of the corrupted had just escaped confinement, his powers not yet fully restored. He must act swiftly to deliver a fatal blow before the higher-ups of humanity could react. Moreover, the entrance trials for the God of War training camp in Jing City coincided with the monthly examination in H City, occurring on the same day. This was an exquisitely orchestrated opportunity arranged by an ally embedded within the upper echelons of humanity. Everything was prepared. Attention, all newcomers. The qualification review has concluded. The entrance trials officially commence. A grand voice resonated throughout the reception square as a colossal light portal slowly opened at its center. Trial 1, the Force Tide. You shall enter a space with an extremely high concentration of primal energy. The longer you endure, the higher your score. Be warned. The tide is mixed with trace amounts of chaotic energies. Those with weak wills risk being eroded. Enter the light portal in order. The prodigies filed in one after another. Lin Meng followed the crowd, stepping through the light portal. In an instant, the world spun around him. The next moment, he found himself in a dim, gray space, where thick, frenzied primal energy surged from all directions like a tempestuous sea. The air was saturated with various bizarre scents, the stench of beasts, the sulfur of demonic entities, the decay of the undead. These odors sought to infiltrate his mind, awakening his most primal fears and desires for slaughter. Intriguing, Lin Meng remained unfazed after his transformation. His soul and mental fortitude had been refined to a terrifying degree. This level of mental pollution was akin to a mere tickle. He even had the leisure to spare a fragment of his consciousness to discern the chaotic sense. Just then, an extremely subtle yet familiar chill, a corrosive power, silently coiled around him. This force evoked memories of his previous experience in the secret realm during the midterm examination in H City. Moreover, it possesses an unparalleled purity, antiquity, and strength, magnified countless times compared to what he had encountered before. It is not merely one among a medley of chaotic energies. Rather, it resembles the very essence of this primordial tide of force. Lin Meng's pupils abruptly contracted. He sharply raised his head, gazing into the depths of this murky space, as if striving to pierce through the illusion and uncover the truth that lay beyond. This sensation felt distinctly amiss. An involuntary worry for Yi Shinran began to stir within him. He had caught a glimpse of her figure just moments ago when they had assembled. The colossal web, woven from the abyss and the deep sea, had silently tightened the instant he stepped into the training camp. Chapter 123, Betrayal. H City. The commencement of the city's new academic year, hastily organized following an unexpected notice, officially commenced within a vast expanse of abandoned urban territory on the city's outskirts. Towering, dilapidated buildings and twisted steel frameworks formed a veritable jungle of metal. The vibrant second-year students were diligently searching for their mission objectives in this designated area, adhering to the Trial S requirements. Boom. The side wall of a building suddenly erupted as a burly youth, wielding a massive shield, forcefully sent a C-grade mechanical puppet, tasked with guarding the area, flying. Haha, exhilarating. Next, the boy laughed heartily, brimming with battle fervor. However, he remained oblivious to the figure lurking silently in the shadows of the building behind him, almost blending into the darkness. Wang Teng's gaze was as sinister as a serpent lurking in the abyss. He surveyed the familiar faces of his former classmates, now his juniors, with no hint of nostalgia, only a twisted sense of jealousy and malice. Why should Lin Meng and Luo Jun be permitted to participate, while he, despite his talent soaring to an A grade, had not even qualified for the assessment? Uselessness should serve a purpose. The cold voice echoed in his mind again, intensifying the fervor on his face. Just then, an inconspicuous black pebble at his waist trembled slightly. It was time. Strike. In an instant, Wang Teng vanished from sight, merging with the shadows like a droplet of ink dissolving into darkness. The next moment, piercing alarm bells and anguished screams reverberated throughout the corners of the abandoned district. Thud. A girl, engaged in a coordinated long-range spell with her teammates, looked down in shock to see a dagger, glowing with an eerie green light, protruding from her chest. Behind her, Wang Teng's figure slowly materialized, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Junior, on the battlefield, you can never turn your back to anyone. Wang Teng. The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. The response came in the form of Wang Tung abruptly withdrawing the dagger. Outside the makeshift security perimeter at the outskirts of the abandoned district, a C-grade soldier yawned and casually extinguished his cigarette butt. Beside him, a B-grade examiner, responsible for the security of this testing session, was intently monitoring the surveillance screen, where the green dots representing the students were moving energetically through the metal jungle. These little ones are quite spirited. No sooner had he spoken than the shadow beneath him distorted without warning, elongating into a claw covered in slime that abruptly grasped his ankle. What? Thud. A trident, crafted from pale coral, pierced through his back, pinning him mercilessly to the monitoring station. Almost simultaneously, a series of bloody scenes unfolded at numerous sentry posts and temporary command points surrounding the entire abandoned district. The monsters lurking in the city's sewers and shadowy corners emerged. Their slick, pallid skin was adorned with minute scales, armed with tridents, or launching black nets capable of devouring light. They were nightmares from the deep sea, efficient and silent predators. The alarms barely had time to sound. The communication channels were left with only brief, shrill screams and the crackling of electricity. A hunt targeting the genius students of H City began, heralding its most gruesome prelude amidst a symphony of slaughter from within and without. Enemy attack. It's the Fishman clan. How is that possible? How did they appear here? Chaos erupted instantaneously. Although the talented students of H City were formidable, they were no match for the battle-hardened Fishman warriors, all at least B-grade, nor for the stealthy Wang Tung, who specialized in ambushing key figures. Their formations were shattered in an instant. Specially designed black fishing nets were cast, ensnaring the students, swiftly suppressing their innate powers, rendering them immobile. Qin Wushuang, watch your back. A cry rang out. Armed with a crimson heavy sword and exuding a ferocious aura, Qin Wushuang abruptly turned. A shadow he knew all too well was approaching at an exceptionally cunning angle, targeting his vulnerable spot. Wang Tung, you dare betray humanity. Qin Wushuang's fury ignited, and the pride and dignity of a dragon blood warrior surged within him, refusing to accept this scene. The dragon blood within him boiled in an instant, unleashing a power far surpassing the peak of C-grade. Clang. The crimson heavy sword narrowly blocked Wang Tung's backstab. Sparks flew. B-grade? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Tung's eyes, swiftly transforming into deeper disdain. So what if you broke through at the last moment? Today, none of you shall escape. Get lost. Qin Wushuang roared, sweeping his heavy sword, the violent sword energy forcing several Fishman warriors back. He glanced at the increasing number of captured classmates, bloodshot in his silver pupils. He could not perish here. Someone had to carry the message. Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted me? Wang Tung, like a relentless parasite, pressed on. Dragon war in the wild. Qin Wushuang wagered everything, channeling all his strength into the heavy sword, recklessly striking towards the thinnest point of the encirclement, delivering a devastating blow. Qin Wushuang, hurry and go. A B-grade examiner, with an arm severed, eyes blazing red as if on fire, ignited his life source. He laughed maniacally, transforming into a blazing meteor, fearlessly charging toward the Fishman leader wielding the trident. For humanity, break through, not just him. The surviving examiners, in that moment, independently made the same choice. They, with their flesh and blood, with their burning lives, formed a brief yet brilliant line of defense behind Qin Wushuang. Boom. The sword light surged like a dragon, cleaving a path through the ruins. Qin Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood, unhesitatingly turning, becoming a streak of crimson light, frantically fleeing toward the city outskirts. Wang Ting did not pursue. He watched Qin Wushuang's desperate retreat, a cruel smile curling his lips. Once, this was someone he had admired. Now, he resembled a lost dog. A rat escaping to deliver news would only make this game all the more intriguing. His task was to capture enough prodigies to serve as tributes for his master, a bargaining chip in negotiations with humanity. Meanwhile, within the first trial's primordial tide space organized by the War God training camp in Jing City, Lin Meng's body stood resolutely like an ancient, unyielding rock, impervious to the raging torrents of primordial force that lashed against him. Yet, his consciousness was far from acclimating to this energy. The corrosive power, lurking in the depths of the tide like a venomous vine, tightly entwined the entire space, sending alarms through every cell in his body. This feeling was all too familiar. During the midterm examination in H City, that B-grade beast, tainted by the dark corrosion, bore strength that was but a trickle compared to the ocean before him. This was no longer a mere amalgamation. This so-called trial space was fundamentally a guise, constructed upon the skeletal framework of this malevolent, cold, corrosive power, filled with the flesh of overwhelming primordial force. The God of War training camp, the apex sanctuary for nurturing the prodigies of humanity, reveals its entrance trials to be nothing short of a meticulously orchestrated trap. A ludicrous yet profoundly chilling thought detonates within Lin Meng's mind. He suddenly recalls Yi Xinran, the whimsical girl with an ethereal grace. Just moments ago in the square, he had glimpsed her figure. She too had entered this realm. With her nascent profession, she was more susceptible to becoming a target. In an instant, Lin Meng's gaze turned frigid. regardless of who was orchestrating the scheme from the shadows. They had crossed his line. Chapter 124. The crisis in the capital simultaneously erupts. In the capital, at the God of War training camp, the Force-Tide trial has concluded. And a luminous portal has materialized out of thin air. The students emerge one by one, many with ashen faces, evidently having suffered greatly from mental pollution. Luo Jun steps out with an unruffled demeanor. The supervising instructor, witnessing his nearly flawless mental wave data, regards him with admiration and promptly announces his S rating, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. Luo Jun remains unfazed, his attention drawn to the vast forest that would serve as the venue for the second trial. There lay his impending stage. The second trial entails team combat. Seize the core flag. A grand voice announces the rules, and all newcomers are randomly grouped and teleported into the boundless primeval forest. Lin Meng finds himself assigned to a temporary team. Scanning his surroundings, but failing to spot Yishinran. His heart grows heavier. As the trial commences, battle erupts instantaneously. The hunter teams, composed of seasoned students, display remarkable tactical acumen and coordination, forcing many novice teams into retreat. Lin Meng's squad soon faces an ambush. 3 poisoned arrows, arranged in a triangular formation, silently dart toward the healing students in their midst. Be careful, a teammate exclaims, but it is too late. In that critical moment, Lin Meng's right hand glides gently through the air. No one notices the barely perceptible rift in space that flickers briefly in the path of the arrows. Those 3 potentially lethal projectiles seem to be nudged by an invisible hand, grazing the healer's clothing before vanishing into the void. How fortunate. What a stroke of luck. The healer pats his chest, still shaken. Only Lin Meng knows that it was not luck. It was his space interception. Upon entering the forest, his ominous premonition had reached its zenith. The space around him is slowly coming to life, or rather, it is being eroded and transformed by some unseen force. He dares not reveal the fluctuations of his Bankai, nor even the dual-sword form of his Shurkai, opting instead to probe this realm with the faintest of energies. A familiar wave intensifies. The battle escalates, and energy collisions become increasingly frequent. Elsewhere in the forest, Luo Jun has disengaged from the fray, standing beneath a millennia-old tree, one hand resting lightly on its coarse bark. Esoteric, dark-etching runes, like dark red brands, silently imprint themselves into the roots of the ancient tree. Connecting with the other 99 nodes he had begun to lay down upon entry, forming a rune array that envelopes the entire trial ground. At this moment, the entire trial area transforms into a meat grinder. Hundreds of the most exceptional talents, handpicked from major city bases, engage in fierce combat. Flames and frost collide amidst the trees, generating vast clouds of white mist, only to be shredded by violent bolts of lightning. An elemental mage raises their hands, chanting fervently, as a boulder-sized meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, descends from the heavens, obliterating a swath of land, sending dust and debris skyward. Boom. The ground quakes violently. And a formidable shield warrior withstands this cataclysmic blow with his body and tower shield, the shield cracking like spiderwebs, while he kneels, coughing blood. Before he can catch his breath, a spectral shadow lunges from the side, a poisoned dagger carving a cold arc aimed precisely at his throat. An assassin. With a sickening thud, blood splatters. The healer behind the shield warrior cannot raise a hand in time, helplessly witnessing their comrades fall. In the next moment, several beams of energy shoot from the distance, reducing the triumphant assassin and several nearby trees to ashes. No mercy, no hesitation. This is not a greenhouse. It is a battlefield. Strategies are pushed to their limits. A team that has just seized a flag, caught in their moment of triumph, is instantly annihilated by another ambush team wielding overwhelming firepower. Some awaken their beastly powers, transforming into half-human, half-beast monstrosities, their claws shredding enemy defenses. Yet they too are ensnared by curses from their dying foes, their skin visibly rotting at an alarming rate. The cacophony of energy explosions, the clash of weapons, the dying wails and furious roars intertwine, creating a frenzied and bloody symphony. This primeval forest is thoroughly saturated by the immense, chaotic, and tumultuous energy. Luo Jun can distinctly feel the earth trembling beneath him, not from explosions, but from the veins of the earth ravenously consuming the released energy. The 99 nodes he has set up now pulse like 99 greedy hearts, each beat amplifying the power of the array. All the slaughter, all the deaths, all the energy eruptions serve as his finest sustenance. He raises his hand, feeling the nearly palpable violent force of raw energy in the air. It is nearly time. The feast is about to commence. This is the best and final opportunity. Now, Luo Jun's eyes blaze with fervor as he produces a black crystal, inscribed with runes. A gift from his master, the core to activate the array. Without hesitation, he plunges the crystal into the ground beneath him. In my name, I welcome my lord. Boom. An indescribable roar erupts, not from the external world, but directly resonating within the depths of every soul present. The entire forest of the second trial stands still. All fighting, all sounds, cease in this moment. Whether newcomers or veterans, instructors or hidden observers, everyone gazes upward in horror. The azure sky appears to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, horrific dark red fissures spreading wildly. It seems as though the heavens have birthed a massive eye. Veins of blood coursing through it. A terrifying pressure, originating from the ancient abyss, capable of freezing the very soul, descends like a titanic wave of seawater. The A-level force wave ripples throughout the entire second trial ground. However, under the cover of the array, the anomaly goes unnoticed by onlookers outside. The gluttonous feast has officially begun. Under this oppressive force, the S-level prodigies, upon witnessing the incursion of foreign entities, unleash their own force waves, but alas. Under the amplification of the array, the strength of the Dark-Etching Clan S-Lord continues to ascend from A-level. Thud, thud. Over 100 talented students, whether new or old, find themselves powerless against this pressure unless they reach A-level. Their protective force crumbles like soap bubbles under sunlight at the slightest touch. One after another, they collapse in resistance. Bodies trembling violently, blood seeping from their orifices. This is a crushing of life itself. Their souls scream, wail, and tremble in fear. This is not merely a suppression of energy. It is the divine gaze of a deity upon mortals, the indifference of a creator toward their creation. S-level prodigies? Rare anomalies among thousands? As long as one has yet to fully realize their innate potential, in this moment, they are but mere ants. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, only a scant few stand apart, resolutely resisting the tide. These individuals are, without exception, the creme de la creme of the S-class prodigies. Luo Jun stands beneath the ancient tree, now reduced to ashes, his face adorned with an almost frenzied reverence and fervor. He opens his arms wide, gazing up at the gaping wound that rends the heavens, as if embracing the miracle he has long sought. "Welcome, my lord," he hoarsely cries, his voice imbued with a morbid sense of satisfaction, compelling these ignorant humans to witness your supreme might. Chapter 125, The Call of the King of Hell. At the opposite end of the training grounds, Lin Meng remains steadfast. His physique resembles a spear piercing the firmament, erect and solitary. The terrifying pressure akin to a raging ocean crashes against his form, yet it cannot bend his spine even slightly. His soul, having once basked in the oppressive aura of death itself, and having beheld the magnificent displays of the older Captain's Bankai, finds the mere A-class spiritual pressure insufficient to bring him to his knees. His right hand has, unbeknownst to him, grasped the hilt of the unadorned black sword at his waist, his fingers whitening from the exertion. His gaze pierces through the chaotic throng, transcending the trembling, kneeling prodigies, locking onto the dark fissure with unwavering determination. Within the chasm, a vast, indistinct shadow, unfathomable in nature, begins to coalesce. It lacks corporeality, as if it were a projection of primal force, formed from the purest malice and concepts of decay. The mere emergence of its outline causes the surrounding space to groan under unbearable strain, with small fissures appearing and vanishing around it, as though even the very laws of existence tremble at its presence. The projection is enveloped in a viscous, lava-like dark red force. Two blood-red orbs of light flickering to life within the abyss. Those eyes are cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion, much like a famished diner surveying a table laden with delicacies prepared solely for him. At the instant of its arrival, the pressure of the primal force surges dramatically, coalescing within this shadowy figure, its power escalating from A-class to legendary status. Many were unprepared for their first encounter with a being of such legendary caliber to occur amidst such dire circumstances. Lin Meng, however, is an exception. Yet, this experience of confronting an S-class force at full throttle is still a novel sensation for him. Meanwhile, the security personnel outside the arena finally discern the anomaly. Alas, the runic arrays within the venue have already been set. What is that? Quickly, activate the highest level communication alarm. Simultaneously notify the training camp personnel of an S-class enemy incursion. At that moment, brilliant rays of light erupted from every corner of the training camp, akin to comets defying gravity, soaring into the sky and cleaving the heavens as they charged toward the shadow-enshrouded forest above. These are the S-class instructors of the War God training camp. Each beam of light signifies a formidable warrior standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Leading the charge, a figure wreathed in flames rises, transforming into a resplendent sun that dispels some of the surrounding darkness. It is the chief instructor of the training camp, the Flame War Sovereign. Following closely behind are the unparalleled Sword Saint, whose sword aura reaches the heavens, and the Thunder Punisher, who descends as if a god of thunder. They are the guardians of humanity, the stabilizing force. Their arrival rekindles a flicker of hope within the countless despairing prodigies below. However, the colossal projection within the fissure remains indifferent to the presence of these S-class titans. Estimating the time the runic formation can hold them at bay, it slowly sweeps its crimson gaze over the crowd below, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Luo Jun, you have done well. I shall deal with this strongest batch of individuals. And afterward, I will confront the other incoming human powerhouses. The rest shall be entrusted to you. Very well, my lord. I shall fulfill the task with utmost diligence. Its gaze passes over the trembling newcomers, gliding over the struggling veterans, ultimately honing in on the 5 most formidable presences. Those who can barely maintain a semblance of resistance under the oppressive pressure. They are the 5 most seasoned, powerful B-class peak students, mere steps away from ascending to A-class, serving as the absolute core of the veteran teams in this trial of confrontation. At the instant their eyes lock with that gaze, the 5 feel as though they have plunged into an icy abyss, an unprecedented wave of sheer terror surging from the depths of their souls. This is the moment of the King of Hell summons. The immense projection slowly raises a hand formed of dark red primal force. There is no cataclysmic gathering of energy, no harbinger of apocalyptic terror. It merely flicks its fingers nonchalantly. 5 slender beams of dark red light erupt from its fingertips. The speed of these beams is beyond comprehension, seemingly disregarding spatial distance and the passage of time, arriving before the 5 veteran students in an instant. Release. These 5 veterans, having trained rigorously within the camp, unleash their full potential in the moment of impending death. One conjures a heavy, radiant shield etched with myriad runes, renowned for its absolute defense. Another bellows, muscles rippling, transforming into a colossal figure of bronze, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Yet, all of this appears ludicrous before the 5 slender beams of dark red light. With a soft hiss, there is no violent explosion, no clash of energies, only the delicate sound of a hot knife slicing through butter. The shield, reputed to withstand an S-class strike, is effortlessly pierced as if made of paper. The once mighty bronze giant's formidable physique crumbles before the red light, fragile as tofu. The 5 beams penetrate seamlessly into the bodies of the 5 students. Time seems to resume its flow. The expressions of horror etched on their faces freeze in place. In the next moment, a chilling scene unfolds before all eyes. The areas struck by the beams begin to rot, not a decay of flesh and blood, but an erasure at the conceptual level. Their protective primal force, their physical forms, their life essence, and even their very souls rapidly wither, turning gray, desiccated, and darkened at a visible pace. They cannot even scream. Their throats emit only raspy wheezes, their bodies crumbling like weathered statues, flaking away into black dust, scattered by the wind. Ultimately, only 5 pure yet fear-laden soul energies remain, transformed into dark red streams of light, slowly drawn into the mouth of the immense projection within the fissure, as if merely savoring an appetizer. The entire world falls into a deathly silence. The formidable S-class instructors, having just arrived with overwhelming might, are now engulfed in fury, yet they are thwarted by the vast runic formation, bolstered by the dark erosion of the clan leader, rendering them momentarily unable to breach its defenses. Lin Meng's pupils constrict to the size of pinpoints. He fixates on the spot where the 5 students had vanished, sensing that this is not mere death. Their souls have become nourishment for this abomination to regain its strength. He suddenly whirls around, frantically searching the tumultuous crowd for a familiar figure. At last, he spots her. On the periphery of the throng, Yi Shinran is shielded by several equally terrified female students, her small face as pale as paper. Yet the ancient tome in her hands emanates a soft glow, barely providing them with a fragile, trembling sanctuary. Meanwhile, the colossal projection, having relished its appetizer, appears to have developed a newfound interest, its crimson gaze shifting once more. Its gaze slowly shifted, casting a curious glance in the direction where Yi Shinran stood. Chapter 126, The Sixth Assault, Target, Lin Meng. In this desolate void of despair, a cool and resolute female voice emerged, akin to a stone thrown into the heart of a lake, sending ripples radiating outward. All mages and practitioners, heed my command. Construct a unified defense formation centered around me. Hurry. It was Yi Shinran. Her delicate face remained pale, yet her once lively and mischievous eyes now burned with a fierce determination. The ancient scroll in her hand flickered to life, its pages rustling as if stirred by an unseen wind, releasing arcane golden symbols that coalesced before her, forming the first barrier. Her voice carried a unique power that instilled a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Several mages on the brink of collapse instinctively gravitated toward her, as if clutching at a lifeline. Light healers maintained the holy light barrier. Runesmiths inscribe protective runes, the more the better. Elementalists, earth mages in the front, construct a rock barrier. Commands flowed from Yi Shinran's lips with unwavering clarity, and miraculously, the previously disordered crowd began to organize. Dozens of mage students spontaneously formed a circle, shielding the others within. All possessed S-rank talents. They were far from ordinary. Revitalized, they unleashed their skills, intertwining various magical illuminations, light shields, rune arrays, rock walls, layer upon layer, enveloping all survivors in a vibrant cocoon. They understood that this might be in vain, yet it was preferable to waiting idly for demise. Outside the formation, Luo Jun crossed his arms, watching with keen interest, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. My lord, behold, like a throng of ants huddled together for warmth. How pitiful and laughable. He spoke softly to the rift in the sky, his tone laced with flattery. His gaze swept over the crowd as if selecting a dish from a banquet. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon one individual, Lin Meng, the sole figure who had stood tall from the very beginning, his gaze unwavering. Upon seeing Lin Meng, Luo Jun felt his emotions begin to spiral out of control, and the sight of Lin Meng's newfound elevation and talent instilled a sense of escalating danger within him. My lord, Luo Jun's eyes turned cold. That man is somewhat unsettling. Please intervene and eliminate him completely. As if in response to his plea, 2 points of crimson light within the rift began to rotate slowly. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended solely upon Lin Meng. Buzz. Lin Meng felt as though everything around him had vanished. Sound, light, air, all were stripped away, leaving the world transformed into a realm of pure, viscous darkness. Only that gaze from the abyss remained, piercing his soul like 2 burning needles. The intent to kill. A pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The primordial energy within Lin Meng nearly succumbed to this pressure, making even its circulation exceedingly arduous. He realized he had been locked onto. There was no escape, no evasion. The enormous shadow from the rift once again raised its hand, composed of dark red primordial energy, still casual, as if merely intending to crush an annoying insect. However, this time, from its fingertips erupted not a slender beam of light, but a singular force. A force compressed to its utmost, no thicker than a strand of hair, yet seemingly containing the entirety of the decaying abyss's dark divine light. This divine light was pitch black, profound, and condensed. Wherever it passed, space emitted a mournful cry, torn asunder by an irreparable black fissure. It was not merely flying, it was arriving. The instant it appeared, it was already before Lin Meng. So swift enough that Lin Meng's nerves could scarcely keep pace. He had no time to contemplate, nor to perform any superfluous actions. An instinct for survival compelled him to make a singular choice. Spatial severance. He bellowed, swiftly slashing his right hand before him. A minuscule portal tore open instantaneously in front of him. Yet as easy, that portal, capable of severing all, was effortlessly burned through upon contact with the dark red divine light. As if it were but a thin sheet of paper. The overwhelming power of erosion began to corrode Lin Meng's mastery over spatial abilities through their connection. The divine light surged forward, striking Lin Meng's chest with tremendous force. There was no explosion, no violent impact. The hastily formed energy shield around Lin Meng dissolved silently, like snowflakes touched by concentrated acid, evaporating. What followed was an indescribable agony. It was neither the pain of flesh being torn nor bones being shattered. It was a torment of existence being erased, as if countless invisible maggots were burrowing from the deepest recesses of his soul, gnawing at the very foundation of his being. His body, visibly deteriorating, began to gray and darken from the point of impact at his chest. Vitality, primordial energy, even the essence of his soul, all swiftly dissipated. His body began to numb, his vision blurred, and consciousness seemed to plunge into an endless icy abyss. Lin Meng. In the distance, Yi Shinran cried out in alarm. Everyone stared in horror at the unfolding scene. A satisfied smile spread across Luo Jun's face. It was over. However, just as Lin Meng's consciousness seemed on the verge of total erosion, from the depths of that agonizing abyss, an indomitable spirit surged forth, explosive and proud. Hiss. Lin Meng's throat emitted a roar reminiscent of a wind box, and his dimming crimson pupils reignited with 2 frenzied flames. Let me show you his voice. Fragmented yet resolute, resonated with a force that could shake the heavens. What it truly means to be an elite human practitioner. His right hand, now half corrupted and darkened, struggled yet resolutely came together with his left at his chest. The spectral images of the black and white dual swords materialized in his palms, intertwining and merging. An aura, distinctly different from that of the abyssal erosion tribe, yet equally profound and grand, as if poised to devour all, erupted from Lin Meng. He lifted his head, revealing a grotesque smile across his face, half normal and half dimmed. He intoned a deep chant, as if it emanated from the depths of the 9 hells. Final release. My being is the realm. All phenomena return to the void. The gate to the abyss opens. Boom. There was no light. No sound. A pure, all-consuming blackness radiated from Lin Meng, erupting into a shockwave. The dark red divine light, which had previously torn through all, upon colliding with this expanse of black, was devoured entirely, like a star thrown into a black hole, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The black shockwave continued to expand, fracturing the earth, distorting space, drawing all matter and energy into its vortex, transforming them into the purest void. The colossal projection in the sky, those eternally unchanging crimson pupils, for the first time, contracted sharply, witnessing this force that had once defeated him. Luo Jun's smile froze once more. All surviving students, including Yi Shinran, who struggled to maintain the formation, looked on in stunned disbelief at the ever-expanding darkness that signified ultimate annihilation. Chapter 127, The Seventh Assault and New Hope. This profound blackness was not merely a concept of color, but the very end of existence. It is the void that devours light, consumes matter, absorbs energy, and even engulfs the very fabric of spacetime. A black shockwave emanated from Lin Meng, spreading outward like a silent apocalyptic ripple, wildly expanding. That dark red divine light, potent enough to obliterate a peak B-class powerhouse, encountered this blackness without any collision or annihilation. It was as if a drop of ink had fallen into the infinite cosmos, failing to stir even the most trivial ripple before being utterly assimilated, returning to the void. The corrupting force that eroded Lin Meng's body and gnawed at his soul dissipated under the sweeping black shockwave, akin to snow melting under the sun, vanishing without a trace. The excruciating pain in his chest disappeared, replaced by a profound sense of emptiness. Lin Meng's form straightened once more. The half-dead, darkened skin regained its original hue, though his complexion remained pale due to the significant drain on his spiritual pressure. Unbeknownst to him, he had donned a simple black robe, unfurling as if stirred by an invisible wind, its edges fluttering with the semblance of countless miniature worlds being born and extinguished within. The dual swords of black and white reformed in his hands, their blades shimmering with a brilliance that radiated a deeper, more unsettling aura than during their initial release. Bankai, the gate of all realms, returning to the void. This was his true form. Impossible, impossible. In the distance, Luo Jun's expression of smugness and cruelty froze, replaced by a twisted amalgamation of fear, envy, and madness. He recognized this aura. It was this very power that had utterly shattered the rune array he had proudly constructed during the entrance examination. It was this form that had first made him taste the humiliation known as defeat. But how little time had passed. The original energy fluctuations emanating from this individual were more refined and unfathomable than before. That superior power, transcending space and touching upon dimensions and rules, sent tremors from the depths of his soul. Master. Luo Jun's voice, sharp and grating with jealousy, pointed at Lin Meng as he screamed frantically, "Kill him. It's him. He must be eliminated. His existence poses the greatest threat to our plans." In the rift of the sky, the enormous projection did not respond to Luo Jun. Yet, the two crimson points of light fixated intensely on Lin Meng, revealing, for the first time, a genuine scrutiny rather than mere indifference towards an ant. Lin Meng ignored Luo Jun's outcries. His time was limited. Every second of Bankai consumed his spiritual pressure and mental energy at an astronomical rate. Faced with this legendary horror, he dared not display even an ounce of carelessness. The white sword in his left hand, the incarnation of the Gate of Soul Rest, gently beckoned through the air. All realms returned to the void. Buzz. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly forceful suction erupted from the tip of the white sword. Centered on Lin Meng, it formed a massive energy vortex. The spiritual particles adrift in the air, tainted by the decaying primal force emanating from the projection of the darkened clan leader, as well as the colorful auras emitted from the defensive array upheld by Yi Shinran and her companions, were uncontrollably pulled, twisted, and transformed into vibrant torrents of energy, surging wildly into the white sword. Even the energy remnants generated by the S-class mentors bombarding the rune array on the periphery were forcibly drawn in. The chaotic energies were purified and refined in an instant upon being devoured by the white sword's core ability, soul returning to rest, transforming into the purest spiritual pressure, replenishing Lin Meng's body. His nearly exhausted reservoir of energy, due to forcibly activating Bankai, was visibly replenishing at an astonishing rate. This display left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Charging in place? He is actually absorbing the monster's power? This is beyond what a B-class can possess. The surviving students gasped in awe, as if a shot of adrenaline had been injected into their previously desolate despair. Yi Shinran's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. She could clearly sense the energy of the defensive array she maintained dissipating at a slow but certain rate, the source being that man, reminiscent of a descending demon. The projection of the clan leader in the sky seemed to be incensed by Lin Meng's seemingly provocative actions. The crimson pupils flared with rage. The failure of the sixth attack did not induce any hesitation. The seventh attack followed swiftly. The hand composed of dark red primal energy rose once more, but this time, instead of a snap, the fingers were gathered, thrusting forward with force. Boom! A dark red beam, thicker than the previous hairline attack by over 100 times, tore through the sky, shooting forth from its palm. Although most of its primal energy was devoted to maintaining the rune array laid by Luo Jun to contend with the S-class powerhouses outside, this seventh attack had already reached A-class caliber. Where the beam passed, the laws of space ignited, emitting a mournful wail akin to shattering glass. As if the entire sky had been cleaved in two by this beam. This time, Lin Meng did not choose to receive the blow head-on. His mental energy had slightly recovered during the previous replenishment, but facing this world-destroying strike, it was still woefully insufficient. His gaze sharpened, and the black sword in his right hand, the incarnation of the Gate of Dimension Crossing, traced an exquisitely deep black trajectory before him. Interdimensional space severed. There was no grandiose spectacle, only a slender fissure in space, seemingly capable of swallowing souls, appearing before the robust, dark red beam. That crack was profound and tranquil, devoid of any light, connecting to an unknown void. The next moment, a scene that would be etched in everyone's memory for a lifetime unfolded. The terrifying beam capable of obliterating a city vanished silently upon collision with the delicate spatial fissure, as if it had encountered an unfathomable black hole. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even a trace of energy dissipating. The forefront of the beam simply disappeared without a sound, as if an invisible cosmic behemoth had taken a bite out of its leading edge. Subsequently, the ongoing stream of energy continued to surge forth, yet was relentlessly devoured by that small fissure, leading into the true void, not even stirring a single ripple. Hiss! The sound of shocked gasps rose and fell among the crowd. This had surpassed their realm of understanding. If Lin Meng's prior energy absorption to restore himself had merely astonished them, then this scene of a line consuming a plane utterly shattered their worldview. Yet, none knew the immense price Lin Meng was paying for this astonishing strike. At the moment the spatial fissure consumed the beam, an unimaginable backlash surged through his control of space, directly striking his mental realm. Buzz! It felt as if Lin Meng's brain had been struck by a colossal hammer, plunging him into darkness, the world spinning, and blood flowed uncontrollably from his nostrils. The deathly garment he wore was nearly torn apart, on the verge of disintegration. Maintaining Bankai was becoming increasingly difficult. However, Lin Meng's successive defenses were not without reward. Many astute individuals noticed that with each of the clan leaders' 7 consecutive attacks, the projection formed from his primal energy had noticeably faded. It became clear to everyone that the reason they needed Luo Jun's assistance was not merely for the deployment of the rune array for concealment and summoning. Much of the clan leader's primal energy was devoted to sustaining the operation of the rune array, and it was likely that the number of remaining attacks was limited, igniting new hope within them. Chapter 128, The Death of Lin Meng? In the heavens above, the projection of the sovereign revealed a fleeting glimmer of surprise within its crimson pupils. It seemed incredulous that a mere B-class human could twice thwart its assault in a manner unfamiliar even to itself. However, this astonishment was but a momentary lapse. It afforded Lin Meng no respite. The 8th attack was already brewing. This time, it was not beams of light or pillars, but the colossal projection itself, enveloped in swirling dark red primal energy, began to coalesce with unprecedented speed before it. The entire sky trembled beneath the weight of this force. The runic array below creaked under the strain, fissures spreading like veins across its luminous surface. Everyone sensed that this strike would be truly cataclysmic. Lin Meng's expression was graver than ever. His mental energy had dwindled to its last remnants. His Bankai was on the verge of collapse, and he was uncertain if he could even wield his sword once more. Boom! The 8th strike, a culmination of the sovereign's most potent power, descended like a condensed dark red star, shattering the fabric of space and obliterating Lin Meng's final defenses. He had no time to mount any effective counter. The ultimate rift of darkness, dimensional severance, disintegrated upon contact with that star, akin to a fragile sheet of paper being effortlessly torn asunder. Immediately thereafter, the destructive force surged unreservedly upon him. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering bones resonated, dense and rapid, akin to firecrackers during a festival, piercing the ears of every onlooker. Lin Meng's black robe, emblematic of his Bankai state, was instantaneously reduced to ash amidst the dark red luminescence. The dual swords in his grasp emitted a mournful wail, their radiance extinguished and vanishing into oblivion. His body was hurled backward like a baseball struck for a home run, plowing a deep furrow into the ground as he flew at a terrifying speed. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, he crashed against the edge of the defensive array, convulsed twice, and then fell utterly still. His Bankai state was forcibly interrupted. He resembled a shattered porcelain figure, limbs contorted at grotesque angles, with a horrifying gaping wound in his chest. The dark red corruptive primal energy spread across his broken form like maggots, thwarting any semblance of self-repair. Quick! The medical team! Save his life! A voice, frantic and hoarse, pierced through the chaos. Several surviving healers, steeling themselves against the sovereign's oppressive aura, staggered to Lin Meng's side. They carefully transported him to the protective center of the defensive array. Gentle emerald rays of light flowed like rivulets into Lin Meng's ravaged body. This won't do. His life force is dwindling too rapidly. This corruptive energy is devouring my healing power. Damn it, we can barely keep him hanging on. The healers were drenched in sweat, their faces as pale as parchment. Their once proud healing abilities now felt woefully inadequate. Lin Meng's vital signs flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was utterly snuffed out by this strike. What a pity. Just a little longer, and he might have held on. In a corner, a battered warrior trainee murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, yet sharp enough to pierce the hearts of many. No one condemned his coldness. In this dire moment of life and death, Everyone had become painfully pragmatic. In their eyes, Lin Meng had transformed from a heroic savior into a regrettable shield that had failed to realize its full potential. Ha! A shrill, piercing laugh shattered the oppressive silence. Luo Jun covered his face, his shoulders heaving violently, the laughter from his throat tinged with a sickly ecstasy and ultimate delight. He lowered his hand, his handsome features contorted by jealousy and hatred, pointing at Lin Meng, now reduced to a pitiful state, and shouted to all and to the sovereign's projection above, "Do you see? This is your hero. This is the fate that befalls those who dare defy the sovereign's majesty." A genius? What a load of nonsense. Before the might of my dark corruption clan, he is but a slightly stronger ant. His voice echoed within the confines of the runic array, each word like a poisoned blade, cutting into the hearts of the assembled. He had not directly ended Lin Meng's life, yet this profound humiliation brought him greater satisfaction than death itself. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to quell the wild joy within and redirected his attention beyond the confines of the runic array. The S-class prodigies, like a frenzied tempest, unleashed a cacophony of skills that nearly tore the sky asunder, relentlessly bombarding the array he had established. The luminous surface of the array was riddled with cracks, poised to shatter at any moment. At that moment, a cold thought reverberated in his mind. The array can withstand for half an hour. You must complete the task of capturing the hostage. It was the voice of the sovereign. Luo Jun's heart steadied. Half an hour was ample time. Though the sovereign's projection had grown faint from successive attacks, its cataclysmic presence still loomed over all. Suspended in the air, the two crimson lights scanned the human trainees below, yet did not immediately initiate a ninth attack. What they did not comprehend was that this terrifying entity had only a limited number of strikes remaining. And these remaining opportunities hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles, the dread of the unknown and the anticipation of judgment far more tormenting than facing the assault itself. Yet, the spirit of the human race remained unyielded. "Roar! I will fight you to the death." A bloodthirsty berserker, wielding a massive axe, his eyes aflame with crimson fury, roared as his muscles bulged, beast-like totems surfacing upon his skin. He transformed into a whirlwind of blood, expending all his primal energy to reach the pinnacle of B-class, charging fearlessly towards the projection in the sky. Ice Throne. On the opposite side, a talented young ice mage chanted an ancient incantation. A throne of glacial crystals rose behind her, a horrific chill radiating forth to freeze the sovereign's projection. One after another, the human prodigies, fully aware of their impending doom, chose to step forward. They prepared to expend their lives to deplete the enemy's dwindling opportunities for attack. Chapter 129, The Symbiotic Contract and Rebirth. In that moment, all attention shifted from the dying Lin Meng to this new round of tragic and heroic confrontation. No one noticed that at the back of the crowd, Yishinran's eyes, usually sparkling with mischief and vitality, were now filled with unprecedented gravity and resolve. She pushed through the crowd and stepped toward the area that the healers had abandoned, where only a faint pulse of life remained. Her anciently elegant gown billowed amidst the chaotic winds, as though she walked through an isolated realm of tranquility. "Shinran, don't go over there. It's too dangerous." Familiar classmates attempted to restrain her. Yishinran gently broke free, not looking back, her voice firm and unequivocal. "Step aside. I may have a way to save him. Don't be foolish. Even an S-class healer's arrival has proven futile." I said, "Step aside." Yishinran's voice suddenly rose, an invisible authority emanating from her petite frame, compelling those around her to part ways. She approached Lin Meng's side and crouched down. The scene before her was even more harrowing than what she had perceived from a distance. Lin Meng's breaths were so faint they were nearly imperceptible, the flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yishinran extended her delicate, pale fingers and gently rested them on his wrist. It was cold and lifeless. Her heart sank in unison. She slowly closed her eyes, and in her mind SI, the most precious contract, existing in the deepest recesses of professional heritage, emerged, the source symbiosis contract. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By invoking their true names, it would forge a bond between their souls and lives, sharing talents and bearing fate together. This was not merely a healing endeavor, it was a gamble. It would forcibly bind two independent destinies using the most ancient of laws. Should she succeed, Lin Meng would be able to draw upon her life source and be reborn, perhaps even turning misfortune into fortune, and she would gain access to Lin Meng's extraordinary talent. However, failure would mean Lin Meng's will would vanish entirely, unable to respond to the contract, resulting in her soul suffering a devastating blow, possibly leading them both to annihilation. This fool always ends up in such a dire state. He truly is a worrisome idiot, Yishinran muttered inwardly, and when she opened her beautiful eyes again, they shone with a clear resolve. She cared not for others' opinions or what the future held. All she knew was that this man, who had made her grit her teeth during assessments yet stood in front of everyone at critical moments, could not perish here. "I am about to begin. You must protect me and ensure no one interrupts," she instructed the helpless healers beside her. "My skill requires an extended preparation time and must not be disrupted." This was a falsehood, but at that moment, no one had the heart to question it. With no further hesitation, Yi Shinran sat cross-legged, her hands forming a complex and ancient seal before her chest. It was not any known occupational skills hand gesture, but rather akin to an ancient ritual originating from the dawn of creation. A hum resonated. An indescribable aura of profundity began to emanate from her, quietly spreading outward. In the air, it felt as if invisible strings of law were plucked, producing a harmonious yet authoritative resonance. A phantom contract, composed of countless delicate golden runes, unfurled slowly before her. One end of the contract bore the imprint of her own soul's essence, radiating a warm and resplendent life force, while the other end pointed towards the man on the ground, teetering on the brink of oblivion, his consciousness submerged in profound darkness. Yi Shinran's complexion visibly paled, and beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. The energy required to invoke such a source-derived contract was immense. She bit her silver teeth and infused a fragment of her own soul into the golden contract, transforming it into a message containing her true name, destined for Lin Meng's flickering soul flame. By my true name, Yi Shinran, I extend an invitation for a contract to Lin Meng. Will you, in turn, agree to coexist with me? Darkness, coldness, and rending sensations enveloped Lin Meng's consciousness, as if he were submerged in a boundless, viscous mire, where every struggle only deepened his descent. The pain in his body had numbed, replaced by an overwhelming sense of his soul being gnawed away inch by inch. The dark red corruptive forces, like countless ravenous maggots, burrowed into every corner of his mental realm, devouring his memories and eroding his very existence. Unwilling, truly unwilling. He had only just begun to find his footing in this world, just glimpsed the power of his Bankai. And hadn't he even had the chance to explore those legendary realms before facing such a disgraceful demise? Within the sea of consciousness, the magnificent portal symbolizing the Gate of Infinite Return was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, crumbling and dissipating little by little. Just as all light threatened to fade completely and consciousness was on the verge of silence, a glimmer of golden light, without warning, penetrated the endless darkness, landing precisely upon the core of his disintegrating awareness. The light was not blinding but bore an irresistible warmth and vitality, dispelling a hint of bone-chilling cold. Following this, a clear thought resonated deep within his soul, accompanied by this light. It was Yi Shinran's voice, yet it transcended her own, imbued with a more ancient and primal rhythm of law. By my true name, Yi Shinran, I extend an invitation for a contract to Lin Meng. Will you, in turn, agree to coexist with me? Coexist? Lin Meng's remaining consciousness jolted. This was not a master-servant contract, but a symbiotic one. He grasped the meaning embedded within that term almost instantaneously. Equality, sharing. This was a gamble, yet it seemed that the other party wagered far more than he. The one on the brink of death. Why would that girl, always clad in an ancient dress, appearing gentle and wise, choose to do this? There was no time for contemplation. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He had no reason to refuse this solitary chance at life amidst despair. Almost as soon as he made his decision, the familiar sound of the Fate altar echoed in his mind. Detected S-rank practitioner, the Nexus Sovereign Yi Shinran, is initiating a source symbiosis contract with you. This is a unique ultimate contract. Upon its conclusion, both parties will share talents and bear destiny together. Do you agree? Agree. Lin Meng roared within, summoning his last vestiges of mental strength. Chapter 130, Sharing of Talents. A hum. In the real world, the ethereal contract hovering before Yi Shinran solidified instantaneously, radiating golden light. Countless arcane runes sprang to life from the pages, flowing like a golden river. One end connecting to the pale, trembling Yi Shinran, while the other surged into Lin Meng's broken body as if it had found its rightful home. A torrent of immense and pure life force, mingling with Yi Shinran's own essence, cascaded through every inch of Lin Meng's being, cleansing every corner tainted by corruptive power. Hiss! The stubborn dark red forces, upon contact with this golden flood of life, shrieked like black snow doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, rapidly purifying and evaporating. Lin Meng's cave chest, enveloped in golden light, swelled at a visible pace. Cracked bones snapped back into place with a crisp sound, reconnecting seamlessly. Torn muscles and meridians healed and rejuvenated as if time were reversing. In mere seconds, his external injuries had fully restored, and the lingering aura of death was swept away. A deeper transformation occurred at the soul level. At the moment the contract was established, Lin Meng finally comprehended the nature of Yi Shinran's talent skill, which, upon sharing, qualitatively altered his abilities. These changes stemmed from the source symbiosis contract. First and foremost, the source symbiosis contract, as its name implies, creates a profound link between the souls and lives of both parties. Their lives become intertwined, and Lin Meng's very existence is sustained by Yi Shinran sharing half of her life force with him. Secondly, this skill can only be utilized once in the lifetime of the Nexus Sovereign and differs from the compulsory plundering of a master-servant contract. This contract ensures equality post-signing. Of course, the binding of life is not the core effect of this contract. Its true essence lies in the sharing of talents. This implies not only that the contract's spirit master can utilize the abilities of the symbiont, but that the symbiont also benefits from the master's talents. This represents a bidirectional and profound fusion and elevation of power with boundless potential. The symbiotic contract does not entail a forced transfer of source power, but instead opens a pathway for talent sharing. Is this Yishinran's talent? Truly domineering. He is indeed an S-class existence. Moreover, he has also acquired several other occupational abilities from Yishinran. Most notably, he has obtained a core capacity that allows one to form an army alone, the true name contract. Under the premise of the voluntary consent of the target sentient being, Lin Meng can initiate the contract ritual. The essence of the ritual is to indelibly and authentically imprint the other party's true name onto the contract. The moment this imprint is completed, the power of the laws takes effect. The advantage, however, is that it allows the contracted individual to elevate their innate talent by one rank, though it cannot exceed the protagonist's own talent level. The remaining powers are derived skills, such as absolute command. Through the connection of the imprinted true name and the contract, the spirit master gains absolute dominion over the being, regardless of the distance. With but a thought, commands can be issued through the connection of the true name. These commands, rooted in the fundamental terms of a master-servant relationship, carry absolute enforceability. Even if the servant's strength far surpasses that of the spirit master, they cannot defy commands stemming from the true name under the constraints of the foundational contract. Another skill is force summoning. The spirit master can disregard task conditions and, merely by expending their own force, instantly summon the contracted servant to their side. This summoning transcends spatial barriers and is one of the core obligations the servant must fulfill. Simultaneously, seated cross-legged, Yishinran felt a tremor in her delicate form. She sensed the emergence of a slot in her mind for imbuing a soul into an object. Yet, she found herself perplexed as to why Lin Meng's S-class abilities seemed so singular. Nevertheless, such matters could be discussed later. The immediate priority was to navigate the current peril. Otherwise, all would be lost. With the sharing of talents, this moment was utterly complete. On the ground, Lin Meng, who had previously fallen silent, suddenly flickered his eyelids. Then, those tightly closed eyes abruptly opened. Within the depths of those newly opened eyes, there was neither the relief of surviving a calamity nor the confusion of rebirth. Instead, there lay a profound chaos, reminiscent of the universe at its inception. In that instant of awakening, the world Lin Meng beheld had irrevocably transformed. No longer a mere assemblage of matter and energy, the entire world appeared to him as a tapestry woven from countless interlaced threads of law. Each living entity, whether it be classmates valiantly resisting in the distance or Luo Jun, who was howling maniacally outside the crowd, bore a unique imprint intricately crafted from these threads of law deep within their souls. A name, a true name that represented their very existence, transcending all aliases and titles. This was an entirely new dimension of perception, as if he had leapt from a two-dimensional canvas into a three-dimensional space that afforded him a panoramic view of all. Concurrently, a wave of weakness and disconnection emanating from the depths of his soul surged within him. The force within him had dwindled to a mere whisper. While the spectral gate symbolizing his Bankai, the gate of no return, was marred by grotesque fissures, dim and lifeless, as if it could shatter with the slightest touch. The backlash from the forceful breach of his Bankai was far more severe than anticipated. His gaze fell upon Yishinran, who was seated beside him. At this moment, the girl's complexion was as pale as parchment, her anciently elegant attire drenched in sweat, clinging to her delicate curves, making her appear as though she had been pulled from water, her breath utterly spent, clearly a testament to the exorbitant cost of activating that contract, sacrificing half of her vitality to save him. Noticing Lin Meng's gaze, Yishinran managed to muster a faint, weary smile, her eyes betraying a rare glint of mischief reminiscent of days gone by. How does it feel? My talent is quite useful, isn't it? Lin Meng did not respond, silently etching this act of kindness deep within his heart. At this moment, the focus of the battlefield was no longer upon them. Hold firm. Steady that shield wall for me. MT class, brace yourselves. Mage team, unleash indiscriminate area bombardment. Do not give them a chance to capture anyone. Where are the assassins? Go find an opportunity to take down those lowly members of the corrupted clan. Roars, explosions, and the cacophony of battle reverberated through the air. Luo Jun wore a ghastly grin as he, alongside several B-class foes of the corrupted clan, crashed into the fragile defense erected by the surviving students. Akin to wolves among sheep, under the oppressive aura projected by the master in the sky, the strength of all students was suppressed by at least 30%. In contrast, Luo Jun and his comrades seemed to thrive, each strike infused with the corrupting force that eroded all. A peaked B-class heavy-armored shield-bearer roared as he opened a colossal shield inscribed with mountain runes, only to have a corrupted clan warrior press a claw against its surface. Sizzle. The indomitable rune shield, akin to cheese pressed by a branding iron, rapidly decayed, darkened, and dissolved, culminating in a resounding explosion that scattered fragments across the sky. The shield-bearer scarcely had time to scream before he was enveloped by a dark red force, instantly transforming into a lifeless gray statue devoid of vitality. Subsequently, an invisible force drew him, along with several other captured students, to hover behind Luo Jun. The number of hostages was steadily increasing. Despair spread through the crowd like a plague. Lin Meng struggled to rise, yet felt an overwhelming weakness coursing through his limbs. He attempted to summon the power within him, but was met only with a profound silence. The dual swords, black and white, lay in tatters. Chapter 131, The Only Means of Salvation. Do not waste your strength. Yi Shinran's voice was weak. The backlash is too severe. Your essence is injured. Without 10 days to half a month of recuperation, recovery is impossible. Moreover, the residual force from that alien's attack continues to erode you. It is likely that you will find it difficult to even use your skills, and can only place your hopes on your grandfather and the others. Lin Meng's fists clenched silently. He loathed this feeling of helplessness. At that moment, the entire space enveloped by the rune array trembled violently. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the outside. It was as if an invisible, world-shattering hammer had struck the luminous veil encompassing the heavens and earth. Above the veil, what had initially appeared as mere spiderweb-like cracks suddenly widened with a resounding crack, revealing a massive visible breach that nearly tore through. An ancient, resounding, yet wrathful aura, capable of incinerating all, seeped through that gap. You insolent wretch! Should you dare harm the talents of my human race, I shall reduce your corrupted clan to ashes. This voice seemed to embody the power of spoken law, each word transforming into golden runes that detonated upon the veil, frantically eroding the strength of the array. It was his teacher, Gu Xian. Simultaneously, he was Yi Shinran's grandfather, an S-class rune master. Luo Jun's expression shifted dramatically. He could sense that the rune array he prided himself on was being unraveled at an unimaginable speed under the onslaught of the opponent. It would not hold for more than 10 minutes. In the sky, the previously silent projection of the master finally stirred. Its gaze swept over everyone, precisely landing on Yi Shinran. A cold, emotionless thought resonated within Luo Jun's mind. That girl, her soul possesses a high affinity for the laws. Take her away. Luo Jun was momentarily stunned, then elation surged within him. He immediately grasped the master's intent. To be chosen by the master was to be deemed an invaluable offering. As you command, my great master, he sneered, casting his gaze toward the center of the defensive circle, where the exquisitely beautiful girl lay equally weakened. Not good. Lin Meng's alarm bells rang in his mind. Instinctively, he sought to place himself in front of Yi Shinran, but his frailty rendered even standing a luxury. In the next moment, the projection of the master moved. It did not unleash a cataclysmic ninth assault. Rather, its colossal form merely trembled slightly, and a massive hand, entirely composed of dark red primordial force, disregarded the distance of space and materialized directly above Yi Shinran. All students attempting to obstruct it, whether with energy slashes or elemental spells, found their efforts utterly futile, as they dissolved like ice and snow upon contact with that enormous hand. Shinran, classmate Yi. Cries of alarm surged, yet they were of no avail. Subsequently, Luo Jun seized Yi Shinran, whisking her away. Grandfather! Yi Shinran exclaimed in terror, struggling fiercely. But her strength paled in comparison to Luo Jun's A-grade power, bolstered by the runic array. Let her go. Outside, Gu Xian's roar was tinged with madness. The cracks on the runic array's luminous screen spread wildly like a spider's web, shattering in an instant. However, it was ultimately a moment too late. Lin Meng's pupils narrowed to the most dangerous of pinpricks. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed. Fighting? Impossible. At this moment, he could hardly contend with a novice D-grade practitioner. Waiting for rescue? There was no time. Once taken by that master and crossing dimensions, even Gu Xian, an S-grade powerhouse, would be powerless to intervene. What to do? Was there truly no alternative? His gaze locked onto Yi Shinran, ensnared by the giant hand. The symbiotic contract endowed shared abilities. Yi Shinran's true name was the Contract Summon. Primordial Summon, a spirit master can, disregarding task conditions and merely at the cost of their own primordial force, instantaneously summon a contracted servant to their side. This summon transcends spatial barriers. Wait, the contract is symbiotic, it is equitable. Therefore, could the effects of this talent be reversed? A thought, like a flash of lightning piercing the darkness, erupted in his mind. I cannot reach her, but I can pull her to me. However, summoning her here would be pointless. She would merely be recaptured by that master. It must be a place entirely beyond their master's reach. A relatively safe haven. Lin Meng's eyes transformed in an instant, filled with unwavering resolve and a hint of reckless daring. He ceased to regard anyone else, disregarding all sounds, plunging his consciousness into his core. There lay the essence of his traversal, the source of all his abilities, the dimensional gate. Now is the time. Lin Meng abruptly raised his head, and amidst the astonished gazes of all, he extended his right hand and made a swift gesture toward the void before him. Lin Meng no longer cared about exposing the dimensional gate to the crowd. He was already in a life and death bond with Yishinran, and thus he would exert every effort to rescue her. The dimensional gate was officially summoned forth, the space behind it seemingly pulled apart by an invisible hand. Yet it did not carry the aura of destruction that devours all. On the other side of the door lay an entirely different world. What is that? What ability is this? Lin Meng's spirit manifestation truly adore. Luo Jun's sinister grin froze upon his face. Incredulity etched across his features as he beheld the abrupt emergence of the dimensional gate. A chill emanating from his very soul rendered his limbs cold. He had never witnessed, nor heard of, such an uncanny ability. Amidst the bewildered, shocked, and confused gazes of those present, Lin Meng hesitated not for a moment. He stepped into the pitch-black crevice behind the gate, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a door appeared abruptly in the realm of the death god. Lin Meng staggered forth from within the door. Without a moment's pause, scarcely able to catch his breath, he summoned the last vestiges of life essence restored by the contract. He felt the close connection between his soul and Yishinran. Invoking the ultimate authority shared with the spirit master, he lifted his head, directing his shout, born of his very soul, toward the empty heavens, by the contract of symbiosis. Guided by the true name, Yishinran, respond to my call. Chapter 132, Yishinran's Journey in the Realm of Death. That cry, emanating from the depths of the soul, transcended the barriers of worlds, like an invisible thread wrapping tightly around Yishinran's true name imprint. In the battlefield of the corrupted abyss, Yishinran, firmly grasped by Luo Jun, felt the suffocating pressure of the giant hand formed from the master's primordial force. That power was cold, malevolent, as if seeking to freeze and corrupt her very soul. Despair slowly eroded her will. Yet just then, a warm current surged unexpectedly from the deepest recesses of her soul. A phantom contract panel unfolded in her sea of consciousness. A primordial summon request from symbiotic contractor Lin Meng. Do you consent? Without a moment's hesitation, the instant she read the words, all her confusion and fear evaporated, replaced by profound trust and understanding. She immediately grasped Lin Meng's method to break the deadlock. So that is how it's done. This guy always manages to conjure such unfathomable ideas. Consent, she responded in her heart with the loudest of affirmations. At last, I've got you. This will be presented to the master. Luo Jun's grin was about to widen, feeling the warmth of the figure in his grasp. The fruit of victory tantalizingly close. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. The warmth he felt in his hand abruptly vanished. In its place was a flurry of scattering, radiant golden motes. Yishinran's figure, trapped within his grasp, transformed into a cascade of golden light. Like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. What? Luo Jun was utterly bewildered, instinctively clenching his hand, which now felt empty, save for a few fading golden glimmers. Where is she? In the sky, the colossal projection of the master narrowed its crimson pupils. A silent, furious storm of will swept through the entire space. Damn! It sensed that the coordinates of that soul had instantaneously vanished from this trial ground. Not hidden, not obscured, but utterly and completely transported away. She has escaped? Classmate Yi is gone. The surviving students stood agape, utterly unable to comprehend this surreal scene. Outside, Guxian, who was frantically assaulting the runic array, suddenly halted. Though the blood and soul bond between him and Yishinran remained intact, it felt as though a heavy veil had been drawn between them, rendering it vague and distant. Despite his uncertainty, the sense of imminent danger dissipated. He exhaled deeply, and then his fury ignited with even greater intensity. Luo Jun, the Annihilation Clan. No matter where you have taken Shinran, I shall ensure you pay in blood for this debt. First, it is essential to clarify to our esteemed readers that at this moment, Lin Meng has traversed to the realm of death in the year 1846 in Japan. However, due to the nature of the realm of death, which is confined to a specific region of Japan, this narrative has established that the technology of the death god has already entered a preliminary stage of modernization. Moreover, due to the influence of the death gods and hollows, the level of technological development has remained relatively unchanged by the time the plot officially commences. On the other side, Lin Meng knelt, gasping violently, the entire world swirling before his eyes. That extreme summon across worlds had nearly drained the last remnants of his life essence restored by the contract. He felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being torn asunder. At the very moment his consciousness began to fade, a warm cluster of golden light coalesced before him. The light swiftly solidified, transforming into the slender figure of Yishinran, who appeared slightly disheveled, yet remained breathtakingly graceful. She stumbled forward, her gaze bewildered as she surveyed the unfamiliar city, the strange streets, and the incomprehensible language. Helplessly, she stared at the signs adorned with cryptic characters. In the next instant, her attention fixated on Lin Meng, who knelt on the ground beside her. All her confusion, fear, and anxiety found an immediate outlet upon seeing that pale, yet familiar face. Without uttering a word, Yishinran leapt into Lin Meng's embrace. trembling slightly as she buried her face in his shoulder, greedily inhaling the reassuring scent that calmed her heart. The relief of surviving a calamity rendered this usually astute and cunning girl desirous of nothing more than a simple refuge. Lin Meng, equally frail, raised a hand to gently pat her back, silently offering comfort. After a prolonged moment, Yi Xinran gradually released him. Her eyes glistening and her face blossoming into a radiant smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. It seems this half-life I've endured is not in vain. Observing her feigned nonchalance, Lin Meng felt the weight of his life-saving debt transform into a gentle warmth within him. Indeed, neither of us has come out at a loss. However, the tender atmosphere between them was soon shattered by the peculiar stares of onlookers. A beautiful girl clad in an elegant gown stained with blood was embracing a young man whose clothes were similarly tattered and soaked in crimson. More critically, they were conversing in an entirely foreign language. To the crowd of modernly dressed pedestrians from the Neon Nation, this scene was more surreal than a film. What an impressive shoot. Are they extras? That blood looks incredibly realistic. Several high school students in uniforms had already taken out their phones, snapping pictures. Lin Meng's brow furrowed immediately as he scanned the surroundings, quickly deducing from his past life memories that they were likely in the realm of the Grim Reaper. This could spell trouble. In their current state, encountering even 2 police officers would be enough to land them in severe trouble. The pressing concern was to find a place to settle down and regain their strength. Apologies, we're filming a special effects scene and may have startled you, Lin Meng said, supporting Yi Xinran as he stood, smiling amicably at the surrounding crowd in fluent Japanese. His pronunciation was so impeccable that it momentarily stunned the high school students. Although Yi Xinran couldn't understand, she recognized from Lin Meng's demeanor that he was managing the situation, so she remained silent. Lin Meng discreetly retrieved an inconspicuous gold bar from his storage space, an emergency currency he had prepared for interdimensional crises. He quickly led Yi Xinran away from the crowd to a secluded alley, where, drawing from his knowledge of the city's gray areas, he soon located a shop willing to buy gold at a high price. With money in hand, everything would be manageable. Chapter 133, Full Disclosure. Half an hour later, within a luxurious hotel suite, Lin Meng and Yi Xinran finally found a safe and private space to recuperate. Yi Xinran curiously examined everything in the room. From the plush bed to the television screen that reflected silhouettes, everything seemed utterly novel to her. What on earth is this place? She finally voiced her greatest curiosity. Lin Meng, seated on the sofa and taking a sip of water to regain his composure, met her inquisitive gaze and realized that certain secrets had ceased to require concealment the moment they had signed the covenant of symbiosis. This is not our world. His voice was low, yet it struck Yi Xinran's heart like a thunderclap. My gifted profession is indeed that of a soul weaver. And the soul-bound object I previously had was a door, but my core ability, or rather, my true talent, is not any of those you have witnessed before. Lin Meng's eyes deepened with profound intensity, as if reflecting the myriad realms. It is the ability to traverse dimensions. Traverse dimensions. Yi Xinran's heart raced. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder she had always felt that Lin Meng's power system was intricate and formidable. That so-called door of the void exuded an essence foreign to that world. No wonder he possessed intellect and abilities far beyond his peers. The root of all his capabilities lay here. So, the force I sensed from behind that door was actually this dimensional traversal? Yi Xinran mused, a sense of enlightenment washing over her. That is a fair interpretation, Lin Meng nodded. Furthermore, the world we currently inhabit also possesses extraordinary powers, albeit with a power system entirely distinct from our own. He gazed out at the vibrant urban nightscape and continued, this world has grim reapers, hollows, and exterminators, whose powers stem from something called spiritual energy, centering around the manipulation and combat of souls. Grim reapers? Souls? As the sovereign of the spiritual nexus, Yi Xinran's sensitivity to these 2 terms surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and activated her innate ability. In her perception, the entire world seemed to transform in an instant. The air was thick with countless faint, unconscious motes of light, remnants of departed souls. Among these points, she keenly detected several distinct and fervent soul fluctuations, imbued with resentment and hunger. She abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Meng, her expression one of astonishment. I think I can sense their presence. Those things that do not belong to the living. Lin Meng's words had acted as a key, unlocking a new dimension of perception for Yi Xinran. I think I can sense their presence. Those things that do not belong to the living. As her voice faded, Lin Meng observed her close her eyes once more. On her slightly pale face, a peculiar brilliance emerged. As the sovereign of the spiritual nexus, Yi Xinran's soul power far exceeded that of ordinary beings, granting her an innate affinity for the essence of laws and energy. In their original world, this talent allowed her to resonate with the true names of sentient beings and forge contracts. Yet in this world, where the core of power was the soul, her abilities seemed to flourish as if she had returned to water, displaying astonishing adaptability. In her perception, the entire world had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The air was no longer mere air but was filled with countless weak, flickering motes of light, akin to stardust. They possessed no consciousness, merely floating and flowing, as though forming the foundational bricks of this realm. Amidst this endless ocean of light, several distinctly different energy waves stood out like bonfires in the night, clearly presenting themselves on her perceptual map. They were imbued with hunger, malice, and chaos, exuding an aura that instinctively repulsed the soul. Very perceptive. Lin Meng's voice roused her from that wondrous state. The motes you perceive are the fundamental units constituting this world, known as spiritual particles. Those energy clusters that discomfort you are what I am about to reveal. He approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze down at the brilliantly lit city below. According to the information I gathered during my previous explorations, the creator god of this world is called the Spirit King. He fashioned the three realms. The first realm is the very land beneath our feet, known as the present world, where ordinary humans reside. The vast majority cannot perceive spiritual particles, nor see those entities that do not belong to the living. Only a select few, like you and me, with unique souls can glimpse the other side of existence. Yi Shinran, seemingly lost in thought, nodded gently, her gaze drifting towards the window as if she could pierce through the concrete and steal to glimpse the restless souls drifting in the alleys and corners, filled with resentment. Lin Meng continued, the second realm is the abode of souls, known as the Soul Society. You may envision it as a realm composed of spiritual entities, governed by a strict hierarchy. The inhabitants there are referred to as Shinigami. Shinigami? Yi Shinran felt a particular sensitivity towards this term. Yes, Shinigami. A complex smile curled at the corners of Lin Meng's lips. They are life forms with an extraordinarily high concentration of spiritual particles, tasked with guiding the souls of the living to the Soul Society, while also vanquishing those fallen beings, corrupted by desire, that you perceive as the Hollows. The lair of the Hollows is the third realm, the Hueco Mundo. It exists in the desolate space between the living world and the Soul Society, saturated with high-level spiritual particles, rife with slaughter and consumption. The three realms, the living world, the Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo, along with Hell, include humans, Shinigami, and Hollows. Chapter 134. The objective of this visit to the Shinigami world. A vast and lucid worldview rapidly formed in Yi Shinran's mind. Shinigami possess 4 fundamental combat techniques. Lin Meng's voice was steady, akin to that of the most patient mentor. These include unarmed combat, rapid movement techniques, akin to spells, known as Kido, and their most core and formidable power, the Zanpakuto. At this point, he turned to face Yi Shinran, his deep gaze locking onto hers. Do you recall the 2 distinctly different combat forms I demonstrated in the trial grounds? Yi Shinran's heart jolted. How could she forget? Those dual black and white swords, and the wildly unreasonable forms they transformed into. She had previously assumed they were Lin Meng's trump cards developed through his Soul Reaper profession. That is not the manifestation of a soul artifact, Lin Meng articulated clearly, but the 2 release states of a Zanpakuto, Shurkai, and Bankai. My prior arrival in this world was in the guise of a Shinigami. However, for reasons unknown, my physical body did not respond. Only my soul returned to our world. Hence, my true talent lies not in being a Soul Reaper, but his eyes grew distant and profound, as if reflecting the life and death of myriad realms. In traversing dimensions. Boom. The final 4 words resounded like a creation thunderclap in Yi Shinran's consciousness. Traversing dimensions. Everything clicked into place. No wonder he could always unveil astonishing trump cards in dire situations. No wonder his abilities were so intricate yet powerful, imbued with an essence not of this world. No wonder he possessed intellect and methods far surpassing his peers. It turned out he was not merely a creature of a confined pool. He was a true dragon soaring through the heavens. She gazed at Lin Meng, his familiar visage now seemingly cloaked in a mysterious and captivating aura. The symbiotic contract binding them appeared to take on a deeper significance in that moment. She was sharing not only his life and power, but also the boundless possibilities that transcended worlds. After a lengthy pause, Yi Shinran finally emerged from her stupor of astonishment, her keen intellect swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. So, your decision to bring me to this world is certainly not merely to escape, is it? She blinked, her beautiful eyes regaining their usual mischievous glimmer. Pray tell, you interdimensional traveler, what schemes do you have in mind? Lin Meng chuckled. He relished conversing with clever girls, saving him the trouble of excessive explanations. He raised a finger. First, I shall assist you in acquiring power. The Shinigami's power system is intricately tied to the soul. Perfectly tailored for you, the soul nexus. Once you master it, your strength will experience an explosive leap. Of course, before that, you must first learn the language of this world. I cannot always accompany you when you wish to order a meal, can I? Yi Shinran's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded in agreement. Lin Meng extended a second finger, his gaze sharpening. Second, my Bankai and Zanpakuto were shattered during prior battles and require retraining in this world to restore their strength. The thought of that fearsome projection of his master sent a wave of urgency through him. What does an S-rank level truly entail? He had to become stronger. Third, and most crucially, time. Lin Meng's tone held a hint of excitement. The The flow of time in this world does not equate to that of ours. A single day here may only translate to a few hours back home. We can seize precious time to strengthen ourselves. Time differential. Yi Shinran's eyes suddenly sparkled. This was the ultimate boon that all practitioners yearned for. Fourth, Lin Meng's gaze returned to Yi Shinran, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I shall help you seek new contract subjects. Just think about it. This world harbors countless powerful souls, high-level hollows, and even Shinigami. If you could imprint them with your true name contract, what a remarkable sight that would be. Yi Shinran's heart raced, her breath quickening. The power of the soul nexus did not lie in itself, but in the ability to harness the strength of all beings. Lin Meng's dimension-traversing ability was akin to a vast treasury prepared just for her. Lastly, Lin Meng's smile faded, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. I seek the secret of the physical form I left behind when I first arrived here. 5 plans, intricately interlinked. Some were for Yi Shinran's benefit, while others served his own ambitions. Clear, decisive, and ambitious. Yi Shinran looked at the man before her, filled with an unprecedented sense of security and anticipation. A dire situation? No, perhaps this was a divine opportunity for them to ascend to higher realms. All right, she nodded resolutely, the fire in her eyes fully ignited. I will heed your words. From this moment on, let us create a ruckus in this world. However, before the atmosphere of fervor could linger for even 3 seconds, a rather mundane issue presented itself. Gurgle. A sudden, untimely sound emanated from Yi Shinran's abdomen. Her face flushed crimson, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Having not consumed a single drop of water since the battle, her heightened mental state had masked her hunger, but now that she relaxed, the sensation surged upon her like a tidal wave. Lin Meng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 135, Farewell, Shinigami. It appears our grand plan's first step must commence with filling our stomachs. He chuckled, perusing the hotel room service menu. What would you like to eat? Ramen? Sushi? Or perhaps tempura? Yi Shinran glanced at the menu, filled with incomprehensible characters and exquisite illustrations, puffing her cheeks in mild disappointment. I don't understand. Thus, learning a foreign language is indeed vital, my lady. He continued. However, I must say, this language is relatively easy to learn, as it has evolved from Chinese. There are many similarities. Lin Meng then briefly explained the basic phonetic structure of Japanese and its relation to Chinese vowels and consonants. Under the influence of his formidable mental prowess, Yi Shinran swiftly grasped the fundamentals of Japanese pronunciation within the short span of ordering a meal. Moreover, with a little incentive, Lin Meng quickly procured a Japanese dictionary for her convenience in self-study. After dining, both returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lin Meng focusing on regaining some of his original strength, while Yi Shinran diligently completed her language learning. It was no surprise that she, an S-rank gifted practitioner, managed to achieve basic conversational ability in just an hour. When mealtime arrived once more, as Lin Meng and Yi Shinran were preparing to order dinner, his actions suddenly came to a halt. Meanwhile, the once relaxed countenance of Yi Shinran instantly transformed into a visage of gravity. The two of them, as if bound by an unspoken understanding, directed their gazes towards the inky darkness of the night sky outside the window. Within Yi Shinran's perceptive realm, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far more potent than those previously encountered wandering souls, surged towards them with a ferocious and insatiable hunger. Racing towards the top floor of their hotel, Lin Meng, I can feel it, this is the void. Lin Meng's expression hardened in an instant. It seemed that trouble had an uncanny penchant for seeking them out. Inside the hotel suite, the cozy atmosphere shattered like glass under the grip of an invisible giant hand, dissipating in an instant. The malice was so pure, so immense, akin to a bucket of foul water mixed with ice shards being poured over one's head, freezing the very essence of the soul. Within Yi Shinran's realm of perception, the energy fluctuations that represented the void expanded with an unreasonable ferocity, drawing near. Is this the void? Even the mere dispersal of its waves filled her with a profound loathing that emanated from the depths of her soul. Steady yourself. Lin Meng's voice was low and composed, standing firm like the most steadfast rock at the center of a storm, undeterred by the cataclysmic pressure. Before his words could fully resonate, he wrapped his arm around Yi Shinran's slender waist and, with the other hand, forcefully pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window behind them. Boom. The entire pane of tempered glass, along with its frame, was shattered by an unseen force. Glass shards erupted outward like a torrential downpour, and the night wind, laden with the city's clamor and chill, flooded the room in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Meng leaped from the third-floor suite, cradling Yi Shinran in his arms. Just as their figures vanished, a roar echoed through the night sky, an unearthly sound twisted from the countless cries of anguish. At the top of the hotel, the space appeared to be rent asunder by an invisible hand, creating a pitch-black gash, its edges unstable, distorted like a disrupted signal. A colossal, grotesque creature, donning a white, bone-like mask, emerged from the void. Its towering form was cloaked in darkness, beneath which countless faces of torment writhed, its elongated nose nearly touching the ground. Grand Void Jillian. Its crimson eyes scanned the ravaged suite, finding it devoid of life, yet lingering with two immensely rich and savory spiritual scents that tantalized its hunger. Jillian let out an enraged bellow, its massive frame clumsily pivoting to lock onto the two minuscule points of light leaping between the buildings. Simultaneously, a swift figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, landing deftly atop the hotel, clad in the black garb of a soul reaper. With a Zanpakuto sheathed at their side, the newcomer bore an expression of grave vigilance. They belonged to the 13th Division of the Godii 13, stationed as the guardian soul reaper of this locale. The abrupt spatial disturbance had captured their attention, and upon arriving, they were faced with the direst of situations. A Jillian-level creature had materialized in the heart of the city. This is troublesome, the soul reaper thought. Observing the Jillian that had commenced its pursuit below, their brow furrowed in concern. What was even more vexing was the two souls being chased. Their spiritual energies were extraordinarily potent. They bore no resemblance to ordinary humans. Halt! The soul reaper shouted, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy beneath their feet. Propelling themselves forward with Shuanpa. Beneath the night sky, a peculiar chase unfolded. Lin Meng sprinted ahead, cradling Yi Shinran, with the Jillian hot on their heels, while the soul reaper trailed behind, seeking an opportunity to strike. Lin Meng, is that the soul reaper behind us? Yi Shinran's hair whipped about in the night breeze. Yet she couldn't help but glance back. Yes, the police are here. Lin Meng's voice reached her ears clearly. We are two delectable pieces of prime meat on legs. And that hulking beast is a famished glutton. The officer behind us wants to stop the glutton, yet they are also filled with suspicion regarding our origins. This metaphor instantly illuminated Yi Shinran's understanding of their predicament, eliciting a mix of tension and absurdity. Can't we assist him? Not for now. Lin Meng's response was resolute. Our condition is too precarious, and given our ambiguous origins, any display of power could draw the attention of the Soul Society. Until we regain our strength, we must remain as shadows. As he spoke, he lightly pressed his toes against the rooftop billboard of a nearby building, elevating himself like a feather, aiming for a relatively open construction site below. The Soul Reaper from the 13th Division, realizing the Jillian was about to enter a more populated district, knew that further delay was unacceptable. Damn it! He abruptly halted atop a tower crane, his gaze sharpening with resolve. If this continues, the losses in the human world will be catastrophic. He drew his Zanpakuto across his body, unleashing a tremendous spiritual pressure that erupted from within. Ring forth, clear sound bell. As he chanted the release incantation, the Zanpakuto in his hand emitted a gentle yet resplendent white light. As the luminescence faded, the blade transformed into a uniquely designed silver staff, adorned at its tip with several intricately carved silver bells. Zanpakuto, Shirkai. Yi Shinran, sheltered by Lin Meng, found herself concealed in the shadows of an abandoned floor. She turned her head, witnessing the manifestation of the core power of this world up close for the first time. The Soul Reaper, staff in hand, faced the oncoming Jillian. Bakuto number 4, the binding rope. Bakuto number 30, the mouse flash. First, he crafted a light rope using spiritual energy, ensnaring the Jillian, and then employed 3 beams of light to further seal its movements. Dingling. Chapter 136, the eruption of dark erosion power. The Soul Reaper gently waved the staff, producing a series of crisp, melodious chimes. Those chimes seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, transforming into visible white sound waves that radiated outward in ripples, gently enveloping the Jillian. Upon contact with the sound waves, the Jillian's immense form, crafted from countless tortured souls, began to visibly dissolve, purifying. The anguished wails gradually subsided within the clarity of the chimes, as if finding solace and release. Remarkable, Yi Shinran observed, captivated and murmuring to herself. This power, which directly affects the soul, purifying rather than merely obliterating it, bore a striking resemblance to her own sovereign of the spiritual nexus, yet traversed an entirely different path. This revelation granted her a fresh perspective on the potential growth of her own powers. However, just as the Soul Reaper was engrossed in purifying the Jillian, nearing victory, the space behind him was inexplicably rent open once more, revealing a sinister, black fissure. Watch out! Yi Shinran's pupils dilated, instinctively screaming. In her perception, an energy fluctuation of equal magnitude to the Jillian, perhaps even more ferocious, erupted from that dark void. A second Jillian. Its timing was insidiously perfect, striking just as the Soul Reaper's old strength waned and new strength had yet to manifest. At the very moment, he was fully focused on the enemy before him. A surprise attack. The 13th Division Soul Reaper heard the cry, alarm bells ringing in his mind. But it was already too late to turn and defend. Thud! A massive black hand, reeking of decay and malice, pierced through his chest. Blood erupted like blooming red lotuses under the cold moonlight. Ugh! The light in the Soul Reaper's eyes rapidly dimmed, and the clear sound bell slipped from his grasp, tracing a sorrowful arc through the air before clattering to the ground. The 2 Jillians, one in front and one behind, trapped him in between. The fruits of victory swiftly transformed into a lethal poison. Damn it! In the shadows, Lin Meng's expression darkened entirely. He initially intended to use another's hand to eliminate his foes and reap the rewards effortlessly, yet he could not have anticipated that the hollow would act so unscrupulously, launching a surprise assault in a 2-on-1 scenario. As he beheld the grotesque wound in the chest of the Shinigami, alongside the familiar insignia of the 13th Division emblazoned upon his deathband side, Lin Meng could not help but have the gentle, frail visage of Hisagi Shuhei flash before his mind. He was one of the few individuals he could truly call a friend in this world, and he had received numerous favors from him. To watch Hisagi's comrades be consumed by the hollow before his very eyes was an ordeal he could not endure. Stay here, and do not move. Lin Meng gently laid down Yi Xinyan, his tone imbued with a hint of helplessness but predominantly marked by unwavering resolve. Emerging from the shadows, his body, already weakened by interdimensional summoning, appeared even more desolate in this moment. His Zanpakuto lay shattered, his Bankai rendered ineffective, and his physical form grievously injured. The power he could wield was pitifully scant, yet it sufficed to confront two Jillians. The two Jillians, poised to bellow in contention over their delectable prey, simultaneously sensed another presence, one far more alluring and pure in its spiritual essence. They turned in unison, their crimson eyes locking onto the approaching youth. Lin Meng raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers skyward. His gaze remained tranquil, and he began to chant an ancient, convoluted incantation. O sovereign of the realm, mask of flesh and blood, you who bear the name of humanity upon the crown of all things. A tremendous spiritual pressure began to coalesce at his fingertips. The air itself seemed to solidify, and the currents of the construction site began to whirl chaotically around him. The grievously injured Shinigami watched in disbelief, expending his last vestiges of strength. Is this man not human? Is this power a manifestation of Kido? Yet the might he wields, the control over spiritual energy, surpasses my own. Truth and restraint, merely claws resting upon the unknowing dreams. In that moment, Lin Meng's voice resonated as if it were the sole decree of the cosmos. A cerulean flame ignited at his fingertips, emanating a terrifying heat capable of annihilating all. The third of destruction, blue fire, crashed down. As the words fell, he swung his arm downward with force. A colossal torrent of pure azure flames descended from the heavens, imbued with a savage will to incinerate all, instantly engulfing the two massive Jillians. There were no screams, no struggles. Before the onslaught of the blue fire, the Jillians, once the stuff of nightmares to ordinary Shinigami, proved as fragile as mere paper. Their forms, along with the countless souls that constituted them, were instantaneously vaporized and disassembled in that cerulean blaze, leaving not a trace behind. The night sky was left with only the distortion of air from the intense heat and the slowly dissipating fragments of spiritual light. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Yi Xinyan stood transfixed, gazing at Lin Meng's figure, which, though not towering, appeared extraordinarily majestic in that moment. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Was this the power he had acquired from the Shinigami world? Even in such a weakened state, he wielded such immense might. What grand destiny awaited her by forging a primordial symbiotic pact with such a man? The injured Shinigami widened his eyes, his mouth agape, blood trickling from the corners. Yet he was utterly oblivious to it. He stared at the man who slowly lowered his hand, his mind blank, consumed by endless astonishment and confusion. Who is this person? Who is he? Let us go. Lin Meng's voice roused her from her stupor. That single word bore an unmistakable weight of suppressed frailty. He turned, his pallid face devoid of pride, only reflecting profound exhaustion. He reached out, intending to grasp Yi Xinyan's hand and swiftly extricate her from this perilous locale. However, as his hand rose halfway, it abruptly froze in midair. Ugh! A stifled groan escaped Lin Meng's throat as his body trembled violently. His already bloodless visage turned as pale as parchment, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat cascading down like raindrops. Within him, an alien energy, steeped in chilling decay, surged forth like a venomous serpent lying in wait, launching a sudden counterattack. This was the residual power left by the Dark Corrosion clan's master. An insidious incursion of higher-tiered laws. After traversing realms, then summoning Yi Xinyan with all his might, and subsequently engaging in battle utilizing Kido, he had inadvertently detonated the explosive device buried within him. Countless strands of inky energy, as fine as a hair, proliferated wildly within his soul and core of spiritual power, piercing and entangling, striving to drag him into the most profound abyss of decay. Chapter 137, The Arrival of the Captains. Lin Meng. Yi Xinyan's countenance shifted dramatically as she rushed forward to support his faltering body. The sensation of his skin was frigid, akin to touching an ancient block of ice. Pooh! Lin Meng could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a spray of blood tinged with a dark golden hue, splattering onto the cold concrete floor with a hissing sound of corrosion. His vision darkened, consciousness being drawn into an unfathomable vortex, his last reserves of strength drained, causing him to collapse into Yi Xinyan's embrace, utterly unconscious. Lin Meng, please wake up. Yi Xinyan's heart plummeted to the depths, engulfed by an unprecedented panic. Without hesitation, she laid Lin Meng flat on the ground, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals. Radiant symbols, exuding a gentle white light, began to materialize at her fingertips, constructing a delicate and complex healing array, which she gradually pressed against Lin Meng's chest. This was an auxiliary ability she had acquired from her grandfather during her studies of runes, effective in mending spiritual wounds. However, as soon as the array made contact with Lin Meng's body, it screamed in a piercing shriek, shattering as if it had encountered boiling oil. Useless. Her healing methods were utterly impotent against that malevolent power emanating from a higher tier of laws. Just as Yi Xinyan was consumed by desperation, helplessness engulfing her, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Figures clad in black Shinigami garb materialized like phantoms from various corners of the construction site. Surrounding her, and the unconscious Lin Meng. They were the reinforcements from the 13th Division. Seeing them approach, Yi Xinyan hastily called out, "You're all allied, right? Can you save my friend?" The lead Shinigami surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed. The previous spiritual pressures of the two Jillians had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar, potent, yet exceedingly unstable spiritual aura, as well as a living human woman who could clearly see them. "Who are you?" The lead Shinigami's voice was frigid, the spiritual pressure emanating from his unsheathed Zanpakuto weighing heavily upon Yi Xinyan. "You can see us?" In their understanding, ordinary souls in the human realm could not possibly possess such a clear form and consciousness, nor could they perceive their spiritual forms. This woman, along with the man slumped on the ground, exuded an aura of strangeness. The Goti 13 had never been a charitable organization. Their first reaction to any potential threat to the balance of the three realms was always control and scrutiny. Yi Xinyan struggled to breathe under the weight of their spiritual pressure, yet she stood firm, shielding Lin Meng behind her, her clear eyes filled with urgency. "I don't know who you are, but he transformed into this state to save your comrade. I beg you, please save him." Her gaze turned toward the gravely injured Shinigami whom Lin Meng had rescued, now being supported by his comrades. "Esteemed Captain," the gravely injured Shinigami gasped for breath. Struggling to articulate, what she spoke of is indeed that man, who saved me with Kido. Kido? The leading Shinigami, the esteemed captain of the 13th Division, narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Yes, the wounded Shinigami recalled the cataclysmic scene, a profound shock still lingering in his gaze as he recited. The incantation was the 33rd of the destruction arts. Sirai no Shokai. With a single strike, it had instantaneously evaporated 2 hollows. Upon hearing this, all present Shinigami collectively inhaled sharply. A mere human? An individual who appeared human could audibly chant and release the 33rd destruction art? This was no trivial matter. It was a significant incident capable of shaking the very foundations of soul society. The captain's countenance grew gravely serious, instantly recognizing that this situation was beyond his jurisdiction. He decisively commanded his subordinates, "Seal off the area immediately. Report the situation to the captain." The news was relayed back to Soul Society with utmost urgency. Merely a few minutes later, in the air above the construction site, the fabric of space seemed to part like a curtain, revealing a shimmering portal that slowly opened. 2 figures, one before the other, stepped through with deliberate poise. The foremost was a man clad in wooden sandals, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet the eyes concealed beneath the shadow of his hat sparkled with unmatched wisdom and shrewdness. It was Urahara Kisuk, the captain of the 12th Division and the inaugural head of the Research and Development Bureau. Trailing behind him was a gentle-looking, elegantly poised man with white hair, draped in a white haori embroidered with the number 13. Despite a hint of pallor gracing his features, his eyes radiated a warmth and tranquility akin to spring waters. It was Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of the 13th Division. As Urahara Kisuk descended, his characteristic playful demeanor faltered, his gaze instantly fixated on Lin Meng, who lay on the ground. His eyes sparkled with an intensity reminiscent of a scientist who had laid eyes upon a rare treasure. A blend of fervor and avarice illuminating his expression. He perceived it. Within that man resided a power unlike any he had ever encountered. One that was distinct from spiritual particles, yet extraordinarily potent and refined. This energy was engaged in a ferocious battle with another force steeped in death and decay. While the man's own spiritual pressure flickered like a feeble candle struggling to maintain its balance amidst a tempest. A novel system of power. An unprecedented rule encroaching. For Urahara Kisuk, this was an ultimate temptation far more alluring than any treasure of the 3 worlds. Kiraku Shuinsue's reaction, however, was entirely different. Upon witnessing Lin Meng's agonized visage, a jolt of recognition surged within him. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him. Not merely because that face bore a resemblance to someone from his memories, but also due to the profound suffering emanating from Lin Meng's state, a struggle against internal afflictions and alien forces. A fragility that suggested the flickering flame of life could extinguish at any moment. It bore a striking similarity to his own cursed condition. Furthermore, he sensed that this man harbored the same essence within him, the power of the Soul King. An empathy and compassion transcending identity and race welled up within him. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Urahara Kisuke's eyes behind his glasses as he stepped forward in his wooden sandals, approaching Lin Meng with a tone of feigned levity. What an intriguing specimen. It would be a grave waste not to take him back to my laboratory for a thorough examination. Just as his words fell, a hand rested upon his shoulder. It was Kiraku. Urahara. Kiraka Shunsui gently shook his head, his kind gaze infused with an undeniable firmness. He is not a specimen. He is injured due to saving my subordinate. He glanced at Lin Meng, then at the apprehensive yet pleading expression of Yishinran, his voice steady and resolute. He is a patient, a casualty. He must be returned to Soul Society for treatment. Chapter 138, Awakening and Interrogation. Within Soul Society, the 4th Division barracks were suffused with the scent of antiseptic mingled with the bitter aroma of medicinal herbs. Yishinran paced anxiously along the tatama-lined corridor. Several Shinigami clad in their uniforms stood nearby, their mere presence forming an invisible barrier that separated her from the unknown world. She understood that both she and Lin Meng were currently perceived more as dangerous unknowns than as rescued allies. All hope rested upon Lin Meng's awakening. From the occasional conversations of the Shinigami, she pieced together fragments of information. The one treating Lin Meng was the highest authority of this healing division, their captain. This realization finally afforded her racing heart a semblance of a steady rhythm. Time passed indistinguishably until the tightly shut paper door was gradually drawn open. A woman of gentle demeanor, her long hair braided into an intricate twist, emerged. A soft smile graced her features, yet there was an unexplainable aura of reverence about her. It was Unohana Retsu. Under her formidable healing powers, the chilling alien energy within Lin Meng was finally subdued, ceasing its relentless assault on his very essence. Lin Meng's consciousness began to rise from the depths of a profound darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld that familiar yet strange face, Captain Unohana. He struggled to sit up, attempting to express his gratitude. Unohana Retsu momentarily paused, then gently pressed her hand on his shoulder. Her touch tender, yet imbued with an unyielding strength. Your body requires rest. What about my friend? Lin Meng blurted out, this being his foremost concern upon awakening. Unohana Retsu chuckled softly. Your little girlfriend is in the adjacent room. She is quite worried about you. A rare blush crept onto Lin Meng's pale cheeks as he averted his gaze from Unohana's teasing, pushing himself up stubbornly toward the neighboring room. The door swung open. As Yishinran caught sight of that familiar figure, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Unbidden, they cascaded down her cheeks. Even under the contract of shared life, she could distinctly sense that Lin Meng's flame of life had not been extinguished. Yet the profound worry and fear stemming from the depths of her heart could not be assuaged by any contract. Concern breeds chaos. It was only at this moment that she was compelled to confront the significance this man held in her heart. Lin Meng gazed at the girl weeping for him, and the softest part of his heart was stirred. This girl, who would share life and death with him, provided a rare warmth in this frigid world. Alas, the tender atmosphere did not linger for long. The distinctive sound of wooden sandals striking the floor echoed from the end of the corridor. Having learned of Lin Meng's awakening, Urahara Kisuke and Kiraka Shunsui appeared before them once more. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Now, can you tell us? Urahara Kisuke maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Yet the curiosity emanating from the shadows beneath his hat was as sharp as a scalpel. Who are you really? Kiraka Shunsui stood beside him, his silence alone signifying the stance of the Godai 13. Lin Meng placed himself protectively behind Yishinran, his mind racing. Being brought back to Soul Society for treatment seemed beneficial, yet it effectively placed them on the judgment seat. He understood all too well the essence of this seemingly orderly violent institution. Without the ability to prove their worth or declare their harmlessness, they faced only two potential fates, being researched or eradicated. He needed to provide a plausible explanation, one that would satisfy them and avoid further scrutiny. I know who you are. Lin Meng began, choosing not to answer the question directly, but instead, he revealed their identities. Captain Urahara and Captain Karinji. At the utterance of these words, Urahara Kisuke's iconic fan paused momentarily. A flicker of surprise danced across the gentle countenance of Karinji Tenjiro. I have experienced an exceptionally long dream. Lin Meng lowered his head, his tone imbued with a fitting blend of confusion and uncertainty. In the dream, I found myself here, in Soul Society. And I had even become a student at the Shino Academy. He lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the two captains. In that dream, I encountered many individuals, including Captain Yamamoto, Captain Kiraku, and Captain Unohana. He recited the names of those captains from his memory, and with each name pronounced, the expressions of the two captains grew increasingly solemn. These were core secrets of the Godai 13, knowledge that no mere human from the living world should possess. Approximately a month ago, I awoke from this dream. I discovered that I had returned to my original body, and all the abilities I had honed in the dream, my Bankai, my Zanpakuto, had vanished. Lin Meng spread his hands, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. I assumed it was merely a dream until I realized that I could still wield the Kido I had learned within it. This left me bewildered, unable to discern whether that dream was a reality or a fabrication. Subsequently, I entered into a romantic relationship. He cast a glance at the side of him. At you, Shinran. After that, the events you have witnessed unfolded. I used Kido to save you all. In hindsight, it seems that it was not merely a dream. Lin Meng concluded his narrative. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. The tale was so extraordinary, so absurd that it bordered on the ridiculous. Yet, paradoxically, this man before them could accurately name all the captains and wield formidable Kido. Korinji Tenjiro furrowed his brow tightly, immediately instructing the nearby squad member in a hushed tone. Go investigate. Check the Shino Academy immediately to see if Lin Meng is still there. The squad member obeyed and exited swiftly. Oh dear. Urahara Kisuk broke the silence with a playful shake of his fan. The concept of entering a dream is indeed an unprecedented marvel. However, the power within you is certainly not that of a soul reaper, is it? His inquiry struck at the very heart of the matter. Lin Meng felt a shiver run through him. I am unsure. This phenomenon emerged following my battle with a hollow. He did not conceal this fact, as it was beyond the realm of concealment. Does this imply it could potentially be the power of a hollow? Urahara Kisuk's interest intensified, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Korinji Tenjiro cleared his throat twice, interrupting Urahara Kisuk's fervent probing. Urahara, he is currently a wounded individual. He turned to Lin Meng, gently inquiring. Just then, the investigating squad member returned, his expression peculiar as he reported to Korinji Tenjiro. Captain, we searched the Shino Academy thoroughly. Lin Meng has indeed vanished from Soul Society. Truly disappeared? This revelation left everyone present utterly astonished. If Lin Meng were fabricating lies, he could not possibly possess such secrets. Yet, if he spoke the truth, it posed a significant dilemma. Korinji Tenjiro exchanged glances with Urahara Kisuk, both recognizing the complexity of the situation reflected in each other's expressions. It appeared necessary to convene a captain's meeting regarding this matter. Korinji Tenjiro spoke slowly. Chapter 139, Captain's Meeting, Judgment of Fate. In Soul Society, within the Godai 13 headquarters. The atmosphere was oppressive, heavy as if solidified iron. Light streamed through the high windows of the vast hall, casting clear lines of light and shadow upon the polished floor. A dozen figures stood in formation on either side, clad in white haori, the emblem of the highest authority in Soul Society. Each figure resembled an unfathomable mountain, and their mere presence generated a spiritual pressure so potent that the very air seemed to groan under its weight. The captain's meeting of the Godai 13 convened. This assembly held the power to determine the fate of the three realms, and today, the focal point of discussion was a mysterious human from the living world named Lin Meng. The situation was thus. Korinji Tenjiro spoke first, recounting all that had transpired in the living world, including Lin Meng's origins, his claims of entering dreams, and the formidable Kido known as Zhanghuazue, without reservation. His voice was gentle, yet imbued with a compelling authority. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? The elder figure seated at the head of the table, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, who appeared frail yet harbored the strength of a volcano, slowly opened his eyes. His voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. Almost immediately, a chilling voice interjected. Objection. The speaker was the then captain of the 6th Division, Kiraku Jinrei. This elder bore a stern visage, his demeanor as rigid and unyielding as the rules of the Kachiki clan. Unknown origins, anomalous powers, and awareness of many secrets within our Godai 13. Such unstable factors, regardless of the veracity of his claims, should be summarily executed according to our laws to prevent future calamities. His words were resolute, exuding an aristocratic authority that brooked no dissent. I concur with Captain Kiraka's perspective. A clear, agile female voice chimed in. The captain of the 2nd Division, Shihoin Yuruchi, a woman as swift and nimble as a black cat, wore an unusually serious expression at that moment. Now the head of the Shihoin clan, and also serving as the commander of covert operations, her viewpoint was always colored by considerations of threat and security. His dream is far too bizarre to be verified or refuted. An uncontrolled individual capable of effortlessly evaporating 2 Kinpachi poses a monumental potential threat to the Godai 13. I cast my vote against him. Following suit were the captains of the 3rd Division, Hinajika Shohei, the 6th Division's Kiraka Shun, and the 7th Division's Aizen Sosuke, who were all on amicable terms, voicing their opposition in succession. Their reasoning was straightforward. An individual incapable of articulating the source of his own power was unworthy of trust. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense, with dissenting voices gaining the upper hand. Oh dear, let us not be so serious. A languid voice interrupted. As Captain Kiraka Shunsui, beneath his hat, wore a slight smile, swaying gently. Rules are rigid, but people are alive. After all, he saved members of the 13th Division. We cannot repay his kindness with hostility, can we? Such news would tarnish the reputation of the Godai 13. I support giving him a chance. I too support this. Korinji Tenjiro immediately echoed, casting a grateful glance at his friend. A light chuckle emerged as Unohana Retsu, her hair braided elegantly, radiated a gentle aura like a Yamato Nadeshiko. That child is intriguing and possesses immense talent. In my view, there are no signs of concealment or deceit. I also support this. A fight. A gruff voice erupted unexpectedly, capturing the attention of all present. The then captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, a man whose eyes were solely fixated on battle, displayed a bloodthirsty desire as he spoke. I heard from Korinji that his spiritual pressure was formidable. Can he fight with me? I support this. Let him stay and battle with me. The assembly fell into a brief silence. Well, to eliminate such an interesting specimen would be a pity. Urahara Kisuke's eyes gleamed with the fervor of a scientist upon spotting prey. That power within him represents an entirely new system. It would be beneficial to bring him back to my research division for thorough analysis. To assist him in analysis is the proper course of action. I support this. Noticing his friend Urahara Kisuke casting a supportive vote, Yoruichi's brow furrowed slightly as she cast a surprised glance at him. Now this is more like it. A hearty laugh erupted from the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, who spoke nonchalantly. I despise rules. Since that kid is strong and has saved lives, let him stay. I support this too. In the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted dramatically. With 6 votes in favor and 5 against, all eyes converged upon the seat of the 5th Division, where the last speaker had yet to voice his opinion. It was at that moment that an unexpected figure boldly stepped forward. Forgive my presumption, spoke Aizen Sisuke, the vice captain of the 5th Division. As he took a step forward and slightly bowed, his countenance, gentle as a spring breeze, bore a hint of measured apology and gravity. I believe Captain Yukate's concerns are valid. The rules and order of Soul Society are the bedrock of balance among the 3 realms. To breach these regulations for an unverifiable dream is fraught with peril. I cast my vote against it. His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembly. A vice captain expressing his stance before any captain had spoken? Furthermore, the usually mild-mannered Aizen had articulated such a stringent opinion? Korinji and Yukate exchanged incredulous glances, both taken aback. However, the true astonishment was yet to come. A dismissive chuckle broke the tension. The 5th Division captain, Hirako Shinji, with his signature fringe obscuring his eyes, wore a peculiar grin that revealed his teeth. He did not even glance at Aizen, instead lazily raising his hand. I am in favor. Simple, direct, and rather unreasonable. Hirako cared little for who Lin Meng was, nor did he regard the rules. His sole concern was that Aizen Sisuke, the vice captain, made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Thus, if Aizen opposed, he would unequivocally support, uncharacteristically, in defiance of his vice captain. He refrained from siding with Kuraka Shunsui or Yukate Jishuru this time. According to protocol, when the opinions of a captain and vice captain diverged, the captain's perspective prevailed. Ultimately, the vote concluded with 7 in favor and 5 against. A collective breath was held in that moment, as all gazes turned to the venerable elder at the head of the room, the captain commander, Yamamoto Jinrisai Shigekuni. His singular vote could nullify all others. His will was the will of the 13 court guard squads. Chapter 140, the first substitute Soul Reaper. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. After a prolonged silence, Yamamoto's tightly shut eyes slowly opened a narrow slit. Those were eyes of piercing sharpness, as if containing the raging flames and thunder of millennia. Merely meeting their gaze felt like one's very soul would be scorched. Recruit. The 2 syllables resonated like a decree throughout the hall. I permit it. Soul Society requires a sharp blade, regardless of its origin. We shall observe its subsequent actions. Should any treachery arise, I shall personally incinerate it. With that, the matter was settled. Yet, a new quandary emerged. Captain, Yukate bowed respectfully, posing the critical question, how shall we recruit him? He is neither a soul from the living world nor a resident of Rakangai, thus cannot be incorporated into a division. This indeed presented a dilemma. Grant him a position among the ranks? That would lack legitimacy. Allow him to serve as a mere ordinary member? How would one explain that earth-shattering Songhua fall? The hall fell into a brief silence once more. At this juncture, a flash of inspiration struck Yukate. He envisioned a potential solution, a unique system that could be utilized. His eyes brightened as he spoke again. Captain Commander, I propose we allow him to become a substitute Soul Reaper. We bestow upon him a substitute Soul Reaper license, enabling him to carry out the duties of slaying hollows and purifying souls in the living world. This way, we can not only integrate him into our monitoring system, but also allow him to serve Soul Society, all the while observing his true intentions. Upon hearing this proposal, all the captains were momentarily taken aback. Urahara Kisuke's eyes sparkled with excitement behind his glasses. Oh my, a substitute Soul Reaper? What a brilliant idea. It allows him to wield power legitimately while facilitating close observation. Truly a twofold advantage. Even Yukate and Shihoin Yoruichi found the suggestion acceptable. A barely perceptible acknowledgement flickered across Yamamoto's typically impassive face. Approved. With that, the meeting concluded. As the captain commander rose to depart, the oppressive spiritual pressure that had hung over the space gradually dissipated. Among the remaining attendees, Hirako Shinji cast a sidelong glance at Aizen, a smirk of unabashed satisfaction gracing his lips. At last, things had not unfolded according to Aizen's script. He believed he had outmaneuvered them, blissfully unaware of the greater machinations at play. Beneath the perfect veil of illusion, Aizen wore a smile as well. though its curvature was far deeper and colder than Hirako's. To all observers, the 5th Division Captain, Aizen Sasuke, maintained his facade of gentle humility, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. In the 4th Division's infirmary, when Yukitake and Urahara once again appeared before Lin Meng and Yi Shinran, they bore the results of the pivotal meeting that would determine their fates. A substitute Soul Reaper? As Yukitake gently explained, Lin Meng felt a tumultuous wave surge within him. He had envisioned countless possible outcomes: imprisonment, experimentation, even obliteration. Yet, he had held on to a trump card: information regarding the leader of the Soul Reaper's absolute nemesis, the Quincy Yawatch. Thus, he had not been particularly concerned about the meeting's outcome. However, it seemed that would now prove unnecessary. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that the result would yield such a uniquely significant identity. The butterfly effect had already commenced. He had inadvertently become the first substitute Soul Reaper. Preceding Shinji Hirako, it appeared he would need to tread carefully from this point forward. Urahara cheerfully produced a palm-sized wooden plaque engraved with a skull motif from his pocket and handed it over. Here you are. This will serve as your new identification, Mr. Lin Meng. With this, you can freely wield the powers of a Soul Reaper in the living world. And it will also allow you to detach from your physical body and assume a spiritual form. Yi Shinran gazed at the plaque, then at Lin Meng's complex expression, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over her. As Lin Meng extended his hand, his fingertips poised to touch the plaque, he understood that accepting this object would irrevocably intertwine his life, and that of Yi Shinran's, with the vast organization known as Soul Society. The moment his fingers made contact with the skull plaque, a chilling and peculiar sensation coursed through his skin. It was not merely wood, it felt weighty in his hand. And beneath the carved patterns, myriad subtle spiritual particles seemed to flow gently, as if breathing. Lin Meng's gaze lingered on the grotesque skull design for a moment before his fingers curled around the substitute Soul Reaper license, gripping it tightly. This item was both a mark of recognition and a shackle. It was a key to power, yet also a sword of Damocles hanging overhead. He realized that from the instant he accepted it, his current identity would be formally entangled within the grand and ancient game of Soul Society. Very well. Urahara's signature cheerful voice rang out, as he tapped his hat brim with a folding fan. From now on, Mr. Lin Meng is one of us. Should you encounter any unruly hollows in the living world, feel free to strike them down. The Technology Development Bureau will cover the costs of any wear on your Zanpakuto. Yi Shinran looked at Lin Meng, her clear eyes reflecting a mixture of worry and relief. She did not comprehend what it meant to be a substitute Soul Reaper, but she could sense that the ominous cloud of judgment looming over them had finally begun to dissipate. Thank you, Captain Yukitake. Thank you, Captain Urahara, Lin Meng said, bowing slightly with sincere gratitude. Fuju Shijuro gently waved his hand, a faint smile gracing his somewhat pallid face. There is no need for excessive formality. This is your due. If your power can be harnessed for protection, it would indeed be a blessing for the Soul Society. After the pleasantries, the two captains took their leave, and silence once again enveloped the hospital room. Lin Meng opened his palm, gazing at the badge, his thoughts racing. He had managed to find his footing with this first step. However, the true journey was just beginning. He needed allies, strength, and above all, the ability to assert his voice among these ancient beings who had existed for millennia. Shinran, wait for me here. I shall return shortly, Lin Meng said, putting away the badge. His first task was to express gratitude to those who had cast their votes in his favor during the meeting. Though they were Soul Reapers, they still understood the nuances of human relationships. The 8th Division's barracks stood as the least office-like place in the entire Siriidi. There were no stern-faced officers patrolling, nor mountains of paperwork piled high. The courtyard bloomed with vibrant cherry blossoms. As the gentle breeze passed, petals drifted like snow, landing on the sake cups set out below. Kiraku Shunsui reclined languidly beneath the eaves, his wide-brimmed hat perched atop his head, his flamboyant pink haori draped casually over his shoulders, a cup of sake in hand. His demeanor relaxed as though he had been in a state of blissful inebriation for a millennium. Oh my, is this not our newly appointed substitute Soul Reaper? What brings you to my humble abode? He remarked without turning around, his gaze fixed on the floating petals in the sake cup, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I have come specifically to thank Captain Kiraku for his assistance. Lin Meng's figure appeared behind him, neither servile nor arrogant. Assistance? One could hardly say that. Kiraku Shunsui chuckled lightly, swirling his cup. I merely thought that the rules of the Soul Society are rather excessive. It is nice to indulge in a bit of amusement from time to time. Besides, anyone capable of prompting even Vice Captain Aizen to voice his dissent must be quite intriguing. His words, seemingly flippant, caused the air around them to chill upon the mention of Aizen's name. Lin Meng felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, the man who appeared to be merely a lover of wine and flowers was the one who saw the clearest. Regardless, I am grateful for Captain Kiraku's support, Lin Meng stated calmly, avoiding further elaboration. Kiraku Shunsui finally turned his head. His eyes, now visible beneath the brim of his hat, met Lin Meng's for the first time. They were eyes that had weathered countless storms, possessing an understanding of the world's vicissitudes, Beneath his languor lay an unfathomable sharpness. Human relationships carry significant weight. He spoke softly. However, since you are here, I do have an unrefined suggestion. Please, do share. The waters of the Soul Society run deeper than you might imagine. Visible enemies are not truly fearsome. What is truly terrifying are the undercurrents that lurk beneath the placid surface. Hiraka Shunsui drained his cup in one gulp, adding, sometimes, it is better to go with the flow than to swim against the current. Understanding who your true enemies are is far more crucial than blindly swinging your sword. His words held a pointed implication. Lin Meng bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. He did not linger, offering his thanks before departing. Watching Lin Meng's retreating figure, Hiraka Shunsui refilled his cup, murmuring to himself, what an intriguing pair of eyes, clear yet seemingly concealing a sea of blood and corpses. This game appears to be growing ever more fascinating. Upon exiting the 8th Division, Lin Meng did not seek out others, but instead made his way directly to Fuju Shijiro. Captain Fuju, I have another request. Feel free to speak. My companion, Yi Shinran. Lin Meng's tone grew serious. She is no ordinary individual. Her talents, particularly in the mastery and construction of spiritual techniques, far surpass my own. I wish to recommend her for admission to the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. He described Yi Shinran's status as an S-rank professional, the Soul Master, in a manner comprehensible to the Soul Reapers, emphasizing her innate affinity and command over spiritual energy. Fuju Shijiro's eyes sparkled with keen interest upon hearing this. Lin Meng was already astonishing. To learn that his companion possessed such potential was remarkable. I must report this to the Captain Commander. However, being your recommendation, I have no doubt of its validity. After pondering for a moment, he agreed. The Spiritual Arts Academy would indeed be the ideal place to nurture her talents and observe her development. With Yi Shinran's affairs settled, Lin Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood well that in this world, without power, one was merely prey. He needed to empower both himself and Yi Shinran swiftly. Presently, only a select few could aid him in achieving this goal. However, before proceeding to meet them, he returned to the 4th Division for a re-examination. After undergoing a thorough check by Captain Unohana, he headed straight to the 12th Division's Technical Development Bureau. In stark contrast to the classic elegance of the other divisions in the Serie, this area was rife with the harsh scent of disinfectants and the clamor of metal grinding. Countless pale green spiritual particles floated in the air, while the walls were adorned with an array of unknown pipes and screens flashing with data. This was a sanctuary of science, as well as a playground for the mad. Oh my. Welcome, Mr. Lin Meng. I have been awaiting your arrival. Urahara Kisuke emerged from behind a massive, steaming incubation chamber, his face alight with the fervor of a scientist encountering rare experimental materials. His white haori was already stained with grease, and his eyes sparkled with unrestrained excitement behind his glasses. Captain Urahara, I am here to express my gratitude, and also to seek your assistance. Lin Meng cut to the chase, since what occurred previously was indeed real, and I have also studied Kidu. How do I resolve the matter of my Zanpakuto? Should I attempt to awaken it again, using the steps from my dream? Furthermore, I have just undergone another examination by Captain Unohana, who discovered that the peculiar spiritual pressure of that hollow that had been afflicting me has nearly vanished without a trace. She suggested I seek your help, as there might be unique insights to gain. Yet, Lin Meng refrained from revealing that he had, with Yi Shinran's assistance, arranged a series of runes to suppress the residual attacks from the Dark Corrosion clan's leader. These were merely excuses he concocted in hopes of swiftly reawakening his Bankai. Oh. Urahara Kisuke's interest was piqued even further as he adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. I can certainly help you reapply for a new Shirkai, and we shall see if you can awaken your Zanpakuto spirit once more. However, regarding the special hollow spiritual pressure mentioned by Captain Unohana, we must conduct a thorough examination. He then led Lin Meng to a testing apparatus within the Technical Development Bureau. Lin Meng eyed the cold machine, adorned with numerous probes and wires, and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had no doubt that if he refused, Urahara Kisuke would resort to some underhanded means to secure him to it. Thus, he reclined onto the platform without hesitation. The cold metallic probes pressed against his skin, sending waves of faint spiritual pressure coursing into his body, scanning every corner of his soul. The data on the machine surged wildly. Charts and waveforms flashing across the screen at dizzying speeds, complex enough to bewilder the mind. Urahara Kisuke scrutinized the screen intently, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and confusion. Time ticked by. The laboratory was filled only with the hum of the machinery. Something is amiss, Urahara Kisuke muttered suddenly. Moving to the main screen, his fingers swiftly tracing over it, as he compared one set of data after another. This is highly unusual. His brow furrowed deeper, his gaze sharpening as if to pierce the screen and uncover the deepest secrets of Lin Meng's soul. Hey, Urahara, what on earth are you up to? It's deafening. A complaint laced with a thick Kansai accent erupted as Yuzuki Nishiri kicked open the door to the laboratory. Her eyes, brimming with irritation, seemed poised to unleash a volley of fury upon Urahara Kisuke, whose head was mere inches from her foot. Yet, Urahara Kisuke remained as unmoving as a statue, seemingly oblivious to her outburst. His entire being, every fragment of his soul, was ensnared in a tumultuous sea of data composed of myriad points of light and intricate curves, so convoluted that it could drive anyone to madness. "Hey, Baldy Kisuke," Nishiri shouted once more, only to be met with silence, which ignited her fury further, her teeth gritting in frustration as she prepared to escalate to physical confrontation. A hum resonated through the air as the colossal, intricate device ceased its operations. All screens dimmed instantaneously, and the frenetic data streams fell silent. In that moment, the core laboratory of the 12th Division succumbed to a spine-chilling stillness. The only remnants in the air were the fading echoes of the instrument's cooling fan and a faint burnt scent mingled with disinfectant and metal, a byproduct of the spiritual energy's combustion. Lin Meng sat up from the frigid examination table, the metallic chill still lingering on his skin. He flexed his wrist and regarded Urahara Kisuke's exceedingly solemn visage, inquiring, "What have you discovered?" Urahara Kisuke slowly turned, adjusting his glasses, though the lenses could not conceal the astonishment in his gaze. It was a look that suggested a shattering of one's worldview, as if he had glimpsed a tapestry woven from miracles and taboos. He regarded Lin Meng as if he were a paradox that ought not to exist, a marvel and a monstrosity residing between realms. "Mr. Lin Meng," Urahara Kisuke's voice bore a weighty seriousness, stripped of its usual levity. "Your soul is not a singular entity." He paused, seemingly in search of the right words to encapsulate the phenomenon he had observed. "If a typical soul can be likened to a flawless piece of jade, yours resembles a brocade woven from countless disparate threads, each utterly unrelated. It is resplendent, bizarre, yet rife with a dissonant sense of fragmentation. They repel and erode one another, yet are forcibly stitched together by a more potent, tyrannical will, or perhaps fate." Urahara's gaze appeared to penetrate Lin Meng's very being, delving into the essence of his soul, akin to a grotesque amalgamation of disparate elements. An amalgamation. The term struck Lin Meng like a thunderclap, his outward demeanor calm, yet within, tumultuous waves roiled. Indeed, the chaotic power structure within him, so vast it startled even his own senses, had finally revealed a mere fraction of itself before the most esteemed scientist of Soul Society. The two S-class vocational talents he possessed, the Confucian Qi cultivation method inherited from Guxian, his mastery of the Shinigami's power to the level of Bankai, alongside the original force cultivation techniques and rune knowledge imparted by his teacher Gu Xian from the primary world. Any one of these abilities could alone forge a formidable warrior. Yet at this moment, they were akin to ferocious beasts confined within a single cage, gnawing and entangling at one another deep within his soul, ultimately coerced into a contradictory unity by an invisible force. This body, this soul, had long ceased to be what it once was. However, Lin Meng's countenance betrayed not a hint of disquiet. The repercussions of these conflicting systems were matters to be pondered later. His decisive nature compelled him to seize upon the immediate concern. "Will these seams affect my ability to retrain and restore my powers?" he queried. The pressing priority was to regain the strength necessary to contend with captain-level adversaries and to reconstruct his Bankai. In the presence of these ancient beings, lacking power equated to a loss of voice. All else was but an illusion. Urahara Kisuke's expression grew more intricate from the data. This amalgamated state seems to have achieved a peculiar equilibrium, with no signs of deterioration at present. As for the peculiar spiritual energy you mentioned earlier, I did not detect any residual traces. It's as if it has been meticulously eradicated by the most sophisticated means. As he spoke, he retrieved a test tube filled with a pale golden liquid from the apparatus, within which floated glimmers of spiritual energy. "However, I have extracted some samples of your spiritual energy for further observation and analysis. Rest assured, should any discoveries arise, you will be the first to know." Urahara's tone shifted to a more merchant-like demeanor as he added with a grin, "Of course, in exchange, if I require your cooperation, you cannot refuse." "Agreed," Lin Meng replied decisively. He understood that he had caught the attention of the most astute individual in the Soul Society. Yet, this was also an opportunity, an avenue to unravel the mysteries that entwined his existence with the aid of the Technological Development Bureau. "As for your Zanpakuto," Urahara Kisuke retrieved a simple, unadorned shaku from a nearby shelf and handed it to Lin Meng. "Let us start with this. See if it can awaken the companion from your dreams." Lin Meng accepted the shaku, its hilt cold to the touch, transmitting a pure, untainted essence of spiritual power through his palm. He refrained from uttering any further words and turned to depart. As he passed through the doorway, he noticed Yuzuki Nishiri, arms crossed and glaring at him, akin to a squirrel robbed of its nut. Lin Meng offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, a silent farewell, and exited the laboratory. A realm steeped in madness and the unknown, with Lin Meng officially assuming the mantle of a substitute Shinigami and his enrollment in the Central Spiritual Arts Academy alongside Yi Shinran as a special student. The monumental upheaval instigated by him seemed to gradually settle on the surface of the Soul Society. Time, indeed, is the finest balm for all tumult. The Shinigami continued their monotonous existence of slaying hollows, patrolling, and attending to official duties. The 1st Division retained its formidable presence, the 11th Division's combat spirit remained undiminished, and the 8th Division's aroma of sake persisted. The enigmatic human from the living world had seemingly transformed into a topic of casual conversation among the captains, gradually obscured by the mundanity of daily life. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath the placid surface, the undercurrents of conspiracy surged forth. Propelled by this unexpected pebble thrown into the still waters, swelling with a velocity that far exceeded anyone's anticipation. In the 5th Division's captain's office, Aizen Sasuke sat at his desk, diligently managing the mountain of paperwork before him. His expression remained as serene as ever, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if he were engaged in a delightful tea ceremony rather than grappling with the complexities of division affairs. Captain Aizen, a 5th Division member, respectfully presented a document. "Thank you for your hard work," Aizen replied with a smile, his gaze falling upon the file. It was an observation report concerning the recent special students at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. He skimmed past Lin Meng's name, which merely noted stable spiritual pressure, still in recovery, with no remarkable performances to report. His attention then precisely landed on another name, Yi Shinran. The report detailed her astonishing achievements since enrollment. Her talent in Kido was unprecedented. She could flawlessly chant and instantaneously cast all basic binding and destruction spells after a single reading. Her mastery over spiritual particles and comprehension of spell construction surpassed the understanding of all instructors within the academy, with her potential lauded by the upper echelons of Kido as the next Grand Kido chief. During a simulated sparring session, she inadvertently established a small-scale barrier with her spiritual energy, the intricacy of which led the Technological Development Bureau to preliminarily analyze it as a fundamentally different set of principles from existing Kido and barrier techniques, suggesting the emergence of an entirely new power system. The corners of Aizen's mouth curled into a gentle smile, its curvature unchanged. Yet, deep within the brown eyes concealed behind the lenses, something flickered quietly to life. It was a glimmer unique to a chess master who has spotted an unexpected, yet pivotal piece capable of overturning the entire game, a blend of admiration, greed, and a chilling intent to kill. He extended a finger and lightly tapped on the report, his fingertip landing precisely on the name Yi Shinran. Was this extraordinary talent merely Lin Meng's little girlfriend in this world? A whisper, audible only to him, laced with a hint of amusement and excitement, echoed softly within the tranquil office. How intriguing. It seems that the stairway to heaven has gained another unexpected and solid foundation stone. Chapter 143, Yi Shinran's Predicament. Central Spirit Arts Academy, Ghost Path Training Ground. The night enveloped the scene like ink, casting a profound silhouette over the pavilions and towers of the Silent Spirit Court. Above the training ground, dozens of luminous orbs hung like lanterns, illuminating everything below with a soft yet brilliant glow, rendering even the minutest details visible. The 33rd Path of Destruction, Sanghua Fall. A cool, feminine voice resonated, devoid of fervent chants, only pure spiritual incantation. In the next instant, a massive, spiraling blue flame coalesced from thin air, radiating the heat and roar of burning air, striking the distant target with precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a flash of blinding blue light, as the target, forged from high-density killing intent stone, was silently melted away, evaporating without leaving even a trace of ash. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All observing students, whether fresh newcomers or sixth-year students on the brink of graduation, gaped with mouths agape, staring dazedly at the black-haired girl who had retracted her delicate fingers. Yi Shinran. This name had swiftly become a legend within the Central Spirit Arts Academy. On her very first day, she had mastered all the Ghost Path techniques for first-year students. Within the first week, she was already capable of instantaneously unleashing destruction and binding techniques below the 30th level. Now, merely a few months later, that Sanghua Fall, devoid of incantations, had become second nature to her, with its power and control astonishing even the vice-captains of the Ghost Path who came to instruct, who marveled at her as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Ghost Path. However, at this moment, Yi Shinran's brows knitted slightly. She turned around, picked up her unassuming blade from the weapon rack, and walked to a secluded corner, sitting cross-legged. The cool moonlight bathed her gentle face, illuminating the unadorned knife resting on her lap. She closed her eyes, immersing her spirit into the blade, attempting to listen, attempting to call forth. Yet, the response was an eternal silence, as deep as the ocean, empty and devoid of substance. In her hands, this blade felt no different from a mere piece of ordinary iron, no matter how much pure and immense spiritual power she infused into it, nor how deeply she sought to perceive it with her soul. She could not reach the core spirit of the blade that ought to exist. The disparity between her extraordinary talent in Ghost Path and her frustrations with the cutting techniques birthed a sense of vexation within her. A familiar sound of footsteps approached, halting before her. Still troubled by it, Lin Meng's voice emerged, laced with understanding. Yi Shinran opened her eyes and nodded slightly with a hint of resignation. Yes. It ignores me. No matter what I do, it remains as if in a deep slumber. Lin Meng sat beside her, placing his hand over the vibrating blade still resting on her lap. Stop trying. I know where the problem lies. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable certainty. Let's head back to the dormitory. Yi Xinran nodded, a rare flicker of dependence crossing her usually cold and composed face. Lin Meng took her hand, and the two hurried back to the dormitory. The door clicked shut behind them. Without a word, Lin Meng raised his hand, weaving complex ghost path barriers with spiritual energy. Layers of binding light walls enveloped the entire room, isolating them from all sound and spiritual pressure detection. Then, he spread his palm. And intricate golden runes of original power materialized in the air, swiftly imprinting onto the inner walls of the barrier to form a second layer of absolute defense. Double insurance. Once this was completed, Lin Meng turned to face her, the room so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeats. He spoke in a low voice. We, or rather our souls, do not belong to this world. Lin Meng's tone was calm, yet the content of his words was earth-shattering. The Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto is essentially the embodiment of the Soul Reaper's soul. However, this process of embodiment seems to require a medium or a form of permission. This permission originates from the existence of the Soul King, who maintains the balance of the three realms. He gazed into Yi Xinran's clear eyes, filled with confusion, and continued to explain, we are outsiders. Our soul's origin does not arise here, thus lacking the fundamental connection to the world laws constructed by the Soul King. Therefore, no matter how powerful our soul energy may be, we cannot, through normal means, manifest a blade spirit for ourselves according to the rules of this world. Yi Xinran reacted swiftly. Do you mean to say that we are like black households in this realm, unrecognized by its sovereign, thus unable to harness the power of the Zanpakuto? This metaphor evoked a chuckle from Lin Meng, who then nodded solemnly. That is one way to interpret it. However, it's not a grave issue. There are more solutions than difficulties. I have two proposals. He extended a finger. The first, after signing a contract with me, you should inherit my talent as a soul master. Theoretically, you might attempt not to follow the awakening path, but rather the bestowal path. Treat this blade as a vessel without a master, a perfect medium for bestowal. Forcefully imprint your will and true name into it to create a blade spirit that belongs to you. It's somewhat akin to taking over someone else's nest. This idea completely stepped outside the framework of the Soul Reaper system, imbued with the domineering essence of soul bestowal. A flicker of understanding flashed in Yi Xinran's eyes, yet she did not respond immediately. Instead, she gestured for Lin Meng to continue with the second proposal. Lin Meng's expression turned exceedingly serious. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring they were alone, before speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. The second method is more direct and far more audacious. Since we lack a connection to the world's origin, we shall seize one. To discuss the world's origin brings us to the Soul King. Although the Soul King is the wedge that maintains the balance of the three realms, he is not complete. In the distant past, his body was dismembered. The very word dismembered seemed to freeze the air around them. Yi Xinran's breath caught slightly. His limbs, organs, everything was shattered and scattered across the three realms by the first Soul Reapers, the ancestors of the five noble families, resulting in countless fragments of the Soul King. Lin Meng's voice dropped even lower, each word heavy as a stone. These fragments contain the most primal power of the world. If we can obtain even one and merge it with our soul, we can awaken the Zanpakuto. That is how I successfully awakened mine. After hearing both proposals, Yi Xinran remained silent for a long while. The first plan relied on her own strength, using the talents of a soul master to forcibly tear a rift in this world, albeit a domineering approach with its roots in herself. The second plan, however, required reaching into the deepest, darkest taboos of this world. Yi Xinran finally spoke, asking the most crucial question. Lin Meng regarded her, knowing this secret must be shared with her. In this perilous world, the inequality of information is the most lethal. For the birth of the Soul Society itself is built upon a monumental sin. Chapter 144, The Awakening of the Soul-Bestowed Shallow Blade. In the ensuing half-hour, Lin Meng meticulously elucidated everything he knew to Yi Xinran, the origins of the primordial world, the all-consuming void, the tragic history of the Spirit King. Born to save the world, yet ultimately betrayed by his own kin. He recounted the tale of the five noble ancestors who, in their quest to separate life from death and forge a new world of their design, sacrificed the once revered savior as a mere offering. He described how the progenitor of the Kaname family severed the Spirit King's limbs and extracted his entrails, fashioning him into a powerless pillar, unable to live or die, condemned to eternally maintain the balance of the world. He spoke of the current captain of the Zero Division, the tacit support and guardianship provided by the Shinigami of the Soul Society. One by one, he peeled back the glamorous facade of the Soul Society, revealing its bloody foundation, built upon betrayal, suffering, and deceit. Thus, the exalted Spirit King, proclaimed by the Siriadii, was in truth but a prisoner, exploited and confined. The five noble houses, Kaname, which controlled history and intelligence, Kiraku, which upheld their decrees, and Shihuin, which wielded the strongest martial power, were the true masters of this world. They cloaked their sins in myth, adorned the prisoner with the guise of divinity, relishing in eternal peace while the burden of guilt fell solely upon the Spirit King. Yi Shinran listened quietly, her gentle visage revealing little emotional fluctuation. Yet, within the depths of her tranquil eyes, it seemed as if stars were collapsing and storms were brewing. As the master of contract and dominion, her comprehension of concepts such as agreement, control, and betrayal surpassed that of ordinary beings. This was not merely a tragic tale. It was the epitome of betrayal, a grand contract played out upon the chessboard of the world, with deities as offerings and eternity as the wager. Your voice is somewhat hoarse. How do you know all this? Yi Shinran inquired. I possess my own secrets, Lin Meng replied, though he deemed such details inconsequential. What matters is this, Shinran. You must remember that the truth about the Spirit King is the highest taboo in this world. Should anyone discover that we are aware of this, the entire Siriidii will regard us as their foremost enemy, to be eradicated at all costs. The threat is unprecedented. Yi Shinran nodded slowly, her hand caressing the cold hilt of her shallow blade, the frustration born from her inability to awaken the spirit of the sword dissipating into nothingness. In its stead, a deeper and clearer understanding emerged. So it was not that it did not respond to her. As a contract master traversing the edge of primal laws, how could she expect the recognition of a world maintained by a false deity? No, she required no such validation. The power of the master of the spirit pivot lay not in supplication, but in dominion. In an instant, Yi Shinran's gaze transformed. The serene surface of her gentle eyes was torn asunder, replaced by an abyssal depth. An ancient and noble will, transcending the laws, awakened from the depths of her soul. She ceased her attempts at communication and gently placed her right hand upon the hilt of her shallow blade. By my true name, Yi Shinran, I forged this contract. Her voice was soft yet resonated with a soul-piercing magic, echoing in Lin Meng's ears and throughout the night of the Siriadii. You shall become an extension of my power, the embodiment of my will. From this moment forth, your name, your existence, all that you are, belongs to me. This is the contract of absolute dominion, the soul-binding contract. A thunderous resonance erupted at the level of the soul. The shallow blade resting upon her knee trembled violently. Visible, faintly golden runes, alive with energy, surged from Yi Shinran's palm, rapidly enveloping the entirety of the blade. This was neither a bankai nor shirkai. It was an unprecedented ritual. An ancient and overwhelming aura ascended, even stirring the spiritual particles above, forming a visible vortex. Lin Meng's pupils constricted as he distinctly felt a force, fundamentally different from that which belonged to the Shinigami, the hollow, or the extermination, descending, an essence more primal, more domineering. The purity of her soul would be the key to her ascendance. Thus, she ultimately chose the first path. However, Lin Meng had never witnessed the transformations that would unfold, especially given that this shallow blade was bound to her via an S-rank soul binding. The faint golden characters blazed upon the blade, each inscribed letter radiating ancient and mysterious pressure. Yi Shinran sensed an unprecedented power surging from the depths of her soul, frantically infusing the once dormant shallow blade through the bond of the contract. Lin Meng widened his eyes, acutely aware that the blade was undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. A low, resonant hum emanated from the blade, no longer the mechanical vibrations of before, but rather a heartbeat imbued with life. Soon after, a phantom figure emerged from the blade. Clad in ancient garb, she bore a striking resemblance to Yi Shinran, yet her aura was entirely distinct. If Yi Shinran exemplified the gentle, serene beauty of classical elegance, this apparition embodied the regal, aloof majesty of an ancient empress. An innate authority glimmered in her eyes, as if she were destined to gaze down upon all living beings. Master, the blade spirit knelt respectfully. Thank you for granting me life. Yi Shinran gazed at the blade spirit, a peculiar sensation surging within her. With her own power and will, she had created a wholly new existence. What is your name? Yi Shinran inquired softly. The blade spirit raised her head, loyalty gleaming in her eyes. I am Junlin, from the phrase to rule over the world. Junlin. Yi Shinran whispered this name, feeling the spirit's response. She sensed that the blade had irrevocably become hers, no longer merely the Zanpakuto of a Shinigami, but uniquely her own weapon. Master, my ability, Junlin began, her voice tinged with excitement, allows me to materialize your contract powers, transforming the constraints of our agreement into true weaponry. Yi Shinran nodded, already attuned to the full extent of Junlin's capabilities. Shirkai, Junlin Taito. Yi Shinran intoned softly, and her shallow blade underwent a profound transformation. The blade elongated, exuding a faint golden radiance, mysterious runes flowing along its edge. Most strikingly, a small golden contract array hovered at the hilt, continuously rotating and emanating an aura of majesty. This was the Shirkai state. Junlin's form solidified further. In this state, she could condense the power of the contract into tangible form, forging binding chains to ensnare foes or converting the contract's constraints into offensive might. Moreover, All spellcasting through this blade would see a 30% increase in potency. Yi Shinran wielded the contract blade, attuning to the power it contained. She realized that this blade was not merely a weapon. It was an extension of her authority as the master of the spirit pivot. Truly, it was the harmonious power system Lin Meng had described. And since she had bound it using her innate abilities, much of the communication was streamlined, ensuring that subsequent transformations would align more closely with her aspirations. And what of the Bankai? Yi Shinran asked. Junlin's expression grew serious. Bankai, Wanxiang Jietsing. Upon release, you shall create a domain of your own, where you reign as the absolute sovereign. Any entity that enters the domain will be forcibly marked with a hostile sigil, without your permission. Their power will diminish by 30% under your oppressive aura. Furthermore, your strength will ascend to the totality of all those who are subservient to you and bound by your contracts within the domain. However, Junlin paused, acknowledging that you are currently unable to bear the power of Bankai. More training and the establishment of additional contracts are necessary to fortify your foundation. Yi Shinran retracted her thoughts, releasing her Shirkai state. Buzz. The resplendent contract blade did not revert to its mundane form, but with a gentle chime. It rapidly retracted and reconstituted before her eyes. Ultimately, a short blade materialized, its blade shimmering like a starry river, the purple crystal surface radiating a mysterious aura. With dark patterns resembling ancient runes, the guard unfurled like butterfly wings, cradling a pigeon blood ruby, harmonizing seamlessly with the blade's hilt, as if grasping the entire purple night sky. The arc of the blade concealed a lethal intent, yet the fusion of the gemstone and contract patterns imbued it with an enchanting allure that could captivate the soul. At the center of the gem lay Junlin's contract seal, signifying that this blade was now unequivocally Yi Shinran's personal possession. Yet, she could sense that Junlin's essence had completely merged with this blade. This was no longer a Zanpakuto that required her to awaken it. It was a contract blade that wholly belonged to her. Fascinating. Lin Meng observed this scene, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. You have forged an entirely different path. This blade no longer aligns with the traditional Shinigami system. Yi Shinran nodded, feeling the intrinsic difference between Junlin and an ordinary Zanpakuto. While an ordinary Zanpakuto is a manifestation of a Shinigami's soul, Junlin represents a wholly new existence born of her power as a soul weaver. Turning her gaze to Lin Meng, Yi Shinran inquired, "How shall I enhance my strength?" "Begin with fundamental swordsmanship training," Lin Meng advised. Although Junlin's capabilities are formidable, if you lack the basics of swordsmanship, this soul-bound weapon will squander much of its potential. "I understand," Yi Shinran replied, sheathing her blade. "From tomorrow onward, I shall commence my genuine training." Lin Meng regarded her resolute expression, silently approving. With the power of Junlin, combined with her innate talent, Yi Shinran now possesses the foundational strength to establish herself in this world. The rest depends on her own refinement and practice. As for the subject of her contracts, he had his thoughts, but his strength had yet to recover, rendering immediate action impossible. Next, Lin Meng needed to contemplate how to swiftly restore his own power. The night in Sirieti always carried a serene stillness, stripped of all extravagance. Within Yi Shinran's dormitory, the pale gold Junlin hovered quietly in midair, the mysterious runes on its blade pulsating rhythmically, resonating with the meditative breaths of Yi Shinran seated cross-legged. Each inhalation and exhalation deepened her bond with this newly birthed divine weapon. In the adjacent room, however, Lin Meng's atmosphere was starkly different. He grasped an utterly ordinary shallow blade, which had been reclaimed for him by Urahara Kisuk. Yet, when he infused it with his vast spiritual pressure, he found not the joy of rebirth, but a profound hollowness. The influx of spiritual energy vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. The shallow blade offered no response, instead emitting faint, imperceptible wails, akin to a vessel ruptured, incapable of containing such immense power. It then shattered, returning to the fragmented state he had witnessed in the main world. Lin Meng's brow furrowed deeply. He could clearly sense that the connection between him and the Zanpakuto had not been severed. The spiritual tether remained, albeit marred with grotesque fractures, reminiscent of porcelain hastily glued back together after shattering. His Bankai, all things returned to the void, had been forcibly shattered in a confrontation with that S-class attack. This wound was not confined to the blade, but was indelibly marked upon the very essence of his soul. This is problematic. Lin Meng withdrew his spiritual pressure, gazing at the lifeless shallow blade in his hand, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Moments ago, he had been imparting guidance to Yi Shinran on her path of cultivation. Yet now he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. For in Lin Meng's previous understanding, while it was known that a shattered Zanpakuto Bankai could be repaired, the specifics of the restoration process eluded him. Thus, he resolved to seek Urahara Kisuk's counsel for a solution. However, the destruction of a Zanpakuto's Bankai in Soul Society's history was tantamount to a death sentence for a Shinigami. The case of the broken Ryumen Hogetsu of the Shiba clan serves as a quintessential example. After its restoration, its power was significantly diminished, never to regain its former glory. A night passed in silence. The following day, Lin Meng appeared before the 12th division. Lin Meng, why are you here again? I still have no leads on that special hollow's spiritual pressure. Urahara Kisuk emerged from the Research and Development Institute. Captain Urahara, I tested the shallow blade you asked me to retrieve, Lin Meng stated directly. But a glint of curiosity flashed in Urahara Kisuk's eyes. What is the current situation? Please elaborate. When I infused my spiritual energy into the shallow blade, it vanished without a trace. The blade offered no response and instead emitted faint, almost imperceptible cries. It then shattered. Urahara Kisuk, upon receiving the new shallow blade, touched the web-like cracks with his fingertips. The signature languid smile vanished from his face in an instant. Crack. A sharp sound resonated. Urahara Kisuk abruptly raised his head, the shadows cast by the eaves unable to suppress the astonishment that erupted from him. What is this? His voice was hoarse and dry, completely devoid of his usual composure. The marks of a forcibly shattered bankai. This sensation of being utterly crushed from the very core of the soul. I've only seen this in the cruel battlefield records from a millennium ago. This indicated that the core power of a captain-level Shinigami Zanpakuto had been completely obliterated. Yet, the individual before him had only recently been a student at the Central Spirit Academy, barely grasping bankai with his assistance. What kind of monster has he encountered? Moreover, it was even more perplexing that the Research and Development Institute of Siriidi had detected no recent spiritual pressure fluctuations capable of causing such devastation. Whether in the real world or Hueco Mundo. If his account were true, what exactly had he faced during this time? Furthermore, even if he had encountered an entity capable of shattering a Shinigami's bankai, no significant spiritual pressure fluctuations had been detected in Soul Society, the real world, or Hueco Mundo. Urahara Kisuk began to ponder deeply. Yet, from the intense contraction of Urahara Kisuk's pupils, Lin Meng could discern his inner unease. It seemed the captain had identified the crux of the issue. Lin Meng's expression was tense. Is there a way? Lin Meng, you may not fully grasp what this signifies. His tone turned unusually grave. A Zanpakuto is the embodiment of a Shinigami's soul. Damage in Shirkai state or minor damage in Bankai can be gradually mended through spiritual pressure and mental nurturing. However, Bankai represents the complete liberation of the soul. If it is forcibly shattered in this state, the damage is permanent. It can never return to its original form. Considering your prior fainting episode, it is clear that your soul has sustained injuries that remain unhealed. In your current situation, you can only focus on repairing your soul's damage before attempting to nurture the shallow blade with spiritual pressure and mental energy. There are no alternative methods available. After listening to Urahara Kisuk's words, Lin Meng finally grasped how to regain control over his Shirkai, which could be considered a modest achievement. However, he held no illusions about persuading Urahara Kisuk to divulge any information regarding the Zero Division's potential assistance in reconstructing a Zanpakuto. Urahara Kisuk was acutely aware of the boundaries that existed. Until there was absolute certainty and necessity, he would never disclose secrets of such magnitude to anyone. How unfortunate, indeed. Lin Meng retracted his shallow blade, his face betraying no emotion. Given the circumstances, he could only resort to this rudimentary method for the time being. 1,000 thanks to you, Captain Urahara. With that, he departed the Technology Development Bureau. Urahara Kisuk stood motionless, his gaze lingering on Lin Meng's vanishing silhouette, filled with a complex amalgam of emotions, steeped in incredulity. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Meng positioned the shallow blade across his lap. His expression bore no trace of despondency. Urahara Kisuk's reaction had validated his suspicions. A path did indeed exist, albeit one that ascended into the heavens, the Zero Division. The Soul King's Palace. This realm lay above the entirety of Soul Society, a domain that ordinary Shinigami could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. To access it required not only strength, but also eligibility. It appeared that before he could ascend to the heavens to repair his blade, he would have to await Aizen's next upheaval. Closing his eyes, Lin Meng disregarded the tearing sensation emanating from the depths of his soul, immersing himself fully in his task. He began, employing the very rudimentary method he had mentioned, to cautiously wash the shattered essence within his Zanpakuto with threads of pure spiritual energy intermingled with his mental will. Again and again, this process was monotonous, excruciating, and yielded minimal results. It was akin to attempting to empty an ocean with a mere spoon. Yet he had no alternative. Before he could possess the power to upend the chessboard, he must first restore himself to being a competent player. At the very least, he needed to regain his Shirkai. Suddenly, Lin Meng seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself that perhaps there was another way, and that the answer should reveal itself after regaining his Shirkai. Just as he was engrossed in mending his soul's afflictions, another dilemma was on the verge of confronting him. Deep within the 5th Division barracks, the light and shadows were fragmented by the lattice of windows. A figure silently materialized within the room, as though he were a shadow that belonged there. It was Kaname Tozen. Aren't you supposed to be confined by your family? Or is there truly no distinction for you between the Siriidi and wandering about your own backyard? Aizen did not turn, merely continuing to wipe the mirror-like surface of his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu. Kaname Tozen let out a light, mocking laugh and seated himself with a flamboyant demeanor. That depends on whether there is any amusement outside the cage worth my while. Besides, I did promise my family I would only step out for a day to clear my mind. So what brings you to me? Aizen Sasuke, have you not noticed the recent commotion surrounding those two newcomers? Kaname Tozen's voice carried a sickly excitement. I suspect they harbor what we seek. Would you be interested in investigating further? Aizen's movements did not falter. You refer to Lin Meng and Yi Shinran. He stated flatly, what news do you have? Kaname Tozen leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, yet brimming with temptation. I can sense the essence of the Soul King. Aizen finally ceased his polishing, sheathing his Zanpakuto and adjusting his glasses. I have observed that woman. She does not possess it. His words were nonchalant, yet bore an undeniable conclusion. As if he were merely commenting on an inconsequential matter. Then that leaves only the man. Kaname Tozen's interest intensified. An unpredictable variable. Aizen turned to face him, finally meeting his gaze. For now, there is no place for him on my chessboard. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of Aizen's lips. However, you may wish to probe a little. After all, is it not your greatest delight to dismantle and dissect those seemingly intriguing elements piece by piece? A twisted yet gleeful smile blossomed on Kaname Tozen's face. Then I shall find a time to engage him in some delightful play. Chapter 147, An Unwelcome Visitor. Time flowed silently through the eternal stillness of the Siriidii, akin to fine sand slipping through one's fingers. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside Lin Meng's dormitory, the air felt as if it had solidified, heavy enough to suffocate an ordinary soul. He sat cross-legged, the cracked shallow blade resting upon his lap. Resembling an ancient, unyielding statue, his spirit had long since delved into the depths of his shattered soul's essence. Throughout this month, he had adhered to Urahara Kisuke's rudimentary yet unavoidable method, meticulously untangling the vast, tempestuous spiritual energy that had been marred by the injury to his essence, transforming it into the finest of threads. He then infused his iron-willed determination into these threads, like the most delicate of embroidery needles, stitching together the grotesque fissures that marred his soul. This process was akin to carving into his very being. Each passage of spiritual energy was accompanied by a profound, bone-deep tearing and searing pain. Had it been anyone with even a modicum of wavering resolve, they would have succumbed to madness amidst such unending suffering. Yet Lin Meng persevered. He had soared against the winds atop a precipice and danced with death in the depths of a cavern. His will had been tempered to be harder than diamonds through countless encounters at life's edge. Finally, today, as he once more immersed himself in the zen of his blade, the shallow blade that had lain dormant for an entire month emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible chime. It was no longer the lament of a burdened object, but rather the tender response of a sprout breaking through the soil. A connection was being re-established. Lin Meng's tightly closed eyes fluttered slightly. Though the path to regaining his Shirkai remained lengthy, this was undoubtedly the first glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. In stark contrast to his desolate and arduous cultivation, Yi Shinran's life at the academy over the past month had stirred an unprecedented tempest. At the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, during a simulation battle in an advanced Kido course, a senior shouted, Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 enormous light panels appeared out of thin air, sealing off all of Yi Shinran's escape routes. This was a binding technique precise enough to trouble even seated officers. However, in the face of this confinement, Yi Shinran merely stood still, not even lifting her eyelids. Her long, flowing black hair swayed gently in the currents of spiritual pressure, and with a slender, pale finger, she lightly pointed at the oncoming light panels. Contract release. Upon uttering the words, the 6 indestructible light panels vanished into thin air as if erased by an invisible hand, not causing the slightest disturbance in the spiritual particles. Silence enveloped the arena. The instructor in charge of the lesson stood agape, his mouth agog as if one could fit an egg inside it. What was this? A release of Kido? No, not at all. Releasing Kido necessitated a greater spiritual force to counteract and unravel it. Over the past month, similar incidents had occurred repeatedly. In practice with Zanjustu, opponents would inexplicably lose their grip on their blades at critical moments. During Shuinpo assessments, she always arrived a step ahead at the finish line, as if space itself yielded to her. She had never demonstrated any earth-shattering destructive power. Yet her mastery over the rules and manipulation of strength instilled profound terror in all her instructors. A monstrous newcomer was rising swiftly within the academy, in a manner that none could comprehend. The S-class talent practitioner, Lin Meng, whose late-stage power level was merely C-class prior to his transmigration, concluded his training for the day. As he listened to the myriad tales surrounding Yi Shinran, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. By conversion, it was evident that he possessed a foundational spiritual pressure akin to that of a captain. He should be wielding the strength equivalent to that of 8 vehicles in combat prowess. The might of the master of the spiritual pivot does not rest on brute force, but rather on the enigmatic ability to manipulate the laws of existence. It was precisely this increasingly apparent anomaly that ultimately attracted an unwelcome guest. On this particular day, Lin Meng was once again engaged in the most fundamental sword practice in the open space before his dormitory. He refrained from exerting even the slightest hint of spiritual pressure. mechanically repeating the motions of slicing, chopping, thrusting, and piercing, keenly attuned to the exertion of his arm muscles and the faint resonance with the worn blade in his grasp. The air was tranquil, disturbed only by the subtle sound of the blades slicing through the atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice, imbued with a hint of frivolity and grandeur, materialized behind him without warning. What an intriguing approach to cultivation, akin to soothing a wounded beast. Lin Meng's movements abruptly halted, his grip on the sword tightening. He slowly turned around to behold a man clad in opulent noble attire, strikingly handsome, yet exuding an unsettling aura, standing beneath a nearby cherry blossom tree. Regarding him with keen interest, the man toyed with an exquisitely crafted folding fan, casting an impression that, despite the daylight, he was shrouded in shadows. It was Tozen, a member of the oldest and most decrepit of the 5 noble families in the Soul Society. Lin Meng's pupils imperceptibly contracted, and an alarm rang within him. He had not anticipated that this schemer, who made his official debut only in the later chapters of the original narrative, would seek him out so soon. "May I inquire who you are?" Lin Meng's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm, as if merely addressing a lost traveler. "Oh dear, how rude of me," Tozen remarked, lightly tapping his palm with the fan, a feigned noble smile adorning his face. "I am Tozen. I happened to pass by and was captivated by your unique method of cultivation. After all, in the current Serie, few can immerse themselves so profoundly in foundational practice." His words, though seemingly complimentary, bore the scrutiny of one appraising an intriguing artifact. Lin Meng internally smirked, maintaining an impassive facade. "You flatter me, Lord Kaname. I have encountered misfortunes and can only resort to rudimentary methods, unworthy of comparison to true geniuses." He lowered his posture, adopting an air of dejection and defeat. "Misfortune?" Tozen's eyes lit up, akin to a shark sensing blood. "I have heard whispers of certain rumors. However, in my view, temporary setbacks serve merely to refine true gold for a future brilliance." He took 2 steps forward, his gaze drifting past Lin Meng toward the academy in the distance. "Your companion, Miss Yi Shinran, has recently been making quite the impression. Such talent is indeed enviable. It would be a shame to squander such a gem within this modest academy." The moment had finally arrived. Lin Meng's heart sank. He understood that the true intent of his visitor was about to surface. "If there is something you wish to convey, Lord Kaname, I urge you to speak candidly." Lin Meng sheathed his sword and met his gaze directly. "How refreshing." Tozen clapped his hands with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "You are a clever man, so I shall not beat around the bush. Both you and Miss Yi Shinran are treasures that should not be overlooked. However, since you have arrived here, know that the Serie, while appearing tranquil, is in fact unfathomably deep. Without connections or backing, even the most brilliant genius may one day be engulfed by darkness." He paused, his voice laden with alluring temptation. "I, Tozen, born of the Kaname family, formally extend an invitation to you. Join my ranks and become my wing. I shall provide you with unimaginable resources, the finest training materials, the most precious elixirs, and even the secret to restoring your damaged Zanpakuto. You will no longer be a mere soul reaper struggling for your future, but a being exalted above all others. The entire Serie will become your stage for greatness." His words dripped with seduction, each phrase striking at the core of what the average soul reaper most yearned for: power, resources, strength. Yet, Lin Meng remained composed, quietly absorbing the offer. As he gazed at the loquacious man before him, visions of the truth behind the Spirit King's captivity and the glory of the 5 noble families built upon betrayal and deceit surfaced in his mind. Join them? To become a pawn of traitors? Or perhaps to be molded into a puppet for the Spirit King? Deep within Lin Meng's soul, a surge of absurdity and cold murderous intent arose, yet his visage could only betray a semblance of confusion and surprise. "Your kindness overwhelms me, Lord Kaname," he replied diplomatically. "However, I fear this broken vessel of mine may not be fit for such great responsibilities and would only disappoint your expectations." "Not to worry, as I said. I will assist you in restoration," Tozen retorted confidently. Even so, Lin Meng gently shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "I am accustomed to a more carefree existence and doubt I could adapt to the rigid protocols of the nobility. I am truly grateful for your offer, but ultimately, I must return to the life of the living." At that moment, the air grew heavy with tension. The smile on Tozen's face froze like an ice sculpture, gradually dissipating. The appreciation that had lingered in his eyes transformed into a profound, chilling depth, devoid of warmth. "Is that so?" he uttered softly, the temperature around them seemingly plummeting several degrees. A cold, viscous, nauseating spiritual pressure, akin to a venomous serpent, began to seep from his being. "Truly ungrateful," he remarked, snapping the fan shut, his gaze slicing through Lin Meng's countenance like a blade. "Lin Meng, you must understand that some opportunities arise only once in a lifetime. Miss them, and they vanish forever." His voice morphed into a low, gravelly timbre, brimming with undisguised menace. "This world is vast, yet the paths available to the astute are surprisingly narrow. I had intended to guide you along a wide avenue. However, Since you have chosen the thorny footbridge, I wish you luck. May you not find yourself shattered along the way. As his words echoed, his figure melded into the shadows, silently vanishing from sight, leaving behind a chilling statement that lingered in the air. I shall observe your return to the life of the living. Only when the oppressive spiritual pressure had fully dissipated did Lin Meng release a breath laden with tension. He sensed that this encounter with Tozen had cast a stone into the still waters of his existence. The sharks beneath the surface had caught the scent of blood, and he knew he must regain his strength to wield his sword before they bared their fangs. In the wake of Tozen's departure, the Serie appeared deceptively calm. Yet Lin Meng felt an invisible net tightening around him, centered upon his being. He had publicly rebuffed an invitation from one of the 5 noble families, a gesture tantamount to slapping the Kaname family in the face. Given that man's twisted nature, retaliation was inevitable. What Lin Meng did not anticipate was the swiftness and appropriateness of the ensuing retribution. On this day, having just completed the soul restoration that felt akin to self-inflicted torment, a gentle knock resonated at his dormitory door. The visitor was an officer from the 13th Division, his demeanor formal, yet his eyes concealed a flicker of pity and curiosity. He presented a scroll issued directly by the Central 46. The Central 46 decree, he announced, the cold words imbued with undeniable authority. Soul Reaper proxy Lin Meng has lingered in the Serie for an extended period. Henceforth, you are to be dispatched back to the living world of Karakura Town to resume your duties as a Soul Reaper proxy, monitoring and addressing the activities of hollows in that region. You are to depart immediately, without fail. The spiritual pressure seal on the official document is undeniably authentic. Lin Meng received the scroll, feeling the unique coolness of the paper beneath his fingertips. He was neither angry nor astonished. His heart remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Is this the means employed by the aristocracy at the pinnacle of Soul Society? A cold piece of documentation, wielding the authority of the entire Soul Society, had unceremoniously cast him away from the center of the stage to a distant, turbulent place where no one cared. Achieving one's desires at a minimal cost, what a masterful maneuver. It not only demonstrated the unfathomable influence of the Kaname family, capable of compelling the already hollowed Central 46 to issue commands on his behalf, but it also placed him in an exceedingly awkward and perilous position. A Soul Reaper whose Bankai has been shattered and cannot even maintain his Shirkai, sent back to the living world to confront hollows? This is the most ostentatious ploy to push him into the abyss of death. Understood. Lin Meng rolled up the document, his tone as calm as if he had merely been assigned an ordinary task. The officer observed his impassive face, curiosity deepening in his eyes. This once thoroughly discarded genius seemed to possess a disposition more formidable than his talent. Your Grace, the Senkaman has been prepared for your departure. The officer bowed respectfully, his demeanor a touch more reverent. News spread swiftly. Almost simultaneously with Lin Meng receiving his orders, Yi Shinran burst into his dormitory like a gust of wind. Her face was etched with anxiety and disbelief, those usually serene eyes now rippling with turmoil. What is happening? Why would the Central 46 issue such a command? She grasped Lin Meng's arm, her palm cold with concern. Who is behind this? Chapter 149, Journey to the Living World. Lin Meng clasped her trembling hand, transferring warmth to her icy touch, and even managed a light-hearted smile. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a matter of returning to guard, not a march to the guillotine. Yet, Yi Shinran's voice was choked with emotion, but you are still recovering. Well acquainted with the Soul Reaper system, she understood Lin Meng's condition all too well. Unable to utilize even the initial release of his Zanpakuto, he could only rely on his still recovering and cautiously controlled spiritual power and Kido to return to the living world. Enduring just a few battles could cost him his life. I will go with you. Yi Shinran's gaze instantly hardened with determination. I have the capability. I can protect you. Over the past month, her mastery over her own powers had grown exponentially. The sensation of commanding rules with her words instilled in her an unprecedented confidence. Lin Meng regarded her with gentle eyes, but slowly shook his head. Shinran, listen to me. His voice was soft yet bore an undeniable authority. It is precisely because of the danger that you must remain here. I am being targeted by the top-tier noble Kaname family. What they wish to see is my disgraceful demise in the living world. If I perish, who will be their next target? Lin Meng locked eyes with her here. At the Central Spirit Academy, under the gaze of everyone, you are safe. Your talent, your abilities, are treasures of the Soul Society. No one dares to harm you easily. But if you accompany me to the living world, all that changes. They will have countless ways to make us disappear without a trace. Besides, can't we summon each other? If danger arises, you can call for me. However, by then, exposed. We would have to return to the Soul Society as swiftly as possible. Yi Shinran's lips moved, but she could not muster a rebuttal. She recognized the truth in Lin Meng's words. Moreover, a significant understanding dawned upon Lin Meng, a hint of a profound smile gracing his lips. This situation runs far deeper than we anticipate. We are akin to 2 ants that have stumbled into the game of a colossal beast. Currently, I have been temporarily removed from the board, yet this may not be a misfortune. He released her hand and gently patted her shoulder. Your battlefield is here. Your strength must grow here, at the swiftest pace possible, until you become an undeniable presence. Do not forsake the opportunity to become a player for the sake of a temporarily displaced piece. I will do my utmost to attract the attention of the puppeteer in the living world. Master your Bankai quickly, Shinran. When I return, I hope to see you standing beside me, a true master of spirits, one who captures the attention of the entire soul society. His words struck Yi Shinran like a heavy hammer upon her heart. The anxiety and chaos in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination ignited within her. She comprehended Lin Meng's intent. This was not abandonment, but a deeper trust and expectation. He had willingly placed himself in the open trap, granting her the most precious time and the safest environment for her growth. I understand. I will seize the time to train. Yi Shinran inhaled deeply, suppressing all emotions, and nodded firmly. The air seemed to thicken around them. Neither spoke. The weight of their impending separation and the dangers of the future pressed heavily upon their hearts. 1,000 unspoken sentiments coalesced in a single glance. Suddenly, Yi Shinran took a small step forward, closing the distance between them. She rose slightly on her toes, the elegant fragrance of ink mingling with the unique essence of youth, brushing gently against Lin Meng's chin. In the next moment, a soft, warm sensation landed on Lin Meng's cheek. It was fleeting, delicate, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, yet it sent ripples through the lake of his heart. Lin Meng froze. He could charge into the flames unflinchingly and maintain his composure amidst life-threatening situations, but this sudden, unadulterated tenderness caused his mind to momentarily falter. The lingering warmth on his cheek was more vivid than any clash of spiritual pressures. Yi Shinran stepped back slightly, a charming blush gracing her fair cheeks. Yet her bright eyes remained fixed upon him, unwavering in their resolve and now infused with an unmistakable tenderness. Before the Sinkaman leading to the living world, the space twisted eerily. Accompanying Lin Meng were several ordinary soul reapers dispatched to the living world for duty. They regarded his back with a mix of whispered conversations and complex expressions. Lin Meng paid no heed to it all. He stood quietly, absorbing the familiar yet foreign atmosphere emanating from beyond the gate. Let us proceed, Lin Meng uttered softly, taking the first step into that bizarre spatial passage. His figure was swallowed by the darkness in an instant. When light reclaimed his vision, the acrid scent of exhaust and the clamor of the city enveloped him entirely. Karakura Town, Karasuno City. He looked up at the sky, as if he could pierce through the clouds to glimpse the soul society, hidden within the crevices of the world. A cold smile slowly curved his lips. Kiname family, thank you for your farewell. However, it seems you have miscalculated one thing. He lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling the faint yet resilient essence deep within his soul, striving to mend itself. Though the piece had been removed from the board, it might just find a way to overturn the game from outside the board. Returning to the living world took merely half a day. The unique atmosphere of the modern city, a blend of exhaust, dust, and the aroma of food, felt like an invisible hand yanking Lin Meng from the eternal stillness of the soul society. The brief tranquility was hardly enough for him to adapt to this starkly different world before the blaring alarm shattered the moment. Alert! Alert! Large hollow response confirmed in Karakura Town Central District. Repeat, large hollow response confirmed. The faces of the soul reapers sent with him turned ashen. Karakura Town, not Karasuno City. Above the city, a menacing black rift tore through the fabric of space, from which emerged a colossal hollow, its head adorned with a white, bone-like mask. As it slowly extricated itself from the darkness, its hollow eye sockets gazed down upon the minuscule humans below, casting a shadow so immense that it plunged the entire district into despair. It was a grand hollow. A young Shinigami's hand trembled uncontrollably around his sword, his voice laced with terror. Stay calm. Chant the binding spell. Focus your attacks, shouted a more experienced officer, desperately attempting to bolster the morale of his comrades. However, several scattered strikes of spiritual fire detonated against the Grand Hollow's formidable exterior, merely erupting into inconsequential sparks that failed to even shift its massive form. Despair spread like a tidal wave. Just then, a calm voice resonated behind them. Step back. It was Lin Meng, who had inexplicably appeared before them, his sword still sheathed. He merely raised a hand, fingers together, directing his focus toward the looming behemoth that was preparing to unleash its destructive energy. Binding spell number 79, 9 celestial seals. There was no lofty incantation, no grand explosion of spiritual pressure. It was as if he was merely stating an established fact. In an instant, 9 enormous black squares materialized around the Grand Hollow, each exuding an unparalleled gravitational force that ensnared its body from every direction. A pained roar erupted from the Grand Hollow, its impending attack stifled in its throat, its gargantuan form immobilized by the terrifying pull of the 9 celestial seals. You who reign supreme. The false mask of flesh and blood, the myriad forms, crowned in the name of humanity. The wall of azure flames inscribed with dual lotuses awaits the abyss of great fire. Lin Meng's voice resounded once more, this time imbued with a chilling sense of judgment. Destruction spell number 73, Dual Lotus Azure Flames. 2 fireballs, vastly larger than the usual azure flames and tinted with an eerie blue hue, descended like celestial meteors, striking precisely into the Grand Hollow's eye sockets. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a deep and resonant thud. The Grand Hollow's entire head, along with a significant portion of its upper body, was vaporized in that ghostly blue flame, dissipating into the air as the purest spiritual particles. Its remaining form collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to dust. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that the Shinigami present struggled to comprehend it. They stood transfixed, gazing at Lin Meng's silhouette, his sword still sheathed, his demeanor as tranquil as the gentle breeze. A chill coursing through them from their feet to the crown of their heads. Truly, he was the original Shinigami representative who had sparked such a tumult. With merely the abandonment of incantations and binding spells and advanced destruction spells, he had instantaneously vanquished a Grand Hollow. Lin Meng paid no heed to the shock behind him, silently observing the vanishing remnants of the hollow, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. He could feel a faint, stinging pain resonating from the fissures in his soul that were still healing after the dual lotus azure flames. The exertion of power still tugged at the wounds of his essence. That night, all was silent. Lin Meng sat cross-legged, his mind once again plunging into the realm of sword meditation. His world of sword meditation now resembled a shattered mirror, fragmented by an overwhelming force. The sky, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, everything was torn asunder by countless jagged cracks. Yet, the arduous training of the past month had not been in vain. The tiniest of fissures, like a spider's web, were visibly mending at a discernible pace, a testament to his will and spiritual energy stitching them together. However, as he scrutinized this fractured world, an unexpected change occurred. A new, deeper crack appeared without warning at the center of this realm, as if an invisible blade had slashed through once again. A torrent of violent chaos, imbued with the essence of destruction and corrosion, surged forth from this new rift, the residual power of the Dark Corruption Clan's leader. It was as if a parasite, once suppressed in the deepest recesses of his soul by a runic array, had erupted once more, dismantling all his efforts. The pace of healing was utterly outstripped by its destructive force. Indeed, Lin Meng's consciousness awoke in this shattered world, his gaze icy. Over the past month, he had tried numerous methods. He endeavored to use his knowledge of runes to analyze and extinguish that residual power, only to discover that its essence far surpassed his current understanding. He sought to purify it with pure spiritual power, only to find that it was akin to pouring water into boiling oil, inciting a far more violent backlash. He even summoned the Soul Gate, infused with a portion of the Soul King's power, a force meant to soothe all souls, which, upon contact with the residual energy, became twisted and polluted, yielding minimal results. Unless he completely excised this malignant tumor buried deep within his soul, there would be no hope of restoring his Bankai, and even the path to Shirkai would remain eternally obstructed. Each encounter with that residual power sent a chilling sense of familiarity coursing through Lin Meng. This brutality, this chaos, this essence of destruction and corrosion. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was the secret realm from the midterm examination, that ancient ruin, the guardian tainted by aberrant energy, and the pitch-black core he had absorbed in the end. The essence of that energy was nearly identical to the force now residing deep within the core of his soul. Thus, it seemed that Luo Jun might have visited that place, establishing a connection with the leader of the Dark Corruption Clan. Lin Meng was oblivious to the truth he had just uncovered. At that time, the force that had restrained that power was neither the Shinigami's Kido nor the runes he controlled, but rather, the Confucian Qi cultivation method, the righteous aura. A power system he had temporarily set aside had now become the only means to break through this predicament. Without hesitation, Lin Meng halted the operation of the 100 Meridians convergence technique, his thoughts shifting, causing the flow of power within him to transform abruptly. A grand, righteous, and robust aura surged forth from his being. As this pure righteous energy surged toward the ravaging remnants of the Dark Corruption Clan's power within his soul, an extraordinary transformation ensued. Sizzling, like boiling oil poured over snow, the frenzied, chaotic black energy emitted a piercing sound of dissolution upon contact with the righteous aura, transforming into wisps of black smoke, completely purified and eradicated. It was effective. Lin Meng's spirit soared. When one reaches the end of the road, a glimmer of light appears. He immediately devoted all his efforts to the Confucian Qi cultivation method, weaving the righteous aura into countless threads, akin to untangling a mess, commencing the cleansing of the pervasive remnants within his soul. With each polluted fragment that was purified, the spiderweb-like cracks in his shattered sword meditation world began to mend at a visible pace. However, when he concentrated his strength to assault the largest, most profound crack at the core, he encountered an unprecedented obstacle. There lay a force of the Dark Corruption Clan, condensed to its utmost essence. Its rank was far too high, akin to an unyielding millennium ice block, no matter how fervently Lin Meng's righteous aura washed over it. He could only chip away at a few inconsequential fragments, failing to shake its foundation. Unless this final malignant tumor could be vanquished, the injuries to his soul would remain irreparably unhealed. Nonetheless, the situation in his sword meditation world had improved significantly. The fractured realm no longer wailed in agony. Lin Meng could even sense a faint call emanating from the depths of the cracked sword. It was no longer a mournful cry, but a response. Was it the sword spirit Lin He? Or something new? As Lin Meng contemplated the final strategy to break the deadlock, it was as if an invisible switch had been activated in the entirety of Karakura town. The piercing alarm blared, a cacophony tenfold sharper than that of the day, reverberating wildly throughout the area. Lin Meng abruptly withdrew from the world of blades and zen, his eyes snapping open. On the detection instruments in his room, the red dots indicating the presence of hollows illuminated in a frenzy, one after another. 10, 20, 50, hundreds. Almost simultaneously, they lit up in every corner of Karakura town. Such scale, such synchronization, could not possibly arise by natural means. Are they coming? Lin Meng approached the window, gazing at the night sky where black voids were tearing open one after another, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The revenge of the Grand Fisher. A long-buried passage from the original text flashed through his mind. The first death god representative, Kurosaki Ishin. A genius, equally burdened with expectations. The Grand Fisher had similarly eradicated all of Kurosaki's peers, seizing the fragments of the Soul King that emerged after their deaths, and ultimately, he had artfully framed the blame for their murders upon Kurosaki Ishin himself. Thus, a hero was transformed into a traitor, reviled by all. Today, he would throw himself and those unfortunate death gods into Karakura town to stage this grand invasion of hollows. The script, how strikingly similar. Truly, you are a most wicked individual, Lin Meng murmured softly to himself, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they ignited with a flame of excitement. The Grand Fisher wished to witness him walk into the narrative of Kurosaki Ishin's fate, misunderstood by his comrades in despair. Ultimately to be consumed by the tide of hollows or executed by the Soul Society arriving to conclude the matter. What a splendid script, what a perfect trap. Regrettably, he glanced out the window, where his fellow death gods were already in disarray, frantically rushing in different directions, bracing themselves for a battle that was surely fatal. Lin Meng's gaze settled on the young death god who had trembled in fear during the day, his eyes deep and contemplative. Grand Fisher, it seems you have miscalculated. Outside the chessboard, there is not merely a single piece. He slowly raised his hand, a barely perceptible glimmer flashing in his palm. The game has commenced. But this time, who is the prey, and who is the hunter? It remains to be seen. The night was torn asunder. Above Karakura town, it was as if a pitch-black curtain was simultaneously yanked by dozens of invisible hands, grotesque and twisted voids gaping open, grinning like the maws of abyssal beasts. The shrill wails emitted by the city's alarm system echoed like the death throes of this world, piercing and laden with despair. Damn it, we can't get through. Communication with the Soul Society has been completely severed. One death god stared at the chaotic static of the communication device in his hand, his face as pale as parchment. Panic spread like a plague among them. This was no ordinary hollow attack. This was war. A meticulously orchestrated slaughter, one that had completely sealed off their escape routes. What should we do? We are but a handful. How could we possibly withstand so many? Stay calm. Form a defensive formation. A tranquil voice, not loud. Yet it struck like a hammer upon each frantic heartbeat. Lin Meng stood atop the temporary stronghold's rooftop, the night wind fluttering his black Shinigami attire, his expression unchanged, as if the apocalyptic scene before him was merely a lackluster film featuring mediocre special effects. The Grand Fisher's machinations are indeed more grandiose than I had imagined. He murmured softly, a cold smile tugging at his lips, severing communications, cutting off support, and then drowning them with an overwhelming tide of hollows. A flawless trap. A perfect script. He turned to the panicked death gods. You all hold the Western District. That is the residential area, with the lowest concentration of spiritual particles. The number of hollows there should be minimal. Form a defensive formation. Hold out as long as you can. And you, Lord Lin Meng? The lieutenant inquired anxiously. Lin Meng's gaze drifted eastward, where the voids were densest, and the spiritual pressure surging forth was colossal. Several towering Jillians were already forcing their mountainous forms through the rifts in space. I will go there, he said nonchalantly, as if he were merely going for a stroll. Alone, that is a death sentence. Lin Meng offered no further reply. He merely lifted his foot and lightly stepped at the edge of the rooftop. Whoosh. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, tracing a straight line through the air as he resolutely charged into the most tumultuous and desperate tide of hollows. Alone, facing an army, the Eastern District, a bustling commercial street, had morphed into a battlefield. The colossal Jillian loomed over the ground, crimson beams of destructive energy coalescing in its hollow eye sockets. Surrounding it were dozens of ordinary hollows of various forms, their greedy howls stirring the very air into a thick, foul miasma. Just as the energy was about to erupt, a figure silently appeared atop the Jillian's head. It was Lin Meng. He didn't even draw his sword. he merely extended a hand. Binding Keto number 61, Rokujikan. His voice was calm, yet it rang like a divine decree. 6 enormous chains of light materialized out of thin air, without delay, sealing off all of the Jillian's movements with an extraordinarily precise angle, forcibly stifling the imminent eruption of energy. Binding Keto number 79, Kyoyabaku. Before his words faded, 9 black cubes radiating terrifying gravitational pull emerged, embedding themselves around the Jillian like 9 miniature black holes, the immense pressure causing it to groan under the strain. Continuous silent chanting of advanced binding spells. If the Keto Masters of the Soul Society were to witness this scene, they would likely have their eyes bulging in shock. Yet Lin Meng's movements did not falter. His fingers converged, aimed at the completely bound behemoth, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Destruction Keto number 73, Shorin Saka. 2 ethereal blue flames blossomed at his fingertips. Beneath their beauty lay a searing heat capable of incinerating souls. The flames surged forth, akin to 2 precision-guided meteors, instantly penetrating the Jillian's hollow eye sockets. Boom! There was no cataclysmic explosion, only an extraordinarily dull roar. The massive Jillian, its entire head along with its upper body, was instantaneously vaporized and obliterated in that ethereal blue fire, leaving not a trace of dust in its wake. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, a single strike to kill. Chapter 152, The Invasion of Hollow Forces, Kings, and Steeds. However, at the very moment the Jillian dissipated, Lin Meng's brow furrowed imperceptibly. In the depths of his soul, the recently healed fissures throbbed with a piercing pain akin to needles. The overuse of power continued to exacerbate the wounds of his origin. Roar! The surrounding hollows were incensed by this bloody scene, howling as they surged from all directions. Lin Meng's gaze turned icy, his figure flickering between the buildings, each movement accompanied by the radiance of advanced Keto. Destruction Keto no. 63, Raikoho. Destruction Keto number 88, Hiryajikai Zenko. Golden lightning and silver dragon-shaped shockwaves rampaged through the mass of hollows, each strike precisely claiming the lives of several hollows. He resembled the most efficient butcher, harvesting his enemies in the most dazzling yet lethal manner. The battle raged on, yet the tide of hollows seemed inexhaustible. More voids tore open in the sky, continuously replenishing their ranks. Lin Meng's breathing began to exhibit a barely perceptible irregularity. With each invocation of the advanced Keto, the piercing pain deep within his soul intensified. He could sense his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, and more crucially, the very essence of his soul, serving as his foundation, was being incessantly eroded. At the moment he unleashed its manhwaesue to shatter a colossal hollow, a shadow, akin to a venomous serpent, stealthily emerged from the darkness of a nearby building. It was a hollow unlike any he had encountered before, compact in size yet extraordinarily agile. It was enveloped in a cloak of darkness, its face adorned with a bone-like mask that seemed to sneer grotesquely. Its speed was unparalleled, completely concealing its spiritual pressure, until it lunged within mere meters of Lin Meng, at which point a chilling, malevolent aura erupted with a thunderous force. A Yachuka's level. Moreover, it was a specialized individual adept in assassination. Clearly, this was the true lethal strike of the Gomyoda Shirtan. It was too swift. So fast that Lin Meng had just completed his Keto, leaving him in a fleeting moment of exhaustion, unable to muster any effective defense. Thud! The claws of this exceptional hollow pierced through his spiritual defense, tearing through flesh and plunging deeply into his back. A frigid, chaotic, and corrosive force of the hollow surged into his body like a torrent breaching a dam. Ugh! Lin Meng emitted a muffled groan, his body convulsing violently. Yet, what startled him was not the invasion of the hollow's power, but the ensuing transformation within him. This hollow energy seemed to have found a key, instantly breaking through the final seal he had inscribed deep within his soul, using a runic array. Boom! The residual primal energy, suppressed at the deepest level and belonging to the Dark Corrosion clan, erupted in its entirety. 2 starkly contrasting, yet equally destructive and chaotic forces collided within his soul. The violent clash and annihilation he had anticipated did not transpire. Instead, he experienced a fusion that sent tremors through his very being. The ferocious hollow energy did not repel upon contact with the primal force of the Dark Corrosion. Rather, it resonated joyfully, as if reuniting with a long-lost kin. They attracted and intertwined with one another, like 2 venomous dragons bizarrely merging and coexisting. An unprecedented agony erupted from the very core of his soul. It was neither a tearing nor a burning sensation, but a terrifying feeling of being forcibly remolded, as if his soul were being ground into its most fundamental particles and then reassembled in a completely new, twisted manner, one that belonged to no known form of life. Even Lin Meng, whose will was more resilient than diamond, could not withstand this fundamental upheaval of existence. A suppressed scream of anguish burst forth from his throat. His consciousness was instantaneously swept away by this torrent of terrifying power, forcibly dragged back into that shattered realm of the knife Zen. The sky was collapsing. The earth was fracturing. The entire world was wailing. Yet this time, Lin Meng discovered a silhouette that had emerged at the center of this fragmented realm, appearing there unbeknownst to him. The figure mirrored his own, in both form and attire. The only distinction was the grotesque, twisted, bone-white mask that obscured its face. Beneath the mask, a pair of cold, black and gold eyes gazed at him impassively, as though observing an amusing plaything. Buzz. The masked figure stirred, slowly lifting its head to survey the impending destruction of this world. A hollow, ancient voice, as if composed of countless overlapping sounds, resonated directly within Lin Meng's mind. It posed a question, one he was intimately familiar with yet, at this moment, it felt piercingly sharp and lethally significant. What is the relationship between a king and its steed? In the external realm, the Yachukas that had successfully ambushed him prepared to withdraw its claws and utterly shred this troublesome Shinigami. But in the next instant, the sinister grin upon its mask froze. A wave of spiritual pressure, evoking dread and fear from the depths of its soul, erupted from the very being of its intended prey. This was no longer the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami, nor merely that of a hollow. It was a new force, a fusion of both, transcending them, imbued with raw, brutal, and absolute intent of destruction. Crack, crack. Lin Meng's body trembled violently, seemingly beyond his control. Strange black fissures emerged upon his skin, akin to the cracks in his knife Zen world, now extending into reality. A pale bone-like structure erupted from his right cheek, visibly proliferating at a frenzied pace. As if seeking to construct an entirely new mask that belonged to him, the wind ceased. The roars quieted. In that moment, the entire battlefield stood still, all hollows pausing in their actions, their hollow eyes betraying the emotion of fear for the first time, retreating as if to worship a newly reborn king. One far more terrifying than themselves. The Shinigami in the West District, who had been desperately holding their ground, simultaneously felt the terrifying spiritual pressure that caused the heavens to change color. They gazed in horror towards the East District. There, a pillar of intertwining black and white spiritual energies soared into the heavens, tearing through the night and piercing the clouds. No, that spiritual pressure, what is it? A young Shinigami stared in disbelief towards the East District, where the pillar ascended, revealing a figure that was twisting and transforming within it. Chapter 153, Hollowification. Is that Lin Meng? No, that's spiritual pressure. The commanding officer's voice trembled, for the power they sensed was not one of hope, but a depth of despair far more profound and pure than when facing the tide of hollows. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned by this astonishing metamorphosis, a chilling flash of blade light swept past them. Thud. Blood splattered. The young Shinigami, who had trembled in fear just a day prior under Kiryu's presence, now bore a gaunt, fanatical expression, as his Zanpakuto accurately pierced the heart of the commanding officer from behind. You. The officer turned in disbelief, gazing at the familiar visage. My apologies, senior. The young Shinigami withdrew his blade and swiftly executed a horizontal slash, cleaving another bewildered comrade in half. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for witnessing what you should not have. Lord Gomayoda despises unexpected surprises. After completing his grim task, he stood with his sword drawn, gazing towards the terrifying pillar of spiritual pressure, a twisted smile curling upon his lips. Behold, the monster has lost control, and how perfect it is that it has slain all its companions. At the pinnacle of a skyscraper, the night breeze caressed the robes of Sosuke Aizen, who held his mirror-like blade, calmly observing the unfolding spectacle below, as if admiring a meticulously orchestrated drama. When the black and white spiritual pressure erupted from Lin Meng, a flicker of astonishment finally graced his otherwise tranquil eyes. Oh, the hollowification of a Shinigami? The qualities of the hollow, rife with corrosion and distortion, have blended so seamlessly with the power of the Shinigami that it has elevated it to an entirely new echelon. Aizen's lips curled into a knowing smirk. To forcibly merge an external, malevolent force with one's own soul, and thereby give birth to a new species beyond boundaries, has truly inspired a brilliant idea within me. The trap laid by Gomayoda's shirt hand was initially intended to witness the tragic fall of a cliched hero. Yet unexpectedly, it has allowed one outside the chessboard to glimpse a new path leading to the realm of the divine. Soul Society, Technology Development Bureau. Beep, 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 beep. After a prolonged silence, the alarm suddenly erupted with a deafening shriek, signaling the highest level of threat with a furious red glow that flickered wildly, casting a blood-red hue across the entire monitoring room. An alert. In the world of the living, Karakura Town has detected a super captain-level spiritual pressure response. The energy form remains unresolvable. Repeat, unresolvable. What is happening? What about the prior communication suppression? Who is responsible for this? I do not know. This spiritual pressure is too overwhelming. It has directly breached the interference. Amidst the chaos, the figure of Urahara Kisuke materialized on the main screen. Upon witnessing the black and white pillar of light that pierced the heavens and the earth, along with the energy readings soaring far beyond the ordinary captain level, his characteristic lazy smile vanished in an instant. Is this spiritual pressure from Brother Lin Meng? A newfound seriousness and curiosity flickered in his eyes. Captain Commander, I request immediate permission to proceed to the world of the living. I wish to participate in addressing this incident. He wasted not a moment, directly transmitting his message to the Captain Commander. Almost simultaneously, an urgent command from Central 46 reached the Gotei 13. Captain Commander S. Order. Captain Kiraka Shunsui of the 1st Division and Captain Urahara Kasuk of the 12th Division are to proceed through the Senkaman to investigate the source of the anomalous spiritual pressure in Karakura Town. They are permitted to take coercive measures if deemed necessary. In the 8th Division barracks, Kiraka Shunsui donned his hat and draped the flamboyant Captain's Haori over his shoulders, letting out a resigned sigh. Truly, just when we had a few days of peace, trouble comes knocking again, proving to be quite bothersome. In the realm of the Blade Zen, the sky was collapsing. The earth was cracking. The entire world was wailing, being torn apart and consumed by an external force brimming with malice. Lin Meng's consciousness stood at the center of this apocalyptic scene, and before him, a figure had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lin He he had once known. The only distinction was that this figure was clad in white, and its face was obscured by a grotesque, twisted mask of pure white, akin to bone. Let us refer to him as Lin Bai. Beneath Lin Bai's mask, a pair of black-eyed pupils glared coldly at him, as if observing an intriguing toy. Buzz. Lin Bai moved, slowly raising his head to gaze upon this world on the brink of utter destruction. A hollow, ancient voice, as if composed of countless overlapping sounds, echoed in Lin Meng's mind. It posed a question he was all too familiar with, yet in this moment, it felt extraordinarily sharp and lethal. What is the relationship between the king and the steed? Lin Bai's voice was laden with temptation. Look at this world. Look at yourself. Your so-called will, your so-called struggles, are utterly laughable and powerless in the face of this primal force. Admit it. You are merely a vessel, a mere steed carrying my magnificent power, and I am the true king. Yield to me. Surrender your body to me. I shall take you to experience the true pinnacle. The voice resonated like a spell, assaulting Lin Meng's will. However, Lin Meng merely regarded him coldly, observing this version of himself forged from the fusion of hollow power and dark corrosion. The king and the steed? Lin Meng laughed. In this disintegrating realm of Blade Zen, his laughter rang out, piercingly shrill, imbued with a near-maniacal arrogance. A king requires instinct, an absolute desire to shred enemies and devour all. Yet you, bound by reason, suppressing impulse with so-called plans, are but a coward with power, too timid to wield a blade. Lin Bai, adorned with a ghastly white mask, unleashed a voice that echoed like the wails of a million resentful souls. Each word transformed into a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing into the depths of Lin Meng's consciousness, attempting to tear his will asunder. Thus, you are the steed, and I was born to be king. Yet, the smile on Lin Meng's face grew ever more audacious. It seems you have misunderstood a crucial matter. Taking a step forward, the entire world on the brink of annihilation trembled. Your power, your instincts, all belong to me. Continue the slaughter. Let us see who the true king is. You or I. On Lin Meng's consciousness, the intertwining black and white spiritual pressures began to slowly weave and spiral. No longer a chaotic rampage, but rather hinting at an order that had been forcibly imposed. Chapter 154. A cannon salute for the birth of a king. Boom. The Senkaman gaped open above Karakura Town, ripples of space undulating like water. Two figures emerged, one after the other, and upon stepping onto the land of the living, they were struck by the apocalyptic scene before them. The ground within a 100-meter radius lay ravaged, skyscrapers toppled, and countless remnants of hollows mixed with debris, as if trampled by some invisible colossal beast. What was even more striking were the fallen Shinigami members lying slain on the ground. At the center of it all, the black and white pillar of spiritual pressure loomed, emanating a terrifying aura capable of instilling dread in any captain-level Shinigami. The two captains quickly recognized that the situation had escalated once more. Oh dear, it seems we've stirred up quite the spectacle. Kiraka Shunsui adjusted his hat, the flamboyant Haori billowing in the turbulent currents of spiritual pressure, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a grave expression. This power does not appear to be a mere simple hollow invasion of the living world. Simple? Urahara Kasuk fixated intently on the twisting shadow within the pillar, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a horrifying gleam. Captain Kiraku, this is no longer a matter of simplicity. A Shinigami has undergone hollowification. A great hollow is being birthed. His voice bore the unmistakable undertone of a mad scientist's insatiable curiosity. He could distinctly sense that within that power lay both Shinigami spiritual particles and hollow chaos. But their fusion birthed a new attribute, one that transcended both, more primal and more domineering. Within the pillar, Lin Meng's roars had ceased, replaced by an unconscious, instinctual impulse for destruction. The bony mask now covered half of his face, and within his hollow eye sockets burned with a golden light of annihilation. One of his arms had completely transformed into a claw encased in bone armor. Each instinctual swing tore open dark rifts in the air. If this continues, the entirety of Karakura Town shall be utterly obliterated. Moreover, as if sensing their arrival, Lin Meng's unconscious form began to prepare for an assault against them. with Lin Meng's hollow state. A siro began to coalesce in his mouth. We cannot wait any longer. Urahara Kisuke's eyes sharpened, making an instantaneous decision. Binding spell number 81, Break the Void. First, a chantless Break the Void intercepted Lin Meng's siro. Without a moment's pause, Urahara Kisuke unleashed 3 advanced binding spells at an astonishing speed. Thunderous Chariots. The seams of the spinning wheel. This object gathers light and splits into 6. Binding spell number 61, 6 Rods Prison of Light. Binding spell number 79, 9 Sun Binding. But that was not all. Urahara Kisuke clasped his hands together forcefully, his voice lowered to a commanding tone, each word laden with the weight to suppress all. Forbidden Technique. Binding spell number 99, Forbidden. First movement, Stop and Bind. Enormous spiritual fabric materialized from thin air, wrapping tightly around the towering pillar of light. Second movement, 100 Continuous Locks. Hundreds of massive black locks appeared, emitting a piercing shriek as they were forcefully driven into the fabric and pillar, completely sealing them. Final movement, Forbidden Ultimate Seal. Urahara Kisuke bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with great force. Buzz. 6 slices of light, 9 black points. The indestructible barrier of Break the Void, at this moment, was utterly melded with these 3 forbidden techniques. A colossal stone monument, inscribed with the swastika, materialized at the pinnacle of the formation, transforming into a 3-dimensional cage that prohibited all existence, imbued with unparalleled suppressive might, descending upon the source of the black and white light beam with crushing force. Seal. Accompanied by his final, thunderous command, the entire formation collapsed with a resounding crash. Roar. Lin Meng, engulfed within the light beam, seemed to sense the impending threat, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the heavens. His deformed claws swung upward with ferocity, a pure, unrefined force of annihilation colliding violently with the swastika formation. Crack, crack. The composite Great Keto, capable of binding the majority of captains, emitted a sound of shattering as it encountered that overwhelming power. The golden swastika incantation began to disintegrate, cracks spreading across the void wall. Yet, it ultimately succeeded. The frenzied momentum was forcefully restrained, and Lin Meng's actions came to a halt. During this interval, for Lin Meng in the realm of Sword Zen, it felt akin to eternity. Do you see? This is your limit. The pale-faced Lin Bai pointed at the world, trembling violently as if on the brink of collapse, and let out a maniacal laugh. The external forces are attempting to obliterate you, and your so-called will is merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Surrender. Entrust everything to me. Only I can wield this power and tear apart all obstacles. The overwhelming external suppression became the final straw that would crush this world. Fragments of the sky fell like rain, and the earth split open into bottomless chasms. Yet, amidst this apocalyptic scene, Lin Meng's consciousness remained unprecedentedly tranquil. He gazed at his maniacally laughing self, a mocking curve slowly forming on his lips. The king and his steed. He spoke softly, his voice low yet clearly overpowering the sound of the world's collapse. You are still entangled in such trivial matters. Lin Bai's laughter abruptly ceased. His golden pupils fixated intently on Lin Meng. Whether king or steed, whether reason or instinct, Lin Meng raised his hand, not pointing at Lin Bai nor at himself, but rather gesturing towards the deteriorating world around them. They are merely tools. And I, his gaze suddenly sharpened, embodying an absolute self and sovereign will that transcended all. It is the wielder of the tools. Boom. The instant those words fell, it felt as if some shackles deep within Lin Meng's soul were entirely shattered. That frenzied power of the void, that chilling essence of the Dark Erosion clan, at this moment transformed from a venomous dragon of mutual consumption into a river converging towards a new core. Lin Meng's indomitable will, now paying homage. They were no longer wild horses needing to be tamed, but subjects summoned by the king, willingly offering their strength. An unprecedented enlightenment surged within him. A true king does not subdue the instinctive rider through brute force. A true king is one whose very essence inspires instinct to yield, compelling them to charge into battle willingly. Buzz. The newly fused power, no longer a raging torrent, transformed into a gentle stream, actively and tenderly flowing towards the vast rift in his soul's origin. The icy sting dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort and completeness. That wound, which had nearly torn his soul asunder, was visibly being filled, repaired, and even becoming more resilient than ever by this newfound power. No, it's impossible. Lin Bai emitted a scream of disbelief, realizing that the power within him was rapidly draining, absorbed by Lin Meng's true form. There is nothing impossible. Lin Meng's consciousness advanced step by step towards him, and with each footfall, the cracked earth beneath him healed a fraction. Your instincts, your power, have been mine from the very beginning. Thank you for your strength. Consider it a salute to the birth of a king. He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the menacing pure white mask. Now, it can return to its rightful owner. Crack. The mask shattered in response. Chapter 155, Inquiry. Outside. At 1T hold. The seal is about to give way. Kiraku Shunsui grasped the hilt of his sword, his expression grave to the utmost degree. Urahara Kisuk's band of the swastika was already riddled with cracks, its radiance dimming, on the verge of complete collapse. However, just as they prepared for the worst-case scenario, poised to eliminate Lin Meng entirely, an anomaly occurred, a rebirth. That towering black and white spiritual pressure beam, that utterly destructive will, abruptly ceased as if a pause button had been pressed, without any warning. Following this, to the astonished gaze of the two, the imposing light beam began to retract at an impossibly swift pace, as if a great whale were drawing in water, all flowing back into Lin Meng's body. Crack. A soft sound. The ghastly mask that had spread across Lin Meng's forehead split open at its center, crumbling like weathered stone, disintegrating into white powder scattered by the wind. The strange black cracks upon his body receded like a tide, leaving only a few dark, mysteriously beautiful lines on his right arm and chest, as if they were innate. The wind ceased. The roars faded away. That terrifying spiritual pressure, which had once turned the heavens and earth to shades of dread, vanished without a trace. Lin Meng slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? No longer the golden beast-like orbs of his ethereal form, but rather deeper and darker than before. Yet in the depths of those eyes, a fleeting glimmer of gold shone through, exuding an air of omniscience and indescribable majesty. He glanced at his right hand, adorned with mysterious patterns, gently clenched his fist, feeling within him an unprecedented yet docile power, akin to an extension of his will, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. The malignant growth that had hovered above him, the essence of the Dark Erosion clan, had not vanished. It had merely been digested by the power of the void, tamed by his own will, ultimately becoming a part of his soul and strength. He lifted his gaze, crossing over the shattered seal formation, resting upon the two captains nearby, their expressions taut as if bracing for imminent danger. My apologies, Urahara Captain, Kiraku Captain. His voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an unusual magnetic quality, as if it could penetrate the very soul. It seems I have caused you considerable trouble. An oppressive silence enveloped the desolate ruins, reduced to rubble. The remnants of Urahara Kisuk's formidable composite Great Kido, its lingering spiritual fragments floating like fireflies in the air, could no longer mask the invisible pressure emanating from Lin Meng's presence. He stood calmly, and the simple phrase of causing trouble resonated in the ears of the two captains, more chilling than the previous earth-shaking roars. Oh dear, this truly is. Kiraku Shunsui's hand had not left the hilt of his sword, his straw hat pressed down as his eyes, concealed behind the lenses, fixated intensely on Lin Meng. A mere word of trouble cannot encapsulate the scene before us. Lin Meng, the Soul Reaper's agent. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The bodies of Soul Reaper comrades fallen in pools of blood, still warm, were painfully glaring. Urahara Kisuk withdrew his nonchalant expression, the elegant sword staff named Redheim lightly tapping against the ground, breaking the stagnant air with a soft sound. Binding Kido number 99, the swastika, is not easily broken. He spoke seemingly at random, yet every word was a probe. Lin Meng, my young friend, it appears the power within you has calmed. Could you enlighten us as to what transpired moments ago? A simple invasion by a hollow could not cause such a commotion. His gaze, akin to the most sophisticated of instruments, traversed Lin Meng's form, endeavoring to decipher the fundamentally altered structure of his soul. A subtle fragility and trepidation flickered across Lin Meng's countenance, as if he had just extricated himself from a harrowing nightmare. I am not entirely certain, he gasped softly, his body swaying gently, on the brink of collapse. When the Great Hollow invaded, we immediately contacted Soul Society for assistance, yet received no response. Subsequently, we engaged in combat with the Hollows. I was solely tasked with countering the surge of Hollows from the north, while the remaining Shinigami stationed there formed a defensive formation against the southern tide. As I focused intently on the enemy, an Ajuchas unexpectedly ambushed me, and soon after, a chilling force infiltrated my body, causing my power to spiral out of control, as if it were being devoured from within. He recounted the events with deliberate clarity, leaving nothing concealed. Devoured from within? Kiraku Shunsui raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the fallen comrades nearby. What of them? Were they also affected by this consuming force? This inquiry pierced the heart of the matter like a sharpened dagger. Lin Meng's pupils constricted suddenly, disbelief etched upon his features. That was not my doing, he hastily clarified. I remember I was not engaged in battle with them. How could that be? Moreover, I was mindful of my own restraint. Observing Lin Meng's demeanor, Kiraku Shunsui exchanged a glance with Urahara Kisuk, both discerning a tinge of complexity in each other's eyes. Do you believe him? Not entirely. Yet at this moment, it appeared to be the sole explanation. In any case, this situation requires rectification. Kiraku sighed, retracting his hand from the hilt of his sword. Urahara, seal off the spiritual fluctuations in Karakura town. This matter cannot escalate further. He turned to Lin Meng, his tone brooking no dissent. Lin Meng, regardless of the truth, you must accompany us back to Soul Society. You are obligated to clarify the situation to the Captain Commander and the Central 46. High above, in a distant tower, Aizen Sosuke observed everything with keen interest. As Lin Meng regained his composure, a smirk of amusement graced his lips. What a perfect answer. His concern did not lie with Lin Meng's words, but rather with what he had witnessed. He beheld a Shinigami succumbing to the corruption of hollow power. Driven into a corner, and how, in that dire strait, he ultimately consumed and tamed that brutal force for his own use. A glimmer of intelligence and ambition flickered in Aizen's eyes. To don the mask of the hollow and then shatter it with one's own hands, thereby attaining a rebirth that transcends the boundaries of Shinigami and hollow. Lin Meng, you have inadvertently illuminated the pivotal step of my hollowification plan. He turned, his figure melting into the shadows, leaving behind a whispered incantation. Now, it is time to meticulously prepare the stage for my performance. In another darkened corner, Kaname Tozen received a clandestine report from his subordinates. Oh, he has regained his senses? He toyed with an exquisite family crest in his hands. A semblance of surprise absent from his expression, replaced instead by a morbid delight. What an intriguing plaything. Its resilience surpasses my expectations. But is this not preferable? A rampaging monster that has slain its comrades. No matter how he protests, the seeds of doubt have already been sown. The Kaname family excelled in allowing such seeds to take root and flourish within the hearts of all. He let out a low, ominous chuckle, as if he could already envision Lin Meng isolated and distrusted by the 13th Division. Relish this, Lin Meng. The grand drama prepared for you has only just begun. Chapter 156, The Prison of Darkness. In Soul Society, within the 1st Division's barracks, Lin Meng was brought here to await his final judgment. Kairaku Shunsui and Urahara Kisuke had already entered the inner sanctum to report to Captain Commander Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. Simultaneously, a grave order was transmitted. In light of the grave incident instigated by the Shinigami representative Lin Meng in Karakura Town, which involved the deaths of 13th Division members, he is to be handed over to 13th Division Captain Yukitake Jushiro for personal oversight. At the issuance of this command, Lin Meng's heart plummeted. The 13th Division, the slain Shinigami were indeed Yukitake's subordinates. As he was escorted by 2 members of the 1st Division to the 13th Division's barracks, he was met by Yukitake Jushiro's pale, frigid visage, devoid of any trace of emotion. The once gentle and refined man, who always bore a frail smile, now exuded an aura of chilling disdain and unmasked contempt. You are Lin Meng? Yukitake's voice was soft, yet it pierced like an icicle. Captain Yukitake, it is not. Silence. Yukitake interrupted coldly. All your explanations shall be reserved for the Central 40 SIXS Tribunal. Here, you are merely a suspect in the murder of my subordinates. He did not spare Lin Meng a second glance, issuing orders to the nearby officers. Confinement in the Prison of Darkness, under strict surveillance. No one is to visit without my command. Yes, Captain. 2 members of the 13th Division roughly seized Lin Meng, leading him deeper into the confines of the barracks. One of the officers cast a disdainful glance at Lin Meng's broken Zanpakuto, scoffing. Such a useless blade. Must we be so alarmed? Let him in. He won't stir up much trouble. They thrust Lin Meng into a cell entirely constructed of spiritual stone, devoid of any light, and with a resounding clang, locked the heavy iron door behind him. Darkness and silence enveloped Lin Meng in an instant. Yet within, Lin Meng's heart remained unervingly tranquil. The Prison of Darkness, a fitting name. Here, there was no light, no sound, no sense of time's passage. Only pure, maddening silence, accompanied by the chilling sensation of his spiritual essence being siphoned from all around him. The spiritual stone, a cage for Shinigami, stripped prisoners of their power, extinguishing their will, ultimately reducing them to mere husks. However, in this absolute darkness that could induce despair in any Shinigami, Lin Meng's breathing remained as steady as a rock. He sat cross-legged, the broken Zanpakuto resting upon his knees. Yukitake's disdain, the officer's scorn, their cold gazes and rough actions stirred little turbulence within him. Anger? Perhaps a twinge. A sense of grievance? Not at all. When one has gazed into the true abyss and witnessed a world-destroying fervor raging within, the mundane distrust and coldness of others seem rather trivial. He was acutely aware that explanations were futile. Before the corpses of his comrades, words lost their weight. The visage of Kaname Tozen, adorned with morbid delight, flickered through his mind. This game had commenced the moment that chilling force invaded him. He was eager to witness what would unfold next. His consciousness gradually sank, akin to plunging into the deepest trench of the ocean. When he opened his eyes once more, the scene before him had transformed completely. The once crumbling world of the Blade Zen, filled with cracks in the sky and scars upon the earth, now radiated with renewed brilliance. The sky was a profound black, adorned with countless golden points of light, as if the entire starry river of the hollow realm had been transported here. The ground was a pure white, smooth as jade, emanating a gentle glow that soothed the soul, continuously nurturing his essence. Between the black sky and white earth, the 2 imposing portals that symbolized the Shinigami Shirkai abilities had vanished. In their stead, at the very heart of this world, a colossal vortex spun slowly. This vortex was composed of 3 colors. The inky black representing the Shinigami, the pristine white symbolizing the soul and purification, and the gray, embodying the instincts of the hollow and the will to destroy. The chilling force emanating from the Dark Erosion clan, that malignant growth hovering above his head, was not simply eradicated. Instead, it was forcibly consumed and digested by the power of the void, subsequently tamed, crushed, and ultimately transformed into nourishment, amalgamating seamlessly with his original powers of death and the void, until they became indistinguishable from one another. Three forces, black, white, and gray, swirled together like three primordial dragons, entwining and merging within the vortex, culminating in an unprecedented, perfectly balanced new power. It embodied the spirituality and order of the death god, the tyranny and destruction of the void, and bore a trace of an indescribable essence belonging to a higher dimensional existence. Lin Meng's consciousness floated above the whirlpool, attuned to this newborn force, which felt as familiar as an extension of his own being, yet vast as the ocean, bringing clarity to his heart. Was this the power of the Spirit King? An entity that simultaneously wielded the forces of death, the void, and the fragments of the Spirit King? Though this newly birthed power was but a faint whisper, it signified a fundamental difference. This was the key to his future growth into higher dimensions. As he immersed himself in the transformation of his soul, in the external realm, within the lightless prison, the fractured blade resting quietly upon his knees underwent a change unnoticed by anyone. From the jagged break in the blade's body, a substance darker than darkness itself slowly seeped forth. It appeared almost alive, like a droplet of sentient liquid shadow, writhing at the fracture. The spiritual pressure exerted by the killing stone seemed to have little effect on this nascent power, which resolutely and steadfastly reconnected the shattered segments of the blade. This was not mere adhesion, it was a rebirth. The inky substance acted as the most potent catalyst, utterly disassembling the blade's original material and recombining it into a new, more perfect structure. Inch by inch, the fracture symbolizing his past destruction was being completely mended and even transcended by this force representing rebirth. Time lost its meaning in the absolute silence. It was uncertain how long passed, perhaps a day, perhaps 3, when the final fissure was entirely filled by the dark substance. In that instant, a faint yet nearly inaudible sound of a blade resonated, as if echoing deep within Lin Meng's very soul. He abruptly opened his eyes. In this pitch-black void, a flicker of light suddenly ignited within the depths of his pupils. The newly reborn Zanpakuto trembled with a powerful resonance. Chapter 157, The Truth Revealed. Immediately, an indescribable radiance erupted from the blade. It was not a blinding light, but rather an embodiment of existence itself. It seemed to proclaim its birth to the world, penetrating the darkness and disregarding the constraints of the killing stone, illuminating the cramped cell as bright as day. Lin Meng slowly extended his hand, grasping the hilt. A warm, gentle sensation enveloped him, as if he were not holding a sword, but rather an extension of his own soul. An unprecedented sense of kinship surged within him. He sensed the blade rejoicing, exulting, waiting for his call. The liberating incantations of the past could no longer encapsulate its current stature. He rose. In this world illuminated by the blade's light, his demeanor calm and solemn, and in a tone that seemed to articulate the truths of the universe, softly uttered its new name. Open the gateway to the future. Realm Gate. As his words resonated, the entire 13th Division barracks trembled violently. An indescribable spiritual pressure erupted like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake from the lightless prison, which should have been devoid of spiritual energy. This pressure was not violent, even verging on gentle, yet its essence was suffocatingly high. It was as though an emperor, reigning over myriad realms, opened his eyes at this moment. Even the unconscious exhalation of his awakening was enough to compel the heavens to bow. Boom. The two 13th Division members stationed outside the cell had no time to react before being hurled away by this intangible pressure, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the distant wall, rendering them unconscious on impact. The Zanpakuto at their waists emitted a mournful wail of terror, trembling violently, as if confronting a natural enemy. What is this spiritual pressure? Deep within the barracks, Fuju Shijuro, who was attending to division duties, turned pale, snapping his brush in disbelief, ink splattering across the documents. His eyes, often dimmed by illness, now widened in incredulous horror. This sensation, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. That place was a lightless prison constructed from the killing stone. Not only was it supposed to suppress spiritual pressure to its limits, but even a captain-level entity confined within could not unleash such terrifying power. He dared not hesitate for a moment, vanishing in an instant with the swiftest Shuanpa, racing madly toward the confinement room. When he reached the heavy iron door, he froze. The door was intact, yet from the small viewing window, a light emanated that sent shivers down his spine. Trembling, he inched closer, pressing his eyes against the window. In the next moment, he beheld a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Inside the cell, the one he deemed the murderer of his subordinates, the young man who should have been languishing in despair and weakness, now stood quietly at the center of the room. He had, at some point, donned a black and white Shinigami uniform anew. The black served as the base, while white patterns flowed like ink on his sleeves, outlining the mysteries of the universe. In his hand, he wielded a sword, an extraordinary longsword, unlike any he had seen before. The blade was elongated, with one side of the cutting edge an absolute black that devoured all light, as if solidified void, drawing in one's very consciousness with a mere glance. The left side emanated a warm, holy radiance of purest white, akin to a nascent world, brimming with infinite vitality and potential. Black and white converged at the center of the blade, forming a distinctly gray line, a straight, clear boundary that perfectly melded, extending to the sword's tip. There were no guards. The hilt and blade were seamlessly united, interwoven in the dual tones of black and white, exuding a striking beauty of contradiction and harmony. Lin Meng stood there, grasping the sword at the heart of the radiance. He seemed to sense the gaze from beyond the door, slowly lifting his head. His eyes, a fusion of black, white, and 3 colors, met Fuju Shijuro's through the small window. His gaze was tranquil and detached, yet contained the essence of the cosmos. Fuju Shijuro felt a chilling sensation surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, nearly freezing his blood. What he beheld was not a suspect, but a deity he could neither comprehend nor contend with. That deity merely raised the black and white sword lightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of Fuju Shijuro, Lin Meng, clutching the sword, faced the unyielding iron door forged from the killing stone. With a gentle flick of his wrist, there was no earth-shattering explosion, no cacophony of spiritual energy dispersing. Lin Meng simply waved his hand lightly. The black and white longsword carved through the void, leaving a trail deeper than ink and purer than light. Then, the heavy door, crafted from solid killing stone and capable of confining even a vice-captain-level Shinigami, silently split open, a straight seam forming down its center. It was not a slashed opening. The edges were smooth as glass, devoid of any debris. It was as if another door had opened upon this one. Fuju Shijoro's pupils constricted to their utmost, and he could even perceive Lin Meng's tranquil face through the narrow gap. In the next moment, Lin Meng, sword in hand, sauntered forth from that crevice as if he were passing through an ordinary curtain rather than an impenetrable barrier of murderous intent. The black and white garb of the death god fluttered unbidden, exuding an aura that was lofty and profound, akin to the arrival of a sovereign from another dimension. Pressing down upon Fuju Shijoro to the point where he could scarcely breathe. Instinctively, he grasped the twin fish emblem at his waist, his entire spiritual pressure sounding alarms. Every cell within him screamed of danger and the urge to flee. Yet, Lin Meng merely regarded him with a calm gaze, devoid of malice or anger, embodying a disquieting indifference. "Captain Fuju," Lin Meng spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in Fuju's ears. "The death god proxy certificate you provided me should encompass more than a mere identification, should it not?" Fuju Shijoro trembled, astonished at his words. Surely it must contain contingency features, such as a recording capability? The corners of Lin Meng's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile, his eyes seemingly piercing through all secrets. Why not investigate the truth? Or is it that, for Captain Fuju, the matter of who claimed the lives of your subordinates is of little consequence? This statement struck Fuju Shijoro's heart like an invisible hammer. The shock on his face swiftly faded, replaced by a pallor, his lips quivering slightly. Indeed, he had been blinded by wrath, deceived by the so-called evidence. The proxy certificate, custom-crafted by Yurihara Kisuke himself, could not possibly lack surveillance functionality. He had only seen the aftermath of his subordinate's tragic demise, never pausing to investigate the deliberately obscured process. A wave of profound shame and regret surged within him. As captain, he ought not to require a suspect to remind him of his duty to seek justice for his subordinates. Fuju opened his mouth, but found his throat too parched to utter a coherent syllable. Lin Meng, without casting him another glance, slowly sheathed his distinctive black and white sword and turned back towards the prison cell he had just opened. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I shall remain here, awaiting the final decision of the Captain General. His silhouette lingered momentarily before the eerie fissure in the cell door sealed shut. Fuju Shijoro jolted awake, gazing at the now pristine barrier of murderous intent as if nothing had transpired. He cast aside all other thoughts, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes as he swiftly set off in search of the truth. In the first division, the captain's conference room was steeped in an atmosphere of grim foreboding, so oppressive that even the air seemed to solidify. Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni sat at the head, eyes closed, resembling an ancient, unchanging statue, yet the invisible authority emanating from him compelled every captain present to sit upright. Concerning the case of the death god proxy Lin Meng, the Central 46 Chambers had dispatched their orders. Captain General Yamamoto's aged yet authoritative voice reverberated through the expansive conference room. The evidence is irrefutable, guilt cannot be absolved, and severe punishment is demanded. As his words hung in the air, the expressions of the captains varied widely. Second Division Captain Soifin wore an unabashed expression of satisfaction and coldness. Anyone who inflicts harm upon the Godii 13 must be met with the most severe penalties to affirm our authority. I propose immediate execution. 6th Division Captain Yukitake Shiro, expressionless, merely uttered 2 words, "I second." To him, breaking the rules was a crime. The remaining captains largely remained silent, as in the face of the Central 46 Chamber's ironclad evidence. Any defense seemed feeble. Wait. A somewhat frivolous voice pierced the silence. Urahara Kisuke's eyes glimmered behind his glasses. "Captain General, there are numerous uncertainties surrounding this matter. The evidence at the scene is too pristine, almost as if it had been deliberately arranged. I believe a thorough investigation should be conducted before a verdict is reached." "Urahara, are you suggesting that the sages of the Central 46 Chambers have erred in their judgment?" Soifin shot him a cold glance. "I never claimed that," Urahara shrugged. "I merely feel that the sanctity of life is paramount. Whether concerning the fallen comrades or the accused suspect, we must be accountable for the truth, must we not?" Humph. Such eloquence. Just as the two sides stood at an impasse, Captain General Yamamoto's tightly shut eyes were about to open, ready to deliver a final judgment. "Wait. Please wait." The door to the conference room was flung open with a great force, and a somewhat disheveled white figure burst in, none other than the returned captain of the 13th Division. Fuju Sergio. His breath came in quick gasps, his complexion pale, yet his eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor. "Captain General, esteemed captains." Fuju Sergio disregarded the questioning gaze and strode into the room, raising high a badge in his hand. "I have new evidence." All eyes instantly focused on the Death God proxy certificate he held aloft. Fuju inhaled deeply, channeling his spiritual pressure into it, and waved it towards the empty space before him. Buzz. A luminescent screen materialized out of thin air. Within it, images began to unfold, scenes from an abandoned warehouse in Minamiki City, the site of the tragedy. The footage depicted several members of the 13th Division on high alert, confronting a Minos Grande, while Lin Meng stood in another area, back-to-back with them. As the battle ensued, Lin Meng was ambushed and severely injured by a Minos Grande. And then, a chilling gray spiritual pressure began to erode his body, a grotesque white mask with bone protrusions rapidly forming upon his face. "Is this hollowification?" A startled voice cried out. The screen revealed Lin Meng, transformed into a half-human, half-hollow form, unleashing a roar that was anything but human. A turbulent and oppressive spiritual pressure that resonated with both Death God and Hollow, causing palpable anxiety among the captains present. However, just as the audience believed the footage was nearing its conclusion, it continued to faithfully document all that transpired next. Suddenly, one of the team members pivoted without warning, his Zanpakuto emitting an eerie glow, instantly piercing the chest of his nearby comrade. "What? A traitor?" The captain's expressions shifted dramatically, with only a few remaining composed. The footage continued, depicting the traitorous member, deranged, slaughtering his fellow comrades. The final scene showed him grinning maniacally as he charged at Lin Meng, who, in a moment of dire urgency, struck him down with a single blow. The truth was laid bare for all to see. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence. Soifin's face turned ashen, and Yukitake Shiro's brow furrowed slightly. "So it was like this," Kairaku Shunsui mused with his chin resting on his hand, casting a contemplative glance at Urahara Kisuke. Yet, the impact of this revelation was even more staggering than the previous murder case. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from one of vindication to an even more ominous and tense stalemate. Lin Meng was not the murderer, but he was a being wielding forbidden power. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Soifin's voice grew piercingly sharp as she nearly leaped from her seat. "He possesses hollow power. This is a desecration to all death gods. He must be purified immediately." This time, no one contradicted her. Even Urahara Kisuke, who had previously defended Lin Meng, remained silent, his expression grave. After a prolonged moment, Captain General Yamamoto's voice, as steadfast as rock, resounded once more, bringing an end to this tumultuous trial. "Lin Meng, while you are not the perpetrator of the deaths of the 13th Division members, possessing hollow power and causing destruction in the living world is also a crime." His eyes slowly opened, revealing a golden hue that exuded an air of authority and an undeniable decisiveness, as if he could perceive all truths. Yet, one must acknowledge that every action stems from a reason. The ultimate verdict was pronounced as the Captain General surveyed the assembly, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. "The Death God agent, Lin Meng, is hereby assigned to the Expeditionary Force to Hueco Mundo and shall be exiled forthwith." Chapter 159, Reactions from All Sides. The door to the captain's conference room gradually closed, sealing off the atmosphere within, which was stifling to an extreme. Outside, Shijuku Shijuro stood, the shadows of the corridor casting an even more desolate pallor upon his already pale visage. In his grasp, he clutched the crucial evidence, the agent's certificate, its metallic edges biting into his palm, yet this pain was but a mere fraction of the torment within his heart. Ultimately, he had failed to secure Lin Meng's acquittal. The phrase exile to Hueco Mundo sounded far less severe than the death penalty. Yet any Shinigami with even a modicum of knowledge about Hueco Mundo understood that this lifeless realm, rife with peril, was akin to hell for a death god. It was the lair of the hollows, a graveyard for the Shinigami. Captain Commander Yamamoto's decree, though seemingly lenient, was in fact a far more merciless banishment. It quelled the ire of the Central 46 and the hardline captains while effectively severing Lin Meng from the Soul Society. With heavy steps, he returned to the cell once more. The stone door, once breached by the gateway, now stood intact, as if the previous tumult had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet, Shijuku Shijuro knew it was no illusion. He composed himself and gestured for the guard to open the cell door. With a creak, the massive stone door swung open, allowing light to flood in and illuminate the figure standing still within. Lin Meng remained clad in his peculiar black and white shahakusho, the blade known as the gateway already sheathed. He appeared to have anticipated Shijuku's arrival, turning calmly to face him. The outcome was predictable, Lin Meng stated, his tone devoid of emotion, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. Shijuku opened his mouth, yet his throat felt as though it were choked with cotton, ultimately dissolving into a bitter sigh. "I'm sorry, Lin Meng. I could not. This is not your fault, Captain Shijuku," Lin Meng interjected. "You have done all that you could. Revealing the truth to the public is sufficient. As for this outcome, I anticipated it long ago." He lifted his gaze, his eyes as profound as the starry sky, a hint of a smile flickering within them. For the Godai 13, a death god wielding hollow powers was a greater crime than the murder of a comrade. Captain Commander Yamamoto's decision not to execute me on the spot was already the greatest concession, considering the circumstances and my lack of malicious intent. His analysis was calm and incisive, starkly contrasting that of a soon-to-be exiled criminal, instead resembling a master strategist who comprehended the entire board. Shijuku's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. The guilt he harbored was, in Lin Meng's eyes, merely a matter of course. The young man's character and intellect had long surpassed the confines of Shijuku's understanding. At that moment, a graceful yet resolute figure emerged from behind Shijuku, clad in a simple yet elegant long dress. Her cascading black hair resembled a waterfall. Yi Xinyan stood there, like an orchid blooming quietly in a desolate land. Her presence seemed to infuse warmth into the cold cell. Her gaze was fixed solely upon Lin Meng, her beautiful eyes devoid of tears or sorrow, radiating an undeniable resolve. "This time, I will accompany you," she declared, her voice soft yet clear, resonating with conviction. Shijuku turned in astonishment. "Miss Yi, do you understand what Hueco Mundo entails? It is not a place for leisurely exploration." "It is. I am aware." Yi Xinyan met Shijuku's gaze with tranquility. "It is precisely because I understand that I wish to go." She turned back to Lin Meng, the determination in her eyes transforming into a gentle affection. "In the past, I could never keep pace with you, merely watching your retreating figure. But this time, I refuse to be left behind." Lin Meng regarded her, sensing the unwavering passion in her eyes, as if a tender part of his heart had been gently stirred. This time, he did not reject her, but instead smiled. A warmth akin to the melting of ice and snow. "Very well." A single word, yet it bore the weight of 1,000. Yi Xinyan's eyes glistened momentarily, yet she quickly stifled her emotions, nodding vigorously, her lips blossoming into the brightest of smiles. In that instant of shared gaze, Lin Meng's lips subtly moved, a whisper of spiritual energy reaching her ears, a message only she could discern. "The time has come. In Hueco Mundo, a contract awaits your discovery." Yi Xinyan's form quivered imperceptibly, a glimmer of understanding and excitement flashing in her eyes. She nodded discreetly, burying this revelation deep within. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of Soul Society, within the estate of one of the 5 noble families, the Kamiyashita clan, bang! An invaluable antique porcelain vase shattered into countless fragments upon the exquisite Persian carpet. Kamiyashita's face was devoid of its usual nonchalant elegance, twisted instead into a grotesque mask of rage and fury. His dark green hair writhed as if stirred by an unseen tempest, and the oppressive aura emanating from his ornate robes caused the servants kneeling nearby to tremble uncontrollably, nearly fainting. "Incompetence! A pack of worthless fools!" He bellowed in a deep growl, his voice laden with resentment and malice. "I expended such great effort, leveraging the Kamiyashita family's connections, to persuade those decrepit elders in the Central 46 to issue the execution order. And what do I receive in return? Exile to Hueco Mundo." His meticulously crafted plan had unraveled. The arrangements, the forged evidence, the pressure applied to the Central 46, all executed flawlessly. He should have reveled in Lin Meng's execution amidst despair, then claimed his unique Zanpakuto and the secrets of holification for himself. Yet now, everything lay in ruins. "Urahara Kisuk, it is you again." Kamiyashita's teeth ground together, eyes glinting with spiteful light. "How could I have forgotten? That Death God agent certificate was custom-made by him. That scoundrel even embedded surveillance functions within it. This was the gravest oversight in his scheme, the most critical flaw. He had calculated everything, yet did not foresee that seemingly inconsequential agent certificate would become the key to overturning it all. Cursed. Cursed indeed." After venting his anger, Kamiyashita gradually regained his composure, a chillingly twisted smile resurfacing on his sickly visage. "Exile to Hueco Mundo, is it?" He licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a more sinister and excited light. What a relief. I need not trouble myself to dispose of you. Soul Society has its rules. I cannot act directly, but in the chaotic lawlessness of Hueco Mundo, you shall enjoy your fate. He slowly approached the window, gazing toward the First Division's barracks, a cruel smile curving his lips. Chapter 160, Aizen's Intentions. In the Soul Society, a secluded and heavily guarded training ground served as the site for the execution of exiles. The space had been sealed by special Kido, and the air was thick with an atmosphere of grim finality and parting. A grotesquely contorted black rift, resembling the maw of a beast, was forcibly held aloft by several members of a covert mobile unit using Kido. It was the gateway to Hueco Mundo. On the other side of the rift lay endless chaos and foreboding, with the occasional howls of hollows seeping through the spatial fissures, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Meng and Yi Xinyuan stood side by side, quietly awaiting the final moment. Lin Meng, this floating bamboo Shijuro, approached briskly, his face etched with guilt and unease. He presented an intricately designed silver bracelet, a spiritual pressure suppressor developed by Urahara, which might aid you in concealing your presence during critical moments. Lin Meng glanced at it, neither rejecting nor hesitating, and calmly adorned his wrist with the accessory. Thank you, Captain Floating Bamboo. Sighing, Kayaraka Shunsui, who followed behind, adjusted his hat and remarked in his characteristic languid tone, what a dreadful farewell party this is. Little Lin Meng, once you arrive there, do not yearn too much for the sake of Soul Society's sake. I've heard the local delicacies in Hueco Mundo are rather lackluster. Though his words appeared lighthearted, the eyes concealed beneath the shadow of his hat bore a complex scrutiny. Thank you for your concern, Captain Kairaku, Lin Meng replied with a slight nod. Should the opportunity arise, I shall bring back some local specialties for you to taste. Oh, I shall eagerly anticipate that. Kayaraka Shunsui chuckled heartily. The farewell party seemed to have gathered all present. Then, we shall take our leave. He tugged at the hesitant Floating Bamboo, turning to depart. Just as they exited, a sudden voice broke the air. Lin Meng and the others turned to see the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, approaching with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. His steps were deliberate, yet each stride resonated with the rhythm of the hearts present, rendering the atmosphere subtly tense. Lin Meng-kun, may I have a word with you in private? Aizen's voice was as soothing as jade, yet it bore an undeniable power that was difficult to refuse. Observing this, the remaining members of the expedition moved ahead towards Hueco Mundo. Soon, only Lin Meng, Yi Shinran, and Aizen Sosuke remained in the vicinity. Lin Meng-kun. Aizen's gaze traversed past Yi Shinran, settling directly on Lin Meng. His brown eyes seemed to harbor a vast expanse of starry depths. Do you not perceive that this world is rife with lies and sins? He did not mince words. His opening statement struck with astonishing force. A world where the true king is imprisoned as a mere pawn to maintain an illusion of stability. A noble system established by descendants of those who usurped the king's power. A Goti 13 that conceals its decaying foundation beneath a facade of false peace. Aizen's voice was soft, yet it reverberated like thunder within Lin Meng's soul. You possess a power that transcends the boundaries of Shinigami and hollows. You have glimpsed a fragment of the truth, yet you are to be exiled by this decaying world. Do you not feel a sense of anger? Is this not a bitter irony? He opened his arms, his smile remaining gentle, yet his gaze ignited with fervor and sincerity. The throne of the skies has been vacant for far too long. Lin Meng-kun, join me. Together, let us shatter these hypocritical shackles, overthrow this foundation of evil, and ascend to that suspended throne, forging a brand new world devoid of lies. These words were imbued with an enchanting allure, enough to ignite fervor in anyone disillusioned with Soul Society. Yi Shinran instinctively clenched her fists, eyeing the man radiating an aura of danger. However, Lin Meng's reaction was entirely unexpected for Aizen. He exhibited no shock, no fury, nor was he swayed. He merely smiled, a smile laced with amusement, akin to one observing a captivating solo performance. Captain Aizen, your speech is splendid, brimming with emotion. Had I not been privy to certain insider knowledge, I might have been swayed. A hint of imperceptible rigidity flickered across Aizen's smile for the first time. You are correct, Lin Meng raised a finger. The foundation of Soul Society is original sin. The Soul King is a human monstrosity, and the 5 noble families are descendants of sinners. I am well aware of all this. However, his tone shifted, his gaze sharpening like a blade, as if piercing through Aizen's gentle facade to confront his deepest ambitions. Your so-called new world is merely a substitution of the imprisoned king for you, Aizen Sosuke. You. Even Aizen's pupils constricted sharply at this revelation. For the first time, he felt utterly unveiled before this youth. The other was aware of far more than he had anticipated. Thank you for your invitation, but I have no interest in serving you. Lin Meng cast his gaze towards the black fissure leading to Hueco Mundo, a confident and flamboyant smile gracing his lips. Nonetheless, I have my own plans and hope to collaborate with you in the future. He extended his hand, grasping the distinct black and white sword at his waist. As for the throne in the sky, Lin Meng turned back, casting a deep gaze at Aizen. I shall leave that to you. But Does Captain Eisen not wish to witness the scenery above? With that, he disregarded Eisen's fluctuating expression, took Yi Shinran's hand, and strode towards the ominous black void. Let us embark on our adventure into the new world. Indeed, Yi Shinran nodded vigorously, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Her eyes filled with unwavering trust and anticipation for Lin Meng. The two exhibited no hesitation as they stepped into the dark vortex that represented the unknown and perilous. In the moment their figures vanished, the black fissure slowly closed, restoring tranquility to the arena, leaving only Aizen Sosuke standing silently in place. After a prolonged silence, he began to chuckle softly. This laughter no longer bore warmth, but was instead coldly exhilarated, tinged with the thrill of having found a worthy opponent. Above the skies? Lin Meng, you have truly surprised me time and again. The space twisted madly, contorting as if they were plummeting into a washing machine spinning at high speed, rendering the senses meaningless. Time became indistinct. Eventually, the violent tugging abruptly ceased, and a solid sensation returned beneath their feet. Lin Meng and Yi Shinran steadied themselves, immediately surveying their surroundings. What lay before them was a desolate and eerie expanse of white desert, with no sign of the expeditionary forces anywhere. The sand beneath them was as fine as dust yet frigid to the bone. There was no sky. Above them loomed an eternal, inky blackness, devoid of even a single star. Most astonishing were the trees sprouting in this desert, massive crystalline structures that resembled the bones of giants, piercing the dark vault above in a grotesque fashion. Each tree towered 1,000 meters high, forming an expansive, boundless forest within this silent white realm. This was the edge of the Great Hollow Forest. Here was the very lowest tier of Hueco Mundo, the lair of the Jillian-class hollows. Among them, even stronger Ajuchas-class hollows lurked. The air was thick with a high concentration of spiritual particles, yet it was rife with a chilling stillness and a savage aura. Inhaling it felt as if countless steel needles were scraping against the trachea. Just then, a low and oppressive resonance, as if emanating from thousands of souls in unison, echoed from all directions. The entire white desert began to tremble slightly. Lin Meng and Yi Shinran simultaneously looked up towards the depths of the crystal forest. In the shadows of darkness, pairs of enormous, crimson, greedy, and famished eyes slowly opened. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs, 100 pairs. Countless eyes fixated hungrily upon the two fresh, delectable souls that had abruptly appeared in the forest. Welcome to Hueco Mundo, the Hell of Shinigami. Chapter 161, The Great Hollow Forest. The resonance that seemed to arise from the depths of hell sent shivers throughout the desolate white desert. The air, saturated with spiritual particles, began to stir violently, creating visible ripples akin to those in a lake disturbed by a boulder. The crimson eyes that had opened from the darkness, filled with primal hunger and greed, locked onto Lin Meng and Yi Shinran, the intruders. They were the indigenous inhabitants of the Great Hollow Forest, the most primitive yet exceedingly numerous predators known as Jillians. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembles, emitting a lament that speaks of its unbearable burden. Towering white crystalline trees, each reaching heights of 1,000 meters, stand sentinel as enormous shadows shift clumsily, their cumbersome forms moving forward. Each one resembles a moving hill, cloaked in a shroud of deepest black, with the only visible features being their pale, colossal masks and the exaggeratedly sharp noses that adorn them. 1, 2, 10. Gazing into the depths of the vast forest, the creatures known as Jillians emerge in numbers that exceed several hundred. Hundreds of moving black hills, hundreds of greedy crimson eyes, and hundreds of vast, hollow souls converge into a suffocating wave of despair, slowly advancing toward the position of the two. This is the welcoming ceremony that the hollow world bestows upon all intruders. Before such immense pressure, even the most ordinary lieutenant-level soul reapers would likely feel a pang of trepidation. Yet, Lin Meng's expression remains tranquil. He simply rests his hand lightly upon the gateway at his waist, his tricolored eyes already brimming with the glimmer of blades in preparation. However, a soft yet resolute hand gently presses against his, a gesture of assurance. Leave these fiends to me. Yi Shinran steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Meng, her profile casting an awe-inspiring silhouette against the eternal darkness of the hollow world. Her voice, though not loud, carries an undeniable confidence. Lin Meng pauses, turning his gaze to the girl beside him. Her cascading black hair sways gently in the currents of spiritual pressure, and her eyes reflect no trace of fear, only a flicker of excitement and anticipation. It is as if she is proclaiming, "Watch closely. This time, I shall carve the path for you." Lin Meng smiles, lowering his hand from the hilt of his sword, stepping back to grant her the stage entirely. "Very well, let me witness the fruits of your training." With Lin Meng's approval, a radiant smile blossoms on Yi Shinran's lips. Alone, she faces the hundreds of Jillians advancing like mountains, and instead of feeling diminutive, she embodies an unexplainable grace and nobility, akin to a queen surveying her army before ascending to power. Buzz, as if drawn by her diminutive yet alluring soul, the leading dozens of Jillians simultaneously halt. Their massive masks lift slightly, and their gaping mouths begin to gather a blinding crimson light. Hollow flash, and it's a volley of dozens. In an instant, pillars of crimson light, as thick as towering columns, tear through the darkness and pierce the fabric of space, carrying destructive energy capable of leveling a small mountain, converging upon Yi Shinran from all directions. The scene resembles an apocalyptic disaster. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Yi Shinran merely raises her hand, gripping the exquisite Zanpakuto, its blade of purple crystal and butterfly-winged guard, at her waist. She slowly lifts the sword to her chest, her voice cold and solemn resonating over the cacophony of the hollow flash. I reign supreme. Upon uttering the release command, purple light bursts forth. Countless ancient runes illuminate the blade known as Star Contract, its crystalline surface flowing with a stellar glow. An invisible aura of oppression radiates outward from her, and the air reverberates with the crisp sound of thousands of chains clashing. Yet, she does not bind her foes with the chains of her initial release, for it is no longer necessary. She simply watches the torrent of crimson pillars approaching, observing the terrifying energy capable of obliterating her in an instant. Her eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance. Bankai. She utters the two words softly, a surge of spiritual pressure, 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than before, erupts from her seemingly delicate frame. All things are subjects. The instant her declaration falls, the world transforms. Boom. Centered around Yi Shinran, a violet divine ring explosively expands, sweeping outward in all directions. Wherever the divine ring passes, both the desolate white desert and the eternal black sky are enveloped in a layer of supreme, resplendent purple. This is the reconfiguration of laws. This is the transition of worlds. The once grotesquely twisted white crystalline trees, under this force, seem to awaken with life, bowing humbly toward Yi Shinran, as if vassals paying homage to their sovereign. The cold sandy ground beneath transforms into a smooth, mirror-like obsidian, reflecting the spectacle above. And that black canopy has now morphed into an immeasurable expanse of purple starlit sky. Countless stars twinkle, and upon closer inspection, they are not stars at all, but intricate contract formations composed of myriad runes. A magnificent throne, entirely carved from purple crystal, ascends slowly behind her, and she stands nonchalantly before it, her hair billowing, her gown fluttering, as the sole sovereign of this celestial realm. This is Yi Shinran's Bankai. All things are subjects, a domain of absolute contracts that belongs solely to her. And those devastating crimson hollow flashes, as they enter this purple domain, are suddenly seized by an invisible hand that tightens around their throats, their speed abruptly diminishing, the frenzied energy visibly waning, unraveling. Ultimately, when they are still 100 meters from Yi Shinran, dozens of hollow flashes dissolve silently into the air like ephemeral bubbles, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. For the first time, the movements of the hundreds of Jillians exhibit a moment of paralysis. Their instincts inform them that something is amiss in this world. A pressure emanating from the depths of their souls causes their massive bodies to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, on each of their pale masks, an unanticipated mark emerges, radiating a faint purple glow, resembling a crown. A hostile mark. Within the domain, all unauthorized enemies experience a forced reduction of 30% in their power. But this is not the end. The most terrifying ability of Bankai, all things are subjects, is that within this realm, Yi Shinran's power will ascend to the total sum of all her contracted subject strength. Buzz. An indescribable wave of terrifying spiritual pressure erupts once more from Yi Shinran. If her previous spiritual pressure resembled a tranquil lake, then now it is an expansive sea. This spiritual pressure solidifies, becoming dense and majestic, transforming into a purple tempest that engulfs the entire domain. Even Lin Meng, standing at the edge of this realm, feels a shiver of trepidation. He senses that Yi Shinran's spiritual pressure has now firmly surpassed that of the vast majority of captain-level soul reapers. This is the unique Bankai birth from the fusion of the S-class occupational talent, the soul-obtaining Zanpakuto, and the powers of a soul reaper. In my world, noise is a grave sin. Yi Shinran raises her gaze, her violet eyes devoid of emotion, as she slowly lifts the star contract, pointing it toward the panicked Jillians. She does not charge forth, nor does she chant incantations. As the sovereign of this domain, she merely needs to pronounce her judgment. In my name, I decree you shall return to dust. As her command echoes, the vast array of contract formations above, akin to billions of stars, suddenly radiates with blinding brilliance. In the next moment, an endless cascade of divine purple punitive light descends like a torrential waterfall, overwhelming all in its path. There are no screams, no struggles. Beneath the absolute, unassailable force of the law, those hundreds of towering Jillians, along with their bodies and souls, upon contact with the purple light, are utterly disassembled, purified, transforming into the purest of spiritual particles, dissipating into the fabric of the universe. In just one strike, as the purple light fades and the domain slowly recedes, the world reverts to its desolate white and oppressive black. The hundreds of Jillians seem to have never existed at all. Chapter 162, The Demise of the Expeditionary Force. As the magnificent expanse of the purple starry realm receded like a tide, the world was once again enveloped by the monotonous, lifeless shades of pure white and deep black. It was as if the divine kingdom that had just presided over all existence and judged all beings was merely a splendid illusion. Yi Shinran stood there, her forehead glistening with fine beads of perspiration, her chest rising and falling gently, and her complexion slightly pale. Clearly, encompassing hundreds of Kiryu in the realm of all subjects and passing instantaneous judgment was no trivial burden for her current spiritual pressure and mental fortitude. Lin Meng's silhouette appeared silently beside her, reaching out to gently wipe away the droplets of sweat from her brow, his movements entirely natural. "How do you feel?" "Not bad. Just a bit taxing." Yi Shinran playfully stuck out her tongue, the regal aura of a queen dissipating in an instant, transforming back into that whimsical girl. "But the effect is remarkable, isn't it?" "Remarkable is an understatement." Lin Meng chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. If this were in a game, it would undoubtedly be the definitive version answer, the kind that's unplayable without it. In that fleeting moment, even he sensed an absolute oppressive force emanating from Yi Shinran's Bankai, one that stemmed from the very laws of reality. This was not merely a crushing spiritual pressure, but rather a dimensional strike from the world upon the individual. Within her domain, she was akin to a creator deity. "Of course, one must consider whose Bankai it is," Yi Shinran declared proudly, raising her chin, her eyes sparkling with a youthful innocence. After this brief banter, the expressions of the two turned serious once more. "Let us go. We must quickly locate the advance team." Lin Meng's gaze drifted deeper into the white forest. The lesser threats had been dealt with. One could only hope their landing site was not within the vast expanse of the hollow forest. "It's likely that someone tampered with the position of the interdimensional gate's arrival here. Let us hope we're not dragged into it." Yi Shinran nodded. Following Lin Meng's pace, they opted not to fly but instead traversed the eerie white sands at high speed, their spiritual pressure perfectly suppressed by the devices on their wrists. Akin to two phantoms merging with the darkness, the hollow forest was far more expansive and perilous than they had imagined. Meanwhile, in another area several dozen kilometers away, a gruesome battle was unfolding. This locale, too, was a vast forest of trees formed from white crystals. Yet the ground was no longer pure white but soaked in large pools of black blood, the air thick with the stench of gore and despair. "Hold the line. Kido Core, use binding spells to delay their movements." A towering figure, his face marred by a savage scar, bellowed hoarsely. His Zanpakuto had sustained numerous fractures, and the captain's Haori he wore, evidently a temporary gift from a captain, was tattered, revealing gruesome wounds beneath. He was the temporary commander of this advance team, the third seat of the 13th Division, Kyobara Ken. However, his commands received scant response. "This is untenable, third seat Kyobara. Our spiritual energy is nearly depleted." One of the Kido Corps members exclaimed, his face ashen, the speed of his hand seals diminishing. Their landing site was considerably deeper than where Lin Meng and Yi Shinran had arrived. Upon descent, before they could ascertain the situation, they were besieged by thousands of Kiryu. It was a nightmare. They fought with every ounce of strength, slaying countless Kiryu, at the cost of nearly half their comrades' lives, barely managing to carve a path through the encirclement towards the exterior of the hollow forest. Yet their escape route led them into a far more terrifying hunting ground of the Akiyukisu level. Roar! A piercing, intelligent, and brutal shriek resonated from the depths of the forest, vastly different from the dull resonance of the Kiryu. In an instant, a massive and agile shadow, akin to a streak of black lightning, shattered the remaining defenses of the Kido Corps. It was an Akiyukisu, resembling a mantis. Though its size was nowhere near that of the Kiryu, it still stood several meters tall. Its body was enveloped in a bone-white exoskeleton, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its arms bore colossal blades, each measuring 7 to 8 meters, effortlessly slicing through the air, creating visible ripples, capable of severing the towering crystal trees. Swish! A flash of the blade, and a Kido Corps member, caught off guard, was cleaved in two along with his Zanpakuto, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. "Bastard!" Kyobara Ken's eyes widened with fury, his spiritual pressure erupting without restraint as he transformed into a streak of light, charging at the mantis Akiyukisu. Shirkai? Raging tide. His Zanpakuto was instantly enveloped by surging waters, transforming into a blade of torrential force aimed squarely at the Akiyukisu's head. Clang! The jarring sound of metal on metal rang out, sparks flying. Yet, Kyobara Ken's full force strike merely left a shallow white mark on the Akiyukisu's hard head. How is this possible? Kyobara Ken's pupils constricted sharply. Foolish Shinigami. A cold, alien thought reverberated through his mind. The Akiyukisu's crimson compound eyes flashed with disdain, and one of its bone blades slashed back at an astonishing angle, striking like lightning. Too fast. Kyobara Ken had no time to react. Helplessly watching as the blade of death loomed larger in his vision, despair enveloped his heart in an instant. Is this the end? Yet, at that moment, a figure stepped in front of him. It was a seemingly youthful Shinigami, his face still bearing traces of innocence, yet his gaze was strikingly resolute. Third seat, Kyobara. Fall back. Asido, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Kyobara Kin shouted in horror. The young Shinigami named Asido paid no heed. With his hands gripping his Zanpakuto tightly, he poured all his spiritual energy into it, layers of resilient spiritual shields unfolding before him. This was the strongest defense he could muster. Crack, crack, crack. The bone blade descended, shattering the spiritual shields like fragile glass, offering no resistance whatsoever. Ultimately, the blade struck fiercely against Asido's body. Pooh! Blood gushed forth as Asido was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing violently into a crystal tree, his fate uncertain. Asido. Kyobara Kin let out a roar of anguish. However, the mantis Akikasu offered him no respite for sorrow. Another bone blade silently lunged toward his heart. In that moment, his vision slowed to a crawl. He saw the terrified, desperate faces of his comrades, the encroaching death blade, and the eternally unchanging azure sky of Soul Society. I'm sorry, Captain Yukitake, I have failed your expectations. This was his final thought. Chapter 163, Rescue. When Lin Meng and Yi Shinran arrived, following the increasingly potent stench of blood and the remnants of spiritual energy, the battle had already concluded. What lay before them was akin to hell. Mangled corpses littered the ground, both Shinigami and hollows alike. Broken Zanpakuto were embedded in the sand, and shattered Keto barriers still clung to their last glimmers of light before dissipating like stardust. Nearly 100 members of the expeditionary force from Hueco Mundo lay cold and lifeless. Kyobara Kin, draped in a tattered Captain S. Haori, had his heart pierced. His eyes wide open, his face frozen in a final expression of unwillingness and resolve, sprawled atop a Kiryu's corpse. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a deathly silence. Yi Shinran's complexion paled. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Lin Meng's hand. Even for one accustomed to the cycles of life and death, she found herself profoundly shaken by the harrowing scene before her. These were her living companions, who just hours ago had been in the training grounds of the Siriidii, either anxiously or hopefully preparing to step onto this land. And now, they lay here eternally at rest. Lin Meng's gaze turned icy. He uttered no words, silently surveying the battlefield, his formidable perception sweeping across the area like a radar. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, fixating on a massive crystal tree in the distance that had been shattered. Beneath the debris of fractured crystal and sand, he sensed a faint, flickering spiritual pressure, barely clinging to life. There were still living souls. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside the wreckage. With a swift motion of his hand, a fierce wind rose, clearing away the stones and sand to reveal a young figure soaked in blood. Asido, gravely injured by a strike from the mantis Ajuchas. A deep wound, visible to the bone, nearly cleaved his upper body in two, and his breath was a mere whisper, as if he could exhale his last at any moment. Yi Shinran hurriedly followed, and upon seeing Asido's dire state, wasted no time. She knelt beside him, her hands emanating a soft green glow as she pressed them against his wound. Pure healing energy surged into Asido, forcefully pulling him back from the brink of death. Coughing, Asido's tightly shut eyes trembled before slowly opening a sliver. In his blurred vision, he beheld two unfamiliar faces. Why you are? His voice rasped like a worn-out bellows. I am Lin Meng, came the succinct reply, as he cautiously scanned their surroundings. What happened here? Why are all the team members gone? Asido's murky eyes were instantly flooded with terror. He grasped Yi Shinran's arm with all his might, shouting hoarsely, You finally arrived. That creature is an Ajucha's level hollow. It merely went to feed. It will return soon. We stand no chance against it. Not one of us will escape. Before his words could fade, a horrifying spiritual pressure descended like an invisible mountain. The entire white forest trembled beneath this overwhelming force, countless crystal trees splintering with web-like cracks. The color drained from Asido's face, replaced by a deep-seated hatred as he fixed his gaze on the depths of the forest, his voice quivering uncontrollably. It's that mantis hollow. It's back. You must help us avenge. His words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing shriek. A shadow tore through the air, silently materializing at the center of the battlefield. It was the mantis Ajuchas. One of its bone blades bore the severed head of Hachigen, eyes wide open in a final gaze of terror. Its crimson compound eyes coldly scanned Lin Meng and Yi Shinran before finally settling on the barely conscious Asido. An icy thought resonated in the minds of the three. Remnants must be eliminated. Before the words could linger, the creature vanished. In the next instant, the bloodstained bone blade descended towards Asido's neck. Clang! A deafening sound erupted, sparks flying. Lin Meng had shielded Asido with his body, his Zanpakuto expertly parrying the lethal strike. The blade clashed against the bone blade, emitting a piercing shriek. Your opponent is me. Lin Meng's voice was devoid of any tremor, his gaze as frigid as the winds of Hueco Mundo. Oh! The mantis Ajuchas' crimson eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing this new Shinigami. Another hard-shelled insect. I wonder how many strikes you can withstand. It suddenly surged forward, another bone blade transforming into a swift black line, aimed directly at Lin Meng's side. In an instant, Lin Meng's feet danced as he evaded the attack, his form a blur as he narrowly avoided the assault while retaliating with a strike aimed at the creature's joint. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing filled the air as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each landing dozens of blows. Lin Meng's speed was unmatched. Yet each strike upon the creature's armored hide merely left shallow white marks, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Futile. The chilling thought echoed once more. Your Shinigami blades are no different than a mere tickle. It abruptly withdrew, creating distance as its 6 limbs propelled its massive form skyward like a cannonball. The 2 bone blades intertwined in the air, forming a deadly cross/slash aimed directly downwards. This strike severed all of Lin Meng's avenues for retreat. At this moment, Yi Shinran's clear voice rang out. Lin Meng, retreat. Without hesitation, Lin Meng pushed off the ground, swiftly withdrawing. Yi Shinran faced the impending death cross/slash, raising her Zanpakuto with slow deliberation. Her pale visage bore no trace of fear, instead igniting with an air of defiance. Bankai, everything is subject to my dominion. In an instant, the world fell silent. The monochromatic black and white faded like a dilapidated painting, replaced by an expansive and resplendent purple starry sky. Countless stars revolved behind her, and an invisible, absolute will derived from the laws of the universe descended upon this realm. The ferocious death cross/slash hesitated upon entering her domain, as if ensnared in a viscous mire. Its momentum drastically diminished. The mantis Ajuchas's colossal body faltered, nearly plummeting from the air, as it distinctly felt an irresistible force suppressing its spiritual pressure, binding its movements. What in the world is this? It roared within its mind, a mix of dread and confusion. In my domain, Yi Shinran's voice echoed beneath the starry sky, imbued with undeniable authority. Even gods must bow. Lin Meng had already positioned himself behind the immobilized Ajuchas. Without wasting words, he gathered his spiritual pressure, fingers poised. Kurohitsuji, a massive black cube materialized from thin air, perfectly enveloping the mantis Ajuchas. There were no screams, no struggles. Lin Meng unleashed the chantless black coffin, utterly disintegrating the once mighty Ajuchas into a myriad of spiritual particles, leaving no trace behind. Although it felt somewhat excessive to eliminate an Ajuchas class hollow this way, Lin Meng merely sought to conduct an experiment. For such a level of Kido could not be recklessly unleashed in the Soul Society. The purple starry domain receded like a tidal wave, and Yi Shinran swayed slightly. Supported by Lin Meng. Don't overexert yourself. Lin Meng furrowed his brow. Quick resolution, Yi Shinran replied, sticking out her tongue and leaning against him, her voice somewhat weak. Now it's fine, my spiritual pressure is nearly depleted, and I'm completely in support mode. Lin Meng chuckled softly, surveying the hellish scene around them, though his smile quickly faded. One Ajuchas had annihilated an advanced team of nearly 100. Chapter 164, The Arrival of Vastord. At that moment, an even more formidable spiritual pressure surged forth. From the pitch-black rift, a pale, enormous foot slowly emerged, crushing the skull of a Jillian beneath it, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. Following that, a figure far larger and more oppressive than the mantis Ajuchas fully emerged from the crack. It resembled a colossal bear clad in heavy bone armor. Its limbs robust and powerful, with a massive hollow hole in its chest, the edges of which bore countless tormented faces flickering in and out of existence. Its head bore no features, only a massive maw filled with sharp teeth that continuously opened and closed. What a cacophony of food! A deep, brutal thought reverberated in the minds of the three. The colossal bear-like Vastod lowered its head, opening its immense maw to bite into the cadaver of the nearby mantis Ayukas, effortlessly crushing it as one would crumble a biscuit, consuming it entirely. This was a Vastod of the V-class. If it cannot even handle such trivial matters, then it is fit only to serve as my sustenance. It gnawed upon the remains of its kin, its thoughts steeped in a sense of inherent cruelty. Asido had completely lost his capacity for rational thought, his body trembling uncontrollably, a quiver that emanated from the depths of his very soul. Yi Shinran's delicate features were etched with grave concern. She could sense that this creature before her was on an entirely different level than the previous mantis. Yet Lin Meng stepped forward, shielding Yi Shinran and Asido behind him. Are you finished? He inquired calmly. The gigantic bear Vastod swallowed the last morsel of bone, turning its massive jaws towards Lin Meng. Oh, there are still 2 delectable morsels and a piece of decaying refuse. I ask you, are you finished? Lin Meng reiterated, the blade of his Zanpakuto slightly angling towards the beast. Death God, you are quite amusing. The colossal bear Vastod's thoughts dripped with mockery. Before you become my blood meal, do you have any final words? Lin Meng offered no reply. In an instant, his form vanished from sight, reappearing at the side and rear of the giant bear Vastod, his blade flashing as he aimed for its thick neck. Clang! Sparks erupted as the blade clashed against the bone armor, emitting a thunderous sound akin to metal striking metal. Lin Meng's strike merely left a white imprint upon the heavy armor. Too slow, and far too weak. The bear Ayukas did not even deign to turn around. A robust arm, clad in bone armor, swung back with a force that tore through the air. Lin Meng deftly pushed off the creature's arm with the tips of his feet, retreating like a wraith to create distance. Its steel skin possesses remarkable hardness. Yi Xinran quickly assessed. Lin Meng's expression remained serene. The spiritual pressure is highly compressed, coalescing into this armor. Its defensive capabilities are likely on par with that of a captain-level entity. An intriguing quarry, the bear Vastad finally turned to face the two of them. Allow me to demonstrate true despair. A profound crimson began to coalesce within the vast hollow of its chest, a reaction of densely compressed spiritual energy. Is it going to unleash a Zero? Yi Xinran's spellcasting speed quickened. Step back, Lin Meng instructed her. This one is mine. Yi Xinran hesitated momentarily. But upon seeing Lin Meng's resolute profile, she chose to trust him. She swiftly withdrew while erecting a defensive barrier before herself and Asido. Binding spell number 75, 5 penetrating iron pillars. 5 enormous metal pillars manifested from thin air, descending with the force of 1,000 tons. Aiming to impale the giant bear Ayukas. Roar. Vastad let out a furious bellow, abandoning the assembly of its Zero, and swung its arms upward with tremendous might. Boom, boom, boom. 3 of the metal pillars were shattered by its sheer brute force, while the remaining 2 merely delayed its advance. But that was sufficient. Lin Meng's figure reappeared before the giant bear Vastad, his calm visage betraying no emotion. Your steel skin is indeed quite formidable, he stated matter-of-factly. Before positioning his Zanpakuto across his chest, a low growl emanated from the bear Vastad's crimson maw. It could sense something different about this seemingly insignificant death god before it. A foreboding terror stirred within its very essence. However, this is where it ends. Lin Meng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, including the Vastad. He slowly raised his head, revealing depths within his gaze. One side a void of desolation that consumed all, the other a sanctity that nurtured life. Bankai. Merely those 2 syllables seemed to freeze the air. An overwhelming spiritual pressure, far surpassing anything before, even 100-fold more terrifying than Yi Xinran's Bankai, descended like an awakened ancient deity. Centered around Lin Meng, black and white spiritual energy surged skyward, intertwining and spiraling, tearing apart the dim skies of Hueco Mundo. My body is the realm. All phenomena return to the void, the gate of no intervals, open. As the release command echoed, the form of his Zanpakuto transformed drastically. 2 chains, one black and one white, sprouted from the connection of the hilt and blade, entwining like 2 dragons, exuding an aura that was both starkly contrasting yet perfectly harmonious. Asido felt as though his very soul were being crushed under the weight of this oppressive force. Even breathing became a luxury. Yi Xinran was similarly staggered by this power, stumbling back several paces, her spiritual energy shielding herself and Asido, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had known Lin Meng was strong and that his Bankai was formidable. But only upon entering the realm of the Shinigami did she truly grasp the extent of Lin Meng's potential after successfully restoring his Zanpakuto. His Bankai had achieved such extraordinary heights. Roar. The giant bear Vastad sensed an unprecedented threat of death, abandoning all pretense of caution as its spiritual pressure surged wildly, coalescing into a Zero many times thicker than before, hurtling towards Lin Meng with ferocity. However, Lin Meng's figure vanished just before the Zero could strike. Not by Shuanpa. There was no trace of spiritual particles, as if he had been erased from existence. In the next moment, he reappeared above Vastad, looking down upon the behemoth. Vastad suddenly raised its head, its enormous claws slicing through the air with the power to rend space itself, yet only grasped at a fleeting shadow. Lin Meng's form disappeared again, reappearing at the creature's left side. Too slow. A chilling voice echoed in Vastad's mind. It spun frantically, attacking and roaring. But each strike met only empty air. Lin Meng's presence flickered within 100 meters around it, eluding capture, as if he were leaping between dimensions. Toying with this seemingly invincible V-class Vastad. What is this ability? Yi Xinran whispered to herself, utterly unable to trace Lin Meng's movements. At last, Lin Meng ceased his movements. He hovered quietly in midair, raising the Zanpakuto entwined with black and white chains. It is over. Chapter 165, Asido. The moment he spoke, the space surrounding the giant bear Vastad began to warp and shatter. 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless gray, fissure-like portals opened up from thin air, densely populating every corner of Vastad's massive form, above, below, left, right, in every direction, with no blind spots. Following that, from each portal, the sharply defined tips of the black and white swords emerged. Hundreds upon thousands of identical Zanpakuto, from different dimensions and angles, simultaneously aimed at the colossal beast. For the first time, fear flickered within the Vastad's singular crimson eye. Its once proud steel skin was rendered utterly meaningless against such an onslaught. All phenomena returned to the void. Lin Meng gently waved his arm. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor heart-rending screams. Thousands of sword lights silently pierced into the body of the giant bear Vastad at the same instant. With a soft thud, innumerable jets of blood erupted from its massive form, as the indestructible bone armor was penetrated as effortlessly as if it were made of paper. The body of the bear Vastad froze in place, and then erupted with a myriad of wounds. Even the super-regenerative Vastad unable to recover in such a short span of time. One strike, a fatal blow. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Asido gaped, staring blankly at the scene before him, his mind a void. The figure that had instilled within him a sense of inexorable despair, akin to a demonic deity, had fallen so easily. Yi Shinran approached, her gaze lingering on Lin Meng's silhouette, vibrant emotions swirling in her eyes. You, my friend, have grown even stronger. I can't allow you to monopolize the spotlight forever. Lin Meng sheathed his sword and turned with a smile. As he slowly retracted his blade, the terrifying spiritual pressure, capable of tearing the heavens asunder and overturning dimensions, receded like a tide. The black and white chains entwined around his Zanpakuto vanished, restoring the blade to its original form. A harmonious blend of black and white. The entire world seemed to awaken from a state of suspended animation. GUH. The colossal bear, Vastad, did not succumb immediately. Its massive frame crumbled to the ground like disassembled blocks, gushing black blood from the thousands of transparent wounds riddling its body. The boastful ability of rapid regeneration had become a mere jest in the face of such annihilating force. The newly formed flesh was instantaneously obliterated by the residual black and white spiritual pressure belonging to the gate. It attempted to roar, but only managed to emit a wheezing sound from the depths of its throat. The once fierce and mocking crimson eye now reflected only a primal, unadulterated terror directed at the diminutive figure before it. Lin Meng regarded the struggling Vastad with a tranquil demeanor. Now I shall ask, and you will answer. The giant bear trembled violently, a shudder emanating from its very soul. What manner of monster are you? Its fragmented thoughts were rife with confusion and dread. Answer my question. Lin Meng's tone remained unperturbed, as if discussing the weather. Are there any others like you in this realm? Where are they? Vastad fell silent, its remaining dignity preventing it from yielding. Lin Meng did not press, merely raising his Zanpakuto. The tip of the blade, marked by a gray boundary of interwoven black and white, began to emit a faint glow, releasing an imperceptible yet soul-chilling aura. It was the essence of oblivion, a true void, where all things meet their end. I will speak. I will speak. The terror of death utterly crushed its final vestiges of pride. In the depths of the forest lies a palace of bones. That is the domain of Lord Baelgang. We were commanded to hunt here. However, there is an area that is forbidden, which Lord Baelgang has instructed us to avoid. Baelgang, a forbidden zone. Lin Meng's brow arched slightly. He was exceedingly familiar with that name. The future king of the Hollow Realm, the second blade among the Espada, a symbol of decrepit authority. Very well. Lin Meng nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. He gently placed his palm upon the massive head of Vastad. As a reward for your cooperation, I shall guide you. A soft, white radiance illuminated the space as the ability, Soul's Return, activated. Without pain or struggle, the immense body of Vastad swiftly disintegrated within the sacred light, transforming into pure spiritual particles that Lin Meng absorbed entirely into the unknown space within the hilt of his sword. Once this was accomplished, Lin Meng turned to face Yi Shinran, who regarded him with a teasing expression. Is this what you call a friendly exchange? She crossed her arms, tilting her head at him. See, it willingly divulged everything to me in the end, Lin Meng replied with a straight face. Yi Shinran couldn't help but giggle at his demeanor, causing the previously tense atmosphere to dissipate. Finally, he found the opportunity to approach Asido, crouching down beside him. It's safe now. Asido's body jolted as if awakening from a deep slumber. He looked at Lin Meng, then at the cold corpses of his companions. The confusion and shock in his eyes gradually replaced by profound sorrow and hatred. Thank you, thank you. He struggled to sit up, wanting to express his gratitude to the two. Don't move. Your wounds are not yet healed. Yi Shinran once again conjured healing energy, enveloping him in a green glow that accelerated his recovery. We are returning to the Soul Society. You should come with us. Lin Meng extended his hand toward him. However, Asido shook his head. No. His response caught both of them off guard. I cannot go back. Why? Yi Shinran asked, perplexed. My comrades died here. How could I return alone? Asido clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. I am too weak. If I had been stronger, Hogyoka wouldn't have died, and no one would have perished. I must remain here. His words carried an unwavering determination. I will stay and slay all hollows, until I die here. This is my atonement. Lin Meng fell silent, observing the youthful yet resolute face before him, filled with obsession and resolve. What is your name? Asido. I am Asido, the hunter of lost souls. Asido. The name triggered a flash of recognition in Lin Meng's mind, recalling the character from his past life, anime. The one who wore an antelope mask and fought alone in the Hollow Realm for centuries. So it is him. The threads of history quietly converged at this moment. Lin Meng withdrew his hand, no longer attempting to persuade him. He understood that some paths were destined to be walked alone. I understand. He produced a jade pendant inscribed with intricate runes from his pocket and handed it to Asido. This is a one-time advanced healing spell, shatter it, and it will instantly heal a fatal wound. Consider it a farewell gift from us. Asido stared blankly at the pendant as he accepted it. I will survive. Lin Meng interrupted him. Only by living can your atonement hold meaning. With that, he stood, choosing not to say more. Yi Shinran glanced at the resolute Asido, then at Lin Meng, finally releasing a gentle sigh. Take care. The two turned and ventured deeper into the vast forest of hollows. Asido knelt in place, clutching the still warm pendant, watching the two figures gradually vanish at the end of the white forest. He slowly bowed his head, pressing it against the ground in reverence to the remains of his comrades. When he lifted his head again, tears streamed down his cheeks. But the sorrow in his eyes began to be replaced by an indomitable will. Thus, the vast forest of hollows lost a lost soul and gained a solitary hunter. Chapter 166. Kyotai Stark. Was it truly wise to leave him all alone? Having distanced herself from the chaotic battlefield, Yi Shinran could not restrain herself from speaking, the cool moonlight casting a soft glow on her elegant profile. It is the path he chose. Lin Meng's footsteps did not falter, his voice as monotonous as ever. We have our own paths to tread. Yet Yi Shinran hesitated, her thoughts lingering on Asido's resolute and sorrowful gaze, stirring unease within her. Lin Meng glanced at her, a sudden smile breaking across his face. What is this? Our esteemed master of the soul pillar has developed a sense of compassion? Spare me, Yi Shinran retorted, rolling her eyes at him. I merely think we might be a bit too callous. We are not saviors. Lin Meng's smile faded. Moreover, true strength is often forged in solitude and despair. We can assist him once, but not for a lifetime. For him, remaining in the hollow realm may indeed be the best choice. Yi Shinran fell silent, aware that Lin Meng spoke the truth. The two exchanged no further words, their figures swiftly navigating through the forest of colossal white trees. Following the information provided by the giant bear, Vashtod, they pressed onward toward the depths of the vast forest, the area forbidden even by Baelgang's decree. The deeper they ventured, the more profound the silence became. 3 days swiftly passed. Initially, one could occasionally sense a trace or two of Ayuka's spiritual pressure, but as time went on, the surrounding area of 100 miles revealed not even a single lowly hollow. The once violent spiritual particles in the air seemed tamed, transforming into an unsettling tranquility that heightened one's anxiety. Finally, at dusk on the third day, the two traversed through the last expanse of the white forest. Before them lay a vast and desolate pale desert, its grains as fine as ashes, reflecting a chilling light under the eternal moonlight of Hueco Mundo. There were no plants, no structures, no signs of life, only an eerie silence and an all-encompassing solitude. Is this the forbidden land? Yi Shinran surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. The concentration of spiritual pressure was undeniably high, yet no hollow dared to approach. It was not that they were unwilling, rather, they were incapable. Lin Meng's gaze shifted toward the center of the desert. Look over there. Following his direction, Yi Shinran focused intently. In the heart of that pale desert, she discerned a small black dot. The two exchanged glances, drawing in their spiritual presence, and stealthily approached. As they drew nearer, the outline of the black dot gradually became clearer. It was not a structure or a boulder, but rather a man. He lay sprawled on the cold sands, with deep brown, slightly curly hair and a hint of stubble on his jaw, his eyes tightly shut as if he were in a deep slumber. Beside him stood a hollow resembling a young girl in a green skirt, hands on her hips, furiously kicking at him. Hey, Stark, wake up. Stop sleeping. The man emitted a lazy grunt, turning over to continue his nap. You lazy bum. If you don't get up soon, dinner will be gone. The mention of dinner seemed to rouse him slightly, as he mumbled sleepily. Yi Shinran and Lin Meng stood at a distance, exchanging bewildered looks. Excuse me, Yi Shinran hesitated, but decided to approach and initiate a conversation. However, before she could finish her sentence, the man, who had been facing away from them in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. Those gray-blue eyes, languid and indifferent, seemed to pierce through the very essence of the soul. Yet, at that instant, both Lin Meng and Yi Shinran felt their hairs stand on end. An unprecedented sense of peril enveloped them entirely. It was a terror beyond the realm of description. The man exuded no hint of murderous intent, yet that tranquil gaze made Lin Meng and Yi Shinran feel as though their souls were gripped by an invisible hand, as if they would be effortlessly crushed in the next moment. The air around them ceased to be mere air, transforming into a viscous, suffocating gel. The concept of space began to blur, and the flow of time seemed to spiral into chaos. This was no illusion. The man before them, simply by existing, wielded a soul so formidable that it unwittingly distorted the laws of the world around him. This was a being whose existence transcended their very essence. Lin Meng could not help but reflect, truly deserving of the title of one of the two self-broken beings in Hueco Mundo. In a certain sense, one might even say he was the only one, for the self-broken state of Little Wu still bore flaws. Hey, you two Shinigami, what are you doing here? The girl in the green skirt, Lillinette, seemed entirely oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere. With hands on her hips, she stood defiantly in front of the man, resembling a protective little beast. Stark, the man, Stark, yawned, his voice tinged with the languor of someone just awakened. Don't be so loud, you're disturbing them. They don't seem like they came to fight. How do you know? Lynette retorted stubbornly. Shinigami are all bad. Fighting is too troublesome, Stark muttered, as if merely thinking of the word exhausted him. Yi Shinran's grip on her sword hilt began to sweat. She had never encountered an opponent of such unfathomable depth. Though he had not made a move, the pressure he emitted surpassed that of the previously encountered Bankai bear, Vastad. This was no longer a disparity that could be bridged by combat skills or spiritual pressure. It was an overwhelming dominance of life itself. Just as the tension hung thick in the air, as if even breathing might ignite a spark, Lin Meng suddenly broke the silence. His voice was calm, shattering the stifling quiet. Caius Stark. He addressed him by name. Stark, rubbing his drowsy eyes, paused momentarily, a flicker of disturbance appearing in his gray-blue gaze for the first time. Due to your overwhelming spiritual pressure, merely being in your vicinity, the weaker hollows perish from spiritual depletion. Thus, you find no companions and must endure eternal solitude in this desert, where even the weakest of hollows dare not tread. Each of Lin Meng's words struck Stark's heart like a hammer. This desert is not your domain, it is your prison, an invisible cage constructed by your own might. The languor and fatigue on Stark's face peeled away like a mask, replaced by unprecedented shock and confusion. Chapter 167, Yi Shinran's Contractor. Stark stared blankly at the Shinigami before him. Those words were secrets he had never shared with anyone, buried deep within his soul. That profound loneliness, seemingly inherent, was the root of all his suffering. Why would this Shinigami, whom he met for the first time, know? You're talking nonsense. Stark is not lonely. He has me. Lynette exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation, yet her protest felt utterly feeble in that moment. For she understood that Lin Meng spoke nothing but the truth. She herself was but a fragment of Stark's soul, split off in an attempt to escape his solitude. They were, in essence, one. You are right, Lynette. Lin Meng unflinchingly pointed out, but conversing with oneself only deepens the solitude, does it not? Who exactly are you? Stark's voice grew hoarse and grave for the first time. He slowly stood, and the invisible pressure surged dramatically, causing the entire pale desert to tremble as if in fear of its master. Who we are is of little consequence. Lin Meng met the overwhelming aura that would terrify even Captain-class Shinigami, his expression unyielding. What matters is that we can offer you what you desire. What I desire. Stark chuckled bitterly, his smile steeped in endless melancholy. What can you Shinigami possibly give me? To kill me and grant me release? No, Lin Meng shook his head, stepping aside to reveal Yi Shinran behind him. We offer you companionship. Understanding dawned upon Yi Shinran as she stepped forward. She did not unleash her Bankai, nor did she release her Zanpakuto. Instead, she extended her right hand, palm upward, as a pure, radiant essence shimmering with a violet crystal glow blossomed like a lotus flower. That power was in stark contrast to the chaotic, violent spiritual particles of Hueco Mundo. It radiated an aura of order, contract, and connection, gentle yet undeniably authoritative. My ability is called Spirit Nexus Sovereign. Yi Shinran's voice was cool and resolute, its core rooted in contract and dominion. Through my power, a barrier can be established, a bridge. It can elevate your talents, transforming your power from a poison that destroys companions into a source that can be embraced and shared. Stark's pupils constricted sharply. He fixated on the orb of light in Yi Shinran's palm as if trying to see through it. He could sense that the laws contained within that power were precisely what he had longed for. Do you mean? His voice faltered. You mean? I no longer have to be alone. Lin Meng took the lead, her tone imbued with an undeniable confidence. Become my contractee. You shall no longer remain a solitary entity, but rather an integral member of our team. Here, your strength will no longer breed alienation and death. It will be cherished and sought after. We are forging an unprecedented alliance, and in the future, you shall have more companions, powerful allies who stand shoulder to shoulder with you, who share in your laughter and battles, and who can withstand the entirety of your might. Lin Meng's gaze burned with intensity, as if it could ignite the deepest desires of the heart. You will no longer be Kayateshtar, the lonely king. Home. This word thundered through Stark's mind, erupting like a storm. He stood in stunned silence, the stormy waves rising in his gray-blue eyes. For long, the yearning he had buried under layers of lethargy and indifference surged forth like a flood, obliterating all his psychological defenses. What are the conditions? He instinctively inquired. He couldn't fathom that such fortune could exist. Conditions? Lin Meng smiled. There are none. Henceforth, we will be comrades in arms. She pointed towards the eternally dim sky of the void circle. This hypocritical sky, this desolate world, we shall utterly overturn it. We require your strength. Stark fell silent. He looked at Lin Meng, then at Yi Shinran, and finally at the anxious Lynette beside him. Lynette had ceased her clamoring, clutching his garment tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and unease. Indeed, even he was weary, tired of the endless slumber, exhausted by the eternal companionship of only the wind and sand. If, perchance, such a place truly existed. How can I trust you? He posed the final question. What if this is merely a trap to ensnare me? You may choose not to believe and continue to sleep here, in solitude, until the world's end, Lin Meng replied. Her words simple and direct. Or, you can take a gamble, a chance to embrace a future filled with companionship. With that, Lin Meng and Yi Xinran fell silent, patiently awaiting his choice. Time passed, second by second, in the pale desert where an eerie silence reigned. After what felt like an eternity, Stark exhaled deeply, as if to release centuries of isolation. The formidable weight and gravity that had once graced his face were replaced by a languid expression, yet this time, a glimmer of something akin to light flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Oh, what a bother, he muttered, scratching his head as he turned to Yi Xinran, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. So, Miss Grim Reaper, what must we do? Shall we commence now? Yi Xinran met Stark's gaze, which held a hint of hope and trepidation, and nodded gently. She offered no further words, but calmly stepped forward to stand before Stark. The oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air, yet at that moment, the depths of Yi Xinran's heart were tranquil. The establishment of the contract requires your consent and your true name. Her voice was soft yet distinctly resonant, reaching the ears of both Stark and Lynette. This is an equitable covenant. I shall construct a barrier for you, isolating the power that seeps from your unconsciousness. In exchange, your strength shall be at my disposal, and your future shall intertwine with ours. She paused, her gaze clear as water. Of course, you may refuse at any time. That is your right. Stark gazed at her in silence, then glanced at Lin Meng, who stood with arms crossed, casually leaning against a weathered rock, exuding an air of leisurely observation. What a hassle, Stark scratched his head again, his trademark phrase resurfacing, though this time it bore less despair and more self-deprecating relief. He turned to Lynette, the girl born from the fragmentation of his soul, who had accompanied him through countless solitary years. Lynette remained silent, simply nodding vigorously, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. Very well. The single word seemed to sap half his life's energy. Receiving an affirmative response, Yi Xinran hesitated no longer. She extended her right hand, palm facing upwards. In an instant, a resplendent purple crystal light emerged from her palm, resembling a miniature star, radiating an aura of ancient, majestic, and orderly laws. In the name of my spirit conduit, I declare the commencement of the contract. As her words fell, the purple light surged forth, and countless mysterious runes flowed from it. They were not mere constructs of energy, but the embodiment of laws, each rune encapsulating the highest truths of connection, binding, sharing, and dominion. These runes danced through the air, weaving together to form a semi-transparent, starry purple scroll between Yi Xinran and Stark. The scroll unfurled slowly, empty yet exuding an undeniable sacred authority. Imprint your true name. Yi Xinran's voice became ethereal and solemn, not conveyed through language, but through the call of your very soul, to be etched upon this primordial contract. Stark felt the power, not as coercion, but as guidance. He sensed that with a mere thought, he could sever all ties to this scroll. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his languid eyes. The next moment, a more terrifying and purer spiritual pressure erupted from within him. Strangely, this pressure did not radiate outward but formed a distorted field of force around his body, as if creating an independent universe. The pale sand beneath his feet cracked, yet was restrained by an invisible force, unable to splatter. Lin Meng's gaze sharpened slightly. This was Stark's true power. The earlier sense of oppression was merely the tip of the iceberg. Within Stark's perception, a gentle yet irresistible force was drawing the imprint of Kaya Tashtar from the depths of his soul, representing the essence of his existence. He did not resist. Instead, he acquiesced to the pull, gathering his essence, his solitude, and his very being, and directed it towards the purple scroll. With a hum, a golden light appeared on the purple scroll as if inscribed by divine intervention, tracing the name Kaya Tashtar. At that instant, Lynette gasped, her body uncontrollably transforming into a green light that shot towards Stark. Stark, don't be afraid. His voice resonated within her soul. Almost simultaneously, another smaller golden inscription appeared beside Kaya Tashtar, Lynette Jinjiabake. The two names, one large and one small, embraced closely, radiating a brilliant luminosity. The contract was formed. The scroll blazed with light, instantly transforming into countless specks of luminescence, half surging into Yi Xinran's brow, while the other half flooded into Stark's being. Ugh! An unprecedented agony engulfed Stark's soul, forcing an oppressed howl from his lips. This was not an attack, but a transformation, a reshaping at the very essence of life. He could clearly see the purple runes of law constructing intricate barriers within his soul and spirit. The door that had long stood ajar, perpetually spilling destructive energy into the world, was gradually closing and locking. The terrifying spiritual pressure that twisted time and space around him receded like a retreating tide, frantically contracting, inward compressing. The entire forbidden desert, that heart-stopping pressure, vanished without a trace in mere seconds. The air resumed its flow, the once violent spiritual essence became docile, and the pale moonlight ceased to be frigid, as if the world itself exhaled in relief. Stark abruptly opened his eyes, incredulously gazing at his hands. They were gone. That sensation of merely existing, which could suffocate all fragile lives around him, had dissipated. His once overwhelming power now lay like a tamed beast, quietly coiled within the depths of his soul, under his command. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Crack. A faint, crisp sound resonated as a necklace, comprised of jawbone masks and hanging from his chest, inexplicably cracked open. Instantly, cracks spread across it like a spider's web, culminating in a resounding explosion as it shattered into powder, scattering in the wind. But that was not the end. A tremendous surge of vitality, accompanied by the power of the contract, erupted within him. Stark's chest, once a hollow void symbolizing emptiness and instinct, was now enveloped in a soft white light. Within that radiance, flesh regenerated, bones reformed, and a robust heart began to beat, pulsating with life from nothingness. Real flesh, real bones, real heartbeat. He was no longer a mere spirit, nor a broken entity driven by hunger and void. Under the sublimation of the contract's power, he and Lynette were transcending the boundaries of their races, leaping toward an entirely new level of existence. Stark stared blankly at his chest, feeling the warmth and the exhilarating pulse of life, engulfed in profound astonishment. "Hey, Stark." A voice, tinged with shyness and curiosity, broke through beside him. He lowered his gaze to find Lynette standing next to him, extending a finger to gently, tentatively poke his arm. The sensation that reached his fingertip was no longer the void of a spirit's touch, but rather a warm, soft, and tangible contact. Stark's body stiffened. Lynette was taken aback as well. They locked eyes, the gray-blue of his gaze meeting the emerald green of hers, reflecting each other's figures. For centuries, although they were one, they had existed as if separated by an insurmountable chasm. And now, that chasm had vanished. Lynette suddenly lunged forward, embracing Stark tightly, burying her face deep in his embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, her cries bore no sadness, only endless grievance and release. Stark awkwardly raised his hand, tentatively patting her back with a clumsiness born of unfamiliarity. He could feel her warmth, her tears, her very existence. So this is what it feels like to have a companion. Not far away, Yi Shinran's complexion turned pale. She stumbled slightly, being steadied by Lin Meng beside her. "What's wrong?" Lin Meng furrowed his brow, inquiring. I'm fine." Yi Shinran shook her head, yet her breath was rapid, her gaze toward Stark filled with unprecedented shock and elation. At the moment the contract was completed, as the master of spiritual pivots, she absorbed all data regarding Stark as his contractor. It was an indescribably terrifying sensation. Chapter 169, News of Nilu. If Yi Shinran's spiritual power was like a meticulously planned, robust dam, surging perpetually like the Yangtze River, then Stark's spiritual power was akin to an endless, unfathomable abyss, so gravitationally immense that even light could not escape its depths. It was not mere energy, but a pure, colossal value that defied reason. Yi Shinran finally understood why Lin Meng had referred to Stark as possessing an unconscious ability to slay the weak. It was akin to an ordinary person being forcibly thrust into the core of Jupiter. No attack was necessary. Merely the terrifying mass and gravitational pull were enough to crush one into fundamental particles in an instant. His power was a beauty of numerical magnitude. Damn. Yi Shinran couldn't help but exclaim, glancing at Lin Meng with a complex expression. "It seems we've recruited a super strong ally." Lin Meng nodded. He observed the somewhat awkward embrace between the two, waiting patiently without rushing them. He understood that the solitude of centuries could not be eased by mere words. For Stark and Lynette, who had just been divided into two distinct individuals, this moment of warmth was more precious than anything else. "Hey, Stark." Lynette's nasal-sounding sobs gradually subsided as she lifted her tear-streaked face, extending her finger to cautiously poke Stark's chest once more. The solid sensation, the warmth that permeated through the fabric, and the rhythmic thump of a robust heartbeat filled her with an unprecedented sense of novelty and comfort. "You really have a heartbeat now," she said foolishly, pressing her ear against him to listen closely, a satisfied, silly smile spreading across her face. Stark remained somewhat stiff, gazing down at the girl who was both himself and no longer himself, feeling her softness and weight. The long-standing stillness in his gray-blue eyes was being replaced by something known as vitality. "Ah, yes," he murmured, his voice tinged with a daze he had not realized he possessed. "So this is what it feels like to be alive." This was the original 10th Espada, Kyoka Suigetsu Stark, one of Aizen's trump cards prepared to confront the Soul Society. His strength was indeed meant to be this outrageous. Had he not been disinterested in battle, his limitless energy could easily have replaced several captains. After a brief exchange, Lin Meng approached as Stark's emotions seemed to stabilize. "How do you feel?" he inquired, breaking the tender silence. Stark lifted his head, for the first time meeting Lin Meng's gaze directly, the weariness and lethargy still present, yet within them lay an indescribable nuance. He succinctly replied, scratching his head somewhat uneasily, as if new complications had arisen that required readjustment. For instance, this beating heart, this warm body, and the tangible burden of the girl in his arms. "Welcome to a world full of troubles," Lin Meng chuckled, then shifted his tone to a serious demeanor. "Since you are now our companion, there are some pieces of information that you need to provide." They are crucial for our upcoming operations. Stark glanced at him. Then at the inquisitive Lilinet, finally languidly raising his hands in a shrug. Ask away, but I spend most of my time sleeping, so I might not know much. Vasto Lord. Lin Meng directly threw out the keyword. Besides yourself, what other Vasto Lord level existences do you know of in this Hueco Mundo? He fixed his gaze intently on Stark's eyes and added, for instance, one called Neely Iru Duodex. Neely Iru? Stark furrowed his brow, seemingly sifting through memories buried for countless years. Lilinet tilted her head, straining to recall. After a long moment, Stark shook his head. Never heard of it. That name doesn't he sound like one belonging to a survivor? Lin Meng was not surprised. Nilu's peak had yet to arrive, and perhaps Stark was still napping somewhere in a corner. Then let us rephrase the question. Lin Meng remained undeterred. Anyone you think might be close to your strength, or someone you find somewhat troublesome. This time, a distinct look of distaste crossed Stark's face. There is one, he replied, curling his lip in annoyance. In the center of Hueco Mundo, there sits an old skeleton in a fortress known as the Palace of Night. Was it Baligon Risen? I can't quite recall. That individual exuded an aura of decay and age, self-proclaimed as the king of Hueco Mundo, reveling in tedious rituals and ostentation, a veritable nuisance. Baligon. It appears that the realm of Hueco Mundo continues to be under the dominion of this skeletal sovereign. Who else? Lin Meng inquired. Aside from him. Stark pondered for a moment, seemingly recollecting some uncertain tidbits, as if he had recently heard whispers. He glanced at Lilinet, who eagerly interjected, Yes. I overheard those patrolling hollows speaking. To the south of Las Noches, it seems a formidable entity has emerged. They claim she resembles an antelope. An antelope? Lin Meng's heart raced at the mention. An antelope? Could you elaborate? Oh, just an antelope. Lilinet gestured animatedly, saying she ran incredibly fast and vanished in an instant. And it appears she is female? Those hollows are quite fearful of her, declaring her territory to be off limits. Stark lazily added, I initially thought she might make for a decent companion, intending to seek her out when I wasn't so weary, but it seems you've arrived first. Oh, what a relief to be spared the trouble. We found her. The eyes of Lin Meng and Yi Shinran met in a silent understanding, each grasping the other's thoughts. A female hollow in the form of an antelope, of Vasto Lord class. All these clues pointed toward a singular name, Niliel Duode Shifank. They traversed the boundless sands of Hueco Mundo, searching for so long, only to have their target confirmed in such a manner. The suppressed excitement within Lin Meng threatened to burst forth, yet he maintained a calm facade. He turned to Stark, offering a significant smile. Stark, yes? It seems you shall soon meet our second companion. Stark paused, momentarily bewildered by the implication of the statement. Lin Meng had already turned, his gaze fixed upon the endless pale desert to the south, his voice resolute and powerful. Shinran, prepare for departure. Our objective, to seek out the Antelope Knight, Niliel. Huh? Lilinet exclaimed, her voice bursting with delight. Stark, we can search for new companions again. Chapter 170, an invitation once more. Days later. Hueco Mundo remained an unchanging expanse of pallid desolation and silence. The vast sea of sand shimmered under the pale moonlight, glistening like bone china, undulating as if it were the rigid remains of a world long dead. The air was thick with a high concentration of spiritual particles, yet tainted by a nauseating scent of thirst and despair. Are there truly any living beings here? Lilinet perched atop Stark's shoulders, her legs swinging restlessly as she idly tugged at his hair. It's nothing but sand and bones. I can't even find a pebble to kick. How dreadfully boring. Stark stifled a yawn, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, responding languidly. Isn't it rather pleasant? Quiet and serene, perfect for slumber. What else can you do besides sleep? Lilinet pouted, playfully punching him on the head, though it lacked any real strength. Stark paid her no mind, stealing a discreet glance at Lin Meng and Yi Shinran, who walked ahead, deep within his gray-blue eyes. The pure emptiness and fatigue had given way to a hint of stability, a sensation foreign yet not unwelcome, with someone leading the way and another to bicker beside him. This feeling was unfamiliar, but not unpleasant. Yi Shinran walked alongside Lin Meng, her perception having unfurled like an invisible web, filtering every trace of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward the playful Stark and Lilinet, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The power of their bond allowed her to keenly sense Stark's emotional shifts. The once hollow depths of his being now rippled with the essence of life. This imbued her with more confidence regarding their impending encounter. Suddenly, Lin Meng, who had been leading the way, halted. He crouched down, his fingers sifting through a handful of sand. The granules were not mere particles, but exhibited a bizarre crystalline form, as if compressed and then instantly released. This space has been torn. Lin Meng's voice resonated deeply, and not long ago. Yi Shinran's eyes glimmered with violet light, torrents of spiritual energy flooding into her vision, rendering the laws of the world tangible before her. She perceived it. In the air lingered delicate, nearly imperceptible trails of emerald energy, imbued with astonishing speed and vitality, as though a green lightning bolt had rampaged through this place. I found it, she whispered. This spiritual pressure is sharp, swift and vibrant. She should be nearby. Everyone's spirits lifted, even Stark, who had been dozing, straightened slightly. They quickened their pace, following the nearly fading energy trails, ascending a massive sand dune. The sight that met them brought all to a halt. Beneath the dune lay an expansive basin. At its center stood a figure, one that defied precise description. She bore a silhouette reminiscent of a human female, tall and athletic. Yet her exterior was cloaked in a layer resembling bone, smooth and resilient, reflecting the cold light of the moon. Her head was a complete, elegantly sculpted antelope skull. Two curved horns exuding a sense of power, and within her hollow eye sockets burned 2 points of emerald green, vigilant and solitary, like flickering soul flames. She was a vast overlord, having evolved to her apex amidst the endless consumption and slaughter of Hueco Mundo. She seemed to sense their scrutiny and abruptly turned. Those twin emerald flames locking onto Lin Meng and his companions atop the dune. A formidable and restrained spiritual pressure enveloped them, akin to a drawn blade. We bear no ill intent. Lin Meng's voice rang out calmly as he descended the dune, arms outstretched to signal he bore no weapons. Yi Shinran, Stark, and Lilinet followed in his wake. The antelope-shaped Vasto Lord remained silent, her gaze scrutinizing them. Her soul flames swept back and forth over Lin Meng, Yi Shinran, and especially Stark, filled with scrutiny and wariness. In Hueco Mundo, any approach signified the commencement of a hunt. Niliel duoed Shufang. Lin Meng boldly uttered her name. We have come for you. The antelope-shaped Niliel's soul flames flickered with surprise. Her name had not been uttered by another in this land, devoid of anything but slaughter. For far too long. Who are you? A cool, melodious voice resonated directly within their minds, not through the vibrations of air, but as pure soul communication. Travelers in search of companions, Lin Meng replied succinctly. Companions? A hint of mockery laced Niliel's soul transmission. In Hueco Mundo, the term companion often referred to another form of sustenance. That depends on how you define companionship. Yi Shinran stepped forward, her beautiful eyes locking onto Niliel's soul flames, her voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. What we speak of is a presence that can stand back to back, entrusting each other with our vulnerabilities. It is the bond that alleviates solitude and allows us to journey forth together. Niliel fell silent. The term solitude struck at the softest core of her soul. Becoming a Vasto Lord, standing atop the myriad hollows, had only led to eternal loneliness. The weak could not approach her, and those of equal standing saw only slaughter and consumption. Empty words. After a lengthy pause, she finally responded coldly. Of course, Lin Meng smiled, turning slightly to reveal Stark and Lilinet behind him. He is Stark, the Koyata. Lin Meng introduced that not long ago, he was, like us, all alone. Nilu's gaze was instantly captivated by Stark. She could sense that this seemingly laid-back man harbored within him a boundless ocean of spiritual power, potent enough to make the entire Hueco Mundo tremble. Strangely, however, this ocean was perfectly contained, with not a single drop leaking out. This was contrary to the instinct of a hollow. Just then, urged by Lilinet, Stark reluctantly stepped forward. Scratching his head, he looked at the antelope skull mask before him and spoke in his characteristic languid tone. How should I put it? It's quite troublesome, really. But... He paused, raising his hand to point at his chest. This was once empty. Now, something is stirring within. He gestured toward the lively Lilinet beside him. She was once a part of me. Now, she is herself. Chapter 171. Sing, O Knight of the Antelope. Stark's words were simple to the point of clumsiness. Yet they struck Nilu's soul like a heavy hammer. Her emerald soul flame flickered intensely. She understood. She fully grasped what Stark was conveying. The anguish of having split her soul to escape loneliness, the isolation brought by the uncontrollable force, the void that had once resided in her chest. She comprehended it all. And this person before her had managed to transcend it all. How did you achieve this? Nilu's soul echoed with an uncontainable shock and yearning for the first time. Yi Shinran smiled faintly, knowing that the moment had arrived. With true names as the key and souls as the contract, she extended her right hand, palm facing upward. A dreamlike purple brilliance ignited once more. A semi-transparent, starry purple scroll unfurled slowly between Yi Shinran and Nilu. This was the answer. Yi Shinran's voice became ethereal and solemn. It cannot grant you power, for you are already sufficiently strong. However, it can reign in your uncontrollable force, mend the fractures in your incomplete soul, and free you from being a hollow driven solely by instinct. And the cost? Nilu's soul flame fixed its gaze upon the scroll radiating a sacred majesty. Become my companion. My strength, Yi Shinran replied calmly. This is an invitation of equality. The choice is entirely yours. Nilu fell silent, seemingly engaged in an inner struggle. She glanced at Stark, who, despite his exasperated expression, allowed Lilinet to clamber over him. The solitude that had once kept him at arm's length had long since dissipated. She could no longer resist the allure of this offer. I accept. As her soul's transmission concluded, a mark representing the essence of her being, Niliel duoed Zayufeng, transformed into a dazzling emerald stream, shooting towards the purple scroll. Buzz. the scroll illuminated with brilliance, instantly erupting into countless points of light, half of which surged into Yi Shinran's brow, while the other half enveloped Nilou gently like a soothing tide. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated. The bone-like outer shell that had covered Nilou's form cracked like an eggshell, fracturing and peeling away. Blinding white light burst forth from the fissures, not destructive energy, but a transcendent glow brimming with life and order. Within the radiance, her form began to reshape, her bones reconfigured, and her spiritual essence leaped to an entirely new level. When the light receded, a new silhouette appeared before everyone. Her lake green hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, and atop her head, the menacing antelope skull mask lay shattered, leaving only a remnant, resembling a tattered crown. She donned a tight-fitting white uniform resembling some kind of attire, with a brand-new Zanpakuto hanging quietly at her waist. The holification was complete. Moreover, it was the most perfect transformation, facilitated by the power of the contract. However, this was not the end. As the recently transformed Nilou was enveloped in a gentle light, her tall, elegant figure rapidly diminished before their astonished eyes. Her attire transforming into gray-green coarse cloth, and in the blink of an eye, she became a small girl, holding the antelope skull mask, barefoot, appearing no older than 5 or 6. Huh! The youthful version of Nilou gazed at her shrunken hands and feet, emitting an adorable exclamation. Then, as if by a mere thought, she was once again enveloped in light, instantly regaining her striking adult form. This was Nilou experiencing the exquisite control over her own shape and the ability to manipulate her size at will, leaving her utterly astounded. Wow, how amazing! I can grow big and small, Lynette exclaimed enviously. Stark, I want that too. Stark twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Don't think about such troublesome things. Yi Shinran, with her eyes closed, absorbed the information flowing from the other end of the contract, revealing a satisfied smile. Nilou's power, unlike Stark's pure mass and force, was an embodiment of exquisite sharpness and speed, brimming with vibrant life. Their team had gained another top-tier combatant. Moreover, after successfully forming the contract, she had received a boost, elevating her strength to the mid-B level. Lin Meng observed this dramatic scene before him and felt a sense of reassurance. With Stark and Nilou in hand, they now possessed sufficient confidence to face not only Hueco Mundo, but also the looming threat of Aizen in the future. Yet, at that moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of decaying time itself, descended without warning. The entire pale desert felt as if it were being grasped by an invisible hand around its throat. The air ceased to flow, spiritual particles began to decay, and even the pale moon above seemed shrouded in a layer of desolate, deathly energy. An arrogant, ancient voice, reeking of decay, reverberated deep within every soul present, like the rasping of tombstones. In my kingdom, a new Vastalord has ascended. Yet who among you has the audacity to stand before me without bowing? Everyone abruptly looked up. Above them, a throne fashioned from white bones had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Upon the throne sat a figure cloaked in a robe and crowned, a skeleton with hollow eye sockets burning with golden soul fire. Gazing down upon them with an air of superiority, the king of Hueco Mundo, the embodiment of decay, Baelgarin Ruzenbang. This name struck the group like a shard of ancient ice cast into the boiling lake of their hearts, instantly eliciting a chilling sensation. Time, the most irresistible force in the world, appeared to materialize in that moment, taking the form of the skeleton upon the throne. He merely sat there, unmoving. Yet the entire world bowed to him in decay. The sharp edges of the sand dunes visibly weathered, becoming smooth, the scant moisture in the air evaporated, permeating a musty scent reminiscent of an ancient tomb opening. Even Stark's resilient attire began to show signs of fraying at the edges. The stench of decay was unbearable. Lynette pinched her nose, her previously lively face now displaying genuine disgust for the first time. Nilou, who had just undergone her transformation, still reeling from the shock, was engulfed by this deathly monarch's aura. Instinctively, she grasped the hilt of her Zanpakuto, her emerald eyes alight with vigilance and battle intent. She could feel that the opponent's power was an absolute, fundamental opposition to the vibrant spiritual pressure that filled her with life. Chapter 172, Baelgarin Ruzenbang. Ants, why do you not kneel before your king? Baelgarin's voice resonated once more, laden with imperious arrogance. He slowly raised a bony hand, gesturing towards the direction of the crowd, and gently clenched it. Decay. Boom. The earth beneath the multitude instantaneously lost all semblance of life. This was not a physical annihilation, but rather a conceptual obliteration. The sandy sea, once glimmering with the sheen of fine porcelain, was abruptly transformed into a lifeless, ashen dust, centered around them. A vast circular expanse with a radius of hundreds of meters succumbed to immediate demise, had it not been for Lin Meng and Yi Shinran's swift reflexes. Releasing their spiritual pressure to shield their footing, they might have found themselves without a solid ground to stand upon. What an intriguing welcoming ceremony this was. Lin Meng tilted his head back, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Yet, the king of the Void Circle? Did this desolate wasteland, bereft of anything but sand, truly warrant a king? Preposterous. The soul fire of Baelgang flickered violently, as though touched upon its reverse scale. Yet Lin Meng offered him no chance to continue his idle chatter. Shinran, unleash the grandest fireworks. Lin Meng's voice resonated clearly in the ears of each comrade. Stark Nilu, unleash your full might. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Shinran stepped forth, her long, straight black hair billowing without wind, her zanpakuto, resembling a purple crystal, raised high. Eighth of the broken path, thunderclap of the flying dragon. No incantation was uttered. A torrent of spiritual energy coalesced at the tip of her blade, manifesting as a terrifying dragon composed of pure purple lightning, roaring as it tore through the sky. The dragon's scales shimmered with runes of covenant. Wherever it passed, even Baelgang's decaying realm was temporarily cleared, leaving only this domineering, unparalleled purple divine retribution in its wake. What? For the first time, astonishment flickered within Baelgang's golden soul fire. The unchanted 88th broken path? This was far beyond what a mere illusion should possess. Yet, this was merely the prologue. How tiresome, to engage in such laborious tasks right from the outset, Stark complained, though his body betrayed no hesitation. He swiftly drew apart his hands, two black pistols firmly grasped. Lillinette, leave it to me. Pack of wolves. In an instant, Stark merged with Lillinette, transforming into a dual-gun hunter clad in a fur cloak. He aimed not at a target, but rather at the heavens. The next moment, doom descended. Infinite ammunition, virtual flash. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound echoed like a Gatling gun, yet it unleashed a torrent of energy potent enough to obliterate all. Hundreds, if not thousands, of blue virtual flashes coalesced into a dense barrage of death, cascading like a torrential downpour of blue towards that skeletal throne. If Yi Shinran's Thunder Dragon was a precise, heavy strike, then Stark's assault was a lavish, saturation bombing. Wow. Incredible. Nilu, reverted to her youthful form, perched upon Lin Meng's shoulder, clapping her tiny hands in excitement, then opened her mouth wide. Virtual flash reprise. She inhaled sharply, drawing in a few strands of the dissipating blue virtual flashes from Stark's barrage. And her own spiritual power surged forth, a ring of pink radiance igniting within her mouth. Puff. A spiral of virtual flash, infused with both blue and pink, surged forth with greater velocity than Stark's, arriving precisely at Baelgang's throne. 3 assaults, 3 distinct attributes, converging from 3 angles with an almost unavoidable time differential. All reached their target simultaneously. A mere trick of ants. Baelgang bellowed, rising from his throne, his decaying aura reaching its zenith. Breathe. A wave of imperceptible black breath emanated from him. First to confront it was Yi Shinran's thunderclap of the flying dragon. Upon contact with the black breath, the purple lightning dragon's brilliance rapidly dimmed, its massive form aging at an astonishing pace, ultimately dissipating into feeble arcs of electricity mere dozens of meters from the throne. Next came Stark's barrage of virtual flashes. The blue projectiles collided with an invisible quagmire, their speed drastically reduced, their energy swiftly eroded and decomposed, ultimately transforming into harmless specks of spiritual light scattered across the sky. Even Nilu's enhanced virtual flash only advanced a few meters further before meeting a similar fate. This was Baelgang's power, absolute, unreasonable decrepitude. Do you see? Before time, all power is rendered meaningless. Baelgang spread his arms wide, mocking like a victor. Your struggles are naught but foolish actions hastening your own demise. Is that so? A cold voice, with no forewarning, resonated behind him. Baelgang's golden soul fire abruptly shrank. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Meng had already materialized at his back, his zanpakuto unsheathed at some point, the blade enveloped in black spiritual pressure akin to burning flames, radiating an aura capable of severing all. I merely wish to ascertain whether your ancient bones adhere to the laws of time. Lin Meng's voice was terrifyingly calm. Domain slash. There was no cataclysmic spectacle, no earth-shattering momentum. Only a streak of pure black light, so pristine it seemed capable of devouring all illumination, swept across. Crack. Baelgang's revered skeletal throne, the epitome of his sovereign existence, was cleaved in twain. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, yet at the cross-section, there were no bony textures, only the most unadulterated void. The throne shattered. Baelgang leapt away from the collapsing seat, for the first time. His eternally unchanging demeanor appeared utterly disheveled. The cloak he wore was swept away by the residual force of the blade, instantly reduced to ashes. He fixed a frantic gaze upon Lin Meng. In his hollow eye sockets, the flames of arrogance were replaced by unmistakable horror and a hint of fear. Who are you? He screamed. The ones who will deliver your end. Lin Meng twirled his blade, resting it upon his shoulder, exuding an aura that would instill dread even in kings. Yi Shinran, Stark, and Nilu had already formed a triangular formation, sealing off all routes of retreat for Baelgang. Stark's twin pistols once again glimmered with concentrated blue light. Nilu's soul fire began to coalesce into a verdant spear. At Yi Shinran's fingertips, shimmering starlit runes whirled, ready to transform into chains that would bind a god. Baelgang's soul fire flickered wildly. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This was a meticulously planned hunt aimed directly at him. Flee. That thought emerged in his mind for the first time in tens of thousands of years. Without a hint of hesitation, Balegang violently rent the space before him. A pitch-black, ominous fissure opening instantly. Ignorant insects. Awaiting you in the Void Night Palace is eternal despair, leaving behind his parting words. He plunged into the abyss without a backward glance. The fissure swiftly closed, and the nauseating stench of decay dissipated into nothingness. The sky returned to its pallid hue. The desert to its deathly silence, as if the once dominant king had merely been an illusion. TCH, he runs quite swiftly. Lillinette's voice emanated from within Stark, filled with dissatisfaction. Stark reverted from his blade form, returning to his languid uncle visage, stifling a long yawn. Finally over. I'm so exhausted. I need a good sleep back home. He grumbled. Yet his body instinctively shifted to allow the now youthful Nilou to ride more comfortably on his shoulder. Uncle, you are so amazing. Nilou clutched her half-antelope skull mask. Her little feet swinging, her lake green eyes sparkling with adoration. That was just like rain, even prettier than fireworks. Indeed, I'm quite remarkable, Stark replied, a nearly imperceptible smile tugging at his lips. He seemed to revel in the sensation of being relied upon and admired. Yi Shinran approached Lin Meng, gazing at him with sparkling eyes that shimmered with a hint of mirth. He resembles a jester. It seems we have thoroughly startled His Majesty the King. Setting aside her amusement, she continued, your contractual companions have gathered sufficiently for now. We must prepare to return. Lin Meng sheathed his sword, his gaze fixed upon Yi Shinran. Chapter 173, Confessing the Existence of the Main World. Lin Meng smiled, retracting his Zanpakuto, and surveyed his two newly appointed allies. One was the future First Espada, capable of unleashing a barrage through unlimited Shusan. The other, a potential powerhouse, the future Third Espada, endowed with extraordinary speed and penetrative strength. Alongside them was the master of the spiritual arts, having mastered techniques below number 90 and possessing a Bankai. This assembly could only be deemed extravagant. Well then, the welcoming ceremony has concluded. Lin Meng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Now that we are all comrades, certain matters must be clarified. He paused, organizing his thoughts. Stark immediately donned an expression of annoyance, as if trouble were brewing, while Nilou's eyes widened with curiosity, resembling a child eager to hear a tale. Shinran and I do not actually belong to this world, Lin Meng stated bluntly, dropping a bombshell. Not belonging to this world. Stark was taken aback. Even his signature languid demeanor frozen on his face. What did that mean? Were they not soul reapers? Having been separated from Lillinette for far too long, he had grown weary of solitude, his perception of the outside world limited to Hueco Mundo and the occasional incursions of soul reapers. To him, the world consisted solely of Hueco Mundo, soul society, and the living world. They were even unaware of the existence of hell. We hail from a place you might consider a completely new world, Yi Shinran interjected. She extended her delicate fingers, and a glimmer of purple light appeared at her fingertips, transforming into a three-dimensional star map composed of countless luminous points. The Hueco Mundo, soul society, and the living world you inhabit can be viewed as a world bubble within this star map. We, however, come from an entirely different world bubble, one starkly dissimilar to this one. She elucidated the structure of worlds in a manner comprehensible to both the Shiu and the poor man. Stark and Nilou's faces reflected unprecedented shock. They had never fathomed that beyond their world, there existed another. What is your world like? Nilou inquired curiously, her mind brimming with a yearning for the unknown. Lin Meng's gaze grew distant, as if he could envision the landscape of another realm. Our world is devoid of spiritual particles, Zanpakuto, Shiu, and soul reapers. Yet it is populated by numerous other races, each with their own array of abilities. It is a civilization entirely unlike this one. His description was akin to a fable to Stark and Nilou. However, witnessing Lin Meng and Yi Shinran's expressions, which bore no hint of deception, along with their manifestation of a power system wholly alien to soul reapers or Shiu, they found themselves compelled to believe. How did you come here? Stark posed the pivotal question. And then, if we accept the contract, can we also venture into your world? Lillinette's voice brimmed with curiosity. This is precisely the crux of what I wish to convey. Lin Meng's expression turned solemn. I possess a unique ability to open a passage known as the interdimensional gate, allowing travel between different worlds. However, he glanced at the group. This gate is my exclusive passage. Only I can traverse it. The atmosphere shifted subtly at this revelation. Stark's brow furrowed. The sense of belonging he had so painstakingly found seemed to fracture. If only Lin Meng could depart, what would they become? Mere tools abandoned in this desolate expanse of Hueco Mundo? Yi Shinran, perceiving his trepidation, smiled reassuringly. Fear not. My contract serves as the bridge connecting us. The purple scroll's ethereal form manifested once more in her palm, the names of Stark and Nilou inscribed upon it, glowing with a gentle radiance. This contract is rooted in a link of souls, transcending the barriers of worlds. As long as our pact endures, irrespective of my whereabouts, this connection shall remain unbroken. Theoretically, should sufficient energy be available, I could even summon you directly to my side. This explanation alleviated Stark's doubts. His greatest aversion was abandonment, his deepest fear, a return to solitude. As long as the team remained intact, it mattered little where they ventured. I understand, Stark shrugged, though it sounds rather troublesome. So, what shall we do next? Shall we return to your main world? Lin Meng nodded. Indeed, it is time to return. According to the flow of time, we have spent approximately 50 days here. Only 50 days. Nilu exclaimed. In the past, that was hardly enough time for Stark and me to catch a nap. Yes, but the flow of time in our main world differs from here, Lin Meng clarified. 50 days here equates to merely half a day back home. When we arrived, a great battle was unfolding there. We came to preserve our lives and continue enhancing our powers. This information further reshaped Stark and Nilu's understanding. I need to return first to ascertain the situation and ensure everything is in order, Lin Meng said, glancing at Yushinran and then at Stark and Nilu. You should rest here for a while, acclimatizing to your newfound powers. I will return swiftly and then lead you away from this desolate wasteland. All right. Nilu clapped her hands joyfully. Stark yawned. Perfect timing. I could use a good sleep. With their plans settled, Lin Meng hesitated no longer. He stepped onto an expanse of barren sand, extending his right hand with his palm facing forward. A surge of primal energy erupted from within him, distorting the space before him, akin to ripples radiating across a water surface upon the impact of a stone. Buzz. A portal formed of light, imbued with order and sanctity, gradually opened at the center of the ripples. The doorframe was inscribed with incomprehensible runes, and within was not darkness, but a luminous sea that flowed like a suspended galaxy, teeming with the unknown, yet exuding an allure. This was Lin Meng's interdimensional gate, a higher dimensional entity surpassing both the I Chang and the interdimensional gate. Stark and Nilu stood entranced, the aura emanating from the door feeling profoundly out of place, yet harmoniously resonant, as though it embodied a supreme law. I will return shortly, Lin Meng turned, nodding at Yishinran. Yishinran beamed, her smile radiant enough to eclipse the pale moon. Go, we shall handle matters here. A warmth blossomed within Lin Meng as he turned and stepped into the resplendent expanse of the galaxy. The interdimensional gate slowly closed behind him, its brilliance fading as if it had never existed.